Support th author Nuestro Secreto by Brian 120981. Let's begin. Love is complicated, especially when family is involved. For Izuku, it had never been a problem until now, all thanks to his friends from Class A, who will have to do something morally questionable. Chapter 1. Izuku Midoriya, a young man who was formerly quirkless, now the ninth holder of one for all and a boy who had always been categorized as simple, which is why no girl was interested in him. But for him it was never a problem because he was not interested in love either. This was due to his main goal, which was to become stronger. Master one for all 100% and defeat all for one. Reasons why he had no time for love in his life. But for her classmates, there were no obstacles to love blossoming in their hearts. During the end of their first year and the beginning of their second, several couples had formed. The first to be revealed were the class presidents. Tenya Lita dated Ichako Uraraka. That same day, it was revealed that another couple had already been formed by Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yayarazzu. Interestingly, Sato, Shoji and Mita comforted Midoriya all day. So he just wondered why. Weeks later, the third was revealed. Adaro Kurashima and Mina Ashida. The week after that, Denki Kaminari inviting Kyoka Jiro on a series of dates. Mita had to say goodbye to his perverted friend, which caused him to lock himself in his room for the rest of the week, eating only tubs of ice cream and potato chips. 2 days later, Mashiro Ajiro and Toru Hagakure had their first date. The remaining members of the class just watched them happily. Aizawa wasn't bothered by this, as long as their academic performance didn't drop, and they didn't get distracted during their internships. What no one really expected was that she would be serious and not very expressive. Tsuyu Asui dating Fumikage Takamami, being the most recent couple. Now that Lita and Uraraka were dating, the two of them had more time together while Izuku was excluded. But he understood perfectly. Couples needed to be together for a while. And he would use this same free time to train or study. Which brings us now. In Izuku's room. The boy was in his exercise session as usual. He used a pair of headphones to concentrate better. He was finishing his set of push-ups when a knock on the door made him look ahead. He was sweating and thought he'd clean himself first. But the uncertainty of how long ago they'd been touching the door made him open it first. And dry himself later. Upon opening the door, he saw Uraraka, who was smiling. But he had to look away because of the boy's display of exhibitionism. Midoriya Yuyurikaisen. The boy shouted to partially close the door because in his haste, he had opened it completely, leaving his upper torso exposed and sweaty. Uraraka, hello Deku-kun, sorry to bother you, she said, scratching the back of her neck, trying to think of something else to organize her words. Midoriya, what can I do for you? Do you need something? Uraraka, actually, I wanted to ask you for help with my studies, she said, showing her math book and giving a slight smile. Midoriya, sure I can help you, but what about Iota-san? Uraraka, oh, he went out to see his brother and accompany his mom on some shopping trips. That's why he needed your help. Midoriya, I see, come in. The boy let his friend in, allowing her to enter his room. And as he closed the door, he remembered something. He looked down and remembered he was shirtless, which made him blush slightly. Midoriya, oh, just let me put on a shirt. The girl approached the boy's bed, covered by an all-night blanket, and sat down. She looked around the boy's room, appreciating once again the amount of red, blue, and yellow hero merchandise. He was truly surprised by the passion she had for the hero. As she looked around, she saw the boy's back as he searched through his drawers for a shirt. He was able to appreciate the number of scars she had, from her fingers to the line of her back, for a few seconds. It always seemed painful yet inspiring to him how the boy could give his life to protect people. This and other thoughts stopped when a shirt covered the boy's body. Midoriya, okay. The green-haired boy finally stood in front of the girl with his own math book and began the tutoring. Minutes later, the brunette was taking notes in her notebook about the things the boy was explaining to her, when a message on her phone made her look. Uraraka, no, arg, how could he do this to me? The green-haired boy, who was watching news about heroes while the girl was pointing, looked at the brunette, who seemed to be cursing something. He didn't want to be nosy, but his inner hero compelled him to investigate. Midoriya, is something wrong? Uraraka, sorry, it's just size, you know I've been dating Lita for a while now, right? The boy nodded. Uraraka, well, it just so happens that I suggested to him that maybe it was time to introduce him to my parents, and he could introduce me to his family. Midoriya, really? The boy said happily when he remembered that there was an apparent problem right now, but then, Uraraka, that's it. He just messaged me, said he couldn't come, but since he'd already confirmed it a few weeks ago. I told my parents and they postponed work, even cancelled some things just to meet him, all important things. I wouldn't want to tell them they cancelled and postponed work for nothing. Midoriya, oh I'm sorry to hear that, Uraraka, I wish there was something I could do. The boy really would do something to help his friend, but what he said was just something anyone would say as moral support. The girl seemed to have had an idea, for her eyes lit up and she suddenly approached the boy. Uraraka, dkokun, pretend to be my boyfriend. The boy, who was on the edge of the bed, had to back away because of the spontaneous approach and request, causing him to fall backward to the floor and hit the back of his head. Uraraka, dkokun, are you okay? Midoriya, ykokukun. I'm sorry, but Roman 2 couldn't do that if Aizawa finds out. Uraraka quickly got off the green-haired boy's bed and stood in front of him, taking his hand and bending down slightly. Uraraka, dkokun, please help me with this. I would feel terrible if my parents found out that my boyfriend couldn't make it to a date with them. That they had to quit their jobs to meet him and then he just didn't show up. Midoriya had a problem, and that was that he couldn't say no to a plea for help. Midoriya, if I did, how would you tell your parents that Lita wants to meet them and they ask about me? Uraraka, I'll figure that out when I figure this out. Would you do that? The boy took a few minutes to think, but it seemed he was just creating drama because he had his answer 2 seconds later. Midoriya, when would I have to go? The girl smiled from ear to ear and hugged the boy with all her might. Uraraka, thank you. It would be the day after tomorrow. You don't have to wear a suit. We're just going to eat and spend some time with them. Again, thank you, Deku-kun. The girl flew out of the green-haired boy's room with her things, leaving him thinking only one thing. Midoriya, what have I got myself into? What? The boy put away his notebook and grabbed his towel to take a shower. If he needed it when he finished training, now after that he needed it to figure out what the hell he would have to do to avoid messing things up. The green-haired boy went to the dorm showers to take a nice cold bath, and when he arrived, he found Kaminari and Manta there. At first, when I looked at them, I thought it was normal, friends talking about their own things in secret. But as I got closer, I could see that they had a phone and inappropriate sounds were coming from it. Kaminari, look at that one dude, I'd love to. Manta, SHH buddy, lower your voice. You know what will happen if Jiro-san hears you. Kaminari, oh that's right. Both young men turned around, only to see the green-haired boy who was looking at them calmly. Midoriya, hey guys. Manta, hello, Midoriya. Kaminari, Matabra, what's up? Midoriya, I'd ask them what they were doing, but I don't think I really want to know. Manta, are you sure? I could send you the video. Midoriya, completely sure. Kaminari, dude, I need some advice. Midoriya, yes, sure, whatever. Kaminari, you see, I read a men's magazine. Midoriya, and you just lost me. Kaminari, no, not those kinds of magazines. I read that if you want to move forward in a relationship, you have to take the reins, and I did. I asked Kyoka if I could meet her parents, but she just avoids me when I ask to meet them again. Midoriya, wow, I'd like to help you, but you know I don't know about those things. Kaminari, sighs. Manta, just give him time, buddy. The green-haired boy walked past and went for a swim. The last few months had shaped his body, giving him some muscle, and the one for all had given him 5 centimeters more height, which although not much now allowed him to ride the roller coaster at the fair. All Might told him about this at the end of his 2nd year, which motivated him to work harder. Now he could fulfill his dream of stepping into his favorite hero's suit, both metaphorically and literally. Midoriya, now I can wear the limited edition Golden Age All Might jumpsuit, and I won't need padding to make it fit properly. The boy was leaving and heading towards the changing rooms when he couldn't find his towel or any spare ones. Midoriya, guys, do you know where they are? The green-haired boy could only watch as both Kaminari and Manta came out of the showers, running with towels in their arms. Midoriya, guys, the broccoli yelled in fright. Using one for all at 1%, I used speed to try to catch up with them. I had 2 options, try to catch up with them or go directly to their room. Either option was a bad idea because one of the girls might come out in the commotion and see him naked, which would earn her the disapproval of her friends. So she had to take a chance run to her room. The boy had to run as fast as he could to his door and get inside before anyone came out. So he went upstairs. He didn't want to splash water all over the place, but the lack of towels forced him to do it. Upon reaching his door, the boy turned the knob to enter his room, and as he closed it, he heard the doors of the other rooms barely opening. In Kaminari's case, he was in his own room, laughing hysterically while holding several towels and remembering his friend's red face from the fright. "Jiro, what are you laughing at?" "Kaminari, haha, we played a prank on Midoriya." Kyoko looked at the boy covered in several towels, in addition to carrying others that he didn't need. "Jiro, don't tell me that." "Kaminari, haha, yeah, we stole his towels and left him with nothing." Instead of laughing or anything, Kyoko just rolled her eyes and looked back at her phone. "Kaminari, hey, I wanted to ask you again, when could I see your parents? I'd like to meet them and I don't know for them to get to know me." "Jiro, these next few weeks will be busy." "Kaminari, okay, what's next?" "Jiro, you know what, I just remembered I haven't done my homework yet, I'll see you later." "Kaminari, wait, Kyoka." The punk girl hadn't finished listening to the blonde boy before she closed his door, leaving him alone in his room. The girl was walking down the hallway, muttering some things to herself. The girl barely stopped to change the song she was listening to when she noticed she was standing in front of the room of the green-haired boy whom her boyfriend had gotten into a little trouble moments before. "Jiro, I guess I'll have to apologize to Midoriya for Dinky's stupid idea again." The green-haired boy had taken an All Might-themed towel from his closet to dry himself. Despite being from his childhood, it was exactly what he needed to dry off and change. As soon as she took it out, some knocks on the door made her look at this. He wrapped it around her waist while silently cursing the blonde man. "Midoriya, that was a great joke, Kaminari, but I didn't laugh." The boy opened the door trusting that it was Pikachu, but the surprise was twofold. The green-haired boy was startled to see Kyoka. And Jiro was startled to see the green-haired boy alone in a towel. The boy slammed the door and only hit his wall. "Midoriya, this is definitely not my day." "Jiro, no, I didn't expect Midoriya to be so marked," the girl said, leaning against the hallway wall trying to forget what she saw. If he hadn't closed the door, the girl swore she would have hit him with her connectors in fright. The purple-haired girl heard the door open slightly, revealing the boy's red face and his extreme nervousness. "Midoriya, Jiro-san, sorry about that, do you need something?" "Jiro, Midoriya, and NNO, I just came to apologize on Kaminari's behalf for his stupid idea about the towel." The green-haired boy calmed down a little after that apology. "Midoriya, oh, that don't worry, nothing happened." "Jiro, come on, I bet you had to run here from the showers." And that peace she had gained went to hell when the girl hit on her grand idea. The embarrassment and nerves went on sabbatical when a message from the girl on his phone made him frown. "Midoriya, is something wrong?" "Jiro, no, it's just size, my parents, nothing important." The boy watched as the girl put one foot in front of the other, indicating that she was leaving. But his inner voice made him speak without thinking. "Midoriya, I have some drinks, would you like to have one?" The girl was really upset and a cold drink and some peace and kindness would really do her good. "Jiro, show, but first." The boy saw the purple-haired girl pointing downwards and looked inside his room, remembering that once again he needed clothes. It wasn't long before he opened the door again and let the girl in. Upon entering, she again encountered the boys' collection, which reminded her of the time they had first arrived at the dormitories and had a competition to see who had the best bedroom. "Jiro, yes, just as geeky as I remember." This made the boy blush as he was looking for something in his small refrigerator. He handed the girl a drink, which she gladly accepted. "Midoriya, so is there something wrong with your parents?" The girl was feeling a bit annoyed, some of Aizawa's assignments having to deal with Kaminari's nonsense, and her parents all taking up her time. She really just wanted to vent and have someone simply listen without criticizing her or giving her cheesy advice. In the end, it seemed I had come across the right person, Jiro, that's all. The boy said nothing. "Jiro, it's just ever since Kaminari asked me out, things have been a little complicated. I figured it was the feeling of being on a date or having a boyfriend for the first time in my life, but it all still feels strange." The boy only took a sip of his cold drink. "Jiro, I told my parents I had a boyfriend yet, they couldn't believe it, especially my dad. Everything was going well until Dad said, I just hope he's not an idiot. If my little girl gets worse, it'll be his fault." Even my mom agreed with him, and that's where the problem lies. They've been insisting ever since that they want to meet him, but Denki is the complete opposite of what my mom and dad expect. They think my boyfriend is someone upright, smart, and forward-thinking, but Denki is nothing like that. He doesn't think before he acts, he doesn't even know what he's going to eat, and the worst part is I feel like they're right. Midoriya, so that's why Jiro-san has avoided the topic with Kaminari. Jiro and my parents keep insisting they want to meet him, that's what that message was about. I had to lie to my mom and say he went out to study. The only thing Denki seems to study is female anatomy. He thinks I don't know he still hangs out with that pervert mine too and thinks I'm stupid. The girl seemed to let off steam when she threw herself backwards, falling onto All Might's face and the boy's pillow. Midoriya simply approached the purple-haired girl. When she brought her hands to her face, he searched for a way to comfort the punk girl, even a way to solve her problem. No, I was already in trouble for trying to help someone in a relationship. I wouldn't do it again. His determination was clear. He was going to help the punk, but only and solely by listening to her. And this he did, I hear, but in his listening he could clearly distinguish how some faint sobs came from the girl. I had never heard Jiro cry before. In fact, I had never heard any woman other than my mother cry, and that had been years ago. He moved a little closer. He couldn't really understand why she was crying. He couldn't feel what the girl she was crying for felt, but he knew it hurt deeply. So carefully and not being rough, he placed one of his arms on the girl's shoulder, who sat up and hugged the boy. He was surprised but returned the hug. A minute passed like this until the girl calmed down and was now just wiping away her tears. Jiro, sniff, I'm sorry to have bothered you with my problems. Midoriya, no, don't apologize. I asked about you, how are you feeling? Jiro, sniff, a little better thanks Midoriya for listening and for the drink. The green-haired boy's mind cursed everything it could, for he had made a decision. Midoriya, don't worry, I'd do anything to help. This crossed the girl's mind twice and she seemed to be orchestrating a plan. It seemed to have finished forming when the girl spoke. Jiro, Midoriya, Aya, is something wrong? Jiro, what you said about doing whatever, you mean it? The boy nodded and looked at the girl, who was tapping the tips of her connectors together. Midoriya, of course, could it be what I'm thinking? Jiro, could I introduce you to my parents and have you pretend to be my boyfriend? Midoriya, damn, it's what I was thinking. Jiro, it would only be for a while, you don't have to do it if you don't. Midoriya, when would I have to go? Jiro, wait, are you serious? Midoriya, you asked me if I was serious. Yes, please God don't let him hit me. The boy's somewhat embarrassed yet serious expression made the girl hesitate. But having a ridiculous and dangerous plan was better than losing the game. Jiro, it would be next week on Saturday, just don't talk nonsense and everything will be fine. Midoriya, ouch. The girl was leaving the green-haired boy's room when, in a gesture of gratitude, she turned back and hugged him, then punched him in the shoulder. Midoriya, sighs, why was I born with such a noble heart? People, I know what you'll say or what you'll be wondering. Did this son of a bitch already start a new story when he hasn't finished any of them? Well, as I said, sometimes I just can't think of anything to move the stories forward and keep them from sounding repetitive, honestly. And once I saw a story about this and I thought, I have to try it. I've already written a few chapters for this series and hope to publish new ones every Tuesday. For now, I'm leaving this one as a pilot. If you like it, I'll upload the others. Chapter 2. A pink-skinned girl was playing an online video game on her phone, while her partner Kirishima was making a little more noise while playing the same game. These two were playing around in class because the written exams were being handed out and there were no more problems. At least that's what these two thought when Aizawa, Mina, Ashido. Mina, height. Aizawa, you got a 6, said the black-haired man in his characteristic bored tone, staring intently at the alien. The pink-haired girl, who had thought she would do well, dropped her phone to the floor as she hadn't expected to get such a low grade. Kirishima, hey, don't worry, a 6 isn't the end of the world, the boy said, still looking at his game on his phone. Aizawa, if I were you, Kirishima, I wouldn't be one to give advice. You got a phone. Kirishima, what? He shouted, finally looking up surprised, but I studied with Bakugo. Aizawa, that's strange because he got a 9. Bakugo, how can you not fail? You two useless idiots. You spent the whole damn session playing around. Aizawa, sighs, I don't usually do this, but because of everything you've done this year and to avoid getting into too much trouble, I'll let you take a second exam, but if you fail this one there won't be a third chance. Mina, this time I'll study until I cry, the girl said determinedly, clenching her hands into fists and with a look that expressed determination. Kirishima, that's the spirit. Aizawa, personally I think you should study separately based on what Bakugo said. You two studying together only guarantees you'll fail again. Both the pink-haired girl and the red-haired boy lowered their heads because in truth he had a point. Aizawa, for that reason I decided to assign you a tutor. Let's see Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, what about me? The green-haired boy asked, stopping writing down new facts about heroes in his notebook and looking around for an answer. Aizawa, you'll be Aishido's tutor and Momo Yayarazzu will be Kurishima's tutor. Any questions? No, good, you can go and close the door and turn off the light. Kurishima was calm because in his opinion Midoriya was a good friend and he knew that he of all people in the world was the one who would have zero intention of doing anything with Mina. Mina was calm because she knew that the redhead was only interested in two things: that his strength would increase and what things were so manly. Honestly, she could only sigh every time she heard that Midoriya interrupted this sea of thoughts when he spoke. Midoriya, so you'll need my help, mine. Midoriya, you know the exam studying. Mina, oh yes of course. The girl gathered her things and walked beside the boy straight to the library. Upon arrival they chose a table and the boy began his lesson, at least for the first 5 minutes before the pink-skinned girl complained. Mina, I'm bored, she said before slumping down on the table and taking up its space. Midoriya, I'm sorry I can't help you with that, he said, trying to remain formal. Mina, I don't want to fail. If I don't pass they'll expel me. Midoriya, honestly I don't know why this is happening to you, the topics are simple. Mina, sighs, when you're in love, all logic goes out the window. The silence between them became awkward, with the boy not being very important to him and Mina who responded with a word that anyone would say, being covered in sugar from every angle. Midoriya, cough so. Mina, hey Midori, aren't you really interested in anyone? Midoriya, and here's my tutoring. The boy looked away, trying to think of how to get back to the lesson. Mina, come on, you're an innocent cinnamon roll, you can't be uninterested in anyone. Midoriya, can we go back to the lesson please? Mina, nope, not until you tell me why. Midoriya, I'm just not interested, okay? Mina, no sir, you're not being honest with me. You're going to tell me everything down to the smallest detail. Midoriya, looks like respect for privacy has gone on sabbatical, so why shouldn't I? Well, because love brings a lot of trouble, doesn't it? The boy said, his eyes glued to his notebook. His face a serious expression rarely seen on him. The silence between them seemed to have come at no point because the girl's incessant questions stopped after that answer. Curious about this, the boy looked up only to open his eyes seeing the girl put her hand to her chest while looking down, clearly sad. Midoriya, idiota, talvzsime pasayashid. Mina, you know you're not wrong about that. Midoriya, eh? Mina, you see I'm not in a position to say this and you're not in a position to know, but Kurishima and we've had a few arguments these past few weeks. Midoriya, well done, Izuku, well done, I'm so sorry to hear that, but you both looked really happy today. Mina, you know Bakugo studied with us, right? Izuku nodded. Mina, well that day we studied, but during study time, Kurishima spent the whole time arguing about manly things with Bakugo. And I was just listening. Sighs, it's not the first time he's forgotten I was there. I took out my phone and started playing games, and only when he ran out of things to talk about with Bakugo did he ask if I could join in. And that's how I wasted my time. Midoriya was surprised, of all people he hadn't expected Mina and Kurishima to have problems. Damn, they even seemed like a perfect couple before they started dating. Midoriya, Piru, Mina, well-sized Kurishima only hangs out with Bakugo, Shiro, and Kaminari, and in the time we've been dating, we've hardly ever spent any time together. Of course, I know you guys want to be with your friends, but Kurishima has spent weeks with them, it's like he was born with them. I can't even remember the last time he held my hand, or we went somewhere just the two of us. Midoriya watched this, while the girl kept touching her hands and didn't look up. Mina, but when I'm a little distant, he usually asks me a million things, and it bothers me that he asks if there's anyone. The green-haired boy never understood why Mina was so nosy, but now he knew, the gossip she had was too good, and now he regretted not having a good friend. He regretted not having popcorn at that very moment. Midoriya, wait. Mina, oh wow, yes, so you're not so wrong after all. Damn, I haven't even introduced him to my parents, and we're already distant. Midoriya, oh no, I'm not getting involved here, I already have problems with two people over the same issue. I hope you can work things out between you and Kurishima Ashida-san. Mina, thank you, but while I have to go back to studying, I honestly don't want to fail. In the distance, a gray-haired man could be seen listening to the conversation. // hours later. The green-haired boy gathered his notebooks while Ashido carried the used books to their respective places. After that conversation, the girl seemed to have opened up a bit as her performance while the boy was teaching her the exam material had been fantastic. He was putting his backpack back on his back when he saw his old childhood friend. Midoriya, Akakan necessitas algo. Bakugo, Tusk shut up, looks like raccoon eyes told you everything. Midoriya, were you listening? Bakugo, please, nerd, do you think I'd be interested in the nonsense you're talking about? Midoriya, Bakugo, don't you dare answer me, he said, with a frown and a whisper. Because despite being a bastard, he respected the library rule. The boy didn't understand why he was talking to him until he finally spoke up. Bakugo, Tusk, look, I don't give a damn about their relationship, but because of their problems, my team ended up below yours. So either you go and pretend you're a Cizio, Anuid boyfriend in front of her parents and make her happy. Or in the next team battle I'll blow you to such tiny pieces that no one will know which part of you is which. Midoriya, Bakugo, false warned nerd. The ash-haired boy left, leaving the green-haired boy alone as he tried to process that threat. Midoriya, son of a my aunt, mitsuki. Does she really expect me to pretend to be Mina's boyfriend? The boy snapped out of his catatonic state when the pink-haired girl approached him, giving him a light tap on the shoulder. Mina, list. Midoriya, yeah, size ready. They both walked through the main building, leaving it and heading towards the dormitories. Midoriya, how am I supposed to say this? Hey, Ashido, I think I can help you with your other problem. I could pretend to be your boyfriend. No, that's too direct, Ashido. I was thinking maybe this isn't the best way to say it, but I could pretend to be your boyfriend. Well, better than the last one. That's for sure, Ashido, look. I was thinking, that sounds like I've been thinking about it the whole time. Mina Midori, the boy stopped thinking about ways to talk to the girl when his gaze fell upon her. Midoriya, what's wrong? Mina, you see, regarding what happened a little while ago. Midoriya, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mina, thank you, but that's not what I wanted to talk about. Rather, I wanted to ask you a favor. Midoriya Saya, she made it easy for me, wait, oh no, of course. What kind of favor? The girl formerly Pink's kind, now blushing to a lilac hue after her embarrassing request to her green-haired friend, lowered her head slightly. Mina, I was hoping you would take Kurishima's place next week. Midoriya Hawaii, Mina, well, I got some tickets to a fair, it's for couples, and I mentioned to Kurishima that we could go, but he didn't listen to me. I just want to spend some time with someone who does listen to me and doesn't spend all their time talking about how manly this or that is. Go out and have fun, but I understand if you say no, it's no problem. The boy hesitated for a few seconds. On one hand, it would be a date taking Kurishima's place on a date with Ashido. But on the other hand, it seemed like the girl really wanted to break out of her boring routine of being ignored. Besides, she could just take it as a friendly outing, right? With a sigh, the boy simply smiled and spoke. Midoriya, okay. Mina seemed to have heard magic words, for her black and yellow eyes shone like stars in the night of the cosmos. When she looked up and saw the green-haired boy, he noticed this detail, finding it tender and wonderful, as if he had always wanted to hear those words and they had been denied to him until now. Mina, really? Midoriya, sure, I have no problem with that. In a short amount of time, the girl threw herself at the boy and wrapped her arms around him, squeezing him and showing how grateful she was to the green-haired boy. He raised his arms in shock, only managing a smile that the girl couldn't see because her eyes were closed, and slowly lowered them until he returned the hug to the young woman with pink hair. Mina, what do you think, it's this Sunday? Are you busy? Midoriya, that sounds perfect to me. The girl just jumped for joy. She wouldn't have to sell her tickets or throw them away since she could go with her favorite green-haired boy from class. With that, the girl began to walk with a big smile on her face and a series of jumps that showed how happy she was. Midoriya, Father God, if I was bad, give me a sign. And the boy got hit in the face with a ball. Student, sorry. Midoriya, ouch, hey, you didn't have to do that. The green-haired boy continued walking with Mina until they reached the dormitories, where she said goodbye to him and went to her room. The boy, for his part, did the same. I went into her room and she started taking off her school uniform clothes to put on something a little more comfortable. Having done that, I go down to the kitchen to have a snack. He was just about to enter the kitchen when he heard some whispers. He didn't want to be nosy or intrusive, but something made him stop in the doorway. He quickly recognized the voices he heard inside as Todoroki and Momo. Momo, we could go out this weekend. I saw there are some good movies at the cinema, and I thought we could relax a little just you and Todoroki. Sorry Momo, I have to go. Momo, oh sure, maybe later. The two-tone man left the kitchen while typing on his phone. The green-haired boy was attached to the ceiling like a spider, but he could see what was being sent to his brothers. The hero Endeavor had been brought to trial for the domestic violence case and the traumas he had caused to his older brothers in Shoto. His popularity as well as his fortune had been reduced in recent months. For the boy, she continued to act as his therapist whenever memories of his past resurfaced. She knew it was a complex issue, and the best she could do was offer him her support. The boy climbed down from where he was being held and saw Yayarazzu waiting for her tea on the stove. Midoriya. Inhales. We just go in, say hello only if necessary, grab something to eat and leave. Simple, right? And so he did. The boy went into the kitchen and put his plan into action. Midoriya, good night. Yayarazzu's an idiot. The boy opened one of the pantries and took a chocolate bar. He was walking back to where he came from, but something seemed curious to him. The black-haired girl was just staring at her teapot on the fire without re-eating. Without reacting, without blinking, nothing. All that could be seen in her was a sad, lost look. Midoriya, I think I'll just ask. I want to see if it's okay. The boy moved a little closer to her because her static state didn't seem healthy. Midoriya Yayarazzu-san. The boy barely touched the girl's shoulder and she seemed possessed. She spoke without changing her sad gaze or moving a muscle. Momo, you're Shoto's therapist, right? Midoriya-kun. Her spontaneous speech startled the boy, who took a step back, surprising the black-haired girl. Momo, a peep her done, Midoriya-kun yo. Midoriya, no, I was just surprised. Ouch, but regarding your question, yes, is something wrong? Momo, to be honest, I was just hoping to talk to someone, and seeing as you listen to people, I was hoping that I could talk to you for a moment if that's alright with you. Midoriya, of course. Great, he had to be a great therapist, and the worst part is he doesn't charge. The girl poured her tea and poured another for the green-haired boy. She sat down at the table next to him, who was sitting across from her. Midoriya, I'm listening. Momo, thank you, it's just I've been with Shadow-kun for months now and we used to hang out often. But when what happened with his brothers and father happened, I know I have to support him through tough times. But it seems like no matter what I do, he's just forgotten about me. I've tried to distract him a little and tell him everything will be alright, but it seems like he's just forgotten I exist. He doesn't greet me like he used to, sometimes he doesn't even. The girl's gaze grew more pained as she opened up to the green-haired boy. Momo and my parents aren't much help. Thanks to the controversy surrounding Shadow's family, my parents have suggested I break up with him. If I told them about all this, they'd insist even more, and I'm sure they'd arrange a marriage for me with someone from another family. The boy didn't say anything, but he watched as the black-haired girl's hands tightened around the teacup on the table. Momo, I tried to arrange a date with him for the weekend so he could forget about his problems for a while, but he ignored me completely. I know he's busy with his family, the controversies on TV and the internet, but nothing I do seems to matter to him now. The girl stopped for a moment. The boy moved slightly and saw a small tear fall to the floor. He knew that at that moment the girl had finally broken down. Approaching slowly, I placed a hand on the girl and she instantly clung to him. I didn't expect that, and even less what the girl said next. Momo, sobbed, God, he hasn't even given me a hug in a month. He had planned to make the hug last only a few seconds, but he understood that the girl needed a shoulder to cry on at that moment. About 5 minutes passed before the hug ended and the boy sat down again. The girl wiped away her tears as she spoke again and stood up. Momo, I'm so sorry to make you hear about my problems and about your shirt, she said, trying to smile, but her sadness was obvious. Midoriya, relax, it's okay, I'm here to help you and it's just a shirt, don't worry. The girl seemed to calm down when she received a message on her phone. I'm only checking this to give an annoyed look and express some frustration. Midoriya, is something wrong? Momo, it's my dad, he's asking me if I'm not interested in the son of a family on the other side of Japan. God, it seems like even he can't hear me. Midoriya waits. Momo looked like she was going to angrily answer her father, but an idea seemed to have occurred to her. She gripped the phone and began to send a voice message. Momo, Dad, that's not necessary. I broke up with Todoroki, but there's someone else now, he's here with me. The boy was taking a sip from his cup of tea and when he heard the last part he almost choked. Momo, Midoriya, please do this. If you do, I'll do anything. The boy couldn't say no because, first, from what she'd said about her parents, they were prepared to force her into marriage with whomever they chose if they didn't like her chosen candidate, and he was sure the same thing would happen as with Shoto's family. Second, the raven-haired girl needed support from whoever it was at that moment. He couldn't just leave her adrift with that lie. And third, to top it all off, her puppy dog eyes were the final blow to his weak heart or broccoli. Midoriya, hello, Mr. Yeah, you're Azo. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm his boyfriend, Momo-san's boyfriend, God. Forgive me, please forgive me, Todoroki-akwan. Momo, you see Dad, everything is fine. There's no need to look for candidates anymore. The girl sent the audio, the blush on her cheeks was easy to see. That lie could cost them both their lives, both for forcing Momo into an arranged marriage in 1,000 ways and for the green-haired boy to ruin his hero career before it even began. They both tried to take a breath and instantly a message from the man made the girl freeze. Midoriya, at least it turned out alright, he said, scratching his head. Momo, I wouldn't be so sure he wants to meet you in person. Midoriya put on my tombstone, died doing favors, he said, crying comically. Momo, Midoriya, I'm asking you to do it please. Midoriya, sighs, I'll do it, but when would that be? Momo, oh well, when are you free? Actually, I was hoping he'd refuse. Midoriya, tomorrow, date with Uraraka, Sunday date with Mina, Saturday of the following week, date with Jiro, maybe Wednesday of the following week. Momo, after school. Midoriya, safe. The raven-haired girl looked noticeably happier, with a sparkle in her eyes that the boy hadn't seen in quite some time. Smiling, she took the empty cup from the raven-haired woman and went to wash up. Momo, you don't have to do it. Midoriya, don't worry, I'll do it. The girl smiled at this kind gesture as she watched the boy at the bar cleaning. Momo, thank you for everything, Midoriya, for listening to me and for this favor. See you tomorrow. The green-haired boy was simply happy to have made the girl happy, and having finished, he went back to his room to sleep. Midoriya, I don't like this at all. Chapter 3. Morning classes had ended, and everyone was heading out for recess, but something was bothering a certain green-haired boy that all the girls could be so calm. Jiro was ignoring Kaminari's incessant reasons for saying he doesn't watch adult content anymore, even though she'd seen him watching it with Manta in the showers yesterday. Ashita watched Kurashima talking non-stop with Bakugo and Shiro seemingly without a topic of conversation to get their attention. Momo was looking at her book, while Todoroki beside her was still on his phone, scrolling through news and other things. For over 5 minutes he hadn't even glanced at her, even though she coughed a few times to try and get him to look up. His situations were somewhat complicated, at least with 2 or 3 of them, but he was glad to know that he didn't have to be the fake boyfriend of all of them. He knew from his friends in a conversation initiated by Manta that this was not the most desirable thing. Flashback. Manta, my favorites are about vanilla, I don't know, they have a classic charm. Kaminari, how it's your taste, but I prefer the ones that have some romance. Manta, romance. Dude, don't tell me just having a girl makes you soft. Kaminari, now I just feel like if you watch too much and it goes straight to the point it's just pornography. At least with some romance it draws you more into a nice story with explicit scenes. Lita, hey you all, can you stop talking about your disgusting stuff? Some people just want to take a shower. Bakugo what FOYYS said, shut up already. The perverts remained silent and continued their body cleaning while the other members of Class A tried not to think about what they were saying. Manta, although there's one genre that even I don't prefer to watch. Kaminari, do we think the same? Manta/Kaminari and TR? Bakugo, are you still on that, IDIOTS? Kaminari, no seriously, that genre is the worst. Takayami, say I know I'll regret this, but what's it about? Sato, I don't think that's the best answer in the world. Manta, well, it involves one member of the relationship, either the man or the woman, committing infidelity towards the other member, mostly of a sexual nature. Shaoji Yair, it's definitely not good at all. Todoroki, honestly, I didn't expect either of you two to have a limit, said the calm and serene bicolored boy. Kaminari, hey, maybe he has his own tastes, but messing with someone else's girlfriend and acting like nothing happened. Kurashima, that's not manly, bro. Now. The green-haired boy was sweating at the thought that, in a moment of carelessness, His friends might find out that he was about to go out with the girls, not his girls. Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, you're definitely dead. Midoriya, HHHH. The green-haired boy shouted at the attention-seeking gesture, noticing that it was Tsuyu who withdrew her finger, moving slightly away from the boy. Midoriya, Azuef, forgive me, is something wrong? Tsuyu, that's what I was going to ask you, you were whispering and murmuring again, Kiro. The boy trembled at the thought of whispering everything he was thinking, for he would have dug his own grave. Midoriya, WH and WH, what was he muttering? God, I'm dead. Tsuyu, something about you being BS, something like that, Kiro. Midoriya, I thank you, sir. Tsuyu, do you need anything? Takayamakan and I can help you, Kiro. Midoriya, no thank you, I'm fine, a suicide. Tsuyu, okay, and remember, you can call me Suchin, Kiro. Midoriya, sorry, Suchin. It wasn't that Tsuyu, Asue was ugly or anything like that, but he was really grateful that she didn't have any problems with his friend Takami Fumikage. Since personally, they were one of his favorite couples, and if Kurashima and Mina's relationship problems were already a sign of the end of the world, if there were any problems between the young Lord of the Night and the Frog Girl, he would stop believing in love. And Ajiro and Hagakure, he never really saw a problem between them and hoped he wouldn't have to. He never saw it. Midoriya, good joke, Izuku. Classes had ended and everyone was returning to the dormitories. The boy analyzed what kind of topics young people usually discussed when they went to meet their partner's parents. It was somewhat embarrassing for him, but he had to be well prepared for dinner with Uraraka's parents, and later with Jiro's and Momo's. I was walking when I heard movement in a bush near the path. Curious, he approached the source of the sound, only to open his eyes and see how the blonde boy from his class, Mishiro Ajiro, was holding the waist and laughing next to an orange-haired girl. Izuku Kendo from Class B. The boy's jaw seemed to have detached as he could feel no movement in it. He was hiding behind a tree, unable to believe it. Of all people, he never expected Ajiro to be unfaithful to Hagakure. The mere thought of this made him lean back against the tree where he was hiding. Midoriya, I definitely shouldn't have seen that. She was about to leave when she felt something grab her hand. When she turned around she couldn't see anything, but she felt that pressure on her wrist. The shock passed quickly as her mind connected what had happened, not wanting to guess and praying that it wasn't what she thought. She asked a question in a low voice. Midoriya, Hagakure-san, and it was then that the pressure eased, affirming his question and only then beginning to feel unwell. He knew nothing about relationships, but he was absolutely certain that discovering your partner being unfaithful in that way would be worse than losing limbs or breaking bones, and he was an expert at the latter. So he approached the girl and hugged her. She instantly clung to the green-haired boy who was her greatest support at that moment. Midoriya, let's go, you don't have to see this. The girl was just sobbing, but she wasn't against her friend's request. She took her clothes, which she had left on the tree, and walked away with the boy who offered his backpack to hide her clothes. In the dormitories, the green-haired boy let her go into the bathroom to get dressed, while he waited in the hallway, leaving her his backpack. He had no idea how to comfort the invisible young woman, but leaving her alone was not an option. The invisible young woman emerged from the restrooms now in her uniform, tears still streaming from her eyes, but there was the green-haired boy to support her in her moment of pain. He accompanied her to her room and felt it would be cruel to just leave her like that. I was hoping to find some comforting words when I heard a faint noise behind him. Click. Looking around, he saw that he was inside the invisible girl's room. Midoriya, Y or HOW. Toru, I'm sorry, Midori sniff, but I wish I could talk, and not be alone, please, the poor girl managed to say. Midoriya Tathies is okay. The boy took a seat on the girl's futon, and she approached her bed to sit on the edge. Silence was something that existed between the two of them. Even before she and Ajiro started dating, they didn't usually engage in any conversation, and they really felt uncomfortable talking about something like infidelity so abruptly. However, Hagakure had heard from Todoroki that Midoriya was good at therapy, and that Shinso was also someone trustworthy based on that same statement. She took a deep breath and began. Toru, I really don't know what I did wrong. Midoriya, Toru, what did I do wrong for Ajirokan to do that to me? The poor girl crouched down again, trying to hide her tears and prevent the green-haired boy from seeing them, or at least the drops of water coming out of nowhere. The boy had already worked with cases of family abuse or bullying due to quirk, but he had never worked with infidelity, so his tactics were few at that time. The boy approached the girl's nightstand and took something. Then he slowly approached the poor girl and gave her a handkerchief. Midoriya, here. The girl looked at the green-haired boy for a few seconds before accepting it. Seeing the boy's sad face, she not only heard him, but could also imagine the girl's feelings and understood the pain she was experiencing. Toru, thank you. Midori sniff. Midoriya, you don't have to thank me and don't blame yourself for what happened. Toru, I thought he was a good girlfriend. We went everywhere together, he spoiled me and I spoiled him, so why would he do something like this to me? Before the girl could continue blaming herself, a silent sob escaped her throat, causing a few treacherous tears to spill out because of the pain in her chest. Midoriya didn't know why, but the instant he did, he carefully approached the girl and wrapped her in his arms. When she felt him, she clung to him, making him her most comfortable blanket and her best friend. As she hugged the boy, she could feel a warmth in him, where he showed her his genuine concern for her, how he felt sadness for her sadness and how he did not leave her alone, even though they had not spoken many times. She could only exert a little more force in that embrace, wishing it would last a little longer, an embrace that not even Mishiro had been able to match. The green-haired boy on the one hand only hoped that Jiro would twist his ankle. Since his first year after facing Shinto, he had become his friend and trusting him with things as sacred as his life. The next time they had a practice match, I swore I would make him regret cheating on Hagakure, because if he cheated on someone as close as a girlfriend, what wouldn't he do to a friend? His train of thought about revenge had to stop at the station when he felt the girl rest her chin against his shoulder so they could talk. Hagakure, Midori sniff, can I ask you a favor? The boy felt cold because he had already gotten into trouble for doing favors, but it seemed that the girl was truly hurt, so seeing how vulnerable she was, he agreed. Midoriya, of course, what do you need? Hagakure, could you stay here with me for a while? Midoriya, sure, no problem. The girl took a breath while drying the few tears that were still falling. Clearly the boy couldn't see her, but she appreciated the boy's kind heart. Approaching once more, the set of floating garments embraced him, and the boy, calmer, returned the embrace. After parting ways, they both spent time together, either playing a board game or watching shows on the girl's phone. The clear difference in tastes between the boy and the invisible young woman was obvious, but they tried to coexist as best they could, even telling each other jokes and some strange anecdotes to kill time and ward off sadness. Midoriya, and that's how Todoroki solved the caper case. Hagakure, I never imagined Todoroki so focused on solving a case like this. Midoriya, the worst part is that I wear everything: the trench coat, the hat, and the sunglasses, and they arrested me because they thought I was a drug dealer. Hagakure Haleza. Midoriya, haha, yeah, he was yelling that they shouldn't take his carriage, a bunch of incoherent things, even a line of dialogue that I still remember. Hagakure, I demand that you tell me, the young woman said, interested in that anecdote about one of the most attractive boys in Class A. Midoriya, it went like this: I explained the secret of a tarot card deck, and the officers were staring at me with blank faces. And neither were we, but what I said at the end was coughs, I'm going to my destiny and I'm going to win. Hagakure, ha ha ha, and what does that mean? Midoriya, I have no idea, but when we went to pick him up from the station with his father, the other side of his face was already bruised, and he was walking on stilts. Endeavor demanded to know why his son was like that, and they told him it was because he bit an officer. He just defended himself by saying he was hungry, and they didn't even bring him a sandwich. Hagakure, ha ha ha. As the girl laughed, the green-haired boy could swear he could see some features of the invisible young woman, such as her long, albeit disheveled hair, which was beautiful and reached past her shoulders, her smile that did not hide the girl's mood, and even though her eyes were closed, he could swear they were the most beautiful in the class. Midoriya, I'm glad to see you happy again. Hagakure Izan, the green-haired boy, said with a smile that radiated joy and genuine happiness. Hagakure gradually stopped laughing, until she saw the freckled boy in front of her with that damn smile that spread support not only to her but to the rest of her friends. He didn't know how or why the girl unconsciously moved and had taken the boy's face in her hands. Midoriya didn't understand what was happening, he only saw the girl's outfit and felt something around her head, but her expression changed when she felt a touch on her forehead. It was quick and to a certain extent pleasant. Midoriya, what was that? Hagakure, in gratitude for listening to me and for staying with me this time. The girl said in a soft tone of voice. The boy's mind was piecing together what he understood until his neurons gave him the answer. Midoriya, was that a cake kiss? Hagakure, just don't tell anyone. I'm still a Jiro's girlfriend and I want to be the one to confront him face to face. I just need some time. Nothing will feel the same anymore, but I'd like the right place and time to talk to him, and if the moment comes, I'd like you to be with me if possible. Midoriya wasn't going to say anything more because he perfectly understood why she would do all that, but he couldn't help but worry about her. Hagakure, Midori. Midoriya Aya is Hagakure, thank you again. Midoriya, no problem, you know anything. The broccoli put on his best smile and gave a thumbs up, I'm here. The girl looked at him for a few seconds, just enough to laugh a little. Hagakure, haha, it was a bad time to use an all-night quote, he said, still wincing. Midoriya, huh? Oh, and I know I wasn't trying to imitate All Night, the boy said, blushing slightly for unintentionally imitating his teacher, especially in front of the girl. Hagakure just laughed at how cute he looked, trying to fix his actions, but it was completely useless and he tried to make him even cuter. Hagakure, haha, don't worry, but you know what, I like it better when you act like yourself. The green-haired boy just looked away, embarrassed by the girl's words, and didn't see when she approached him and wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug. Hagakure, thank you Midori, never change. The boy, finally calmer and with some courage, gave the girl another hug as a smile spread across his face, and then left the invisible girl's room, heading straight to his own. Midoriya, I hope Hagakure can overcome this soon. Chapter 4, Saturday. The day had arrived. The green-haired boy was ready to go to Uraraka's family dinner. I had seen thousands of videos online about what to do when you're going to meet your in-laws, how to get to know your girlfriend's parents well. The best gifts for a first impression. He had reviewed the information thousands of times just to make a good impression on the chestnut's parents. Maki had given her the location of her apartment and had brought along a Maki bag and some gifts for Uraraka's parents. Midoriya, this is it. The whole journey had been normal, but as he stood in front of the door of the girl's parents' apartment, a chill ran through him from his spine to the crook of his neck. Midoriya, breathe Izuku, breathe. He was just about to knock on the door when it opened, revealing Maki in the doorway. Uraraka's, Deku-kun, Midoriya, a hello Uraraka-san. She hugged him, but it was strange. It was a warm hug unlike others. This one felt different. Midoriya, I am glad to see you. Uraraka, my parents are behind me. Call me by my name. Midoriya, Ochika-chan's. Uraraka felt a strange emotion. Her green-haired friend calling her by her name made her heart leap like crazy. Not even Ida made her feel anything like this. Uraraka, to Izuku-kun, meet my parents. At that moment, the green-haired boy could feel his heart stop in one fell swoop. Looking up, he saw a brown-haired man with the beginnings of a beard, his eyes intently studying him. Beside him stood his wife, who simply smiled serenely. Mr. Uraraka, so you're the boy who's dating my little girl. Ms. Uraraka, it's a pleasure to meet you. You have no idea how much Ochika-chan has told us about you. Midoriya, it must be because Uraraka has talked about Iota-san so much to her parents. Hate, I hope he's doing well. Ms. Uraraka, come in, let's have dinner. The woman had a sweet, clearly kind look, but the man, Uraraka's father, was clearly looking her up and down. Her body didn't know why, but as if she wanted to buy it, she spoke. Midoriya, I brought some presents. The man's clear gaze of dismay fixed on the small bag of wrapped gifts. Opening one of these, the man found. Mr. Uraraka, Maki, Midoriya, okay, I'm dead. Mr. Uraraka, ha ta 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 ta. Midoriya, huh, Mr. Uraraka, this boy knows you well, doesn't he? Ochika-chan, boy. The man approached the green-haired man and wrapped his arm around him from shoulder to shoulder. Mr. Uraraka, if my little girl's boyfriend clearly knows what he likes, he has my full approval. The boy felt strange. The man's cold, judgmental gaze had been replaced by a happy smile and a cheerful voice. I looked back, trying to get some help from Maki, but she was clearly relieved and giving me a thumbs up. They were all at the table where dinner had been served, and they were all chatting quietly, watching the latest news on an old television. Mr. Uraraka, and tell us guys, how long have you been dating? The chest-knee-tired girl was eating a Maki that the boy had brought when his question made her choke. Mr. Uraraka, I think I got a little ahead of myself. Midoriya, Uraraka should answer this question. It'll probably take her about as long as when she first started dating Aizawa. What? Uraraka, cough cough well a few months ago, I think it was too right Izuku. Mr. Uraraka, oh it was actually not very long ago. Uraraka, and no, it was 2 months ago that I told Deku about the idea of meeting them. Mrs. Uraraka, Deku Uraraka, Ayak. Mr. Uraraka, that's a strange nickname. The green-haired boy glanced discreetly at the brunette who was blushing. He didn't know what to say and had to improvise. Midoriya, that's my hero name. The girl's parents looked at him, hoping he would clarify the situation. Midoriya? Well, Achikaken and I have known each other since the first day of classes at UA. And before that, Deku was what people called me when they made fun of me, but she made Deku mean something completely different to me. And ever since then, I've asked her to call me that. The girl's parents listened in silence, simply proud of their little girl. Midoriya, she was a great friend. She supported me when I needed strength. And whenever I needed to give my all, she was the reason why I gave 100%. As the brunette stared at him, she recalled their encounter before the entrance exam and when he reminded her of the meaning of Deku. She didn't know why, when, or how. She approached the green-haired boy sitting next to her and gave him a light kiss on the cheek. The boy reacted instantly, blushing in no time. Maki simply hid her face and looked away, while the green-haired boy tried not to stumble over his own words. In the eyes of the two adults, this was a classic display of love from an ordinary couple. The green-haired boy was about to speak when his phone started ringing. Watashi Gakita. The boy took out his device only to see what his phone displayed as the time. 7:30. Uraraka, looks like it's time for us to leave or they're going to close UA. Midoriya, that's true. The young people didn't linger and headed for the door to begin their return to the UA, only saying goodbye to their parents. Mr. Uraraka, once again, thank you for coming. Mrs. Uraraka, we're glad to meet your boyfriend, Acha Kachin. You know you're welcome anytime. Mr. Uraraka, we hope you return soon. Midoriya, yes. Likewise, it was a pleasure meeting you all, gentlemen. Uraraka, we have to go. Goodbye mom, goodbye dad. Ms. Uraraka, goodbye lovebirds. The woman's comment made the brunette look at her hand, noticing that she was holding the hand of her green-haired friend who was entering a state of extreme nervousness, but he still had to pretend. The boy understood and so they left the apartment building and headed to catch the train. As soon as they arrived at the station, the green-haired boy looked at his hand again, noticing how the girl was still holding onto it and not letting go. Midoriya, Uraraka-san. She didn't respond at all, even when the train arrived, she went in holding the green-haired man's hand. To the boy's surprise, the carriage was clear with no other passengers in it. The journey had begun and the train started moving, silence reigned and there were no words to start a conversation. With doubts still troubling his mind, the boy tied his grip a little and summoning the courage to move his lips began to ask again. Midoriya, Uraraka-san. His questioning could not continue when upon entering a cave, the lights flickered and he only felt a light touch on his lips. He wanted it to be his imagination. He wanted it to be a dream, or simply not what he knew it to be. But the lights returning from the train revealed to him that it was just what he thought. The brunette was kissing him on the lips again. The ninth user of One for All had faced villains last year and knew how to react to them, but receiving a kiss was something he never imagined would happen to him, even less so from a friend who had a boyfriend who was also his friend. The boy was about to gently push the brunette away, but before his hands could even reach her shoulders, her soft hands gripped his cheek and the back of his neck, trapping him in an abysmal closeness. His mind tried to analyze what was happening. Midoriya, another kiss. It was to be expected being at his house, but now he has no reason to do it. The girl, for her part, did not stop the kiss. She only moved away centimeters to catch her breath and then rejoined the green-haired boy in front of her. All the willpower the boy could muster made him move one of his hands to one of the girl's arms, finally pulling her away and ending the kiss. Midoriya, you are a RKSCN. Uraraka, Deku-kun. Midoriya, WWWHY Iadasan, what about him? Do you know what you're doing to me? Uraraka, Ayadakan, you've never said anything as sweet to me as what you said in front of my parents. Midoriya, you're a KSCN, what I said in front of your parents no. Uraraka, I know very well when something you say is a lie, and when it isn't. Please Deku-kun. The girl didn't seem to have wavered in her decision, because touching his arm she began to get closer and closer until she was once again standing in front of the boy. Midoriya, and what about Aizawa? Uraraka, no I'm not sure, just let me try a few things, I'm sure I'll like it more. The next day, Sunday, a green-haired boy was waking up in his room, blinking a couple of times as sunlight fell upon his vision. It took him a while to get up, but when he did he noticed something. This time he wasn't wearing pajamas, and that was strange because he didn't usually sleep in just his underwear, but that's exactly how he was. She didn't even remember how she got to her room, the last thing she remembered doing last night was nog 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 nog. Midoriya, ha yes, Shiro, Mata bro, let's go, we have to go down for breakfast. Midoriya, alright. The boy looked in his wardrobe and the first thing he saw was a pink note. Midoriya, what? When I picked it up I quickly recognized the type of paper and the handwriting. Midoriya, he's from Uraraka. Deku-kun, last night was a dream, I hope we can repeat it sometime, and don't worry about Ida, everything will be normal between you and me. I'll be waiting for you in my room on Monday. ACHA Catchin 3. A blush crept across the boy's face. Last night, a dream. What on earth had he done last night, and why did he seem to be saying it in a different tone than normal? Uraraka. Be that as it may, he had to get ready today since he was going out with Ashido to the place she asked him to go. He just hoped Kurashima wouldn't notice. He was the only one who could come back Yugu's anger when he started to overstep boundaries with him, and there would be no better gift for Kaken than for his only limiter to let him unleash his face. Shaking his head, he finally got ready, wearing light green shorts, a white shirt and his classic red shoes, and went down to the kitchen only to find his classmates there. Jiro was talking to Hagakure, who seemed to be looking in his direction, but apparently the other day she could easily be ignoring him. Shiro was chatting with Manta about a video game while they ate cereal for breakfast. Lita was taking some notes and Uraraka next to him seemed to be looking at him bored, at least until she saw her green-haired friend and gave him a warm smile, as well as greeting him by waving her hand. Mina for her part was looking at Kurashima. She had never noticed it before, but it was obvious that Kurashima, focusing on his manly things, was monumentally ignoring the girl. Entering the kitchen, he could see Momo reading another book while stirring a cup of tea and Todoroki at the other end of the table eating, without even glancing at the raven-haired girl in front of him. It wasn't necessary for the bicolored one to use his quirk, because he could see the coldness between them. Sada was cooking something on the stove, while Shaoji helped him with some pans and condiments, while Kaminari looked at his phone. It seemed he had finally stopped pestering Kyoka. This purple-haired girl was listening to music as usual on the other side of the kitchen. When she looked up from her phone a little noticed the green-haired boy gave him a slight smile before going back to her phone. Tsuyu and Takayami were having breakfast, like a typical couple, seeing those two so calm was a relief. It didn't take long, and he poured himself a bowl of cereal before heading to the common room to watch television for a while. This was the beginning of his morning, where after finishing lunch, the boy went to the kitchen to wash his plate. He was relaxed when he heard a voice that would be familiar to him for the rest of the day. Mina, hello Midoriya-kun. Midoriya, oh hello, Ashidas, and how are you? Mina, good, I'm excited about today, and you, Midoriya, nervous? At that moment, the boy felt a blow to his cheek. When he reacted, he realized that what he received was a slap. He didn't understand anything. He only felt the burning sensation of the impact. Mina, how do you feel? You are strong and powerful. How do you feel? Say it again. Midoriya, strong and powerful. And so, a drop of sweat ran down the boy's face, imagining the outcome of his reply. Mina, Midoriya, are you alive? Midoriya, I'm excited too. Mina, ha, it'll take me a while. Midoriya, sorry, Mina, now don't worry, hey, let me wash my dishes. Midoriya, give them to me, I'll wash them. Mina, Midoriya, bring it here. The boy was cleaning the dishes victorious after beating the pink one, but she moved to his side and began cleaning them with a dry cloth. Midoriya, hey. Mina, that's only fair and don't insist. The boy just smiled and let the girl accompany him. The hours had passed and it was already late. The girl had left about half an hour ago and headed to the train station to wait for her friend. The green-haired boy was getting his wallet and phone ready when a voice called him. Kurashima Matabro, hey, do you know where Ashidasan went? Midoriya, Kai, Kurashima Kanaya. Bakugo oh fire HARS come here. Karashima, yeah, I'm coming, don't worry, buddy, maybe I'll see her later. The boy left, leaving the green-haired boy shocked by this lack of interest. She shook her head and headed off to meet her friend. It didn't take long to get to the station whereupon a restaurant. The station, where upon arrival he could see the pink-skinned girl. She was wearing a purple t-shirt which revealed a black sports top along with tight blue jeans that accentuated her toned body. And she was also wearing bracelets and carrying a pink bag which clearly matched her skin tone. She was looking at her phone, oblivious to the green-haired man. Then the boy received a message. Mina Midori, are you getting close? The boy thought it would be funny, so he started right. Midoriya, excuse me, I stopped because I saw something cute. Ashida's mocking smile was clear as he used both hands to start typing on his screen, trying to embarrass his green-haired friend. Mina Midori, who was the lucky one? The boy smiled, for if he knew Ashida well, she was going to fall into his trap and she had. Using his camera, the boy pointed it at the smiling girl a few meters away and took a picture, then wrote to her. Midoriya, look at hers. The photo was worthy of a professional photographer, the light and the place, and the range of colors the girl was wearing seemed to have been created and selected by an expert. Upon seeing this, the alien girl blushed purple as she looked in the direction it had gone, seeing her green-haired friend who was smiling and for the first time in history managed to embarrass his fellow alien. Mina, I admit it, Midoriya, you managed to surpass the teacher, she said, trying to sound tough but only managing to be more adorable. Midoriya, I learned from the best. This only made the girl blush more when her perfect excuse arrived. Mina, look, there comes our trains. Midoriya, let's go. The young couple entered the train, where due to the crowd they had to stand more than a little close together. The girl practically had to hug the boy's torso, managing to get her revenge in part and causing the boy to enter a state of thermonuclear fusion. Midoriya, ties is a little awkward. Mina, wow, Midoriya is actually soft, almost like a plush toy. This was his journey for about half an hour, and when he left the station the boy still felt his face was red. Mina, do you want a soda? Midoriya, I had accept one please. The green-haired boy and the pink-haired girl entered a store, where the girl took 2 cans of soda. As they paid for them, the green-haired boy immediately opened his and drank it because the heat of the train car and the embarrassment of the girl's closeness to his body had caused a heat to overwhelm him, clearly visible in his reddish face and the slight steam that he had to leave. In the morning, Mina had a nice face in the slight steam that emanated from him. Mina for her part found it amusing as she always found a way to embarrass the boy. Mina, hey, I knew she was pretty, but I didn't know she was this pretty, she said tossingly, trying to beat her record for embarrassing the boy. Midoriya, Aizawa, NNOS. Mina, haha, relax, you know how I am, she said, nudging the boy. Come on, the afternoon won't last forever. The excited girl took the boy's wrist and as if she were a little girl pulled him along to keep up with her. In the short while they were in an amusement park which had various attractions such as a variety of game and food stalls. Midoriya, you definitely know more about going out than I do. Mina, years of experience, Midori, and well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The girl jumped up to the entrance where a man took their passes and gave them a ticket. Midoriya, contest ticket hog, curious. The boy couldn't ask anything as the girl wrapped her body and hands around the green-haired boy's nearest arm just to take him wherever she wanted. The first place they visited was a candy and chocolate stand where the girl asked and asked until she was stuffed with sugar, but that was only for the first 5 minutes because she seemed to recharge and shot off to the game stands. The green-haired boy participated in what he could, such as shooting games, hitting the strength meter, among others. At one of these events the boy participated in a shooting competition where the prize was a large stuffed animal of his choice. It wasn't difficult for him, it was like using an air rifle, and he managed to knock down the targets. Mina, good, Midori, you're good, said the pink-skinned girl, nudging the boy lightly with her elbow and giving him a smile. Their outing was going well when at one point during their walk. Grunt, Mina, I am sorry, the girl said apologetically about her hungry stomach. Midoriya, don't worry, we can go buy some food if you want. Mina, I thank you. The boy walked alongside the girl until they reached a food stall. They both found a stall and ordered a couple of crepes. Mina was like a little girl, savoring the sweet she was carrying in her hands while the boy watched her, finding her expression adorable as she ate. Midoriya, Mina, what's up, Midori? The girl said, still eating her crepe. Midoriya, oh no, I just think you look adorable right now. Mina, I can't help it, I love crepes and I love going out. especially if it's with someone, said the pink-haired girl while taking another bite of her crepe. Speaking of which, what kind did you order yours? Midoriya, oh, I ordered chocolate-covered bananas and powdered sugar. Mina, hey, it looks good but it has something. Midoriya, huh? The boy took one of the crepes to see what was unusual about it, but what he didn't expect was for the girl to hold his hand and bring the crepe closer to her, so that with one bite she could get a piece of the dessert. Mina, hee hee, you have good taste. Midoriya, hey, the boy said in an offended tone, making the girl laugh. Mina, hee hee, well, to be fair, you can have some of mine. The girl took one of her own crepes and brought it closer to the boy, who accepted and took a bite. Mina, chocolate, strawberry, banana and a little cinnamon, my favorite. Midoriya, I see you love sugar Cheetos, and the boy said, aware of the dessert's intense flavor. Mina, hee hee's Midoriya, what, Mina, you have some sugar here. The girl wiped some chocolate off the boy's cheek then ate it. She didn't think much of it at the time, but when she realized what she had done she could only look in surprise at the boy, who was somewhat blushing because of that action. Mina, Midoriya, okay, it's not that big of a deal, he said sadly, looking away. Mina, sure, yes, why did it feel strange, but okay. The girl shook her head, trying to push that last thought away, and continued walking with the boy through the amusement park. They sat on a bench and enjoyed watching the sun set over the seashore. Mina sighs. The green-haired boy turned to look at the girl, who had her hands behind her head, clearly relaxed at that moment, letting it show with her smile. Midoriya, so you didn't like today? The boy asked jokingly. Mina, now, the girl said, playing along with the boy. The boy mirrored the girl's pose and leaned back on the bench, similarly placing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. Mina, it's been a long time since I've been out. Thank you for coming with me today, Midori. If I had come alone I wouldn't have had as much fun as I did with you. Thank you. Mina, don't worry, I had a lot of fun with you today too, and if you ever want to do it again I'd be happy to. The girl opened her eyes and saw the boy beside her, who was imitating her. She didn't know how or why, but seeing the boy so relaxed, talking to her and paying attention only to her with the sunlight bathing him completely, made her face feel warm. The girl leaned back again, relaxed, and made a decision. Suddenly the boy felt weight on his left side. Turning around he saw the girl resting peacefully on his shoulder. He was about to say something but decided against it, closing his eyes and resting as well. The young people continued like this for a while longer, until they stopped feeling the heat and upon opening their eyes saw the night sky. Mina, it's very cute. Midoriya agrees. As if it were a mirror, the boy glanced sideways at the pink-haired girl, seeing how some of the stars in the sky were reflected in her dark eyes, finding it more than beautiful. The green-haired boy stood up to stretch and the girl imitated him. Mina, we should leave, we can't be late for curfew. Midori, I'm following you. The green-haired boy and the pink-skinned girl were leaving the amusement park when something made the pink-skinned girl stop. Mina, wait, Midori, we have to see our prize. Midori, that's true. The young people went to see, and this was none other than Mina. Oh, Midori, it's a big plushie. The prize they had won was a teddy bear so big that the girl had difficulty seeing where they were going. Mina, I don't know how we'll get him into the buildings. Midori, it'll be a problem, but that doesn't change the fact that it's cute. Mina, I know, let's go. The boys walked back to the train station, where to their delight there was nobody there. Mina, looks like we'll be able to sit down this time. Midori, yes, it seems so. It wasn't long before he arrived, and they both got in, their assumption proving correct. They both sat down, the plushie to Aishido's right and the green-haired boy to her other side. The girl stared at the train car lights, still feeling that strange sensation inside her chest. He looked at his green-haired friend for a few seconds and his pulse quickened. Mina, I haven't felt that way since the first time Kiri asked me out. The girl thought about it during her journey back to UA. They had finally arrived at UA in time before curfew. The green-haired boy was a few steps ahead of the girl, who after taking a breath decided to speak. Mina, hey Midori. Midori, is something wrong? Mina, I'd like to give you something as a thank you. Midori, don't worry, it's not necessary, Ashi. The green-haired boy couldn't finish speaking when he felt the girl lean against his shoulder and something touch his lips and cheek. If it weren't for the cool breeze I would have sworn it was a dream. I blinked a few times to return to reality, and when I looked at the pink-skinned girl she had already entered the residence. Midori, what just happened? The green-haired boy ran inside to try and find an answer, but the girl had already gotten on the elevator, leaving his questions unanswered. Lita, Midori, it's good that you arrived on time. Come on, we have to go upstairs, it's time to sleep and we have classes early tomorrow. Midori was going to protest, but he had no way of asking to speak with Aishido without raising suspicion. Without further ado the boy listened to his delegate and went up to his room. Midori, is a Kumidori, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Chapter 5. Monday, a green-haired boy was walking through the halls of UA. He was analyzing what to do. On one hand, Uraraka had asked him out for something that night. On the other hand, Aizawa had kissed him the night before at the entrance of the apartments. She still had her appointment with Momo on Wednesday and with Kyoka on Saturday, and I was still interested in what would happen to Toru and Ajiro. But his thoughts had to pause when as he walked his head bumped against something soft. Taking a step back, his face became incredibly hot when he realized he had bumped into the chest of the blue-haired third-year student Nejire, who was looking at him with his typical curious gaze. Midori AAPPP and any JRCMPI. Nejire ichi Midori AA-kuns. Midori AA, I'm sorry, I didn't see where. Nejire, okay, why are you so red? Are you sick? Midori AAT, it's very close. The girl's curious gaze vanished in an instant as if she were wondering something. Midori AA, ha, is something wrong? Nejire, Midori, you're very good friends with Mirio and Tamaki, right? Midori AA, I hope so. Why, Nejire, be honest, do you find me attractive? Midori AA, okay, my head isn't made for these kinds of questions. Why are you asking me that? Nejire, answer my question. Midori AA, let's see, if I say yes I might be labeled a pervert like Manta and they'd hate me for the rest of my year and a half here at UA. But if I say no I might reinforce some insecurities. But in either case, if Mirio-senpai hates me for talking about Tamaki's girlfriend like that, what do I do? You have D qualities that make you attractive to many and… Nejire sighs. Midori AA, oh no, shut up UP. Is something wrong? Nejire-senpai, idiot. Nejire, well, have been dating Tamaki for a year and a half now. I've invited him to parties, clubs, even to join a hobby club, but he just refuses. He doesn't go out with anyone besides Mirio. Midori AA, I'm really sorry you feel this way. It must be the same case as with Ishido and Kurashima, or at least similar. Nejire, hey, I wanted to invite you to a club. I wanted Tamaki to come, but knowing him he won't come unless Mirio comes with him, and I'd like to take my mind off things a bit. Midori AA, yes sure, I could go, it would be a friendly outing. Nejire, of course you won't regret it, it's tonight at 8. The green-haired man continued on his way, scheduling the departure on his cell phone. Midori AA, I guess I should distract myself a little too. The day passed mostly normally. Well, he noticed that in ectoplasm class, when no one was looking, both the brunette and the pink-skinned girl were giving him looks that he could clearly interpret as them wanting to spend time with him. He could only bury his head in his notebook or look away. He was just grateful that not even the girls knew that he had done those kinds of favors for them. As soon as the school bell rang, the green-haired boy was the first to run out, creating a great breeze in the hallways until he reached the dormitories in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Well, he didn't want to be rude, but he couldn't go out secretly with his friends' girlfriends. One thing was doing a favor like pretending to be someone else, and that alone was bad, but going out with 2 of them or even just having them kiss him tormented him. So he decided something not to leave his room until it was too late to meet Nejire. In truth, going out would clear his mind of worries for a while. So the afternoon arrived, and during that time he had to decline proposals to play for a while, go out, eat with his friends. It was difficult to say no, but he did it. When it was time to leave, he headed to the showers for a quick bath and to get dressed. Somehow upon returning to his room he felt watched, and he was not wrong, for when he turned his head for a moment to open his room he saw a small pair of pink horns hiding behind the wall. When I finally went in she was about to change, but I heard a message arrive on her phone. When she opened it she saw it was Nejire. Midoriya, how did he get my number? Without giving it much importance he saw what it said. Nejire, Midoriya, sorry, I asked Mirio for your contact number and he gave it to me. I was going to tell you that our date, do you think it's still on? The boy simply took the phone in his hands and answered. Midoriya, sure, I'm getting dressed and heading out now. Nejire, yay. I'll wait for you here, winking face. Broccoli put down his phone and got ready to change. He didn't want to be rude, but he had to leave through his bedroom balcony without telling anyone, since it was unusual for him to go out alone. Fortunately for him, no one seemed to have noticed what he had done, adding that he had left his room unlit and no one would bother him. It didn't take long to get to the city, and therefore to the club that the blue-haired girl had mentioned. She was on the corner of the location the girl had sent her when she saw her a few meters away. She was wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt which could easily be mistaken for her superhero costume, jeans that accentuated her figure, and she appeared to be looking at her phone waiting for him. He swallowed hard and with the courage he had mustered approached to say hello. Midoriya, hi Nejire-senpai. Upon hearing this, Nejire immediately put down her phone, looked at the boy and gave him a big smile. Nejire, Midoriya, you did come. The girl didn't hesitate to approach and hug him close, burying the boy in her chest, who was trying not to breathe, not to look and not to speak. Midoriya and Onoti again. The girl let go of him and watched as he seemed to be swaying slightly, his gaze appearing easily lost. Nejire, do you have something? Midoriya and Ono, it's just it must be thirst, it was really very mild. Nejire, oh yes, let's go and we'll order some drinks inside. As they approached the door, a man with 4 arms and a bushy beard stopped them. Dorman reservations. Nejire, yes, room for with 1 companion, time 2 hours. The man seemed to be looking at a list, only to look at them for a few more seconds and then speak. Goalkeeper, come in. The girl took the green-haired boy's wrist and led him toward the building. The boy looked around to see how the place was illuminated by red and blue lights accompanied by music and a bar serving drinks. The people present were dancing to the DJ's music, and in the background there appeared to be bedrooms in addition to the bathrooms. Midoriya, why are all the bathrooms at the back on the right? The boy wondered stupidly as the blue-haired girl finished guiding him. Nejire, what do you think? Midoriya, well, it's my first time here, but I think I like it, the boy said with a slight smile. The girl, who had a hopeful smile, could only bare her teeth at the boy's comment. Nejire, I'll go get some drinks, I'll be right back. The green-haired boy sat down on a nearby sofa while the third-year student went to the bar to order something for the two of them. Looking more closely, I could see that almost everyone there was a couple. Furthermore, the main source of light was neon signs that referenced love or something a bit more suggestive. His initial embarrassment had to stop when someone spoke to the green-haired boy. Woman, hello sweetheart, are you here alone? A woman with crimson skin, yellow eyes, and full lips, who stood nearly 2 meters tall, spoke. Her physique was desirable, with a bust that was the first thing anyone would notice, followed by her hips and face. Even more so in the position the green-haired boy saw her in, with the woman leaning forward, giving the boy a more tempting view of her breasts. The boy took a while to respond, but finally managed to put his head in order. Midoriya, NNO, woman, so why are you here all alone? Would you like me to keep you company? The woman said, without toning down her flirtatious style in the slightest, gently tugging at the neckline of her tight dress, causing the boy to look away. The boy didn't answer but only watched as the blue-haired girl sat down next to him, still with a sweet look in her eyes. Nejire, I'm back. Midoriya, oh thank goodness. Nejire, excuse me, but he's coming with me. Woman, oh what a shame, well, I'll leave you two alone. The woman left, but not before winking and blowing a kiss to the boy, who just blushed. Nejire, what did that woman say to you? Midoriya, and nothing, just some embarrassing stuff. Nejire, was he flirting with you? The boy only blushed more at that question because he was absolutely right. Nejire, and you were considering listening to her? Midoriya, Nejire, why Midoriya, WL, I am here for you today. What the heck does that mean? Feeling a little embarrassed for speaking before thinking, the boy took his drink and gulped it down. He didn't know if it was the kind of drink the girl had ordered or if it was panic, but the taste was strange, yet it was the only way he felt calmer. For her part, the blue-haired girl blushed slightly at that statement, which was hidden by the lights of the place, making her smile to herself before speaking to the boy. Nejire, so for Mija, she asked with a somewhat mocking smile. Midoriya just kept drinking until he finished the drink, but he felt strange. His head was spinning and everything was blurry. Midoriya, Nejire's, and by what kind of drink was that? The boy stammered before falling onto something soft. Nejire, it seems you fell for it quickly. Midoriya-kun, don't worry, I'll take care of you. The green-haired boy lay back, able to hear a muffled sound. The room was dark except for a small blue lamp that dimly illuminated the space. His head kept spinning, but he managed to focus on something, a strange sensation in his lower body. He raised his head slightly to see what was happening, but... Nejire, are you all right? Midoriya, arc my head. Nejire, excuse me, I think your drink had alcohol in it. I didn't realize it until you fainted. Midoriya, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Grown, if my mom finds out I drank alcohol she'll kill me, but I liked coming out here with you. Nejire, me too, thank you for accepting my invitation to this place. Midoriya, it's nothing, I can accompany you again anytime. Nejire, I think it's time we went, don't you think? Midoriya, yes, I think so. The young people walked back to UA together, with the green-haired boy leaving the girl at the door of her junior building. Nejire, so when could we go out again? Midoriya, sure, just I think I'll bring the drinks. The girl laughed at that explanation, only to hug the boy like a grateful little girl. The green-haired boy smiled and returned the hug. He was starting his walk to his own building when he heard an attempt at whistling. Turning his head, he could only see the girl gesturing with her hand and her face. The green-haired boy turned his head, momentarily ignoring that when his brain clicked, and he turned back towards the girl only to see her waving her hand and saying, Nejire, goodbye Izuku-kun. The boy could only shake his head thinking that it was an effect of the alcohol still in his system, so he just smiled and waved his hand. He walked somewhat uncomfortably to his class dormitories, not knowing why the last part felt so strange. Midoriya, what the hell happened there in the third-year dormitories? A nervous young man was playing a video game next to his muscular blonde friend. While one had a calm expression, the blonde had a confident smile. The blue-haired girl looked at them initially with a bored expression before turning around and giving a smile, albeit somewhat forced but convincing. Nejire, hi guys, the girl said in her characteristic way. Mirio on Nejire hellos. Tamaki Hato hello. The girl didn't usually get too upset when she saw her boyfriend with his friend, but she wished she could at least be alone with him. Mirio, we're playing front night, want to play, said the stare-eyed enhanced Tintin with his usual look. Nejire, no thanks, I'll go to my room. The girl floated away down the stairs, leaving the two young friends alone. Tamaki, didn't you think Hato was acting strangely? Mirio, now she's fine. Tamaki, okay. In Nejire's room. The girl had collapsed onto her bed, somewhat annoyed that Tamaki only spent time with Mirio. She understood that they were friends of many years, but she wished they could at least be alone together in a damn room for 5 minutes, even if it was just once. Although her day wasn't so bad, she enjoyed going out with the green-haired guy, making some jokes with him at the bar, watching him get on the stripper table, and how the girls at the bar threw money at him, and above all, I love what happened after that. With this in mind, she decided to take out her cell phone and see what she could do with it later in the rooms of Class 1A. A green-haired boy tried to remember what happened in that bar with Nejire's and Pai. He trusted her word, but his body felt strange, as if several hands were running all over him, touching his abdomen or his arms. Everything was very strange when his phone sent him a reminder. Midoriya, what could it be? I picked up my phone and saw that it was that topic to remember. Go to Uraraka's room. The boy remembered that he wasn't sure if he would like what was going to happen, but if he could do something to help, he was willing to do it. She left her room carefully and went to the side of the girls' rooms, being careful not to wake anyone. She stood in front of her friend Ichako's room and hesitated a little before knocking. Midoriya, so, are we going to talk about what happened yesterday? The boy, nervous and anxious about what would happen, knocked on the door 3 times. Not long after, I heard hurried footsteps heading towards the door, and when I opened it, I found the owner of the room. The brunette was wearing a black shirt and pants as pajamas. Uraraka, Deku-kun, yes, you came, the brunette whispered happily. Midoriya, Umiya, why did you call me? It seemed like you wanted to talk about something. Uraraka, yes, but first go. The boy, a little nervous, went in only for Maki to stick her head out and make sure there was no one in the hall. Midoriya remained standing, for it was his first time in a girl's room. Midoriya, we just talked and left thence. Uraraka, I have a gift for you, can you close your eyes? Midoriya, why is this happening to me? Wasn't I supposed to be born ugly, right? The boy closed his eyes, somewhat afraid of what might happen. His legs trembled and he felt his face reddening with each passing second. When Uraraka, done, you can open them now. The green-haired boy opened one eye first, but everything was normal, but the brunette looked happy. Finally she opened the other eye, and indeed everything seemed normal. Midoriya, awad, Uraraka, look at your wrist. The boy did as asked and saw that there was an All Might-themed bracelet that he had seen days before. Midoriya, tthis. Yads. Uraraka, the limited edition All Might Generation Bronze Beach and Gold bracelet whose hair spikes pop up when you open it and says 5 different phrases. Yep, Midoriya, I. The boy was about to scream when the brunette's hand stopped him. Uraraka, I'm glad you like Deku-kun, but remember, if you scream you'll wake everyone up and you'll still be in my room, the girl said, sounding a little scared as she remembered the incident. Midoriya, it's incredible, but how did you get it? I thought they were expensive. Uraraka, let's just say I did ask Momo for a favor, though she was happy to help me get it for you, the girl said, scratching her head trying to appear calm. Midoriya couldn't resist and hugged his friend, even lifting her off the floor and spinning her around in place. Midoriya, you're the best friend I have. Uraraka's, and he said with a big smile. Uraraka's feelings were confusing. She was happy to see the freckled boy happy, but on the other hand, Midori calling her friend stung a little in her chest. Uraraka, relax. Uraraka, you heard me right. I'm glad you liked it. The boy went down to the brunette, who smiled before giving a tired yawn. Midoriya, yawn, I think I'll go to my room now. I don't want to keep you awake if you're already sleepy. Uraraka, yes, yawn, see you tomorrow, Deku-kun. The green-haired boy was touching the doorknob when a question as fast as a bullet pierced his mind. Midoriya, Uraraka sent. Uraraka, yes, Deku-kun. Midoriya, how did I get to my room last night? Uraraka, oh well, let's just say you fell asleep on the train. You look so peaceful, and since I had already asked you for that favor, I used my quirk to float you there, and when we got to the academy I put you in your bed. Then I got off and went in through the front door. Midoriya, oh, that explains why I didn't remember anything after. The girl quickly pushed the boy out of her room, closing the door instantly, leaving the boy surprised. Midoriya, what was? What? The boy was about to finish his thought when he heard footsteps approaching the other doors in the hallway. Midoriya, later. The green-haired boy ran, trying not to make a scene, and headed to his room in Uraraka's room. She headed towards her bed while gently patting her face, trying to calm a budding blush and banish the thought of Deku remembering what had happened yesterday. Uraraka was about to kiss the green-haired boy again when she saw him faint and almost fall to the floor of the train car, if not for the same brunette who had managed to catch him. Uraraka, oh no, Deku-kun, get up, come on, he said while shaking his friend to wake him up. Uraraka, it seems not. The girl used her quirk and, holding him by the hand, carried him around like a human balloon. Uraraka, I hope she doesn't wake up now. That's how it was until they were in front of the dormitories. He deactivated his quirk, leaving the boy lying on the grass. I float to the broccoli room to make sure no one was there and put it in through the window, relieved that the balcony door was open. Uraraka, now for Deku-kun. Now ready. I deactivate gravity on the boy to hug him and jump, managing to position myself on the boy's balcony. He approached the bed and, laying him down, stopped using his quirk on him. She was relieved that she and the boy would return safely and was about to leave when she decided to look over her shoulder at the boy one more time. Her feet walked one in front of the other until they stood in front of the freckled boy's bed. His face, he looked so serene and comfortable. Uraraka, what are you dreaming about, Deku-kun? She wondered while playing with one of the boy's green strands of hair. Her gaze traveled from his face to his chest, watching it rise and fall like ocean waves, almost hypnotic. Uraraka, and what if we make you comfortable? The girl said, searching for a vague excuse for what she was about to do. With her hands, and very carefully so as not to wake her friend, the girl unbuttoned the green-haired boy's shirt one by one. And when she had removed them all, she saw that he wasn't wearing anything underneath, giving her a view of the boy's abs and chest. This made her blush. She hadn't even seen Ayada's body or even been inside his room except for that time they arrived at the dorms and had that room competition a year ago, but here she was. At night, inside Izuku's room, practically undressing him. She didn't know how, but she laid down next to the green-haired boy, ending up just a few centimeters from his face. Uraraka, could it be? Taking the green-haired boy's arm, she lifted him up to enter his personal space and used his chest as a pillow, only to lower him so that he would hug her. It was warm and cozy, and it had a scent that simply made her want to stay close to him. She knew that if the freckled boy were awake he would be panicking, but that only made him more adorable. A few minutes passed like this when in a movement he felt a kind of kick. When he looked up he could see what the green-haired man's shoes and pants looked like. Looking at the boy's face he saw that he had what appeared to be the beginning of a frown. Uraraka, you must feel uncomfortable about that. The girl didn't hesitate. With great difficulty she got up from that comforting embrace and went to the front of the bed. Taking care not to make too much of a move, the girl first removed the boy's shoes, only to find that when she finished he would see her biggest challenge, his pants. Uraraka, come on, Achikachan, you can do it. You managed to take off his shirt, his pants. And after 15 long and meticulous minutes he had done it. There she was. The girl's face couldn't have been redder. She had practically undressed her green-haired friend in his own room in the middle of the night. His shame was unparalleled, so why was he still there? The girl took out her phone and checked the time. 12-0-0. Leaving through the window and entering through the common room was no longer an option, and Aizawa made his vague nightly patrols through the hallways. Uraraka, I think I'll stay here for the night if you don't mind, Deku-kun. The shameless chestnut said, more as a flirtatious joke than as a completely optional answer. And so the girl began to remove her clothes, remaining only in her underwear, leaving her things on the green-haired man's chair in front of his desk. Making him float again, the girl unmade the bed to lay the boy down and tuck him in, followed by herself returning to the embrace she had to leave. She hugged the green-haired boy like a stuffed animal because she considered him to be a huge green bunny, finding him adorable. Uraraka, good night, Deku-kun, she said with a sparkle in her eyes just before taking one of the boy's hands and giving it a tender kiss, and with a sigh she closed her eyes. Hours later. The brunette was waking up because she had to wake up before Lita, Momo, and Deku, and it was also the time when Aizawa was going to sleep so he could rest a little and teach classes during the day. I looked at my phone and it was 5 in the morning. Annoyed, he looked in front of him again, only to see Deku's still sleeping face. The girl could look at that face her whole life and she would never get bored of seeing it. She stood up and began gathering her clothes before writing a thank-you note blaming her hormones for adding things she wouldn't normally say to the boy in person, but that she wasn't going to lie to him. Ready, she was about to leave but not before turning around and approaching the green-haired boy one last time. Uraraka, good morning Deku-kun, the girl whispered, leaning in to kiss him on the lips. See you later. And so the girl floated to her room so that no one would suspect a thing. Now, Uraraka was remembering this in the darkness of her room while playfully biting her fingers. A faint smile appeared on her face before she finally drifted off to sleep with that thought. Uraraka, I don't regret anything I did, Deku-kun. Chapter 6 Wednesday. It was an ordinary day and classes had reached halftime. A green-haired boy was heading to the dining hall for lunchtime. His friends Ira and Uraraka had gone ahead to reserve a table while the green-haired boy had gone to chat with All Might. Teacher's room. All Might, so tell me Midoriya-san, and how are things going? Midoriya, well, they're doing well. The symbol had a smile on its face as it looked at its successor, but there was something it was looking away and seemed to be thinking about something else, answering vaguely. All Might, something's wrong, you've got that look on your face. Midoriya, well, All Might, have you ever had to do something that wasn't right but you couldn't say no? All Might, that's what it's about. Once when I fought All for One, my blows weren't meant to restrain but to kill. The final blow was meant to assassinate him, and even though it wasn't something I entirely liked, I had to do it. Why do you ask? Midoriya, well, actually, I'm not 100% sure if I could tell you. The green-haired boy had lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact with his predecessor, but he felt a touch on his head, knowing it was his master's hand. All Might Shounen, we both know the secret of One for All. I think any other secret would be perfectly normal. Come on, tell me what's going on in that green head of yours. The boy took a deep breath. He knew his teacher was someone he could trust, so he inhaled and exhaled. Midoriya, well, 5 minutes later. All Might, how could you accept all that? The symbol screamed while spitting blood, unable to believe the sheer stupidity of his successor. Midoriya, you asked me to tell you, the green-haired boy shouted, scared and covering his face to avoid getting hit by a Texas smash. All Might, kid, I know your intentions are the best, but don't you think you could have spoken to their respective partners so they could resolve it between themselves? Midoriya, believe me, All Might, I live with them and talking to them would have been pointless. Ida is strict and takes everything literally. He would have acted like a robot around Uraraka-san. Kaminari, come on, he's Kaminari. All Might, oh, that's right Midoriya, you heard what Hagakure asked me about Ajiroken and Todoroki. He might fry me from the inside out if he finds out Yayarazzu and I are planning something. All Might, now that you mention it, it's a bit more complex. Midoriya, and I don't know what to do. Your Aracha and Mina kissed me when we went out, and Hagakure is thinking of breaking up with Jiro for being unfaithful, and if they find out what I did they'll want to kill me, and I'll be more than okay with it. And All Might, Texas smash, that's what the symbol shouted, and with a blow to the face stopped the train of paranoia that the broccoli was orchestrating in his head, causing him to kill him. All Might, first, kid, take a breath, you're even turning purple. Second, nothing will happen to you because the symbol said, standing up and pointing his thumb at himself, will make sure. Midoriya, but how? All Might, kid, I'm retired from being a hero, but I'm still a teacher here. If you need time off that you don't have, her can't attend because you're out. I'll cover for you for now. Shota is under my control. Midoriya, All Might, you can bribe Aizawa-sensei. All Might, ha, of course. Who do you think covered for that caterpillar mom when she went to sleep in the janitor's room? Mike, elsewhere. Present Mike, so what do you say? Shota, do you want to go see that movie? Aizawa, you know very well that I fall asleep when we go to the movies. Mama Caterpillar was in the teacher's lounge chatting with her blonde friend when, as she took a sip of her coffee, he felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to spit his coffee on the floor. Present Mike, hey, what was that? Aizawa, I think I'm going to regret sleeping during class when we were students. With All Might and Deku. All Might, I think you should leave before the break ends, kid, and if you're going out today to do Yayarazzu a favor, you should get ready. Midoriya, you're right, I'm leaving, thanks All Might. All Might, you're welcome, kid. The young green-haired man left the room, leaving the symbol drinking a cup of tea. The boy ran to the cafeteria, going to where his friends were and named by Mina the Deku squad. Arriving at the cafeteria, I look for her friends, finding it taking notes in 3 different notebooks without even glancing at his lunch, while Uraraka was playing alone with a fork in front of her. Her bored expression changed to happiness when she saw the green-haired boy looking for them. She raised her hand and waved it to get the boy's attention. Succeeding, the green-haired boy approached and sat down at the table with his tray of food. Midoriya, hey guys, sorry I'm late. Uraraka, don't worry, it's okay, right? Taniyaka, the blue-haired man didn't answer anything because he kept writing things down which barely made any sense. Midoriya, is he? Uraraka sighs. She's doing calculating what she'll have to pay when she creates her agency, the future expenses of our shared apartment, and I don't know what else. Midoriya, how long has it been like this? Uraraka, I think that since we took over the table. The girl hunched over slightly, revealing her frustration, which Lita did not take into account because numbers predominated in her mind. The green-haired man placed his hand on the girl's shoulder out of a sense of compassion. What the green-haired boy didn't expect was for the brunette to look at him and give him a tender smile. That really brightened his days, and it was normal, but what wasn't normal, at least in his opinion, was for the girl to tenderly touch his hand and with a slow movement caress it. Only visible to the green-haired boy and the brunette who made the movement. Just a touch like that caused the green-haired boy to blush slightly, and Yayarazzu's smile, once tender and now somewhat mischievous, only made it worse. Bam! A bang echoed on the table. The green-haired boy looked ahead to see his friend with a reflection of light that hit his gaze, but the position he was in was not good at all. Midoriya, Lita Kuan Lita, I've got it 3 billion. Yayarazzu / Midoriya. Huh. Lita, that's what it will cost to pay for the paperwork for a new agency, the apartment in the central area, the vehicles, food and other things we'll need between now and our graduation in 2 years. She said in her informative tone without lowering her posture. Yayarazzu Wao Iadakan, that's amazing. Lita, unfortunately that means spending less from today onwards, which means no more pointless outings or unnecessary or ridiculous gifts. You didn't need to be Yayarazzu to feel how painful that statement from the delegate was. Yayarazzu outings details unnecessary. Midoriya Iadakan, you're my friend and sometimes you're a genius, but now you are a complete idiot. The girl got up from the table and slowly began to leave the cafeteria, all while a green-haired boy watched. Midoriya, this might be Litasen's chance to take charge. Litasen. The green-haired boy could only watch as the blue-haired boy wrote intensively in his notebook while he seemed to be murmuring something. Lita, but that would be adding up a series of perfect days. I'd have to factor in the cost of damage to the suits, the maintenance of an engineering wing. Midoriya, the cost of the area where the agency will be located and its possible cost variations. The boy shook his head, trying to focus on what was important at that moment. The boy quickly drank his soda and stood up behind the girl. Midoriya Iadakan, I'll be right back. The boy shouted as he quickly went to find the brunette. The delegate simply chose to ignore his surroundings, unaware of anything. Broccoli walked through the hallways looking for her friend, looking through the classrooms in search of where she was. When as she passed by the gym she heard some banging. Curious, she looked and saw the brunette hitting a smart mannequin. Midoriya entered and carefully closed the door so as not to anger his friend. Step by step he saw everything more clearly. The girl was shedding a few tears with each punch she threw, and the dummy had been programmed to have the face of her delegate. Midoriya, poor Iadakan, asking to be with her without even sweet-talking her first. The boy shook his head to speak more clearly and banished the stupidity of that moment. Midoriya Uraraka-san, he once said. Midoriya, hey Urarakas. He said it a second time, then began to walk closer to her, careful not to startle her. The girl kept hitting and punching the sack when a strong arm held her, leaving the beaten figurine alone. The irritated girl turned her head only to see the worried face of the boy who was holding her arm with clear sadness for her. In a matter of seconds the girl went from being annoyed to bursting into tears. The freckled boy gently pulled the girl towards him to hug her, and she didn't refuse and rushed forward to accept him. Urarakas, sobs Deku-kun Lilidasan, she called sobs. The details I gave him are unnecessary and ridiculous, choked sob. Midoriya just hugged Uraraka-san, who was just clinging to the green-haired boy's shirt. The green-haired boy felt pity and sadness for the vulnerable and weak situation the brunette girl was in, unable to find words to comfort her. Urarakas, sobs Deku-kun. Something inside the ninth bearer's head activated. It was a strange tingling. Gradually he could hear the girl's cries lessening, but she did not leave his side. Midoriya, what is that? Uraraka's Deku-kun. The girl left the boy's chest, moving towards his neck, and began to give light kisses going up and down the entire area. Midoriya, no no no. When the green-haired boy was about to separate the girl from him, he activated his quirk on the boy and knocked him to the ground, leaving him surprised. Midoriya, Uraraka-san? The boy asked, scared and embarrassed by that quick reaction. Roman 2, no, you're sensitive right now. But I think you're not thinking clearly. Uraraka, my boyfriend is a blind delegate who thinks about everything but his girlfriend, and you've always been there for me. Without expecting anything in return, I think I've been thinking clearly for a long time now, the girl said, using her fingers to pin the boy to the floor, pressing her chest against his, placing her lips next to his ear to whisper, is Uraraka-san. With that last bit, the girl gave a light bite to the boy's ear, who, mortified, was desperately looking for a way to escape. His eyes were fixed on the girl's pair of brown eyes before he cut the connection, and she closed her eyes to return to invading his lips and mouth. Somehow the green-haired boy felt disgusting doing that and finally found a way to escape. The green-haired boy grabbed the girl's shoulders, who thought that the green-haired boy had given in and something was going to happen, but he exerted pressure on the girl's shoulders and floated out of her area. He had difficulty controlling himself in zero gravity, so using the shot style he fired to guide himself. Uraraka, you're a rocker, Kyukun. Midoriya, you Uraraka, listen, you can't do that. I know it must be difficult with everything that's happened, but you have to think carefully. You have a relationship with Ayada-san and Uraraka's, what if I break up with him? This left the boy cold. Clearly, the gods of psychiatry were abandoning him. He never expected the girl to subdue and kiss him, but what he never imagined was that the girl would propose breaking up with his delegate friend so easily. Midoriya, but why? Uraraka sighs. The girl slowly began to bring her fingertips together, just waiting for the boy to understand and prepare to go down. Having done that, the girl walked away to sit on a bench in the training room. The boy, still on his guard against any action, sat down next to her. Uraraka, do you know why I agreed to go out with Lita? The boy said nothing, but Uraraka's tone seemed somewhat melancholic, even sad, but even if the boy had thought of something to reply it would be in vain because the girl spoke instantly. Uraraka, I did it for you. The boy opened his eyes, not understanding why it was his fault that the brunette had accepted Lita as her boyfriend. Uraraka, I thought that if I could love Ayada-san as much as exhales as I loved you, the feeling would disappear. Now the green-haired boy could be sure that not only the world, but all of creation itself had something against him. Uraraka, but I think I was wrong. The boy was going to try to place his palm on the girl's shoulder, but she grabbed him violently by his shirt and with her head down spoke. Uraraka sob, I hate you. The feeling was complex, but if the boy had to describe it, hearing those words was like the tissues of his heart being cut all at once, and how it contracted in his chest to the point of wanting to disappear. Uraraka sob, I hate your cute face, your curly hair, I hate how cute you are, but most of all I hate that I was too cowardly to tell you how I felt about you before. The girl stood there hunched over and crying with her hands covering her face, trying to hide her actions. And now the green-haired boy felt confused. On one hand it hurt him that the girl was crying and that he didn't have the words to help her, but on the other hand she had almost taken advantage of him. The last time he did what he was about to do the girl took advantage of him and practically abused the situation, but now he was speechless, had no idea what to say, and all he could do was open his arms around her. The girl felt it how he hugged her by the shoulders and gave her. Midoriya, I'm sorry I made you cry. The girl just squeezed the boy's shirt and stayed like that for a while, at least until the bell rang. The green-haired boy accompanied by the brunette left to return to the classroom. Midoriya, God, this day can't get any worse. And how could it not be? Upon their return a couple was apparently arguing. Come on, you haven't spoken to me all day, it seems like you barely even look at me. I don't have to give you any explanations. Oh come on please. The green-haired boy somewhat curiously began to slip away among the students around him, but he could distinguish between those two voices. Midoriya, oh no. Chapter 7. Okay, clearly the green-haired guy wasn't the luckiest person in the world. Uraraka had kissed him and Ian had almost assaulted him. Mina had kissed him, he had a date later with Momo to meet her parents. And he had a date that Saturday with Jiro to meet her parents. It couldn't get any worse, could it? Well. Midoriya, why did it have to be today? Toru, can we discuss this somewhere else? Ajiro, Hajikure, please, you've ignored me since Friday, can I at least know why? The girl did what appeared to be turning away, ignoring the blonde boy in front of her. Ajiro sighs. The atmosphere couldn't have been more tense. All members of the UA from first to third year were witnessing this couple's argument. Damn. Even the kitchen robot was paying attention to what was happening. Anyone could cut through the dense air of the place it on a loaf of coldness, and spread it with anxiety and despair. Midoriya, that was that. The boy mentally noted this phrase, but he got distracted when he saw someone walking through the crowd, and personally, he didn't think that person was the most appropriate for this situation. Kendo, guys, come on, we're all friends here. Why don't we go outside and talk about it where there's no one around? Said the president of class B, placing her hands on the couple's shoulders. The freckled boy could swear he could see Hajikure's annoyed face, and it was no wonder the girl Ajiro was cheating on her with was touching his shoulder in a friendly way. Ajiro, thanks Kendo, Saisa. Well, not. Now everyone was frozen because the invisible girl had slapped the blonde boy, leaving his cheek red from the blow. Hajikure, why are you wretched, damned son of a. Kendo, Hajkorsanquetpasa, Hajikure, what's wrong with me? Why don't you ask him, Ajiro, what are you talking about? The blonde boy asked, still holding his cheek after the slap. Hajikure, I'm talking about the fact that you've been seeing yourself secretly behind him way back. At this point, faced with such a revelation, all those present could only utter a sound. Sla and Ajiro's annoyed expression turned to one of nervousness, because not only did the girl know, but now everyone from the new students to the seniors knew about his infidelity. Kendo, what? Hajikure, yes, while I was trying to be the ideal girlfriend you were behind the school kissing him, mocking me right in my face. Despite not being visible, Kendo could get an idea of the pain, anger, and annoyance on the face of the girl from Class A at that moment, even being able to see tears coming from where the girl's face was supposed to be. Anyone would have laughed at the mention of someone making fun of the girl, but now it couldn't help but hurt. Kendo, told me that he didn't have a girlfriend, said the redhead, her voice dry and slightly broken. Hajikure, what? The invisible girl remained still, because she assumed that the redhead was aware of her relationship with the martial artist. The mind had even played some scenes where the two of them made fun of her. But seeing the redhead with a look of complete sadness turned to look at the blonde with a face of betrayal and looking for some explanation from him. Kendo, is that true, Ajiro-kun? Ajiro, aye. The boy looked around for somewhere to escape to, or for one of his friends to look out for him at that moment. Kirishima was his first choice, but when he saw him he was with Bakugo and Jiro, apparently whispering something. Kirishima, that's not manly at all. He's really in trouble. I tried to look for someone else, but my gaze drifted to Kaminari and Maida, who seemed worried about what their friend would do to get out of that situation. He needed help, so he quickly looked for his delegate, but he had already left. At that moment his gaze met the green-haired boy, who was about to smile. When it came to solving problems, his green-haired friend was the one to calm things down, or at least that's what he thought, when a slight movement of his head followed by a sad look that showed his disappointment made him feel a chill. And finally he understood all the good he had done, he had ruined it all as soon as he decided to tell that lie. Hagakure, miserable why? The entire atmosphere came to a standstill when an annoyed and clearly bored voice caught everyone's attention. Aizawa, what are you all doing here? The bell has already rung. Instantly, everyone looked at the sensei, who was using his quirk to threaten everyone while holding a mug that had the following written on it. I hate every single day of my existence. Aizawa, everyone had better clear the hallway, or you'll have so many assignments starting today that you'll look exactly like me. Instantly, everyone started walking, putting that argument aside. Uraraka had left Midoriya because she needed to sort out her emotions after what had happened, and Midoriya hoped to be able to talk to Hagakure, but apparently he assumed that the presence of a man at that moment wasn't the most appropriate thing to do. The day was somewhat strained. During class he could see how the brunette would glance around where he was, only to be caught by him, and then she would look sad and somewhat embarrassed. This happened when she wasn't with the rest of the girls, who supported Hagakure for her infidelity, and Ajiro was no different or good in the full sense of the word because the boys looked at him with contempt. How could you do that to your girlfriend? That phrase simply lingered in the boy's head, fragmenting into thousands and thousands of variations as if it were for himself. How could you do that to our girls? How could you do this to us? The day only got worse when, upon leaving the bathroom, the boy saw the redhead enter a room. Midoriya, that's not Class B's classroom. The green-haired boy approached the classroom slowly and carefully, making sure not to be seen by any teachers because he shouldn't be there. As she approached the door, she could hear the older sister from Class B crying inconsolably. There were only two things in all of existence that the green-haired boy hated. 1. Seeing people speak ill of All Might or his mother. 2. Seeing a woman cry. Hesitating a little, not knowing if the girl wanted someone to listen to her or some company, I gently knocked on the door. Talk. I could hear the girl sobbing, trying to calm down. Kendo sniff eyes. Midoriya, Kendo-sana, Midoriya, do you need something? Kendo and Ano sniff. I'm fine, just leave me alone please. Midoriya felt his eyes fill with tears at the mere sound of the girl's broken voice. What set him apart from his friends was that when he set his mind to something, he would do everything in his power to achieve it. And at that moment, his goal was to support the redhead and make her feel even a little better. The boy went to a vending machine across the hall and asked for something for the girl. All she could do was cry, leaning against the door, blocking it and letting her tears run down her face, wishing it was all a nightmare, a product of her tasteless mind, but she had to accept it. That was reality. Midoriya, Kendo-sana. Kendo didn't respond, but she wasn't going to yell at Midoriya. It wasn't his fault that this had happened to him and she simply let him continue talking. Midoriya, I left something outside the door. Maybe it's not much or I don't know if you like it, but I don't like hearing you cry. I have to go. I hope we can talk later. The older sister from Class B could only hear the green-haired boy's footsteps fade away, leaving her alone in the empty classroom. She wiped her face and slowly opened the door, checking that no one was there. Looking down at the floor, she found a tub of vanilla ice cream. She took it and started eating it. It didn't improve her situation, but it allowed her to cope. Kendo's, thank you. The afternoon continued in that sad tone, and the boy analyzed what he could do to comfort Toru later after her date with Momo, hoping that she would be able to get her to sleep. Momo, hoping that she would be somewhat better. The freckled boy was looking in his closet to see what to wear on his date when he received a message on his phone. He opened it and saw what it was. Momo, Midoriya, can you come to my room please? The boy still wasn't used to entering a girl's room, and it was strange that Momo was asking him to do that, but if it was about today, he had no choice. He left and quickly headed to the black-haired girl's room. Once he was on the girls' dormitory side in front of the president's door, the boy took a breath and knocked. Teosi, Teosi. A few seconds passed before the door opened, and he saw the raven-haired woman who owned the bedroom. Her appearance was clearly different from the normal raven-haired woman. Well, she wore her hair loose, completely straight, still with evidence of the shower water in it, and was wearing a mustard-colored sweater along with a skirt that reached her knees. Momo, you're here, good, come in. Midoriya, excuse me. The boy entered and saw the raven-haired girl lock the door, only to head to the closet and appear to be looking for something. Midoriya, so why did you call me? Momo, to see what you would wear to introduce yourself and meet my parents. Midoriya, sighs, that's a relief. Momo, look, I prepared this during recess. It's everything you'll have to say when you meet my parents, what you shouldn't mention and other extras. The boy looked at the leaf, which stretched out until it reached the ground, leaving the boy with a lost look. Momo, and what outfit are you going to wear? Midoriya, about that. Momo saw the green-haired boy who embarrassed looked away. Momo, I see I could make one just for you, I need your measurements. The girl took a few minutes, measuring the boy from shoulder to shoulder, the size of his back and arms and around his torso. It was like a strange modeling session for the boy, but he couldn't say it was completely uncomfortable. Momo, okay, I have the measurements for your pants, too. Midoriya, genial, gracias, yay, or Zusen. Momo, you're welcome, just could you look the other way. The boy understood this and with a reddish hue in his cheeks quickly turned away. Aizawa removed most of her sweater and began creating the outfit for the boy. She knew her green-haired friend wasn't a pervert like Kaminari or Manta, but the idea of him looking at her like that embarrassed her. Especially what Shoto would do if he found out his best friend was about to tell a lie like that, and in a moment of carelessness, saw her without part of her clothes. Her thoughts stopped when she heard the set of clothes fall to the floor. She straightened her clothes again and stood up. Momo, Midoriya, here you go, the raven-haired girl said, looking away, offering the clothes to the bull. Midoriya, thanko, yay, or Zusen. Momo, well, Midoriya, Momo, you should change. Midoriya, yay, I'm just going to your bathroom. Momo, of course. The boy entered the bathroom in the black-haired girl's room, and after a short time, he looked at himself in the mirror. Midoriya, how elegant Francis sparkles. The only problem with his clothes was the tie. Never in all his life had he understood how to tie his damn ties. Toc. Momo, Midoriya, is everything all right? Midoriya, a yay, or Zusen. It's just a minor setback. Aizawa opened her bathroom door and there she saw him. The boy fighting against a tie, and the tie was winning. Momo, oh, I see, let me help you with that. Midoriya, sigh, thanks, yay, or Zusen. The boy stood up straight and let the expert work. The look she gave him was calm but serious, analytical but gentle. Momo. Midoriya, is something wrong? Momo, could you turn around? Midoriya, Momo, "It's kind of tricky to tie a tie if you're facing forward," the girl said somewhat humorously since it was slightly more complicated than she expected. "Midoriya, oh claro." The boy didn't refuse and turned his back on the girl. "Midoriya, but then how will he help me tie up?" His thoughts stopped abruptly like a car crash. When he saw the thin, white and soft hands of the black-haired girl encircle his neck and how her head lay beside him, allowing him to feel her calm breathing on his ear. I wouldn't say I couldn't even think that she was unpleasant, especially with that lavender scent coming from her. But it wasn't like I could look at her for more than half a second without feeling embarrassed. Momo, for her part, was only thinking about other things. "Momo, it's just a small favor, but I would have liked Shoto to ask me for help, even just once with something like this, just to be closer to him." The girl had finished tying the boy's tie, but she still didn't let go of the green-haired boy, resting her hands on his freckled shoulders. "Midoriya, Yayarazzu. Type. Midoriya, is something wrong?" "Momo, oh forgive me, I just did ramble a little, it's nothing." "Midoriya, oh, okay." "Momo, Yayarazzu. Momo, I was thinking, since we're going to see my parents, it'll be weird if we say our last names so." "Midoriya, oh so we should call each other by our names." "Momo, only if you don't mind of course." "Midoriya and Eno, it's fine, it doesn't bother me at all, besides it makes sense for us to do it." "Momo, okay." The air was somewhat uncomfortable, as the atmosphere around them was very out of the ordinary. "Momo, I should say something." "Midoriya, I think I should speak." "Momo/Midoriya, you look good." Faced with this embarrassing double compliment, they both looked away, as they seemed ridiculous having thought and said the same thing. "Momo, thank you, Izuku-kun," said the raven-haired girl, catching the attention of the green-haired boy, who upon looking at her noticed how she was looking away embarrassed, but with a slight smile that she tried to hide. "Midoriya, thank you, Mama's," the boy said with difficulty, because he had never called a girl by her name, apart from his friend Azui. The atmosphere remained like this for a few seconds, when a telephone ringing caught both of their attention. Aizawa took out her device, which she boasted was a state-of-the-art model, and saw what it was all about. "Momo, he's my dad's driver, he's outside the UA, and he's waiting for us." Midoriya, inhales and exhales, "All right, the moment has arrived." The raven-haired woman looked at the green-haired man, who despite the fear in his eyes wasn't backing down and was willing to help the president. She took a few light steps in front of the broccoli, placing one hand on the boy's cheek and with the other, seemingly adjusting his hair. Midoriya, for his part, had never had a handshake with the president. It was the first time he had ever felt her hands. They were as soft as a cotton caress, and despite training with his fists, they were damn comfortable. While her actions were like those of a tender mother, concerned for everyone but in a sweet and honest way. He couldn't help but close his eyes and let the girl do whatever she was going to do. The dark-haired girl patiently arranged the boy's hair, feeling its softness and playability like a cloud, while with her other hand she cupped his cheek. She couldn't help but feel as though she were stroking a tender lamb or an innocent cat, especially when as I looked down I noticed that he had closed his eyes. "Momo, he looks very calm." As much as I wanted to see him like this, relaxed without overtraining or getting injured, I had to stop or it would be too late for both of us. "Momo, cough, cough." "Midoriya, Momo, we'll have to go." "Midoriya, oh right, damn it, why did I do that?" The raven-haired girl left her room with Midoriya, discreetly making sure no one would notice them dressed up. No one would suspect Momo since some assumed she only bought those things because she was rich, but Midoriya, that would raise suspicions in many. Fortunately for him, the sound of loud music in Kaminari's room or the attempt at music drowned out the general noise. "Momo, did you understand what my father doesn't want to talk about?" "Midoriya, something like that I'll try to learn during the journey." Upon leaving UA, what surprised the boy at first was the large black limousine that awaited them, that in a retinue of bodyguards, slightly taller than the young Yayarazzu and with unfriendly looks. "Driver, good morning, Miss Yayarazzu," the driver said warmly. "Momo, hello, sorry for the delay." "Driver, don't worry, nothing's wrong, come on, get in." One of the bodyguards was about to open the vehicle door when a greenish blur made him look down, only to see the broccoli holding the door of the luxury car. Momo expected the boy to overact, even show some nervousness, but all she saw was the green-haired boy there, holding the door with a tender smile as if nothing was happening. Momo just smiled back and got into the car. "Momo, thank you Izuku," she said sweetly. The boy waited a few seconds and then closed the door, only to see the guards who were watching him closely. He simply decided to try to bypass it and just went around the vehicle to enter from the other side. Upon entering, all the other bodyguards entered and sat in the other available seats. "Driver, let's go." And so their journey began, a very long, arduous, and cold journey, not because of the weather, no, it was summer and the sky was clear, but both the raven-haired girl and the green-haired boy could feel the guards' eyes fixed on them, even though they were all wearing dark glasses. And honestly, there wasn't much to talk about. "Midoriya, and how is Hagakure?" "Momo, she sighs, is very hurt. I never expected Ajiro to do something like that, hurt his partner like that." The boy remembered the day he talked to the invisible girl and told her how he felt, and recalling what had happened earlier only increased his annoyance. But then he remembered that it wasn't so different from what he was doing. He wasn't doing it for pleasure, but even so he wasn't without sin. "Midoriya, see." The black-haired girl looked at the green-haired boy with his head down and understood what was going through his head. He was looking for something they could talk about and take the blame off the boy's shoulders. "Momo, and how are you feeling?" "Midoriya, WL, and I." The boy began to tremble, imagining the situation that was about to unfold before his eyes, anticipating variables, imagining alternatives and the most likely questions, when he felt a touch on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw the face of the raven-haired girl who was looking at him with support. There was some fear in her too, but he knew that only together could they maintain that little lie. "Momo, everything will be alright, okay?" "Midoriya and Halaoki." The young woman heard a faint sound outside the vehicle, looked out the window and spoke. "Momo, we're arriving at my house." The curious green-haired boy looked at a large field full of green grass. "Midoriya, oh, I didn't know they lived in some kind of private suburb." "Momo, what are you talking about?" "Midoriya, WL, with these fields." "Momo, OL, and I know it's not a suburb, it's part of my house." "Midoriya, you mean all that?" "Momo, I remembered that you had never been to my house before." "Midoriya, excuse me." "Momo, don't worry, Izuku, Kukun's." The young people hadn't noticed, but the threatening and serious looks of the guards and the driver softened a little, as they all shared a single thought. G/ch, well, he's not insensitive. The green-haired boy was informed about every aspect of the family and the house of the rich girl Azabash. From how his family became rich through the railway trade of his great-grandparents, the large company his father had formed at the age of 22, to why his lands were so large. All of this would bore anyone, but the green-haired boy was more than excited to learn more. "Momo, Todoroki never asked any questions about my family, he doesn't even know them beyond their appearance in magazines." "Midoriya, Mama-san." "Momo, is something wrong?" "Midoriya, we've arrived at your house." "Momo, OL, you are." The boy came out and without wasting any time, opened the door on the black-haired girl's side so she could get out. Even placing his hand out for her to take. Momo accepted her and together they walked towards the great gate. "Momo, hey, with all this they're really fooling the guards." "Midoriya, what's all this about?" "Momo, you know, opening the door for me or walking me to the door holding hands." "Midoriya, I'm not faking any of that, even if it wasn't for a lie I would do it." "Momo, are you serious?" Midoriya, as someone very important to me said, manners make the man. Momo was impressed. She expected the boy to act his way because of her lie, but hearing him say that even if it wasn't a lie he wouldn't change made her chest beat strongly. Todoroki had never opened the door for her before. It wasn't something she really cared about since her guards had always done it for her, even for him. But the fact that he, knowing this, still offered to do it was a nice gesture, especially that line he said. "Momo, thank you Izuku-kun," she said while tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I wonder what book she got that saying from." "Midoriya, don't even mention it," he said smiling. "Thanks, Kingsman." The young people finally stood before the door to be greeted by a maid. "Maid, good morning, Miss Yayarazzu." "Momo, hello." She greeted the black-haired girl politely, but the green-haired boy seemed to notice her seconds later and instantly looked her up and down. "Midoriya, this is awkward." After a few seconds the maid had them follow him through the residence. "Maid, allow me to take them to the gentleman." "Momo, thank you very much." The boy followed the worker, taking in the appearance of the girl's house. He could swear his neck ached from staring at the ceiling for so long, eliciting a few laughs from the young woman beside him. "Momo, I see this is your first time in a house like this." "Midoriya, oh, actually this is my first time at someone else's house." "Momo, did you never leave your house to go out with friends?" "Midoriya, no, never have you." What started as a question to chat about for a while turned into something sad. Momo, actually no. Midoriya, oh sorry I thought that. Momo, don't worry, I know it wasn't intentional. The truth is, I never went out. I was focused on practicing how to create things and learning from your compositions. I just didn't have time for going out until now. Midoriya, well I'm glad about that last part. Momo, thank you she said with a smile. The young people chatted while the maid walked ahead of them listening, forming an opinion of the boy in her own mind. Maid, she's more cheerful. Thus the pretend couple were led to a living room where a woman's jet black hair could be seen. They hadn't been introduced yet, but it was obvious that it was Momo Yayarazzu's mother. Maid, Mrs. Yayarazzu, your daughter and her boyfriend are here. The woman looked in the direction where they were and there she saw her. She wore reading glasses, which she removed after placing a book on the table in front of her. Her height was similar to Momo's, being a few centimeters taller. And she was actually quite young. If the raven-haired girl beside her were even slightly taller she wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. Mrs. Yayarazzu, Momo, it's so nice that you came home. Momo, hello mother, it's good to see you too. The woman's gaze shifted to the green-haired boy who was trying to put on his best smile, trying not to look like an idiot but also not to overdo it. Mrs. Yayarazzu, well you must be the young man my husband told me about who is now dating my daughter. What's your name? Midoriya, nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm Momo's boyfriend. The woman raised an eyebrow during that brief but noticeable pause, which made me wonder. Mrs. Yayarazzu, is something wrong with you? Midoriya makes something up. Heh, it's not just I can't believe I can finally say it out loud. I'm glad I can. The woman's eyes opened slightly when she received those words with a rather convincing smile. The older woman Aizawa simply looked at her only daughter and said, Mrs. Yayarazzu, I like him, he talks a bit more than that Todoroki boy. And it was no wonder because the girl's family knew Endeavor's youngest son, and despite everything he was still someone cold when it came to relationships. Unlike the green-haired boy who seemed to smile with a warmth like the rays of the sun. Momo, thank God. And where his dad? Mrs. Yayarazzu, well I see they've already arrived. That's what a voice said as a warning. Trying to see where it came from, the green-haired boy looked up, seeing an imposing figure though in a way affectionate. Wearing a clearly expensive designer black suit, the man descended step by step, suddenly accelerating the green-haired man's heart. His greatest challenge was right there, descending step by step. Mr. Yayarazzu, how is my little one? The man said, first to greet Momo, opening his arms and receiving her in a tender hug. Momo, hi daddies. The man smiled at the sight of his only daughter, but that smile seemed to vanish instantly when he saw the green-haired boy who threatened to run away in fear. Mr. Yayarazzu, so you're the Izuku I heard on Momo's phone that time. Midoriya, yes it's me, the boy said fearfully. The man looked the boy up and down, examining his shoes, trousers, jacket, tie, and hair. He analyzed his clothing like an expert fashion designer. If it weren't for that bushy hair he would be exactly as I imagined him that time I heard his trembling voice. The man was thinking quietly when a touch on his shoulder from his wife made him turn his head slightly. Mrs. Yayarazzu, don't be so hard on him. The man sighed and looked again at the boy who had remained still all this time. Mr. Yayarazzu, so Izuku, Midoriya, what do you think of the place? And as if everything around him faded away, the boy, like a walking library, began to speak at 1,000 words per minute. Midoriya, it's incredible. I knew about your family, that they were a renowned family because of the vast production their companies have achieved throughout Japan and foreign countries. The brands they've acquired. But I didn't know that your family started before the Quirk era. Trading in trades. Much less did I know about the vast amount of territory your company had acquired when you were younger. And the boy stopped talking as if he'd hit a wall at top speed. He looked at the Aizawa's family in front of him, young Momo, her eyes wide, her silence nervous. Her mother sat still, sipping a cup of tea, trying to process everything the freckled boy had said. And finally his father, his eyes wide with amazement at the sheer amount of information crammed into such a short time. Midoriya P. Pidden. The man watched the green-haired man bow, regretting his actions, but the man only had one question on his mind, which he shared aloud. Sorry Yayarazzu, sorry about what? Midoriya, sorry sir, I am not aware of what I'm saying when I talk about things like, well, I generally don't think before I speak. The man couldn't believe it. He had just met the boy, and the boy was aware of everything about the Yayarazzu family, including his achievement at the age of 22. And that was the least surprising thing. In that short span of 5 minutes she had had a longer and more enriching conversation than she had with Endeavor's young son in the year and a half she had dated Momo. The man shook his head, for he knew his family's financial situation, but he didn't want that to be the only thing that interested him. Yayarazzu, accompany me. The man started climbing the stairs while the green-haired boy followed behind him. Momo, I'm going to. Mr. Yayarazzu, no, this is between the boy and me. The black girl was afraid because neither Izuku nor Shoto were the first to have tried to have something with her, and her father had the talent to break her spirits sooner or later. Shoto was lucky as his composure helped him in high-pressure situations, but Izuku would be easy prey. He was impressed by Izuku's ability to gather information, but it was going to be difficult to defeat him. In the older man's office, he was giving the green-haired boy his will. It was exactly what he expected from a businessman as wealthy as Yayarazzu's father. Books I didn't even know about business management, a desk that took up a large part of the room, windows that gave a view to the outside, quite nice actually. Midoriya, so he wanted to talk to me alone because… Mr. Yayarazzu. Yes, I don't want my wife or daughter to hear what I'm about to say, but now it's just you and me. You might be more open than that Todoroki kid. But if all you know about is my company, it doesn't seem like you're really in love with my little Momo. In a way, the green-haired boy understood his father. He spoke more about his family's achievements than about the black-haired girl, and that worked against him. Mr. Yayarazzu. So I'll put you to the test, the man said while looking out his window. It won't be easy. Let me tell you that right now. I won't call you a coward if you quit, so you still have time to walk out that door and let me find someone more worthy for my daughter. Is that clear? The boy listened to everything with a serious look that he only put on in risky situations. He might consider himself clumsy, which is normal, and above all geeky. But he wasn't going to let his friend Aizawa be forced into a relationship with someone else just to project an image she didn't want to project. Midoriya, I accept your challenge. Mr. Yayarazzu, I don't know if you're brave or stupid. Midoriya, yes, I've already been told. The man was walking to his door when something fell out of his pocket as he took out his key. The green-haired boy took it, and before handing it over he looked at her and spoke aloud. Midoriya, steal man's. The man turned his head, noticing that he had the card, looked at it and somewhat intrigued spoke. Mr. Yayarazzu, really, you know him? Midoriya, yes, an American hero. He is one of the top 3 heroes in the United States, a successful businessman with the hero named Steelman quirk. Strength enhancement and flight allows him to carry an entire bus, and his hero suit is great. His hero props allow him to shoot pressurized air to knock down and damage his villains from a safe distance. The man looked at the boy in amazement. He expected that everything he had said before was memorized, or that he was only interested in his company, but he couldn't possibly know about Steelman. Steelman was his favorite hero. Mr. Yayarazzu, and what do you say about him? The man walked back to his desk, seemingly searching for something among his drawers. And that's when the green-haired boy saw him. Midoriya Elman, Mr. Yayarazzu, what do you say about him? And as if he had opened Pandora's box, the man listened in awe to the green-haired man talking about the heroes he himself had asked him about. Before she knew it, he was showing her his secret collection of limited edition figures of foreign heroes. Midoriya, that's Reese, the tallest German hero ever recorded in quirk history. Standing at 150 meters tall, he's taller than Empty Lady. The boy said, looking at a poster on a wall. Mr. Yayarazzu, haha, I think he could carry her on his shoulders like it was nothing. Midoriya, that's right. The boy looked around and couldn't believe it until now. The room had secret walls that hid a wide variety of posters. One section concealed action figures that he had seen available only on the same day that those blessed heroes came out into the world and were never for sale again. Then something crossed his mind. Midoriya, Momo's dad is secretly a geek. The boy smiled at that assertive conclusion being noticed by the raven-haired boy. Mr. Yayarazzu, you know, kid, I think I like you. Midoriya, HOV, really, Mr. Yayarazzu, I don't have my doubts about you, but if you have the same interest in my daughter as you have in all of this, I feel more at ease. The green-haired man looked at the man with a calmer expression than he had almost an hour before, and with his best, most trustworthy smile he spoke. Midoriya, sit back, sir. Mr. Yayarazzu, haha, you really did talk a lot more than that Todoroki boy. Midoriya, oh really? Mr. Yayarazzu, yes, he only had 2 answers. Yes and no. Midoriya, yes, Todoroki-kun is a man of simple words. Sorry, Todoroki-kun. Mr. Yayarazzu, well, let's move on, we should go down now. By this point they must think you're dead if we don't. Midoriya, see a spurquat. Meanwhile in the living room, the raven-haired girl kept fidgeting with her fingers, wondering what atrocity her face was. Wondering what atrocity her father was doing to the poor freckled boy he had dragged into that lie. All the while her mother was watching. Mrs. Yayarazzu, Momo, calm down. Momo, they'd been up there for over an hour, Mom. I can't relax. I don't know what Dad's doing to Izuku-kun. The woman stifled a small laugh, calling her daughter's attention before speaking. Mrs. Yayarazzu, you love him too much. the mother said instantly, making the girl blush. Momo, my mother, Mrs. Yayarazzu, don't be ashamed. I also worried about your father when he went somewhere and was late. I couldn't stop thinking about him no matter how much I loved him. I knew he would be fine, but I couldn't get him out of my system until I saw him face to face. The black-haired girl listened attentively to her mother, but her blush did not lessen. Did she really look that worried about the green-haired boy? Of course she was worried about him. He'd gone into her father's office pretending to be her boyfriend. It was only natural that she was worried. Her sea of nerves had to subside when she saw her father coming down the stairs smiling with Izuku-kun. Mr. Yayarazzu laughs. I like this boy. Sr. Yayarazzu. Taibu. Sr. Yayarazzu. What, Mrs. Yayarazzu? It's nothing, dear, but I figured you were going to kill him. Mr. Yayarazzu. Fortunately that wasn't the case. Maid, cough cough, gentlemen, dinner is served. Mrs. Yayarazzu. Oh, that's right, let's go. The parents walked ahead with the woman extremely interested in what had happened. Ms. Yayarazzu, you have to tell me everything. Mr. Yayarazzu. Maybe when they live. Meanwhile the raven-haired girl approached the green-haired boy, letting out a sigh of relief. Momo, I'm glad you're okay, she said, hugging the green-haired boy, who was surprised. Midoriya, thank you, mama-san. Momo, what happened up there's? Midoriya, I'll just say I like your father. Momo, I know. When he met Shoto they stared at each other for a whole 5 minutes. When my father finally spoke, Shoto asked him if they weren't having a staring contest. The green-haired boy couldn't help but imagine the man's reaction to his two-tone friend's response. The look of annoyance he most likely wore and his friend's lack of expression. He compared it to his own first impression of the man and the pleasant time they'd spent talking about their favorite heroes. He didn't feel it was the right thing to do, much less given the context of the situation, but he couldn't help feeling proud of his good start. The boy shook his head, trying to push away that feeling of pride and concentrate. Midoriya, come on Izuku, this is a lie, don't take it so seriously. Chapter 8. The black-haired girl couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ever since they sat down to dinner, his father and his green-haired friend, who was pretending to be his new boyfriend, had been chatting the entire time they were at the table. And the variety of topics wasn't a problem. The boy could talk about anything the man mentioned, completely dominating the conversation. He couldn't deny it, he was happy that his father looked favorably upon Izuku and that they got along well when a specific topic made them fall silent. Mr. Yayarazzu, and have you two had your first date yet? The boy almost choked on his glass of water when he heard the question from the older black man. Momo, come on, think of something quickly. The truth is, Dad, we haven't been able to go out yet because of training and theoretical and practical activities. We haven't been able to meet outside of the UA. Ms. Yayarazzu sighs. That's a shame, I wanted to see cute pictures of you too. Mr. Yayarazzu, I have an idea. The man took out his phone and began dialing a number. Momo, father. The man got up from the table, leaving the 3 people present in the dining room dismayed. A short while later the man returned with a happy smile. Mr. Yayarazzu, good news, I got the school to give you a day off. Momo, what, Mr. Yayarazzu? Yes, I gave them an offer they couldn't refuse and they accepted. Midoriya, that's all their purchasing power. That's great, the boy said, trying to look as cheerful as possible. Sr. Yayarazzu, haha, I know nothing, turtles. Enli Iu. Nizu, I don't know why Ms. Yayarazzu's father asked for a day off for her and that friend of hers Midoriya, but as long as he has money for more cheese, whatever the man says. In Yayarazzu mansion. The green-haired boy and the family's only daughter were at the door saying goodbye to the parents of this. Mrs. Yayarazzu, I'm so glad to see you again, Mama-chan. Momo, my mother too. Mr. Yayarazzu, have lots of fun on your first date and take lots of pictures, we really want to see them. Momo, I's father. Mr. Yayarazzu, boy. The man made a gesture that surprised and pleased the young woman with dark hair. Her father was extending his hand in a friendly manner to the green-haired man. He accepted and ended the handshake. Midoriya, is this what it feels like? Is this what greatness feels like? Mr. Yayarazzu, take good care of my little one. Midoriya, I will, sir. Mr. Yayarazzu, I was considering expanding the collection, any suggestions? Midoriya, is he asking me for collector's advice? BIP. They all looked at the driver, who was ready to pick them up and take them back to the UA. Mr. Yayarazzu, perhaps later when they come back to visit us. The young man couldn't believe it. He really wanted to see the raven-haired girl's father again and spend time with his family. But he had to remember that it was all a lie, so he shouldn't get his hopes up. Midoriya, sure, see you later, gentlemen. Approaching back to the vehicle, he opened the door for Aizawa to enter. Momo didn't know why, but she still found it endearing that he did it for her or even for his guards. As the green-haired boy was about to enter from the opposite side, one of the guards opened the door on this side. Midoriya, oh thank you sir. It seems they like me. And so their journey back to UA took place. A while passed, they didn't want to say anything with the guards listening. Upon arriving at the UA and saying goodbye to the guards and the driver, they walked side by side across the UA grounds before reaching the residential buildings. Momo, what a day, the girl said aloud, catching the green-haired boy's attention. Midoriya, you said it. Momo, so where will my dear boyfriend take me? Where will we go on our first date? The girl joked, trying to make the green-haired boy laugh, ignoring that she herself had a blush on her cheeks. This worked to some extent because the boy blushed so much that even at night you could see how red the freckled boy was from the direct comment. Midoriya Aizawa. Momo, he relax, Izuku-kun, I'm just playing with you, he looks so cute. Midoriya, you know you don't need to call me that anymore if you don't want to, Yae or Suzan. Momo, I know, but you can still call me Momo, the girl said, continuing to walk calmly, implying that she didn't mind him calling her by her name. Midoriya, so you can still call me Izuku too if you want, he said, his blush deepening. It took the boy a while to control his embarrassment at the raven-haired girl while the girl was still trying to stop laughing at the poor boy. Momo, but seriously, we have to do something, my parents will want to see pictures of our date. Midoriya, well, how about we go to the movies? Momo smiled because despite the embarrassment and having fulfilled their initial agreement, the boy was still with her. Momo, that sounds perfect to me, she said, smiling. They were steps away from entering the residence when the girl spoke to the green-haired boy. Momo, Izuku, your shoelaces are untied. The boy looked down, but Midoriya, no, they're fines. That's what he said, feeling the girl give him a quick kiss on the head only to run inside the dorms. Momo, see you tomorrow, Izuku can rest well. The boy felt his head boiling with the heat of his blood. It was already strange enough, if not embarrassing, that all the girls had kissed him except for Kyoka. And his head was spinning at the thought that the same thing could happen again. Midoriya, is a Midoriya your dad's? With Momo, she ran towards her room, desperate to get in and throw herself onto her bed. She didn't know exactly why she did that. Upon arriving, she slammed the door and threw herself onto her bed, covering her face with a pillow. Momo, oh my god, oh my god, what the heck was that? Was it an act of gratitude? Why didn't he simply say thank you then? Why did he deliberately distract her to kiss her soft, tender head full of green cotton? Momo, you can't do that. Momo, remember you're Todoroki's girlfriend, I mean Shoto, what you're doing with Izuku. Midoriya. It's a lie, so dad wouldn't look for someone else while he was trying to do something with Todoroki. Shoto. Ag. The girl hated her life at that moment. Her mind betrayed her judgment. No matter how hard she tried to remember her problem, she couldn't stop feeling the sensation of his lips touching the freckled boy's forehead. Momo sighs, this isn't Izuku's fault, just breathe and let's go to sleep. I'm sure I'll think of something after a good nap. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy repeated over and over what had happened in front of him. Aizawa, are you going to stay there or are you going to go in? Midoriya Izuku-sensei, excuse me. Aizawa, why are you wearing a suit? Midoriya, well. Aizawa, math, forget it, doesn't matter, just go in. Midoriya, hi. He entered the building and was about to go to his room when Deku-kun, I recognize that voice anywhere. It was the chest-natured girl who loved Maki. Midoriya Uraraka-san. The girl who had previously looked happy to see her curly-haired green friend was now somewhat embarrassed, momentarily recalling what had happened that morning. Midoriya, is something wrong? Uraraka, well, I wanted to apologize for what happened this morning. Midoriya d. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Uraraka, no, what I was going to do wasn't ethical or moral, I promise it won't happen again. Midoriya trusted his friend's words because not only was the tone in which she said it different, but her way of acting was remarkable. His eyes were half closed, seemingly remembering what he had done as he clenched his fists, and his zeal was furrowed. Midoriya, okay, thanks Uraraka-san. Uraraka watched her friend leave. At least she had been able to apologize to her friend and admirer before things got awkward. But in her desperation she hadn't noticed the boy's clothing. He was arriving at his room to remove the clothes he was wearing and put them away carefully. They had become essential to him in a short time, almost as much as his red boots. After this the boy took a shower before going to sleep, letting the water run over his hair and face to help him think. Uraraka apologized to me for that. Kyoka, I still have to go out with her on Saturday. Mina hasn't asked for anything else. Momo tricked me into kissing her and now I have to go out with her again. The boy was remembering everything when something, or rather someone, crossed his mind. Midoriya Hagakura-san. He quickly finished his shower and wearing a white shirt and athletic boxers went straight to the girl's room. Midoriya, stupid. His day had taken up a lot of time and he hadn't been able to go to the girl to find out how she was doing. He was once again on the side of the girl's residence knocking on the door of the invisible girl's room. Tock tock. The boy took a step back to wait for his friend and she opened the door. And then he saw her. She was wearing a cat-themed onesie holding a large jar of ice cream while eating spoonfuls of it. Midoriya Hagakura-san. The boy was about to apologize for not being with her on such a difficult day. But he was interrupted when the girl hugged him tightly around the waist as she appeared to be starting to cry. Midoriya. Calm down, the boy said, stroking and patting the poor invisible girl on the back. After a few minutes the green-haired boy was inside the girl's room while she continued eating from her tub of strawberry ice cream. Silence filled the room. The green-haired boy for his part couldn't find the right words to comfort the girl letting her eat the ice cream. Hagakura-san was too hurt to talk about it, but she didn't want to be alone and the boy understood. The girl finally spoke, catching the boy's attention. Hagakura sniffed. Midori, do you want ice cream? She asked, lifting the container slightly, letting the boy see that there was still some of the cold dessert left and that the girl wanted to share it with him. He did not refuse the tender gesture and accepted. It was night and they had classes tomorrow, but he wasn't going to reject the girl's sweet gesture. He didn't have the heart at that moment to deny her. So taking another spoon, the boy sat down next to the invisible one and began to eat. Hager, I don't know if you like strawberries, but you don't have to eat them if you don't. Midoriya, relax, I like strawberries, they're my favorite. The girl just watched as the green-haired boy calmly ate his ice cream next to her. This relieved the girl a little, who inadvertently let slip a comment. Hagakura Jiroka never liked strawberry ice cream. This offhand spontaneous comment made the girl frown with sadness and anger, but she didn't want the boy to have to listen to her problems again. But Midoriya, it's just that he doesn't know he's good, the green-haired boy said calmly, letting his thoughts flow freely. Hagakura Jirager. Midoriya, did I say it or just think it? Hager, you're right, he doesn't know. Midoriya couldn't see how the girl had a faint smile that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Midoriya, do you want to talk about? Hager, and I know the truth is no. Midoriya, oh, okay. The silence was beginning again, which was stifled when the girl turned to the freckled boy beside her. Toru, do you want to watch something? The freckled boy turned to look at the girl, who without waiting for an answer took a remote control and turned on a small television. A few seconds passed before the girl walked to her bed and lay down, resting her head on her pillows. The boy turned to where she was, seeing the girl tapping lightly beside him, telling him to come to where she was lying. With slow and somewhat fearful movements the boy sat down on the mattress while watching the screen on the girl's table. Hagakura lie downs. The boy had to be honest. The idea of lying next to a girl in his own room after a problem like the one he'd had that afternoon was somewhat uncomfortable. He was going to politely refuse, but the girl grabbed the boy by the shirt and pulled him in her direction. He expected to hit the softness of the bed, but what he felt was different. It was really soft, even relaxing and warm. He was about to lift his head, but he felt the girl begin to stroke his hair. Hager, I hope my legs aren't too uncomfortable for you, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya was blushing by this point. The fact that he had discovered the girl was using her thighs as a pillow and that she was so tenderly stroking his hair put him in a strangely pleasant situation. The boy preferred not to think about that and looked at the screen to see the movie the girl had put on. Minutes passed and the girl never stopped playing with her friend's curly green locks of hair. Halfway through the movie, the boy was watching the screen when light taps on his shoulder from the invisible girl told him to compose himself. Midoriya, he must have gotten tired, this is my chance to get more comfortable. The boy did this and settled in, leaning his back against the mountain of pillows owned by the girl. Midoriya, sighs. The boy sighed, finally a little bit of normality for 5 seconds. He felt as if there was now weight on top of him, more specifically on his abdomen. Looking around, he saw that a pillow was on top of his torso, only to see an invisible weight fall on it. Hager, I hope you're not too bothered, Midoriya. Midoriya, ANO. Hager, you're softer than I thought. Midoriya has, I guess that's good to know. The young people continued watching movies that both seemed to catch their attention when in one the girl spoke. Hager, Sami Rakuta, time Midori. The green-haired boy stopped watching the screen to see the girl. Midoriya, and why? He asked curiously. Hager, well, it's just that he's going to fight a Russian, but he can lift and squat a log in the middle of a cold place and yet he's afraid to fight him. Midoriya, well, it's just that he's afraid of losing. Hager, to their loved ones, right? Midoriya, see, exactly. Hager wasn't stupid, and she recognized some real fear in the voice of the freckled boy she was leaning on. The boy had to admit it, he was somewhat afraid of what his power entailed, facing all for one when the time came, and he was afraid of dying and losing the people he loved. His mother, his friends, his master and successor. Ignoring his surroundings, he was overlooking the fact that the girl had also taken one of his hands and caressed it, as if it were small. Somehow this relaxed him to the point that he began to nod off being taken to the realm of dreams, still against his will and struggling with what little willpower he had. Midoriya, I must stay yawn awake. The invisible girl turned her head to look at the freckled boy, who was now asleep. Hachker, should I wake him up? She wondered as she approached his side, reaching for the boy's shoulder, but something happened to him. Seeing him so calm and relaxed, just watching his chest rise and fall as he took a breath was adorable to look at. The girl was going to do two things at that moment. First, take a photo as a souvenir. Hachker say whiskey, she thought to herself, as she pointed her phone at the boy and took the picture, appreciating its seconds later. Hee how cute. And the second would be to let him sleep a little bit more. Changing the movie and playing calmer music, the girl turned off the lights in her room, then tucked the boy in next to her and laid down herself. I didn't know what it was. Whether it was the boy's soft green curls, his calm and cute face, or seeing him so relaxed, it was what made her unable to take her eyes off him, even adjusting herself to look at him directly. Hachker, you're a cute fool, you know that. The girl whispered as she leaned closer to the freckled boy and gave him a tender, cute, and beautiful voice. He whispered as she leaned closer to the freckled boy and gave him a tender kiss on the cheek, which unconsciously made the sleeping boy smile never change. And so the invisible girl settled down to sleep. Ever since she learned of Ajiro's infidelity, her dreams weren't exactly relaxing, but she felt that she was going to sleep better that night. Chapter 9. Thursday. A green-haired boy was tiptoeing down the hallway on the girl's side of the building, because when he woke up he realized he wasn't in his room, but in the room of his imaginary friend, Toro Hachker. He was in the room. He looked around when his gaze stopped on the other side of the mattress, as his eyes saw something he could only describe as spectacular. And it was her sleeping companion and friend. She saw how her quirk was partially working, causing the moonlight to partially reveal her. She looked so calm, fragile, and innocent that somewhat absurdly she had an idea as to why she was invisible all the time. Well, it would be too much beauty that would seem unreal. The freckled boy swore he could have stayed watching that sleeping beauty from her. But he had to leave without Professor Aizawa noticing. He approached a table and began writing a note so that the girl wouldn't be frightened by his absence when she woke up. Carefully leaving her on the side where she had slept, the boy looked at the girl once more and recognizing a lock of hair in front of her face, carefully and somewhat shyly arranged it, clearing her face again. Midoriya. Haster Lugo Hachkarezen. And so the boy went to his room. Inside his room, the boy walked to his all-night bed and was going to sleep again. Well, I didn't have anything scheduled until Saturday to help Jiro. Later that same day, the boy was walking down one of the UA hallways, heading straight to his classroom when he saw the redhead from Class B Midoriya. Good morning, Kendo-san. Kendo o ola Midoriya-kuns. And when I saw him, I greeted him, but his sad face was still evident because of what happened yesterday. The boy wanted to do something, he wanted to help her, but to his surprise, Kendo Midoriya, the president of Class B, said to get his attention again, and she succeeded. Midoriya, is something wrong? Kendo, in an oh well, I wanted to thank you for yesterday, you know, she said with some pauses, since never, not even her classmates, had seen her cry. However, the green-haired boy not only listened to her but tried to help and comfort her. Midoriya, don't worry, we're friends, right? And there he was again, the modest and always friends. She was a very good friend and she had a very good friend and she was a very good friend. She had a very good friend and she was a very good friend. Kendo, you're right, but still, I wanted to give you this as a thank you, said the martial arts girl, who held out her hands, revealing a box wrapped in green gift paper. Midoriya, oh thank you so much, Kendo-san, the boy said as a smile formed on his face. Kendo, you're welcome, I have to go, see you later, Midoriya, she said, walking quickly away from the place. Putting it in his backpack, the boy went into class. The hour of the day, the boy was in the place. Putting it in his backpack, the boy went into class. The hours passed until recess and the boy sat alone at a table as Ida was organizing documents that Professor Nizu had entrusted to him. Uraraka was still ashamed of her behavior even though she had already apologized and Midoriya had forgiven her, but she didn't want to be near Ida. Kirishima was with Kaiken, Shiro, and Kaminari. Mina was with him but clearly bored. Tsuyu and Takami ate in silence accompanied by Kota, Sato, and Shaoji. Hachikure was with Momo and Kyoka as well as Todoroki into his surprise Ayama. Jiro for his part preferred to eat outside the building away from everyone's eyes, but for some reason Mina went with him. It seemed he wanted to keep him company. So he had to eat alone, but he was fine with that. I didn't think Aizawa-sensei would also teach about eating alone. A voice familiar to the boy spoke, Midoriya o Shinso. Shinso, is this place taken? The purple-haired boy asked with a short barely noticeable smile. Midoriya, no, please sit down, he said happily. Shinsu, so will you tell me who you're going to kill or why you're so distant from your friends? Midoriya, why do you assume I would kill someone? He said, sounding somewhat scared. Shinsu-man, nobody goes that far overnight unless they're planning to kill someone, or so I think. Anyway, are you going to tell me what it is, or do I have to guess? He said, taking a swig from a milk carton. Midoriya, no, it's nothing like that, I just don't want to bother the other guys. Shinso, yeah, it's obvious they're having problems. Midoriya, really, Shinsu, no, but you already told me they have problems. Midoriya, that's cheating, you know. Shinso, lo-see. The boy was taking a notebook out of his backpack. Shinso, are you going to put me in your dead note? Midoriya, exactly, said the freckled boy taking out an anime-themed notebook. Shinso, nice, don't forget to put your own name, he said mockingly. The freckled boy was opening his backpack again to take out a pen when he saw the gift that the orange-haired girl gave him as he took it out and placed it on the table. Shinso, don't tell me you have a girlfriend too, just when I was about to ask if we could go on patrol with Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya, no, it's nothing like that. The boy carefully opened it, finding some chocolates and a small teddy bear. Shinso, Midoriya has a girlfriend, the boy said, jokingly moving his chopsticks from side to side while singing what he was saying in a mocking tone. Midoriya, no, just because a girl gives you a gift as a thank you doesn't mean that, the boy said, blushing slightly. Meanwhile, at another table further away. Setsuna, I am sorry about yesterday, girl, Kamori, that Ajiro, he really is an idiot. Momo, I warned them that those pathetic class A students were monsters, but they didn't listen to me. Yui, Momo, you're not helping. Setsuna, I know if there's anything that. The orange-haired girl stopped listening to everyone around her when she managed to see the green-haired boy at one of the dining room tables, who to her surprise was sitting next to Shinso while tasting the chocolates she had given him. Somehow this cheered the girl up, Kendo-san. She didn't know why, but Kendo-san, her heart beat faster even as she watched the boy hang the little bear on his backpack while he smiled sweetly at the little bear. Kendo, how, what, Setsuna, are you okay? Did we ask if you wanted to spend the rest of the day together? You know, so you wouldn't be alone. Kendo, oh thanks girls, but I'll be fine. Momo, as you wish, said the boy, bringing a piece of fried chicken to his mouth. Kamori, and what are you doing at the girls' table? Momo, do you think my beauty is because I'm at the men's table? Setsuna, hate, I think he's batting on the other side, said the dinosaur lover, showing her sharp smile. Momo, none of that. The redhead was only partially aware of the small argument her friends were having about seeing the green-haired boy from Class A again and how he seemed to be talking calmly with his purple-haired friend. Seeing him with that smile somehow made her smile too. Friday. The boy had his only day off to relax, and he didn't want to be rude, but he was grateful that none of the girls had asked him for a favor that day. Midoriya sighs, finally peace. The boy was relaxing in his bed, breathing easy while listening to some music, considering whether to watch his favorite all-night video again when someone knocked on the door. Midoriya, if it's one of the girls I'll tell them I'm sick. Who am I kidding? I'm not even kidding myself. The green-haired man stood up and finally deigned to open the door, but Midoriya, Takyame-kun. The boy with the crow's head stood in front of his broccoli-haired friend's door looking calm. Takyame, Midoriya, he said, greeting his friend. Midoriya, what's wrong, do you need something? Takami, Myra airs me amigo, no. Midoriya, I hope so. If Takami, you're the only person I'd ask this. Midoriya, ask me what exactly? Takami, well, it's kind of embarrassing to say it out loud. Can we talk about it in private? Midoriya, o claro pasa. Giving free rein to his room, the green-haired boy closed the door. Midoriya, so what did you want to ask me? Takami took a few seconds to breathe before finally speaking with some calm. Takami, I wish you would go out with Suchin. And as if his entire brain had suddenly shut down, the green-haired boy crashed face first into his apartment, startling the bird-headed boy. Takami, Midoriya, 30 minutes later. The green-haired boy felt a cold towel on his face as he lay on his bed watching Dark Shadow fan him with another towel. Dark Shadow, he's already awake. Takami, Midoriya sighs, I'm glad you're okay. Midoriya, Tokoyama, how can you ask me that? Takami, I know it's not easy, but there's a reason for it. You see, Tsuyu and I have talked about our future and that topic came up. Midoriya Takami, you know about having children, and the truth is we were looking for a candidate who was reliable for both of us. Midoriya, no offense Takami, but why don't you do it? Takami, well, my quirk gave me bird-like characteristics and Tsuyu gave me frog-like characteristics. What are the chances that I'll have any disability due to that quirk and DNA combination? Midoriya, right, he said dejectedly. Takami, also there's another problem. Midoriya, which one? Dark Shadow, his parents. Midoriya Takami, her family is just like Tsuyu's with frog-like characteristics, and she told me something else about it on one of our dates. In one of the appointments. Takami, what did you think of the movie? Tsuyu, I didn't think I'd actually like it. Kiro. Takami, hey, I wanted to ask, when are you going to introduce me to your parents? Tsuyu, well, about that, my dad met you during the freshman sports festival and let's just say he didn't like you. Kiro. No Midoriya, but why Takami? Well, I have the temperament of a crow and size. What do birds eat? Midoriya, well, it depends a lot on the species. Some eat insects, some like birds of prey eat meat or carrion, some eat fruit, fish, amphibians. Ooh, I get it now. Takami, yes, I said that too. Midoriya, but do you agree with that? You guys agree with that? Takami, you're one of my best friends and I trust that if I ask you to go in my place to Tsuyu's parents, you'll be able to do it for me. Dark Shadow, the three of us trust you, friend, exclaimed the second host in the young me. Midoriya inhales and exhales heavily. Do you know when I should go? Takami, well, we were hoping the three of us would come out so we could get everything ready, make sure there are no mistakes, and you don't feel so uncomfortable. We'll let you know when. Midoriya, I see, that's fine. The boy with the bird's head gave a slight smile, grateful to have a friend like the green-haired boy. Takami, thank you Midori, you're the best friend I could ever have. The boy opened the door and his friend went to his own room, but now he definitely felt like a jerk. He was grateful that they didn't have problems like lack of attention or disinterest in the relationship, but he felt uncomfortable. Both Tsuyu and Takami knew about the deception and they seemed so normal. She didn't want to feel what she was feeling, but her chest tightened at the memory of the serious problems she was in, and it seemed as if they kept piling up on her. The best thing she could do now was grab her towel and pray that neither Mina nor Kaminari were in the showers again. A cold bath was her best balm at that moment. Saturday. It was the day he had received non-stop messages from the punk girl in his class checking if he was still willing to do her favor. He had dressed as best he could, at least for the occasion, to meet the rocker's parents. Wearing a jacket his mother had given him for his 17th birthday along with black jeans and his only pair of red shoes. The only new item was a black bracelet with spikes around it, which to his surprise was standing in front of his bedroom door when he went to open it after hearing a few quick knocks. He wasn't going to say anything, but he was sure it was the same rocker who left him there. His suspicions grew even stronger when, standing in front of her at the train station, the first thing she said was, "Kyoka Henai's bracelet," and that brings us to now. The green-haired boy was inside the train car heading straight to the city center of Muzidafa, much to his surprise the home of both of them. He was well-dressed, brushed his teeth, styled his hair as best he could, clean his shoes, his clothes were clean, and he smelled good, so why was he so nervous? It could be that he almost tripped getting on the train, maybe because he made a funny face trying to sneeze, or it could be because he was going to his punk rocker friend's house. More specifically, he was going to his friend's parents' house while pretending to be her boyfriend. The boy clasped his hands together and rested his face on them as he tried to figure it out. At what point did my life become this kind of favors regarding love? The boy honestly both wanted and didn't want an answer. But a touch on his shoulder made him turn his head, looking directly at the purple-haired girl who was visibly nervous and somewhat embarrassed by her current situation. Midoriya Hijiro, is something going on? Kyoka Anano, I just wanted to ask you something. Midoriya, oh sure, what's up? Kyoka, I sighs and nothing, forget it, forgive me. Green. Midoriya, oh oki. Kyoka would never admit it, but even though she was going with her green-haired friend to tell a lie of that magnitude, she wanted to have a good time with him, or at least avoid making the trip awkward. Kyoka, and what's your favorite song? Midoriya, oh well, I like rock music. Kyoka, yes, and do you have any bands you like? Midoriya, well, I don't really know if they count as rock, but... The boy took his phone and opened his playlist. The girl didn't hesitate to connect her earlobes to the device and listen attentively. Kyoka, of course it's rock, and it's pretty good, you have good taste. Green, the girl said, giving the boy a light nudge with her elbow and a smile. Midoriya, I well, thanks I guess, and what bands do you like? Kyoka, Bunno. And with that simple question the boy received a whole story about how rock changed the world of music and the many bands that emerged during the pre-Quark era. Kyoka, but my favorite band is AC/DC. It's one of my dad's favorites, the girl said calmly. After the encyclopedia she narrated to the boy, proud of her father's taste. She looked at him and he had a fixed gaze on her as well as a smile that seemed somewhat amused. Kyoko, what did you find something funny? The girl said with a slight frown and starting to threaten the green-haired boy with her connectors. Midoriya, no, it's nothing like that. It's just I've never seen you so happy talking about music. Kyoko expected some teasing or sarcasm from the boy. Dinky was always like that with her. Sometimes trying to be funny or cool, always coming up with something stupid. But the green-haired boy wasn't like him. Kyoko, well, I like it a lot. It's something I can't control when I talk about it, she said while tapping the tips of her connectors together, trying to avoid looking at him directly. Midoriya, I like that about you. She looked at him for a few seconds, repeating that word over and over in her head. I like that about you. Kyoko, gracious Midoriya. Midoriya, call me Izuku. Okay, now the girl was really confused. Since when had Midori Izuku become so confident in what he said? Had he gone with his friend who got embarrassed as soon as a girl approached him or even spoke to him? Or had he gone with a well-dressed rebel with an adorable face? Kyoko, I guess if we're going to pretend you're my boyfriend we should call each other by our names. Midoriya, exactly. Kyoko, well then you can call me Kyoko Izuku. Midoriya entendido Kyoko. The journey ended quickly and they both walked. Their smiles unable to hide as they recognized the place where they were born. During their walk something curious happened. Midoriya, nos perdemos. Kyoko, no, we're almost there. Why, the girl said looking up from her phone to look at the green-haired boy. Midoriya, well, I live just a few blocks from here, the boy said incredulous. Kyoko, are you kidding me? She replied thinking it was a joke from her friend and a smile began to form on her face. Midoriya Jijano, Kyoko, haha dude, how come I never knew you when we were practically neighbors? She said nudging the boy with her elbow. Midoriya's not idea. Kyoko, also Bakugo lived around here too. Midoriya SSI. Kyoko, how scary, I'm glad I didn't run into him then. Midoriya Jaja. The young men walked a little further making some jokes when they finally arrived at the girl's house. Kyoko, here it is, she said looking around her home. Midoriya, are you ready? Kyoko, I think that if. The girl took a step forward to knock on his door but it opened before she could even make the first knock. Mika, my daughter. She didn't know when her mother had time to open the door, rush out and hug her daughter. Kyoko, mom, the embarrassed punk blurted out. Kyoko, who housed my little rock star, said a blonde man coming out of the house to see his daughter. Kyoko, hey old mans. Both adults seemed happy to see the girl who, although she pretended not to, was also happy to see them when. Mika, oh, who is he? Kyoko, oh right, coughs mom, dad, this is Izuku, he's my. The girl couldn't finish speaking when an intense blush appeared on her face, forcing her to cover it up in her connectors to dance like crazy from the embarrassment of saying it out loud. He didn't need to finish the sentence because seeing the girl embarrassed, the green-haired boy felt the same shame and began to blush, a typical blush of his. The parents on the other hand had connected the dots and all that could happen was a smile from the mother and an inspecting look from the man. Mika squeal, I'll finally meet my little girl's boyfriend. The man next to her had to cover his ears at his wife's shriek, who soon approached and greeted the broccoli. Mika, let me introduce myself, I'm Mika, Kyoko's mom, it's a pleasure to meet you. You have no idea how much we wanted to know what my baby's boyfriend was like. Kyoko, mom. She shouted, blushing and embarrassed. Mika, oh, but please come in and sit down. Midori Agra, the boy said, who stopped looking at the woman when he came face to face with the girl's father. His gaze was anything but calm, in fact it instilled a certain fear in the green-haired boy. Kyoko, oh dad, don't make a scene, whispered the punk, hoping her father wouldn't do the typical dad thing. The man looked at the boy's appearance. By his standards he looked every bit the part of a gang member, but the face. Kyoko, it's impossible that he dresses like a thug and has such an innocent face, he looks like a puppy, damn it. My 17 years of training are useless here. Kyoko, Jiro, until I meet you, the man said, still with a disgruntled look. Midoriya, it's a pleasure, sir. Kyoko, this is good, the girl thought, and surprise. Kyoko, nice bracelet. Midoriya, ha, thank you, sir. Mika, please just call us Kyotoku, and Mika, there's no need for so much formality. Kyotoku, hey, I wanted to be a little threatening still. Kyoko, oh old man, nobody believes you're threatening. Kyotoku, Midoriya, WL, if I may say something, I was a little scared. Kyotoku, aha in your faces, thanks, Kitty said with a victorious smile. Mika, let's eat, the food should be ready by now. The adults headed to the kitchen while the green-haired boy accompanied by the rocker girl followed them. The boy looked around and it was nice, with some guitars hanging here and there and some childhood photos of the purple-haired girl. Kyoko, no T-burls. Midoriya, not at all, you look cute. The girl just looked away. Dinky hadn't even seen pictures of her or called her cute. To tell the truth, she never cared. Now why did she care that the boy said those things to her? She had to stop thinking about that when she saw her parents come out with dinner straight into the dining room. Everyone settled down to eat and time passed really peaceful and somewhat cozy. Mika and house dinner. Kyoka sighs, you have no idea how much I missed eating at home. Kayatoku, and you boy, what do you think of all this? Midoriya, everything is delicious, sir. The chicken is very flavorful and the rice is just as good. Kayatoku, another winning streak for the chef, the man in his kitchen said proudly. Kyoka, dad, don't tell me you cooked this. The girl said to her father, surprised. Kayatoku, of course, don't you trust your old father? Kyoka, not since the fish accident. Kayatoku, hey. In my defense, that fish was still alive when I picked it up. Everyone laughed at that excuse. Even the boy, who was unaware of that bizarre story but still found it funny. Midoriya, I should ask her for the recipe for this chicken. It's delicious. Kayatoku, will you cook Midoriya well? Kyoka, he's one of the best cooks in the class. Kayatoku, Amika, I like this boy, the man said with a smile, at least my little rock star has someone else who cooks well. Mika, I guess it runs in the family. You should come a day earlier so you can learn some tricks. Maybe Kayatoku can learn some of yours too. Kyoka, mom, don't force him if Izuku doesn't want to, she said. Somewhat saddened by her parents' stubbornness. Midoriya, no problem, if it's alright with you I could come another day. Mika, perfecta. Kayatoku, and when did they start dating? The question caused the girl to choke on a piece of chicken as the question came out in an instant. Midoriya, well. Kyoka, dude, how about you show Izuku your guitar collection? Kayatoku, good idea. The man left the table to take the boy by the collar of his jacket and led him to the music room. Mika, don't think I haven't noticed. This came as a complete shock to the girl. Had her lie been discovered? Mika, did you think I'd miss it? You know I can tell when you're lying to, the woman said, raising her own connector. Kyoka, shit. I forgot she can tell if I'm lying to her. What? Mika, you forgot the date you left. Kyoka, you always forget these things, said the woman taking a sip of the tea in her hands. Kyoka, what I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. The girl sighed, relieved that it was something else and not her little secret. This was the case until he heard the sound of a guitar, which he quickly recognized. Kyoka sighed, the old man should have already introduced Izuku to the red special. Mika, you'd better go, you know how excited your father gets when he shows off his collection. The girl got up from the table and went to her father's special room, seeing him playing the guitar while talking to the green-haired boy who seemed to have all his attention. Kayatoku, Brian May's red special. The man is a true legend, musician, composer, singer and multi-instrumentalist. Midoriya, activist and astrophysicist. Kayatoku, it seems you know about him too. Tell me, what band did he play in? Midoriya, it's easy, he was the guitarist, vocalist and occasional keyboardist of Queen. The man smiled at the boy's knowledge of the subject when he saw his daughter in the doorway. Kayatoku, Kyoka, why did you introduce us now? The man said with a smile. Kyoka, they seem to get along well. Kayatoku, yes, I asked him if he wanted to play any of them but he refused. Midoriya, the thing is I don't know how to play musical instruments. Kyoka, if you want I can teach you, she said with a smile. The boy, feeling embarrassed, was going to refuse, but he was genuinely interested in the proposal. Kayatoku, that sounds like a good idea, that way we can form a small family band. The green-haired boy was surprised to be considered family so quickly. It was something well, but the reasons behind it were not, and he couldn't forget it. Time passed and everyone chatted happily about music or about the cultural festival from a year ago. Kayatoku, I would have loved to see my little rock star play in front of his first audience. Mika, me too, why didn't they record the event? She said in a sad tone. Kyoka, it was rushed and there wasn't enough time. Midoriya, WL, actually. The embarrassed boy took out his phone, showing that he had a video of the event. The adults watched the video with excitement as the purple-haired girl approached the boy beside her. Kyoka, I didn't know you had recorded. Midoriya, well, I asked Mirio to record and he did me the favor. Kyoka, why did you record it? Midoriya. Well, ever since that time you sang in the hall I liked how your voice sounded and I couldn't help but want to record the concert, the boy explained with a blush as he looked in another direction, finding a wall interesting. Kyoka didn't know how to feel. On one hand, she was happy that her parents enjoyed the boy's company and that he wasn't completely embarrassed in front of them, but he wasn't her boyfriend. He was her friend and a very dear one at that. But if she had brought Denki, he surely would have done something stupid. Probably tried to be funny during dinner or broke one of her father's heirlooms, but Izuku, not only was he modest. He even played along with her father because he liked him, and she knew she shouldn't, but she felt happy that it was Izuku and not Denki who was there at that moment. It was time for the young people to return to the UA, and to the sadness of the adults it was time to say goodbye to their daughter and her boyfriend. Mika, it was a pleasure to see you all and finally meet you, young man. Kayatoku, I hope you teach him to play the guitar. I want to see how well he does, said the father, pretending to strum the guitar strings. Kyoka, claro, Midoriya, it was a pleasure meeting you all as well. Kayatoku Muchikasbora, the man pulled a small object from one of his pockets, revealing it to be a guitar pick. Kayatoku, this is my lucky pick, it's what led me to meet my wife and brought me luck and everything else. I want you to have it now, said the man, handing the pick to the green-haired man. Midoriya, no, I can't, sir, he said while trembling. Kayatoku accepted, it's a family gift. The boy was still holding the pick in his hand when he saw the girl's hand grasp his, forming a handshake. Kyoka, thank you so much, Dad. Mika didn't let it go unnoticed and took a picture of them both. Mika, this one's going on the wall, she said, admiring the photograph. They both blushed at the incident and left. Meanwhile, a single question kept repeating itself in the girl's mind. Would the old man have given his pick to Denki? That's what she thought over and over again until the freckled broccoli's voice made her turn her head. Midoriya, you don't need to hold my hand anymore, the boy said, pointing at the purple-haired girl's hand. She could hear the boy's heart racing faster and faster just from holding her hand, but she didn't have the courage to let go. She simply didn't want to. The train arrived at the station and they boarded it, but their hands never separated. It was strangely comfortable for the girl, but the boy just hoped that it wouldn't end like it usually did. Midoriya, I guess I'll give you your father's guitar pick. The boy said, about to withdraw his hand and separate himself from the girl. Kyoka, and I know my old man gave you his guitar pick, it's yours, and to be honest I want you to keep it. Midoriya, but she gave it to me because she thinks I know. Kyoka, we're here, she said, interrupting the boy before he could finish his sentence. The girl pulled him away and they walked back to the dorms. For some reason the rocker didn't want to hear the boy finish those words. They were about to enter the dormitories, but nothing happened. It was then that the girl against her will had to pull her hand away from the boys. Kyoka, just don't lose it, okay? Or I'll have to hit you, the girl said, trying to return to her tough demeanor but still unable to look him in the face. Midoriya, ease, the curse is broken, he thought more calmly. The boy and the girl went inside and he was about to go to his room when the girl spoke to him. Kyoka, do you want some chocolate? She asked, pointing to the kitchen while playing with one of her connectors. Midoriya, Akamon Izuku, it's just a chocolate bar, that's all, sure, why not? Kyoka took 2 cups to prepare the hot chocolate while Midoriya looked around the kitchen. Kyoka, what's wrong? Kyoka, say something, coughs. How much sugar do you want in your chocolate? Couldn't we have asked something else, right? What, Midoriya, 2 spoonfuls please. It wasn't long before they both had their hot chocolate in hand, enjoying the slight warmth in their drinks while eating some cookies. Midoriya, these cookies are good, by the way. Whose were they? Kyoka, I think they were Denki's. Midoriya, is it okay if I eat his cookies? Kyoka, yes, he won't find out anyway, don't worry. The boy, still dismayed, decided to take the punk girl at her word and continued eating while the girl occasionally stole a glance at the boy, noticing how calm he looked. As the punk girl was about to wash the dishes, the green-haired boy pulled her aside. Kyoka, okay. Midoriya, don't worry, I'll do the washing. She was making a face indicating the beginning of an adorable pout, but her gaze was lost the moment the boy rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arms along with some of his scars being strangely attractive to look at no matter how much the green-haired boy denies it. Kyoka, how would it feel? And with that question the girl reached out and touched one of the boy's forearms and began to inspect it. Midoriya, Kyoka, do they hurt? You know when you train? Midoriya, and no, not really, he replied, hiding his face, which was red from the shock of the sudden action. The girl kept looking at and touching the boy's scars, seeing where some went where others crossed, and how despite everything they didn't let the boy's skin feel soft or cozy. Before she knew it, she had intertwined her fingers with the boy's. Midoriya, Kyoka. Kyoka, I didn't thank you for helping me with that favor. Midoriya, did not worry, you don't have to thank me. Kyoka, no, but I want to. Distracting the boy, the purple-haired girl touched the freckled boy's opposite shoulder, drawing his gaze to the other side, and quickly, with his heart beating 1,000 miles per second, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. When she saw how quickly the green-haired man turned his gaze to her, she was startled both by what she had just done and by the shock of the moment. Kyoka, I do something. Sorry. She yelled, attacking him with her connectors and burying them in his eyes. Midoriya, ITCH. All the boy could do was put his hands to his eyes as he heard the girl run away while still apologizing. He stayed like that for a while, rubbing his eyes until the pain passed. Meanwhile, the girl went into her room and expected to throw herself onto her bed and scream, but someone stopped her. Kaminari, Aka, Kyoka, where were you? I've been looking for you all day. Kyoka sighs, shit, how could it not be? What, why? Kaminari, well look, I was thinking about what things your parents might like when I meet them. Do you think they'd like any of these shirts? The boy said, showing two shirts that couldn't be more ridiculous, one worse than the other. Kyoka, I don't know, but they're not here, they just left to do some concerts. Kaminari, I'm damn well, I'd like you to let me know when you get back. I'm really excited to meet you, the boy said while ruffling the punk's hair. Goodnight, Kyoka. The girl only heard the electric blonde guy close the door while she fixed her hair. Kyoka, idiot, I told him I hate it when he does that to my hair. The girl began changing into pajamas when she started comparing the green-haired boy's actions to Kaminari's. On their first date, Kyoka had to pay for both her and Kaminari's expenses, even though he was the one who invited her to dinner and excused himself with, I forgot my wallet. Meanwhile Izuku on their way had entered a store and bought things for both of them, and even though the girl insisted on paying for what he gave her, he refused. And that wasn't the biggest difference, simply put, her parents loved him while she was sure they would have hated Kaminari. For one reason, she felt sadness and joy that it wasn't Kaminari whom her parents met. Her head snapped open when she received a message. It was Izuku. Midoriya Aoi Kayakami Prajintaba. Kyoka, damn, he's going to interrogate me about what I did. Midoriya, when you teach me to play, your father wanted you to teach me. She couldn't see it, but the punk was sure that the green-haired boy was as red as a tomato at that moment. A silly smile spread across his face as he typed on his screen. Kyoka, what do you think about Wednesday? Midoriya, perfect, thank you, rest. Kyoka, you rest too. Green. The girl didn't know what kind of magic the green-haired boy possessed, but she was sure that after being annoyed with that idiot Kaminari, just a series of messages from him would brighten her night. Kyoka, you're an idiot, Green, but I think it's kind of cute. Chapter 10. Sunday. The green-haired boy was in his room training more intensively than on other occasions. Because he wanted to banish all memories of the last few weeks, and overexerting himself physically helped him. Midoriya 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, Argon 80. The boy counted as he dropped a pair of 40-kilogram dumbbells. As he left them and removed his headphones, he could hear knocking on the door stop. He quickly grabbed his shirt and opened it, finding his teammate Hanta Siro. Midoriya Sarakin. Siro Madabro, they're looking for you downstairs, it's Kendo from Class B. Midoriya Ayami Siro, yeah, you're seeing her, he said in a joking tone. Usually this would embarrass the boy, but now it only made him feel disgusted with himself. Midoriya, I'll go right away. Siro, okay, I'll tell him. In the common rooms, the redhead was in the building's common room looking around, noticing that the building was similar but slightly different from the one in Class B. This was when a voice called her. Mina, hello, Kendo-san, greeted the ever-friendly and excited alien from Class A. Kendo, oh hello Ashide-san. Mina, hey, I apologize, really no one knew what a Jiro. Kendo, Yuki didn't come here for that. Mina, oh well, what did you need? Kendo, to tell you the truth, I was looking for Midoriya. Mina, oh, for some reason the girl didn't understand the fact that Kendo needed Izuku gave her a strange feeling. Was it annoyance? Anger, envy? That was ridiculous, she shouldn't be jealous, after all Kurashima was her boyfriend. This made all of the pink one's happiness disappear in a flash. Hello, Kendo-san. Both the red-head and the pink-skinned girl looked towards the stairs to see the green-haired boy, who greeted them kindly, revealing a smile that banished all kinds of sorrows. Kendo, ola Midoriya. Mine's hello Midoriya. Midoriya, ola Ashide-san. Somehow the freckled boy greeting her with that soft voice and that always cheerful smile made her chest warmer and compelled her to smile back. Kendo, well, I came to find you because I was going to propose something to you. Midoriya, tell me. Kendo, well, I was going to go out into the city to go to a dojo, and I thought if you'd be interested in coming. Midoriya, wow, but why didn't you go with someone from your group? I mean, I'm not saying you didn't just. Kendo sighs, well, Professor Vlad punished almost everyone, but it seems I was the only one who escaped his punishment, and I didn't want to go alone, so I thought since you're the one who goes out to train the most, maybe you'd be interested. Only if you want to, it's fine if not. Midoriya, I'd love to, just let me take a shower first and I'll join you. Kendo, are really, the girl said, trying not to stumble over her words. Midoriya, sure, I'll be right back. So the green-haired boy left the room to go to his own room, prepare his sports clothes, and go out to take a shower, leaving the pink-haired girl and the orange-haired girl in the room. Mina, do you want to watch TV? They both walked to the sofa, the redhead waiting for the freckled boy and Mina hoping that one of the girls would have something interesting to do to pass the time. The television was on, but a girl's mind was focused on only one thing. Why does it bother me that Kendo is dating Izuku-kun? She couldn't feel jealous, or could she? Kendo, and how is HQ'er? The pink-skinned girl glanced at the girl from Class B only to think of her friend. Mina, she sighs, she hasn't wanted to talk about it. That day she locked herself in her room and didn't want to talk to anyone. I'm still worried about her. But I haven't wanted to bring it up. Kendo, I'm so sorry about that, I really didn't know she. Mina, no, it's not your fault, you didn't know I was in a relationship. Kendo, my ignorance is no excuse for my innocence, she said with a sad tone in her voice, imagining how bad the invisible girl must be feeling since that day. I didn't want to sound depressing and ruin the girl's day, so shaking my head a little I changed the subject. Kendo, well, what are you planning to do today, do you have any plans? Mina, well, actually I didn't have anything planned. Kirishima was going to play video games with Kaminari and Bakugo all day in his room and I don't have anything planned, size, I don't even have any homework to do. Kendo, well, hey, you want to join Midoriya today, I don't know if you'd like it but. Mina, really, as if she had won a lottery, the girl jumped up and took off. Mina, I'll be right back. Kendo, I suppose the company will be good. A short while later the girl came down wearing an outfit that frankly wasn't the most discreet thing in the world. Mind list, Kendo, okay, only Midoriya is missing. Midoriya, I'm here, said the green-haired boy coming down the stairs with a small suitcase at his side. Apparently containing his gym clothes, though. Is Ashido coming with us too? Mina, of course. Kendo, I hope you don't mind. Midoriya, no, not at all. The young people left the building and headed towards the UA exit. On his journey the green-haired boy was thinking about topics to talk about with the orange-haired girl or the pink-haired girl when his mind remembered that kiss that the girl gave him that time at the end of the day on their outing. Midoriya, why did I have to remember that now? Kendo, and what would you like to practice when we arrive? Midoriya, Mina, it seems you're in another reality, Midori, the girl said, giving the boy a light nudge. Midoriya, I sorry, I was thinking about other things, the green-haired boy said, starting to blush. Kendo, it's kind of cute to see you nervous while trying to hide a slight laugh. Mina, isn't it our cute little nervous cinnamon roll? Then she hugged him around the torso. For one reason the pink-haired girl enjoyed hugging the boy and squeezing him like a plush toy. It was a feeling she liked quite a lot, even more so when the freckled boy became more embarrassed and didn't know how to react. Midoriya, I. Kendo, it looks like you're going to break it. Mina, it's just so soft, she said, squeezing it a little more. Kendo, pff, hato. The girl continued laughing at the poor green-haired boy, who was trying not to fall to the ground in embarrassment, at least until they arrived at a training center, the dojo that the girl mentioned. Kendo, we're here. Upon entering they saw that the place was empty, which surprised the green-haired boy. Midoriya, and where is everyone? Kendo, oh, there's nobody here, that's why I come on Sundays. Usually everyone comes during the week because they assume that the weekend will be busier. Midoriya, while you used reverse psychology in reverse. Mina, very clever girls. Kendo, thank you, I'm going to the locker room to change now, I'll be back in a bit. Mina, okay. Midoriya, yes, actually I'll go change too. Mina, me too. Minutes later the green-haired man came out wearing navy blue shorts and a sleeveless shirt that revealed his toned upper torso. Midoriya, okay, what will we do? Oh, they haven't come out yet. The green-haired boy looked around, noticing that he was still alone. Midoriya, this place is nice, there isn't even gym music, it's strangely relaxing. The boy looked at everything: exercise machines like bench presses, a dumbbell area, a fighting ring, and how all the walls were covered in mirrors. He saw his reflection in front of him, noticing the improvement in his physique and feeling proud of his progress. Midoriya, well, I don't want to sound conceited, but I'm not bad looking at all, he said with a slight smile. Appreciating his physique, would it be ridiculous if? With a slight question in his head and making a decision, the boy looked around to make sure no one was watching him, and then he tensed his arms, recreating All Might's pose and giving a smile. Midoriya, well, I do look good. Click. The green-haired boy quickly turned his head and saw that Mina had pointed her phone camera at the boy. Mina, another pose. Midoriya, the boy shouted in fright, blushing instantly he'd been caught. Mina, come on, do another All Might pose, I won't make fun of you, the girl said while pointing her camera with a smile. The boy wasn't really convinced, but the girl spoke before he could. Mina, I promise I won't show them to anyone, alien promise, she said, raising her hand and giving him a smile that exuded confidence. Midoriya sighs too, I just don't show them to anyone, he said, still red-faced, looking at the floor. It was useless to look away thanks to the mirrors. Mine promised. The boy really didn't want to see more geeky than he already was, so he had to remember some other pose. Luckily he knew one more. Feeling a little more relaxed after taking a breath, the boy brought one of his arms behind his head, exerting force on his tricep while flexing the bicep of his other arm and straining his abdomen. Even with his gaze fixed on anything other than the pink-skinned girl, he tried to remain calm and not see the girl in her possible mocking expression. The boy was wrong to assume, because the pink-skinned girl could only try to understand how the green-haired boy hid that physique during training and under his suit. I knew the boy was obsessed with training, getting up early, and above all breaking his bones, but it seemed that in the end it was worth it to have that physique. Mina Jiro would be envious if he saw this. That all explains why you're so soft. Midoriya ate Mina nothing. Kendo, are you ready? The girl said, coming out of the changing rooms while tying up her hair and looking at a red-haired Midoriya as well as a quick movement from the pink-haired girl which she didn't pay attention to. Mina very clever. The green-haired boy hadn't considered it before, but he was about to train with two girls alone in a gym. Mina, so what are we going to do first? She said so calmly as if nothing had happened. Kendo, first we warm up, we don't want to cramp in the middle of a set. Mina, okay. As the warm-up ended, the green-haired boy had to admit he admired Kendo's skill as a teacher of exercise. She knew how to show Aikido how to perform certain stretches without getting hurt, and she also gave him some advice. Kendo, okay, who wants a sparring match? Mina, me. Oh, what is that and what do you eat it with? Kendo, haha, no, a sparring match is training, a practice fight. Mina, then Midori can go first. Midoriya a. Kendo, come on Midoriya, let's have a session, I promise I'll be nice to you, the girl said teasingly, trying to make a joke. Midoriya, yuke. Mina, I will support you both. Midoriya sin quirks, Kendo sin quirks. The boy climbed into the ring watching as Kendo climbed up from the opposite side. Kendo, it's been a long time since we sparred, I want to see how much you've improved. Midoriya, well, to tell you the truth, I'm curious too. Kendo, are you going first? Midoriya, I am a son of a family. And a Midoriya, ladies first. Kendo, what a gentleman, well thank you, a fight later. The green-haired boy was lying on the floor while Kendo held the boy's neck with his legs and restricted his movement by holding his arms. The boy was red, but not exactly from lack of air but from how his head was resting on the girl's abdomen. Mina, come on and my Dora, fight, I believe in you, you can do it. Kendo, don't let you keep going, girl. The freckled boy was begging Kendo to let go of one of his hands so he could ask for surrender or that his damn tongue wouldn't get tied when he tried to speak. Kendo agitated, do you give up? Midoriya Yai's eyes. And a Midoriya threatened to close his eyes, which frightened the girl, who finally reacted. Kendo a. Instantly the girl freed her legs from the boy's neck along with her hands. Midoriya inhales and exhales, that was kind of embarrassing. Kendo, Midoriya, I'm so sorry, I went a little too far, I'm sorry. Midoriya stopped the girl mid-sentence when her hand waving in front of him begged him to stop for a second. Midoriya yuke inhales, that was a good technique, you really surprised me. Kendo, are you safe? Midoriya, yes, don't worry, nothing happened. The girl still had doubts, but when she saw the boy smile she knew he was serious. Kendo, good. Mina, woo, Kendo is the winner. Kendo, thank you for your support, Aikido. Mina, watching them fight made me hungry, we should go get something to eat. Midoriya yuke, but we're still missing your sparring partner. Mina, shhh, be quiet, said the pink-haired girl while covering the boy's face with one hand. Kendo, I think we can take a short break. So the three young men left the small gym and went to look for some food in the small shopping center. They arrived at a ramen stand where they waited to be served. Kendo, even so I feel I need to improve my techniques. Midoriya, you think so? Kendo, yes, size, I can fight at close range but at longer distances I'm left vulnerable. Mina, and yet you're a machine, girl, she said, nudging the red head. Kendo, hee, thanks. To almost everyone it seemed like a simple group of friends chatting while some others tried to guess which of the girls was the boy's likely partner. After eating and taking a walk to digest their recent meal, the group returned to the gym to continue their training. When a group of girls stopped the teenagers in front of them. Girl, hey, hi, sorry, I wanted to tell you that my friend says you're cute. Needless to say, the green-haired boy was embarrassed. First, the spontaneous declaration. Second, he didn't know the girl. And third, he was in public and with his friends. The boy was starting to stutter, but he didn't notice that the pink-haired girl's previously smiling gaze was now somewhat cold and almost annoyed. The only one who noticed was Kendo, who had been watching the girl. She was somewhat surprised because, knowing her rather nosy and extroverted nature, she expected her to bother her friend with that declaration. Kendo, is she upset? Why would she be? I thought she was in a relationship with Kirishima. That's what was going through his head when all he saw was the girl taking a breath and changing her expression with a kind of smile, but not a smile of joy and optimism as usual, but rather a malicious smile, and it was clear he was planning something. Mina, sorry girls, she said, approaching the green-haired boy. This green cutie is coming with me, said while wrapping both arms around the aforementioned person's arm. If the green-haired boy could already be considered embarrassed, a longer phrase would be needed to describe his current state. Surprised looks were not long in coming as Kendo watched all this with a slight blush on her cheeks but a slight pain in her chest. Meanwhile the girls in front of the green-haired pink-skinned boy were somewhat surprised though not entirely convinced. Girl 2, well they seemed more like close friends a little while ago. Girl 3, that's true. Mina's face clearly showed that she was plotting something mischievous and shameless. The suspicions were instantly confirmed when she spoke. Mina, if that were the case would I do this? And instantly the girl took the boy's chin and made him look directly at her only to kiss him on the lips so that the boy's soul seemed to escape from his body. Despite feeling his soul leave his body remained static and completely red while the girl did not slow down in her kiss. Mina knew that was wrong but a part of her was screaming the same word at her, to hell with it. Meanwhile as the green-haired man's fading consciousness returned to his mortal body one word exerted a powerful influence on his mind. Midoriya no why me, why did you kiss me? Well it didn't matter that the kiss was somewhat wild though warm or that the girl's lips had a slight taste of bubblegum. He had no reason or right to know that. The pink-skinned girl finally separated from the freckled boy and looked at the girls with a conceited expression. Mina, and should I try anything else? She said with a superior smile. Girl 1 no sorry we're leaving now, she stuttered as a blush faded at the hot scene in front of him. Mina could only watch as the three strangers ran off commenting on the incident when her gaze returned to her companions and friends. Mina, shall we go back to the gym? She said casually. The green-haired boy and the orange-haired girl had doubts but they didn't know exactly how to approach them without creating an awkward scene between the three of them, well even more awkward. Finally at the gym the acid girl had her sparring session which she would soon deeply regret. Mina Ayuyu, she screamed in pain while putting some ice on her forearms as she endured the blows from her companion. Kendo, I'm sorry, I was a little rude. Ashidasan, she said as she handed her another pack of ice. Mina, a little roughs. Well Kendo, forgive me, she said as she bent down a little, still embarrassed about grinding her pink-haired friend's arms from Class A. Midoriya, girls, I think we should head back before it gets too late, said the green-haired boy as he checked the time on his phone. They agreed and gathering their things prepared to return to the UA. The return trip was pleasant as long as they didn't mention what happened with those girls and that strange kiss. Being polite, the green-haired boy and the pink-skinned girl left the president of Class B in her building while thanking her for the opportunity. Midoriya, thank you so much for the invitation again. Kendo, well thanks to you for accepting. Midoriya. If you want we could go out and train another day and I don't know, maybe take a walk for a while, the girl said, blushing slightly at the last part since her invitation for an outing with classmates could be interpreted as a date, which embarrassed her as it seemed like she was rushing things. Midoriya, sure, whenever you like, I'll see if I'm available. The boy corrected himself, remembering that because of her favors he couldn't be as free as before. The pink-skinned girl heard this but she had to pretend a little. She had already acted without thinking that day and she didn't have a logical answer to give the boy. Kendo, see you later. Goodbye Midoriya-kun. Goodbye Ashidasan. Midoriya, goodbye. Mina, bye girl, see you later. And so the green-haired boy walked beside the pink-haired girl, trying not to intrude on the moment but curious to know what the heck had happened that afternoon. Midoriya-kun is a cool, just make a normal conversation and when the time is right ask her. Hey Ashido, did you have fun today? He asked with a friendly smile. Mina, you want to ask me about it, right? Ashido could tell the tale about herself but she wasn't stupid enough to read people, and seeing how the boy was left speechless only added to her list. Midoriya, to be honest I was hoping to ask you not so directly. Mina, yes, I imagine that. Midoriya, well, and why did you do that? Mina, unintelligible whisper. Midoriya, a Mina, unintelligible whisper. She. Midoriya, see, could you say that again just a little louder? Mina, I don't know. Okay, I don't know, the girl said, her face turning purple with embarrassment that she was telling the truth. Midoriya, Amina, it's just that girl came up to you and I don't know why I lost my mind and that was my only reaction. The green-haired boy was frozen again, unable to say anything as his mind couldn't believe something like this could happen to him again and with another girl. Mina, I couldn't bear the thought of you forgetting me. The girls are all caught up in their own things. Kirishima seems to be ignoring me more and more. You were going to go with Kendo and that girl, I just didn't want to be alone, she said with a melancholic tone in her voice. And the moment arrived where the green-haired boy could do something, and approaching the girl he hugged her, resting his head on hers, who clung to him and hugged him tightly. Mina, I'm sorry about today. Midori, the girl said, her voice somewhat muffled by the boy's chest. Midoriya, okay, I'm not upset, you surprised me. Mina, I promise to make it up to you. I know I can mess things up sometimes. Midoriya, no needs. Mina, and that I can be nosy. Midoriya, other boy said, giving him a little bit of credit for his argument. Mina, and I might cause you troubles. The boy pulled the pink-haired girl away, noticing that she had a depressed look rarely seen in her. Midoriya, hey listen, I'm not upset. Yes, you might be a little nosy, but it doesn't bother me at all, and if it did I'd gladly help you. The girl could only see the green-haired boy and that smile that made her so happy, and it was then that she remembered why she had felt jealous. She didn't want that smile to disappear from her life. She wanted to spend more time with him and have fun in her way and his way, just to be together. Mina felt her eyes welling up as tears threatened to fall, noticed by the green-haired boy, who was instantly startled. Midoriya, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, Ashide-san. Aye. Mina, no, I just thought of something. Okay Midori, and thank you. After the girl calmed down, they both continued walking back to their building while the conversation became lighter after that chat. Upon arriving they said their goodbyes and went to their rooms, leaving them both with different thoughts. Midoriya, why can't I get the memory of that bubblegum taste out of my head? The boy wondered while touching the tips of his lips with his fingers. Mina, they were really soft, repeating the boy's action. The only difference was that one wanted to repeat it while the other just hoped it wouldn't be so. Midoriya, I'd better discuss it with my pillow, it's never given me bad advice. And so the boy ended his day by going to sleep early. Chapter 11. Smund. The green-haired boy was getting up early again to start his daily routine. Stretching, cardio, weightlifting. A typical day for Izuku Midoriya. The only new thing was that when he approached and looked at a blackboard that would be the pride of his friend Todoroki and his theories, he turned it over only to reveal that he had a rather large and secret agenda written on this side of the blackboard. Agenda. Uraraka, nothing, we're on good terms. Momo, date with evidence for her parents, no date, good terms. Kyoka, music class Wednesday. Mina, nothing, we're a recent kiss. Taro, nothing, Roman too fell asleep with her. Tsuyu, a sway meeting with Takami and a sway, no date. Kendo, trip to the dojo, no date. The boy looked around as the only things left to do were his upcoming outing with his class president and his next meeting with the punk girl. She was carefully planning how to carry everything out when she heard her phone vibrate. Looking at it, she noticed it was a recent number. Nejire, good morning Izuku. Hey, I just saw a really cool place and I was wondering if you'd be interested in going with me. What do you say? The green-haired boy was barely remembering that he had his third-year senpai's number and his particular case. After a strange week meeting her friend's parents and pretending to be their boyfriend, being quickly considered family by two of them, and receiving a kiss in front of strangers from another of her friends, a little distraction didn't seem like a bad idea. Investigating the place the girl had mentioned, honestly it didn't look bad. What could possibly go wrong? After accepting his departure, the boy continued with his morning. It was still early, and going down to the kitchen to have some breakfast, she saw that Aizawa was reading a book, seemingly calm. Midoriya, good morning Yayarazzu, the boy said without looking at her directly, simply walking into the kitchen. The girl stopped looking at her book to pay attention to the freckled boy who was entering the room. Momo, good morning Izuku-kun, she said with a warm voice and a smile upon seeing her classmate. The boy, listening to her, felt a little embarrassed, remembering that he could call her by her first name and he had just used her last name. Something minor but painful for the boy. He was looking for things in the cupboard when he heard footsteps coming in. Momo, you know you can call me by my name, remember, she said with a slight smile. Midoriya, Yayarazzu. Asabashashuzan, it's become a habit. Momo giggled a little at how quickly the boy felt sorry for his cute mistake. Momo, okay, it's fine, and do you need help Midoriya? I may be a little. Momo, what were you going to cook, she said, rolling up her sleeves so as not to get her shirt dirty. Midoriya, to be honest, I was hoping to cook something new. By any chance you wouldn't happen to have a cookbook, would you? He said, sheepishly embarrassed by his strange request. The raven-haired girl only gave a few small giggles to attract the attention of the green-haired boy. Momo, Izuku-kun, that's not necessary, I have that book right here, she said, pointing to her head. What do you think about me cooking this time and you helping me? She said with a smile. Midoriya, are you sure? I really don't want to bother you. Momo, okay, I'd like to cook a little, I don't want to lose my touch, so what do you say? Midoriya, having listened to his president and with no way to change her mind, gave in. Midoriya, okay, what do you need? Momo first. The girl with an elegant and refined touch, the black-haired one, asked the green-haired boy for some things, who with a smile complied with what she asked, ending their collaborative work over an elegant and delicious breakfast. Momo, and that's how we get a nice plate of dorjaki. Midoriya, they look delicious, said the boy, trying not to salivate or be rude. Momo, now she just needs a little powdered sugar. The girl took the aforementioned bottle and tapped it lightly, but the green-haired boy, being close, saw one of the blows of the white powder fall on his face. Midoriya. ACH, that's what the boy said as he interrupted a sneeze covering his face. Momo, sorry Isu het het. The girl started laughing and the green-haired boy didn't understand why. Midoriya. Do I have something on my face? And the raven-haired girl nodded, who without stopping laughing created a small mirror and handed it to the boy, only to see that he had not only a white nose but he had a little bit of a smile. He was not only a white nose but his entire face was completely white. Instead of being embarrassed, he started laughing at his unusual appearance with the girl. When the laughter finally subsided, the raven-haired girl took a rag and approached the green-haired boy. Momo, let me help you take that off. And holding the boy's cheek, she began to carefully clean the boy's face. The girl had quickly finished cleaning Midoriya's face, but she couldn't help but caress the freckled boy's soft face through that thin piece of cloth. Seeing how he neither objected nor was embarrassed by that kind of contact, his somewhat cheerful and humorous gaze gradually faded, wondering how long it would take him to get bored of caressing those freckled cheeks. 5, 10, 30 minutes, an hour, a day or a week, I didn't know, but it was certain that it wouldn't be soon. Her common inspection of the boy's face had to stop when he spoke. Midoriya, Momo, is something wrong? Momo, ANNO, it's nothing, you're clean now. The black-haired girl left the green-haired man's face more reluctantly than willingly, although she didn't know why it bothered her. Momo, we should have breakfast before it gets cold. Midoriya, that's true. They both sat down at the table and enjoyed their breakfast. Momo, so when will my knight invite me on the movie date my father is waiting to take pictures of? She said, anticipating the boy's inevitable adorable nervousness. The green-haired boy, remembering that matter, made his cheeks turn a light pink color. Midoriya, well, we agreed it would be at the movies, but when would you like to go? Momo, when are you free? Midoriya. Well, how about tomorrow? Momo, are you that excited about the fake date? Midoriya quickly became alarmed. Had she implied that she wanted a date already? Midoriya, NNO, well, it's not that spending time with you isn't nice, but I. Black-haired La Aizawa couldn't hold it in any longer and started to laugh. Momo, relax, I'm just playing around, I don't want to sound like a Shido, she said, laughing. Seeing the freckled boy's quick, nervous reaction and his now red face, but yes, tomorrow is fine. Midoriya sigh. Momo, also my dad is excited to see you again. You really did something for him. I've never even seen him like this before. Midoriya, really? The girl shook her head, confirming the question. Somehow the green-haired boy wanted to spend time with his fake father-in-law. Although it pained him internally that the man had grown fond of him, since he would later have to break up with the girl and it would be Todoroki who would have to win her over, though he felt that the latter would be more complicated. Midoriya, so what movie would you like to see? Momo, Midoriya. Well, if we're going to the movies we should see something right. Momo, yes, I don't see the problem. Midoriya, so what would the prettiest girl these eyes have ever seen want to see? The girl had discovered something, and that was that she liked it when the green-haired boy spoke with words that seemed to be taken from one of the books he used to read so much in his free time. Momo, well, I've seen some, but I don't know if you'd like them. And Midoriya, whatever you choose will be fine with me. The dark-haired woman felt her cheeks gradually burning more and her heart beating as if she had run a marathon. Momo, okay. Shortly after finishing breakfast, all his classmates began to go downstairs to prepare their own breakfast, including the two-toned-haired boy. Momo, good morning, Sho. Shoto simply walked past without noticing the raven-haired girl who was moving her hand. The green-haired boy looked at the girl beside him and noticed that she still had a smile, but he knew very well that inside she was devastated. Midoriya approached him with some hesitation, touched the shoulder of the dark-haired girl, who sighed and looked at the boy beside her. Momo, can we talk alone, just you and me? The green-haired boy said nothing, but he wasn't going to deny the girl's request. They both went up to Asabash's room, taking advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted with breakfast. Inside, the girl made sure to close her door so as not to be surprised and give her classmates the wrong idea. Having done this and secured the door, the girl went to her bed where the green-haired boy was still standing nearby. She sighed and looked at the green-haired boy hitting her bed and asking him to sit next to her. He did so, trembling a little, but he complied with the request. Momo, he can't even say hello to me. Midoriya, I'm sure it wasn't intentional. Momo, do you believe it? Midoriya nodded, trying to give a sympathetic smile. Momo, do you think things will be normal after everything that's happened in your family? Midoriya, I trust that everything will be as before, he said, putting on an optimistic smile. Momo sighs, I hope so. And without knowing why, the green-haired boy watched as the girl laid down on his legs. Midoriya, yeah, mama-san. Momo, Izuku, can we stay like this just for a little while? The boy would normally politely refuse, but the girl's sad look told him to give in this time. Midoriya, okay, but what about classes? The girl held the green-haired boy's hand, seemingly playing with it as she listened to him. Momo, don't worry if we're late. I'll say I asked you for help with vice presidential matters. The president of Class A had always felt comfortable in that position since she was a child, using her mother's lap when something upset her. She felt that confidence and that feeling as her mother told her that everything would be alright. That same feeling she felt with that boy by her side at that moment. For his part, the boy was no longer so sure about why Aizawa was someone so trustworthy. Whether it was about her great academic performance and coming from a rich and well-off family, or about her sweet face when she was relaxed. Either way, she emerged victorious. The minutes passed, but it wasn't uncomfortable, which surprised the green-haired boy. Both because of the way the girl seemed to be looking at her hand so carefully, as if it were something extremely interesting. Momo, does it hurt when you hit? Midoriya, do I really give that impression? No, not really. Recovery girl, did a great job during surgery when I broke them. She just warned me not to do it again. Momo frowned, imagining how painful it must have been to break her arms. Midoriya noticed this and in an attempt to calm her down touched her head, placing his hand on her hair in a caressing manner. Midoriya, don't worry, I'm fine. The girl's thoughts of pain and anguish dissipated like mist as she saw the boy smile at her and gently stroke her hair. Momo, I'm glad to hear you say that. Minutes passed, during which the black-haired girl had picked up a book and started reading it while the green-haired boy silently accompanied her, stroking her head, something comfortable for both of us. This lasted until a shared thought made them break out of their peaceful situation. Midoriya/Momo class, in the classroom of Class A. Momo, and I asked Midoriya to help me organize the paperwork for the payments for the following months. The green-haired boy was sweating profusely, imagining that his master wouldn't buy in excuse like the one the black-haired girl had given him to justify her late arrival. Aizawa, sighs, alright, take a seat and catch up. Midoriya, he believed it. Without looking for any further logic in his sensei's reasoning, the green-haired boy headed to his seat while looking around for someone who could fill him in on the class. Ashima, PSD Matabro, come. The green-haired boy looked at his red-haired friend, and the first thing he remembered was how he received a daring kiss from his girlfriend, which made him desperately seek someone else. Midoriya, on the mini TA, thank you so much. The boy said as he approached the gray-haired boy and picked up the bookies. While trying to pretend, I noticed that his friend was looking at an adult magazine on top of his reading book. Mina, MID, or OA, what's wrong with you? Midoriya, ah yes, very interesting. The boy said, still pretending and trying not to faint at seeing an adult magazine for the first time. The redhead simply ignored his companion's strange action, assuming that the pervert had decided to help the boy and hadn't noticed. Finally, the green-haired boy stopped acting and went back to his place, while the purple-haired boy was offended at having seen his private magazine without asking him first. During class, the freckled boy met to chat with the brunette. It seemed that she had finally come closer and talked to him again. Honestly, he missed that kind of normality in his life. Except for what happened that day, I was going to let it go. During recess, the green-haired boy was chatting with the brunette, while they were being watched from other tables. Momo's table. Momo and Shoto, how are things going, Shoto? Momo, say I hope everything goes well. Without receiving an answer, the girl started playing with her food, trying to find something interesting to do. Then she saw the brunette chatting warmly with the green-haired boy, who was slightly panicked. Between the tables. Momo, it looks like they're having fun, the two of them. Why are they so happy? Is it possible that Izuku-kun will talk to me a little more? And why am I thinking this? What? Kyoka table. The punk girl was listening to music on her phone while eating, ignoring the nonsense coming out of her blonde boyfriend's mouth as he chatted with Maida and Jiro. Kyoka, why on earth did I invite these idiots to our table? The girl just looked at the karate-ka with disdain and turned her gaze back to her phone. Bored and uninterested in the trio's conversation next to her, she returned to her phone when, while searching through her gallery, she saw her green-haired friend and participant in her little secret scheme reflected on her device. Looking at him, she remembered the good time she spent at her parents' house in that kiss, accompanied by the punch he gave her. For some reason, I didn't know why, I couldn't help but look at him through the reflection of his screen. Kyoka's maybe. With a blush on her face she searched through her vast playlist looking for a specific song. Kyoka, this is embarrassing. The girl had only heard that song a couple of times, since on one occasion she heard Denki say that they were too cheesy and outdated for him. But there was something about that green-haired boy that made her listen to that song as she watched him, feeling her heart pound strongly upon hearing one specific word. I love you. Shaking my head I tried to think of something other than her green curls, her freckled face, or her emerald eyes that I swore were sparkling. Kyoka, idiot, you're a beautiful idiot. Taro and Mina's table. The invisible girl was sitting next to Ashido, who was chatting with her about her outing yesterday. Taro, and did you have fun yesterday with Kendo and Kurashima? Mina, oh well, I went with Kendo and Midori. Taro, oh, I thought you were dating Kurashima-kun. Mina, no size, he and the guys played video games with Bakugo all day. Both looked in the direction of the boy, who was chatting with his friend, a lover of Maki and girlfriend of his delegate. The alien queen stared at the freckled boy getting lost in the reddish color of his face, which always made her laugh when she was the one who provoked it, his shy and sweet attitude that she liked to see whenever she invaded her personal space. These were some of the things that the girl found adorable, adding to that the times he helped her and how sweet he was to her. Mina, why do you have to be a cute angel? At the same time, the invisible girl only remembered the times the boy comforted her and spent time with her, even remembering when they slept together, and he even left a note so as not to worry her the next morning. Taro, you're a sweetheart, Izuku-kun. Both girls saw the boy as if he were a beacon of light shining in the darkness, where nothing else existed in their eyes, ignoring their surroundings. Tsuyu table. Takami, and I told Midoriya everything. Tsuyu, and did he really agree? Kiro. Takami, that's right, Dark Shadow nervous, but I accept. Tsuyu, and when would we talk to him? Takami, well, I was hoping to talk to him around this time, but both young people looked at the freckled boy who was talking to his brunette friend, noticing that it wouldn't be possible at that moment. Takami, maybe tomorrow. Tsuyu, okay. At Midoriya and Uraraka's table. The green-haired boy was chatting with the girl about some things related to his internship, their missions, training, and documentation. Lita, I'll be right back, said the blue-haired man without waiting for a reply. Uraraka, okay. Midoriya, yes. The brunette watched the blue-haired boy walk down one of the hallways, her expression looking bored. The moment she saw her boyfriend leave, a small smile formed on her lips as she spoke to the green-haired man. Uraraka, you know Deku and my parents have asked me about you. Midoriya, are really? Uraraka, yes, have they asked me when you might be able to visit them again? Midoriya, I am not really sure, as you know, if you're okay with it. Uraraka, well, if you agree, I agree. She said, the brunette with a slight blush on her cheeks as she scratched the back of her neck. Midoriya, maybe I could stop by and say hi just for a little while you could tell them. I can come the day after tomorrow. Uraraka, okay, they'll be happy to have you. They both smiled even though it was a lie. She was happy to know that her parents would be pleased with her visit. The rest of the day passed with training classes, heroic reasoning, and math. Everyone then headed to their respective Heist Alliance dormitories. Uraraka, Deku-kun. Midoriya, is something wrong? Uraraka-san. Uraraka, well, I was thinking of going out into the city and going to the mall, and I was wondering if you'd like to come with me. Midoriya, I was actually going to go out, I made some plans and… Uraraka, oh okay, I understand. Midoriya, maybe another time. With a strange feeling on the part of the brunette, they both arrived at the dormitories, where each went to their room. The green-haired boy for his part began looking for clothes for his outing with Nejire that afternoon. Wearing a tight black t-shirt and pants that the marketing group made based on his hero costume, he grabbed his wallet and phone to leave. Fortunately for him, nobody saw him leave and he wouldn't have to explain his absence that day. Taking out his phone and using a pair of headphones, of course, with an All Might theme, he was looking for a song for the train journey he was about to take. During that time I heard footsteps stop beside me. I didn't pay much attention to it and thought it was some other passenger waiting for the train to arrive until I felt someone move one side of my headphones and speak into my ear. Nejire, why so serious, handsome? Suddenly the boy jumped back, noticing the light blue-haired girl who was laughing at the boy's reaction. Midoriya, any Jr. Sapaya. The woman just laughed at his little joke until she was able to utter a few words. Nejire, hahaha, sorry if I surprised you, but you looked so focused that I couldn't resist the urge to surprise you. Midoriya, Oh well, more than a surprise. I thought you were going to threaten me with a knife in my mouth. The boy said, remembering the last time he heard the same words except for the pretty. His thoughts had to fly away when a bright smile from his companion looked directly at him. Nejire, you look cute. He could only feel his face redden at those words because he hadn't noticed how his senpai was dressed. Wearing an open black jacket which revealed that she was wearing a brown tank top and short blue shorts, the boy had to admit it, she looked attractive and adorable. They both waited a little while for their train, and when it arrived they both got on. Many eyes were fixed on the curious couple, some wondering if they were a pair of friends, if they were boyfriends or girlfriends, or even if they were siblings. However, the young people weren't paying attention to their surroundings. Nejire, you'll like this place, they have delicious snacks and the place is beautiful. Midoriya, well, I did some research on the place myself and it seemed promising, but I still trust you. Upon arriving at the station and after walking for a while, the green-haired boy saw the place that would calm his sea of worries, a disco. Upon entering I saw everyone in the place dancing, drinking, and enjoying the moment. The place was surprisingly large despite its exterior facade. As he looked around he was surprised to see the light blue-haired girl approaching him, already holding a couple of drinks. Nejire, I don't know if you'll like it. If you do, you shouldn't take it. Midoriya, AA, no, it's okay, thank you very much, Hado simp. Nejire, please call me Nejire. The boy took a sip of his drink. It was somewhat bitter, but hey, he was surprisingly relaxed, compared to what one would expect from being in a disco. So chatting they both finished their drinks one after the other while making some jokes. When the light blue-haired girl spoke. Nejire, do you want to go to the track? Midoriya, you know I'd normally say no, but why not? The boy stood up, finishing his drink in one large gulp when he saw his senpai leaving her jacket on the table and fixing her hair. The boy was speechless, but if he had to describe the girl and what she did, it was like seeing a living work of art where everything she did had a flirty and innocent touch that only captivated whoever saw her. Nejire, let's go. He said in his classic enthusiastic voice, taking the freckled boy's hand and leading him to the dance floor. He offered no resistance and didn't understand why, but at that moment he didn't care. The girl danced as if dancing was something new but also natural to her, while the green-haired boy was guided by her. I didn't feel what I would normally feel when doing something in public. I wasn't afraid, panicked, or ashamed. At all times he saw the girl enjoying dancing with him and how she gave him smiles. At one point she moved closer and closer to the boy, so much so that they could feel each other's warm breath on their faces. Nejire, hey, what if we go somewhere more private where it's just the two of us and following his senpai away from the track and where there wasn't much commotion? The only thing the boy could see was a smile forming on her face, only to then see darkness. Hours later. The green-haired boy felt like his head was about to explode at any moment. Almost everyone was leaving the club and his senpai was holding him up. Nejire, I think that last drink was too much. Midoriya, Yayarazzu, I think it was. The boy couldn't take it anymore and went to a corner where he threw up everything he had consumed. The light blue-haired girl approached, worried, imagining that perhaps he had asked for too much and her younger friend couldn't resist. She approached and placed a hand on his shoulder while looking away. Midoriya, what happened? And I know I don't remember anything besides that last glass. Nejire, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Midoriya, was it that bad? He knew his innocent friend had returned when he saw him blush at the thought of having made a fool of himself. Nejire, well, it wasn't so bad. Midoriya, I'm sorry if I ruined your night, had a senpai. The girl pouted at the words he said. Nejire, hey, you didn't ruin my night. If anything, I think I ruined your day. I didn't expect you to be in this state. Midoriya, okay, you don't have to worry. Nejire, I invited you out. It was my responsibility to look after you and I was just focused on having fun and I'm sorry. The girl finally felt some guilt for her actions. From what she did at the previous club when she agreed to their first date to accepting that bag and pouring it into the guy's drinks only to repeat the act. Midoriya, don't worry, in any case I'm glad I did all this with you. What he said, the way he said it, made the girl's inner guilt lessen. The green-haired boy stood up while looking for something to clean his mouth with. Nejire, Herugoshd, handing him a rag. Midoriya, thank you. To tell the truth, I don't know what you do, because when I wake up the next day I feel better, more relaxed, and with energy that I feel like I can fight against the world. With his face now clean and his distinctive smile, he made the girl feel a series of curious emotions, even for her who was known for being curious. Nejire, does he really feel like this every time he and I, well, if you don't mind, would you like to continue having these outings with me? Midoriya, of course, he said happily, but I think this outing is enough for today. We should head back, don't you think? Nejire HERHSS if we go. Both of them feeling better walked side by side back to the train station when the green-haired boy received an elbow from his senpai. Midoriya, ouch, why is that? Nejire, I told you call me Nejire. Midoriya, okay, Hadu any Nejire senpai. With some jokes from the girl as she floated, letting her hair fall over the freckled boy's face and the green-haired boy holding her hand as if it were a balloon. They both arrived at UA. Midoriya, well, see you later Nejire senpai. Nejire, goodbye Izuku-kun. And once again everyone went into their building. Midoriya, I'm still curious, why can't I remember anything? What? Meanwhile, a girl with light blue hair was locking her bedroom door as she threw herself onto her bed and changed into a one-piece pajama set just to snuggle up in bed and cover herself with her sheets. Nejire, so he feels better if I do that as a way to help him and for him to help me. Right. Drawing her own conclusion, the girl took her phone and searching through the gallery, looked for photographs of what had happened that night. Nejire, so there won't be anything wrong with us continuing to do it, right? Chapter 12. Tuesday, the green-haired boy was leaving UA while analyzing everything he would have to cover before meeting up with his friends during the week. Earlier, the boy was on his way to the dining hall when he was intercepted by Takanami. Midoriya, Takayama-kun, hello. Takayami, hey Midoriya, will you sit with us? We need to talk about that. Midoriya didn't say anything else and just nodded. The more discreet they were, the less anyone would notice. Following his pair of companions together, he sat down at the table where a frog girl was waiting for them. Tsuyu, hello Midoriya-kun. Kiro. Midoriya, hello Tsuyu-kun. Tsuyu, you can call me Asui. Kiro, I suppose you already know what this is about. Takayami, yes, I made sure to tell him everything. Tsuyu, you would help us a lot if you do this. Midoriya, well, you know me, I like to help. Takayami, you see, we were planning to go out this afternoon to gather some anecdotes in case Tsuyu's parents want information about her dates. Well, it's Tsuyu, don't worry, if we spend money we can split at 50-50. Midoriya, don't worry about that, but when would it be? Takayami, we were thinking about this afternoon. Tsuyu, are you free? Kiro. Midoriya, oh, actually I already had plans for this afternoon. Takayami, are you going out? Midoriya, yeah, I'm sorry. Tsuyu, and when are you free? Midoriya, is Thursday okay? The two young men discussed it for a few seconds before nodding towards the green-haired one. Takayami, and where were you going out? Midoriya, I was planning to do a new kind of exercise. They can't know I'm going out with Momo. What? Tsuyu, okay, but don't overdo it. Kiro. Takayami, yes, I was close the time you broke your arm, and the boy with the crow's head began, with a small tremor running through him as he recalled seeing the bone sticking out through the skin, muscle, and blood of his arm. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Midoriya, yes, thanks guys. The young people finished lunch and returned to their classes with nothing new happening until the afternoon. The raven-haired woman was in the living room watching television, waiting for it to get later so she could go out with her friend on her date, but this time she wasn't alone. Well, yes and no, since the two-toned haired boy was next to her as always, looking at his phone. Momo, Shadow, come, I'm going out this afternoon. I was wondering if you want anything. Shoto. Momo, it might take me a little while, I'll message you anyway. Shoto. With every word the girl spoke she felt like it was a knife to her heart. She wanted the boy to say something, anything, a sound, even something as short and cold as a no. I didn't want her to pretend she wasn't there. Momo sighs, okay. She approached to try to at least touch his hand or give him a small kiss on the shoulder. But he, as cold as he usually was now, stood up and left Midoriya's room. The freckled boy was writing down the last few details on his whiteboard. He added a reminder about his outing on Thursday with Takami and Azui and included Nejire on his fake boyfriend list. That's how it was when some knocks on the door made him turn the blackboard around. Midoriya, who is it? Shoto. Midoriya, it's Todoroki. The boy felt as if his entire circulatory system was pumping blood throughout his body. A cold sensation invaded him because the same blackboard was the one his friend had used to write his theories before. Midoriya. Ooh, yay, I'm coming. Quickly I try to catch my breath and open the door, finding a cold but clearly disapproving gaze. Midoriya, is something wrong? Shoto. Midoriya, may I come in? Midoriya, usurer, come in. Entering his room, the heterochromatic boy went in, his gaze shifting from All Might to All Might. Midoriya, please sit down. Somehow being polite, his heart was a little sobbing in the face of the cold though tense atmosphere. The bicolored boy abied and sat in the chair looking at his friend sitting on his bed. Midoriya, so what did you want to talk about? Shoto, well, it's about Sismo. Midoriya, oh, this might be my chance to help him. I can give him advice he can use when he's with Yayarazzu. Sure, you know I'm no expert, but what do you need? Shoto, I think I should break up with her. The boy's words, cold, direct and seemingly normal, felt like a bucket of cold water on the head, no, on the entire body of the green-haired boy. Midori WH. What? Shoto, well, size, you know my family isn't on the best of terms right now. My brother's lawsuits against my father. FYU me trying to get him to drop them, my mother and her therapy sessions, and my father having to deal with the lawsuits and the general opinion of people everywhere. The green-haired boy said nothing, he just listened silently to his friend trying to figure out how he could keep their relationship afloat. Shoto, I know Momo wants to support me, but I know very well that her father doesn't like me, and in general the people she sees don't like me either. Whenever we went out I could see how everyone looked at me with contempt and annoyance, implying that I might do to Momo what my father did to my mother. Midori knew that for a professional hero image sold from his clothing to his attitude, and he was a geek when it came to heroic things, being the first to find out about his friend's father's case, and he understood his situation, but he didn't think that everyone was going to insinuate that his friend could be like his father. Honestly, I didn't blame him in that respect. Shoto, and I don't know how to tell her. Momo was the first relationship I've ever had, and she was the one who suggested we go out in the first place. I honestly don't know how to ask her to break up. I don't want people talking badly about her while she's with me. The boy looked depressed more than usual, but he felt a hand on his shoulder only to see his green-haired friend standing beside him. There was no smile, only a sad expression. He had no words of encouragement, no inspiration, only the feeling and his friend's presence telling him something. I'm so sorry, brother, but here I am. Shoto, the last few days I'd ignored Momo, wondering if she was the one who would leave me because of my behavior. It hurt to see her depressed and trying to understand me. It hurt to do that. I felt like an idiot for acting this way, but I didn't know what else to do. Midoriya, I am so sorry, Todoroki-kun. The boy had taken a breath to look at his friend. Shoto, thank you, Midoriya, for listening to me. The boy had found that telling his friend some of his problems cleared his mind and dispelled a fog from his head. He may not have had all the answers, but he was definitely his best friend for listening attentively and not pretending to know what he was thinking. Shoto, do you want to watch a movie? Midoriya, I'd love to, but I'm going out for a bit. Shoto, I understand. The green-haired boy had opened his door and was watching his friend leave when he stopped in the middle of the hallway, and with a somewhat soft voice, though not so different from the one he used to speak to him, called his attention. Shoto, Midoriya and the aforementioned looked at him. Shoto, take care of her for me. The boy stood there unsure how to react had his friend realized he was seeing his girlfriend. Why would he ask him something like that? He really wanted things to be different, but the circumstances surrounding everything prevented it. Everything in the green-haired boy's head was spinning, trying to find a way to save everything that was between his friends, but this only caused him a headache. Everything stopped when her phone alarm started ringing, indicating it was time to leave for her engagement with Momo. He used to see it as a favor that would benefit his friends in the future, but now he felt like an opportunist. He went down to the common room where he saw Aizawa with a sad look, imagining what had happened. He approached, but with everything that had happened a few moments ago in the room between him and the bicolored one, he didn't exactly know what to say. Momo sighs. Midoriya's. Momo, the same thing happened as always. Midoriya, I don't think that whatever it was intentional, he said, trying to be optimistic. Momo, are you sure? I asked, trying to find some comfort. Midoriya, The boy wanted to be optimistic, to try to give the girl hope, but what he had talked about with his friend kept echoing in his head, making it difficult for him to lie to the girl and trying to avoid the topic of his friend thinking of breaking up with her. The girl didn't miss those seconds of hesitation, which only increased her sadness. Midoriya, who noticed this, spoke. Midoriya, I'm sorry. Momo, okay, it's not your fault, it's just sighs, I wish it weren't like this. Midoriya, yes, sighs, me too. Momo, but well, we should go, we wouldn't want to come back so late. Midoriya, yeah, sure, and both left with an air of clear sadness. One hoped at least to find some distraction on his outing, or to escape his sadness for a while. But the other felt that it would only create more of it. The girl walked alongside the green-haired boy, who hadn't said a word. She wanted to chat a little, or rather try to cheer him up. Momo, okay, is you cook-un. The aforementioned looked at the girl with jet black hair trying to figure out if she was asking him something or if she was stating something that he hadn't heard. Midoriya, excuse me. Momo, about what I asked you about Shotokan. Don't worry, I know it's not easy. Feeling good was a luxury the green-haired boy couldn't afford. He couldn't just let it go, but he didn't want to worry his friend. Momo, you know. The girl said again, drawing the freckled boy's attention. Momo, it's possible my dad has some of the guards watching us when we leave UA, and well. Midoriya, oh yeah, I understand. The girl had heard from her own father how he sometimes sent guards to follow a former employee who stole information from one of the companies, and she had no doubt that he would send them to watch them, of course on the condition of no interrogations. The girl timidly extended her hand so they could walk together, and the boy understood this so like the girl. He extended his hand and took it. His grip was shy and warm, gentle but secure, and as if by magic as he held her hand her thoughts and nervousness dissipated in the distance. Heard, well, it's about times. Driver, I was beginning to suspect that Miss Yayarazzu had lied to Master. Guard, don't be so sure. Driver, do you still have doubts? Guard, if they were a couple as they claimed, they would have been holding hands since they left. Why only now? Driver, young people aren't the same as they were 30 years ago, but you're right, let's continue and see how far they go with Momo and Izuku. The young people had to look away to avoid noticing that they were holding hands, because whenever they did they felt their blood boil with embarrassment, especially when they were walking in public. Midoriya, I wonder why is Yayarazzu's hand so soft and warm? No, don't think about that, think about something else. Notes, if you think about the notes, let's see Momo's quirk. Oh no, why? What? Momo, Izuku's hand is rough, but it's still cute to hold an no, come on Momo, you can control yourself. You have a boyfriend, remember, although my mom and dad practically think you're dating him right now. It goes without saying that both young people blushed massively when they thought about their mutual situation, which seemed adorable to the people around them who saw them as a couple on their first date. Midoriya, come on, think of something else. But we're supposed to go to the movies. And oh, that's it. Cough, cough. The boy coughed to clear the embarrassment from his face and at the same time get the girl's attention. Midoriya, SSO Momo, do you know which movie you want us to watch? Momo, AWLs. The girl, embarrassed, looked for the movie listings on her phone, and when she found the film she showed it to the boy, turning her face away a little because of the subject of the movie. Midoriya, did the Duchess say yes? The boy said, reading the title of the movie. Momo, you see, they made an adaptation of the book, and honestly I wanted to see it, but if it's too embarrassing for you or you're bored, we can watch something else, the girl said quickly while her hand went back and forth to her face, trying not to stumble over her words. The boy had discovered something. The black-haired girl tended to get nervous quickly and blush in a short time. Midoriya, how is it possible that he did that? But the boy simply took a breath to force a smile, and brushing one of his fingers against the girl's hand that he was still holding made her look at him. Midoriya, I find that interesting, he said with a smile, waiting for a response from the girl. Momo, oh well, if you say so, she said, trying to hide her happiness and not lose her temper any further. Let's go then, the show will start in a little while. When pulling the boy along at a slightly faster pace, they headed to the cinema in the movies. The green-haired man was looking around while Momo stood in front of him waiting her turn in line. Momo, and what kind of sweets would you like? Midoriya, well, I just want some popcorn and a soda. Momo, are you sure? Midoriya, yes, the boy said, starting to take out his wallet to pay his share. Momo, relax, it's on me. Midoriya, I shouldn't, the boy said. If there was one thing his mother had taught him, it was that he shouldn't let a girl pay for a date, especially if it was his first time, but he didn't have time to insist further before he was interrupted. Momo, very late. Aizawa and he were already at the front of the line and were being served. Momo, give me 2 tickets to La Duquesa, 2 tubs of popcorn, 2 sodas, some nachos, and 3 packets of gummy bears. The green-haired boy had to be honest, he hadn't expected the girl to ask for so many sweets. He even thought Ashido might have infected the refined and gentle Momo Yayarazzu with some alien disease, but perhaps he was just exaggerating. Meanwhile, Aizawa had forgotten she was with someone and her friend overheard everything. This made her feel embarrassed, revealing her carefree side. Momo, Midoriya, okay. Cashier, I'm sorry, but we're out of soda cups and we only have 1 can of popcorn left. Momo, and a no problem, thank you. The girl said, taking her order and fleeing, trying to get away from that embarrassing scene in her thoughts. Meanwhile, the boy tried not to laugh at the cute face the girl was making, which looked like a pout in the distance. Guards, they've already entered the movie theater. Driver, will you wait for them out here? Guard, no, I'm going in and making sure of everything. Driver, then I guess I'll sleep here for a while. The guard left, leaving the man with the white mustache turning off the vehicle and leaning back in the seat, putting a blindfold over his eyes and resting in the movie theater. The young people headed to their seats, noticing that there were few people scattered around the room, leaving them in the middle with some free spaces around them. Midori, a good place. Momo, I hope you don't mind. Midori, not at all. They were both smiling because everything seemed to be going well, and both of them, as if sharing the neurons of the moment, listened attentively to the instructions on the screen, turning off their cell phones and getting comfortable, all being viewed from a couple of seats above them. Later, black-haired girl was enjoying the movie with the freckled boy, sharing some laughs because of the film and feeling a bit embarrassed when she accidentally touched the other's hand while looking for popcorn, but everything was fine. Actress Duchess, I forbid it. Duchess, I may be a duchess, but I am also a woman. Momo, him, I don't remember this happening in the book. It must be creative license. The girl thought with a calm expression while watching the movie. Sob, black-haired girl turned to the source of the muffled sob, curious just to try not to laugh at the sight. Midoriya, yes, that's how it's done. Lisps and sobs, it's just like my life inhales. Somehow. That's what the green-haired boy said in a low voice, given how emotional the scene was. Meanwhile, in the distance, a bodyguard wiped away a small tear with a small handkerchief he was carrying. After the movie. Momo, I think you like the movie Izuku-kun a little too much. Midoriya, it wasn't that bad, he said with a slight blush. Momo, honestly, because the way you reacted when the Duchess decided to marry Reginald doesn't seem like it was normal to me. Midoriya, hey, Reginald didn't deserve her, and you know it. Momo to Jace. The girl paused for a moment as if she were thinking about something. Midoriya, is something wrong? Momo, well, I thought maybe it would be a good time to take a picture as evidence for my father, you know. Midoriya, oh right, and who takes it? Momo, I do it, I'm taller. Midoriya, ouch. The girl had to hold back her laughter and approaching the green-haired boy to hug him. She raised her phone and took the photograph. Midoriya, and how did it turn out? He stuttered, hoping it didn't turn out, making a weird face. Momo looked at the photograph for a few seconds while she thought about something. Momo, it's the first photograph I've taken with a boy. Midoriya, a mama son. Momo, oh yes, it went well, she said, somewhat embarrassed. Are you hungry? We could go somewhere. If you want. And as if the girl had decided for both of them, she took the freckled boy's hand and they started walking. The bodyguard left a while later, being seen by the driver, who still hadn't taken his eyes off the couple. Driver, well, guard, 7 out of 10. Reginald didn't deserve Elizabeth. Driver, I'm talking about the young people, sir. Guard, well, the boy is sensitive, I like that about him. Driver, and Miss Yuryu. Guard, well, he managed to get her to dare to ask in public a lot. Driver, that is a surprise. Guard, follow thems. With the young people. The green-haired boy and the black-haired girl walked calmly, a little more accustomed to holding hands, but both happy with the feeling it generated inside them. Azabash was talking about the differences she found between the movie and the book. It was based on finding differences between the two. Momo and Reginaldson was supposed to die, not marry Elizabeth's son. Midoriya sighs, at least that one ended well. Momo, I don't know how someone can feel good about stealing someone else's partner and assume there will be a happy ending. And before the boy's intrusive thoughts had finished forming in his head, the girl spoke. Momo, you know, I've thought of something that might help me talk to Shoto. Midoriya, and what is it? He said, not wanting to know what the girl was, humbly and sincerely planning, knowing that whatever her plans were, the outcome would have only one answer, and it was inevitable. Momo, well, I know she goes to her house on Saturday afternoons to see her siblings and spend the day with them. I'd like to go and see her sister. I could help them with the food and maybe make her soba. Maybe it'll work, don't you think? It hurt the boy to hear every word. Doing what he was doing hurt him, but not as much as imagining the girl doing all that and hearing the words that hurt his friends so much to imagine. We must finish. He wanted to tell her what was going to happen, but it wasn't her responsibility. He had no right to interfere, no matter how much he wanted to, but he didn't want to be a liar and encourage the girl that everything would be all right with a precipice of pain and sadness at the bottom of those stairs of trust. With a bitter taste in his mouth, he just kept walking. Momo, oh, it's here. The boy returned to reality, seeing that they were in front of a luxurious and classy restaurant. Midoriya, oh wow. Momo, I hope there aren't any problems. I don't really know many food places, but this one is good. Midoriya, I trust you, but don't you think it's a bit too expensive? Momo, is Yukia-kun, don't worry, she said, taking out a card, the place is mine. Midoriya, that's bragging. The young people entered the restaurant where they were greeted by the staff members who happily welcomed the dark-haired woman. Midoriya, this place is amazing. Momo, I'm glad you like it. The young men each ordered a dish that just by looking at it made them both hungry. The boy found it funny that the girl was elegant and refined at that moment, being careful even in how she held the utensils compared to how she ate nachos moments before at the movies. Midoriya, don't you think another photograph of evidence would be a good idea? Momo, you're right. The girl using her phone moved it a little further away so that they both appeared in the photograph. Midoriya, well Momo, it's good, she said, smiling happily and looking at the photo she had just taken. The young people had to admit that they liked having photos taken not only to cover up their live but also as a memento. However, to the other customers and even some of the staff it seemed like a genuine relationship, with no one suspecting otherwise. Outside the restaurant. Driver, do you have any doubts about what the young people are saying? Guard, no, let's go back to Mr. Yayarazzu's residence. However, the master will be pleased to know your opinion. After all, besides me, he places a lot of trust in you. It's not for nothing that you took care of Miss Yayarazzu when she was little. Guard, yes, said the guard, giving a slight smile. And so the car that had been following the couple all afternoon drove off, leaving two young people laughing. Later, the young people were heading back to the UA carrying several photographs that easily filled up the available space on their phones. The boy had enjoyed most of his outing with the girl, but now all the thoughts of what might happen and what he had discussed with his friend kept returning. Before he knew it, they were just a few meters away from the bedroom door. He knew he might look like a jerk and earn the girl's hatred for what he was about to do, but he had to do it. He had to tell her. Midoriya, mimosa. He was about to finish speaking when a white-haired, red-haired man opened the door and saw both young men on the stairs. Momo. Shoshotokun. Shoto, Midoriya, mama-san. Momo, iiv. Shoto, Momo, can we talk? Momo, oh of course. She said, somewhat pleased that the young man finally wanted to talk to her. The green-haired boy followed them to the kitchen where they were headed, but the bicolored boy stopped him at the door. Shoto, not you, Midoriya, he said in a sad voice. The boy looked at his friend's face. It was only a few seconds, but in those seconds he could read the emotions on his face. Sadness, fear, regret. He knew that his friend had decided to do what he told him to do that afternoon. Shoto, just can you stay here? I'll need you when this is over, and thank you, Midoriya. The boy sat on the sofa. He didn't look at his phone, he didn't turn on the television. He only saw his reflection in the dark screen in front of him watching himself. In the kitchen. The boy with two-toned hair entered, and it pained him to see how the girl seemed to be fixing herself up while a faint smile remained on her face. Momo, so what do you want to talk about, Shoto-kun? Shoto was hurt by the optimism with which the girl spoke to him. He knew that she had always been there for him, and now he would have to do the next thing. Shoto, please don't call me that anymore. And the first blow struck both of their hearts. Momo showed Todoroki-kun why Shoto inhales and exhales Yayarazzu, and this can't work. And a double blow came for both of them when he referred to her by her last name and proposed breaking up. The girl had to admit it, she considered breaking up with the boy, but she felt she could still save their relationship. Maybe if she tried harder, maybe if she supported him more, but now she had to accept that it was all over. Momo just stood there, her hands clasped together, trying not to cry. Momo sniffed, can I at least know why? There were no tears running down her cheeks as she had imagined, and the faint sounds around her had ceased. The only thing she felt was her heart beating slower than usual. Shoto, Momo inhales, okay then I'll go to my room. The girl extended her hand in what appeared to be a casual handshake. The boy with pain and sadness accepted this last part only to make a small greeting and goodbye. Momo, rest, Todoroki-kun. And so the girl walked quickly out of the kitchen, trying to calm her emotions through breathing. The green-haired boy in the living room noticed this only to see his friend come out of the kitchen. There were no words, but I could tell it was done. The freckled boy stood up and went to the black-haired girl's room to try to comfort her. It wasn't long before he was standing in front of her room taking a breath, and with no idea what he could say to help her, he gently knocked on the door, noticing that it was open. Oriya mama-san? The boy asked while looking around for her, noticing that she was on her bedroom balcony. He entered, closed the door behind him, and walked slowly towards her. He felt like he could be attacked at any moment. He didn't know if the girl wanted to talk or even hear from anyone at all, but he had to try. Once on the balcony, the boy stood there, not too close to her but not far away either. Midoriya just opened his mouth but he had nothing, he didn't know what to say, he didn't know what to do. After a few seconds of hesitation, the only thing he could think of was to gently place his hand on the girl's shoulder. Hoping she wouldn't snatch his hand away, he spoke. Midoriya, I'm so sorry. The black-haired girl turned her head with a dejected look and eyes that were clearly red but not a single tear on her face. Momo Izuku, you knew the words the boy least wanted to hear spoken and hanging in the air. They were leaving the girl waiting for an answer. Midoriya, until this afternoon I didn't expect him to do it, he said sadly. And Momo turned her gaze back to the sky. Momo, okay, I know you didn't mean any harms. He tried to act normal as if he could handle it, but his reaction to everything was the same, quite the opposite. Midoriya, you don't have to keep it to yourself. Momo said nothing, she just kept her gaze on the sky, trying to wipe away the tears that were in her eyes and pretend to be normal. The freckled boy knew better than anyone that keeping one's feelings to oneself was painful. Especially when it was for something sad, and he wouldn't leave his friend like that. Usually when he cried he did it where no one could see him either, so as not to worry them. Or so they wouldn't see him, so maybe it would be something silly, even ridiculous, but taking off the jacket he was wearing, he took one of the sleeves and passed it over his eyes and ears. Momo noticed this curiously but only watched as the boy returned to her side. Midoriya, Mama-san, I know you didn't ask me to leave, maybe because you don't want to be alone, but you haven't wanted to let it all out, perhaps out of embarrassment. It's okay, you can cry now. The feeling was strange, a sadness that finally escaped in the form of drops from her eyes. Joy that the boy was with her in those moments, worried about her. She could still feel the boy's hand on her shoulder, and as a first reaction she went to him to hug him while she was still crying. She still remembered the last time she acted that way, and it was during the first time she learned to ride a bicycle. The fall was so hard for her that her first instinct was to go to her father, who hugged her tightly while rubbing her wound. She remembered it because despite the height difference between the boy and her, she felt that the hug was similar to her father's, and even if it was symbolic, she felt how the boy with that action gently caressed her heart, trying to heal it. Momo sobbing, as you can sniff, thank you for being by my side, sob. The boy could definitely tell that he was sensitive when he saw someone else cry, because he felt tears forming in the corners of his own eyes. Minutes passed, during which his shoulder served as a handkerchief for the girl until she calmed down, but she couldn't leave until she felt well. Using the girl's teapot in a small portable stove that the girl used to use for her sleepovers, he heated some tea and calmed the girl down. Once ready, the boy poured a cup and went to the girl, who was now wrapped in her sheets. I'd seen something about Azabash, and it was that she had a tendency to act like a little girl when she needed to. It was adorable, though right now it was kind of sad. Midoriya, here you go, Momo, he said, approaching her and handing her the cup with the warm tea. Momo, thank you, Izuku, she said, accepting it. The boy sat down next to her and the black-haired girl leaned towards him for support. The boy knew from her gaze that she wouldn't let him leave anytime soon, and honestly he didn't want to leave her like that, hurt, sad, alone. Abruptly he saw the girl stand up, only to look for something under her bed and return with a book in her hand. Momo, I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to read a little. Midoriya and Eno, don't worry, it's your room after all. The girl finished her tea and left it on the nightstand next to her bed, and as she had done before, leaned against the boy while he calmly looked at the inside of the book. They both read for a while, at least until the boy felt her nodding off. Apparently sleep was overcoming her. Midoriya, you should sleep. Momo, no, yawn, I still want to know what happened. Midoriya, and what if I read you one more page and you start to sleep? Momo hesitated for a few seconds, but she knew the boy had a good plan. Momo, just let me put on some pajamas. The boy obeyed, looking away, his jacket covering his eyes, his hands pressing against his eyelids. The girl went into the bathroom to change. It didn't take long for him to get out and get into her sheets. Midoriya coughs, are you comfortable? He asked, receiving a nod from the raven-haired girl beside him. Fine. The girl listened intently while little by little the sleep in her eyes grew so heavy that it was difficult for her to see the boy. But she still wanted to know, that the boy was there. Pulling his hand out from under his blankets, he grasped the hand the boy was leaning on beside him. Momo, please continue, she asked, still without opening her eyes. The boy continued narrating, feeling the slight warmth of the black-haired girl's hand still between the realm of dreams and reality. Midoriya, and at that moment they realized they were no longer little girls but young ladies, he said, closing the book. He looked at the black-haired girl, who was only breathing, apparently calm now, but without letting go of his hand. Midoriya, I guess I'll have to stay here for a while. And pulling the chair that was on the nightstand closer, he sat down and prepared to sleep at that moment. Midori, arrest mama-san, and I'm sorry. Chapter 13. Wednesday. A black-haired woman was waking up, the thirst in her mouth asking for a glass of nighttime water. Cleaning her eyes, she noticed she was holding something. Opening them wider, she realized her green-haired friend was asleep next to her, more specifically sitting in his desk chair, and she was holding his hand. Momo, did she stay here? She thought as a slight blush appeared on her face. Slowly she let go of his hand and, careful not to wake him, gently placed a blanket over him. She didn't like the idea of waking him and telling him to leave after all he had stayed there for her. Now somewhat bundled up, the girl decided to go downstairs for her glass of water. She was grateful that if she ran into Aizawa-sensei, he wouldn't reprimand her, since as vice president she was entitled to certain freedoms that would otherwise be punished. His journey was peaceful, though cold, not from the cold of the night but from the cold of events, because now she didn't have a boyfriend anymore. I didn't feel like I hated Todoroki, but I also didn't feel like talking to him as a friend would be normal. And now what would become of her and Midoriya's lie? Would they stop seeing each other for those fake dates? How would she explain his absence to her parents? These were questions that were going through the girl's head. But I couldn't help but remember that face with its freckled cheeks and nose, its messy hair, and how calm and defenseless he looked without the worry that he was going to overtrain and break something. It was something the girl could no longer help but notice in the green-haired boy every day. She remembered this as she drank from her glass. Now he was returning to his room, trying to analyze how things would be from tomorrow onwards. Between the green-haired boy, Todoroki, and what would happen with his parents. Once inside her room, the girl looked at the green-haired boy, who was still asleep. It was almost hypnotic to watch the boy breathe slowly. Momo, I should do something. The girl moved the chair a little closer to her mattress and carefully took the boy's feet and placed them on the bed. Then, taking the boy's arm and passing it behind his head, she made an effort to lift him up, which was quite difficult. Momo, whom you weigh more than I thought. And finally he had done it. He had managed to leave the boy on his bed to one side of his place. Momo, size that way you'll be able to rest a little better. Having completed the small favor she had imposed upon herself, the girl lay back in her place, waiting for sleep to return to her, and she waited and waited some more. After about 30 minutes the girl was still hoping that sleep would make her rest, but nothing. I tried to count, maybe review some of the books I had read, but I wasn't sleepy yet. Frustrated, I looked out the window, but my vision was interrupted by the face of the freckled boy who was asleep. The frustration of the moment vanished in the blink of an eye when he began to look at the small details of her face, those that he knew by heart like a photograph for this moment. During his inspection he looked again at the boy's hand and how he had woken up holding it. Momo, could it be? Not believing it was a solution, the girl took the boy's hand again and laid down beside him. At first glance she felt nothing different other than the warmth and softness of the green-haired boy's hand holding hers. But that didn't last long, as she began to move closer and closer to the boy, whom she soon embraced and began to use as a pillow, absorbing the warmth that seemed to emanate from him. Momo, I guess logic doesn't work here, and that's okay. The girl hesitated to do anything, but seeing where she was now, what did it matter? She settled down, making herself comfortable, and rested her head on the boy's chest. Momo, good night, as you cook, and she thought as she hugged the boy and returned to her dreams. Later, the green-haired boy was sleeping peacefully, or so it seemed, until he tried to settle into what he thought was his bed when he felt something heavy on top of him. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was the top of a bed frame, but it was strange. My bed didn't have those decorations. Now more aware, he looked around but didn't see a single one of his All Might-themed items. Instead there were some bookshelves, a table with a silver-framed mirror, and a black cat asleep on his chest. Upon seeing the latter, her face turned a shade of red over 8,000. But he had to stay calm or he would wake the girl up, and then there would be two scared young people in that room. By doing some breathing exercises that recovery girl recommended, she managed to calm down a little. Now that he looked at her more closely, the girl was quite pretty. Her loose hair shimmered softly in the moonlight. And he had to admit, despite being taller and smarter than him, she often acted like a little girl, which he found adorable. Just then she was clinging to him. Checking the time on the girl's table clock, he realized it was 3 in the morning. He had some time to try to break free from the girl's tender grip and return to his room without his sensei noticing anything. So, trying to move a little, he removed one of the girl's hands from his side and only Received a frown from the girl and a tighter grip on him. Midoriya, this is bad. The boy tried again but it only caused the girl to curl up against his chest as if begging him to stop. The boy was giving up, it was really difficult to evade his president. Somewhat defeated he let his hand rest on the girl's head and, Almo, the boy heard a soft calm sigh. Curious and thinking it would be ridiculous he began to gently stroke the girl's head, who yielded to the tender gesture and loosened her grip on the boy a little. He spent some time like this not because the girl was holding him but because he had found it therapeutic to caress the girl, feeling her soft, straight black hair seemed calming to him. He would have continued like this had it not been for his gaze which turned to the clock. It was now 4 o'clock. Had he really spent an hour caressing and teasing the sleeping girl? It seemed so but now he had to leave. Seeing the girl and straightening the chair he had been in when he was with her and placing a pillow where he had been lying he was about to leave when a strange feeling though he knew what it was overwhelmed him. I walked a few steps over to where Aizawa was and caressing her cheek whispered sweetly, Midoriya, good night mama-san. And then he gave her a soft kiss on the forehead. Morally he was disgusted with himself and felt like trash that didn't deserve any respect. Personally he was confused, she needed to think about what would happen next and quickly. Because later she would have to go out with Kyoka again. Midoriya, I don't know what I'm going to do. Thursday, the girls' table was in an unofficial meeting since they had all noticed a detail. And they suspected that it wasn't just them. In room 1A hours ago, everyone was arriving at the classroom waiting for their sensei to arrive in his classic and well-known yellow sleeping bag and for the bell to ring but 2 members were missing, no not only for being an attractive couple but for being the most enviable couple in the school. Radar Nina, has anyone seen Momo? Kyoka, no, it's strange she never gets up late. Toru, is she sick? Tsuyu, I don't think so, I went to look for her and she said she'd be a little late, maybe she's on her way. Cute. The girls were still murmuring when a voice that hadn't said anything before resonated. Uraraka, Todoroki hasn't arrived either, for black superheroine was on her feet. Mina, I wonder if they stayed together, she joked, trying to make a few people in the group laugh. Their answers had to wait until later when the aforementioned girl and the young man entered the classroom. Momo, I'm sorry I'm late. Kyoka, what happened to you? Mina, yeah, did you and Todoroki get alone and go for a few kisses? She asked mischievously, trying to embarrass her friend the president. This was something that made everyone in the group smile, but the silence and the sad and uncomfortable look of the girl made the cheerful atmosphere, which was waiting for teasing, fall silent. Mina, hey, I was just playing around, she said, trying to lighten the mood. Kyoka knew her friend and the look on her face along with how slowly her heart began to beat told her there was something more. Kyoka, Momo, is something wrong? Momo, sighs Todoroki, and I broke up. The surprise was immediate at the table when the juice boxes and forks fell to the floor, creating a silence at the table. Mina/Toru, what? Kyoka, I'm so sorry Momo. You're a rocker, I'm sorry to hear that. Tsuyu, and how are you? Momo, to tell you the truth, it was Todoroki who broke up with me, he wouldn't tell me why. Sighs, but I'm fine, I don't want to talk about it please. The girls understood that they weren't going to be any more insistent since they didn't want to be insensitive or rude, but it was sad that 2 of their classmates were no longer in a relationship. One was due to infidelity and the other due to a breakup. Mina, what do you think about doing something today after classes, just the 2 of us? Toru. Tsuyu, me too. Kiro, you're a rocker. I'd love to, but I have to go with my parents today. Kyoka, I'd love to be with you guys too, but I promised as sorry I'd be with Midoriya to teach him how to play guitar. All eyes soon turned to the punk girl who could only look away at her food trying to see it as the most interesting thing in the world at that moment. Toru, are you going to be? Mina with Midori. For some reason the punk girl didn't know why she was embarrassed to say that. He was just a friend and she was going to teach him how to play an instrument at her dad's suggestion. It was normal, wasn't it? So trying to look as relaxed as possible and holding their connectors so they don't dance like crazy. I speak. Kyoka, yes, why? A few seconds passed at the table before they all spoke at once. Momo/Uraraka/Mina/Toru, for nothing. Everyone's expressions were normal and yet strange. Momo for her part was curious about when Izuku became interested in the guitar. Uraraka was puzzled that Midoriya and Jiro were going to spend time together since he had told her that she could go with him to see her parents, but what was wrong with that? It was a favor he asked of her. Maybe Midoriya had a hobby she didn't know about, but she couldn't help feeling bad. Mina found it strange seeing how geeky her friend was. She was unaware of his taste for music, and even more so that he and Jiro were such good friends. She hoped to tell him when they could watch movies together or even go out. Kyoka for her part felt her heart pounding like a madman, but she had to keep up appearances and avoid being questioned. Finally he was able to drop the subject without further questions. Later, after classes ended, a green-haired boy was pacing his room like a madman, realizing he had messed up. Midoriya. What could I forget? I have a guitar lesson with Kyoka and a date with Uraraka-san's parents. If any of them find out how I've been doing this with them, with all of them. A message on his phone pulled him out of his sea of questions and alarms. He read it. Uraraka. Deku-kun, I heard you're going to be with Jiro-san learning to play guitar. Midoriya ease, but I remembered that your parents wanted to see me. I can postpone the class with Jiro if that's the case. The boy was already looking for the girl's contact information when he received one from the brunette. Uraraka, no, it's okay if you don't mind, I can tell my parents, who will be a little longer. After all, I've never seen Jiro so interested in teaching someone about music. The boy had doubts, but he accepted what his friend said. Midoriya, thank you Uraraka-san. Uraraka, you're welcome. Deku-kun, see you later. With everything settled for now, the boy chose the most comfortable clothes he had. Brrr. Another message had arrived, and upon reviewing it he realized it was from Punk. Kyoka Midoriya, I'm in my room if you want us to start now. The green-haired boy looked at himself in the mirror one more time, hoping he didn't look ridiculous just before taking the guitar pick from his pocket and leaving the room. He headed towards the girls' dormitory section, praying that no one would see him. Now in front of the rocker's room he gave a soft knock, assuming the girl would hear him. So at the first knock the girl opened the door and pulled him by the hand. The shock made him initially ignore that the punk had tidied her room with no instruments scattered everywhere, her bed neatly made and with a pleasant smell, much to his surprise. It wasn't that the room smelled bad, it usually didn't smell of anything, but now it had a faint scent that she didn't know what it was, but she loved it. Midoriya th. Thank you for having me, Jiro-san. Kyoka, hey, the girl said, lifting her connectors and making them float in front of the boy, who pressed himself against the door. I told you to call me by my name, Midoriya Yyes. SSSRI. Kyoka. The rocker enjoyed the boy's scared face a little longer before she lowered her connectors and punched him in the shoulder. Kyoka, remember what we said. Now come on, take a guitar and sit wherever you like. The boy remembered the time he went out with her as he chose a guitar from the wall of the purple-haired girl, then his memory managed to retrieve. WL. I guess if we're going to pretend you're my boyfriend we should call each other by our names. Well then you can call me Kyoka. The boy remembered that the punk girl had asked him to do that when they were dating. Why was she asking him to call her Kyoka even outside of a date, trying to distract himself? He said about selecting a guitar from the girl's repertoire. There were many in different shapes, colors, and styles. One even had a double row of strings. Looking at more options, he went for a classical guitar. He felt it would be easier than using an electric guitar as a beginner. Kyoka, oh, a classic, well I think that's most suitable for you now that we're just starting out. Come sit down, she said, patting the space next to her on the mattress standing next to him. The class began later. The girl was listening as the boy played some of the guitar strings while asking him to play a score, being something decent with one or two off and ahead of time, but the boy seemed to understand. Midoriya, I am sorry, I don't know how to stop one of my fingers from acting prematurely, he said, embarrassed, not wanting to be a bother. Kyoka, don't worry, Green, in fact I think I can help you with that. Midoriya, really? Kyoka, yes, just let's do it from the beginning. Midoriya, okay. The boy adjusted the guitar again, holding it comfortably, took a breath, placed his hands on the guitar strings and began to play again. The girl listened attentively, anticipating the moment when the boy's small mistake would occur. So careful not to startle or interrupt him, she positioned herself behind him as she listened. The boy was about to fail again when he felt another pair of hands, smaller but soft and warm, positioned themselves on top of his and helped him to continue playing. Looking slightly behind him, he saw that the girl's face was looking with a smile. Midoriya, Kyoka Kaisen. Kyoka, if you keep looking at me you'll keep making mistakes. Then she said with a mocking smile, giving him a little push with one of her connectors to make him look at the sheet again. Midoriya Hasai. To the boy's surprise, he had managed to play beyond where he had gone wrong with the girl's help. While she enjoyed teaching the boy, she could tease him, but she loved how he depended on her to play a note and not make a mistake. Being practically next to each other's heads they could distinguish each other's scent. Izuku could distinguish the soft and intoxicating aroma that he liked. It didn't come from the room as he thought but from the girl. It was lavender. In Kyoka's case she had discovered that the boy's hair didn't smell like broccoli, as everyone thought, but had a pleasant sweet mint scent. She couldn't resist and on occasion she would approach the boy's neck to sniff him a little. She felt like some kind of pervert but she couldn't help it. He smelled too good not to, so much so that she didn't realize when the song ended and had let go of the boy's hands to hold on to the boy's shoulders. Midoriya, Kyoka-kasen. The boy felt like the punk seemed to be breathing on his neck but he assumed it was because of the closeness she needed to be able to help him play, but now they weren't doing anything anymore. He could only feel it getting closer and closer to his hair as like a kitten, it stayed close and leaned against him. Midoriya-seiken, we continue with the class. Kyoka-ha, of course. She finally said, opening her eyes and reacting, separating herself from the boy. Let's continue with the class. The girl showed him what she could, trying not to look embarrassed and pretending to be cool every time the boy saw her. At least until an alarm sounded, catching both of their attention. Midoriya, oh, I'm sorry Kyoka-san, could we leave it like this for now? I have an appointment. Kyoka, of course Green, whenever you're ready I can continue teaching you. The boy smiled at her, stood up and walked to the girl's door. For some reason seeing him leave saddened the purple-haired girl, wanting to ask him to stay a little longer with her, and she thought of something that would probably calm her damned heart. Kyoka-hi Izuku. The boy turned his head as his hand opened the door. He only caught a glimpse of the girl kissing him on the cheek again, seemingly panicked and embarrassed. Her face flushed red. Kyoka-jibai, he said to kick him out of his room and slammed the door in a panic. Kyoka, idiot, idiot, idiot. The girl said to herself as she threw herself onto her bed, kicking and screaming like a little girl. She had never acted like a stereotypical love-struck girl, not even Kaminari made her feel that way. Why was everything different with Green around? However it happened, he had to get what was in his chest out, and taking advantage of the fact that his room was soundproof, he took a breath and let out a scream which no one would be able to hear. Was it youthful insanity? Panic, fear? Whatever it was, it worked for the girl at that moment. Meanwhile the green-haired boy walked down the hallway, trying to ease the pain from the kick the girl had given him as she left the room. He was confused. She kissed him again, but she also hit him again. She didn't know how to feel, but she had to go with Achako to see her parents again. Midoriya, Uraraka-san, I'm on my way. Uraraka, okay Deku-kundi. The boy left the UA and headed to the train station, where several passengers were already beginning to recognize him. Only for reasons he wasn't proud of. Is that the same guy who's always with a different girl? Is he really that comfortable with what he's doing? They didn't say it out loud, but from the mere looks they gave the boy he already deduced what they were talking about. Midoriya, if people know, will any of the guys know too? She felt that every time she thought about the subject her head ached more easily. Not only would finding out end badly between their friends, but it could affect the lives of the girls and him, not only in the school and social sphere but also in the workplace. Since as heroes such a rumor would be marked on them for life. He wasn't just worried about his own career but also about his friends. He knew how the public was prone to heroic rumors. His friend's family's case was a clear example of that. To imagine that because of him he could ruin the lives of his friends. Bing! The station bell rang, alerting the boy that he had arrived at his stop. Frightened by the rapid passage of time, he ran out of the train car and set off for his friend's house and her parents' house. Minutes later, the boy found himself once again in front of the brunette's parents' apartment. He tried to remember what had happened the last time he was there and tried not to confuse any of the families. Feeling ready, he knocked on the door and was greeted by the brunette, who was wearing a somewhat casual shirt and shorts. Uraraka, is Izuku-kun. The brunette shouted, embarrassed by how she had greeted the boy. Midoriya, Uraraka-chan. The green-haired boy shouted back, seeing how the girl greeted him. The girl slammed the door, leaving the boy outside. A few seconds passed before the door opened again, and the brunette girl was now better dressed but still with a red face. Uraraka, you got here fast. I didn't think you'd arrive sooner. Midoriya, excuse me. Uraraka, no, don't do it, please come in. The boy did as asked, and after taking off his shoes at the entrance he went with the brunette to the living room where her parents were. Mr. Uraraka, ah, hello boy. Mrs. Uraraka, it's a pleasure to see you again, young man, the woman said with a smile. Midoriya, hello, it's nice to see you all again. Mr. Uraraka, and how have you been? Has anything new happened? Uraraka, nope. Mrs. Uraraka and Yubel. The boy unconsciously remembered everything that had happened to him since the last time he had gone with the girl's parents, which was something strange. Midoriya, is everything alright? Uraraka, I didn't know you practiced music. Izuku, the brunette, said, sincerely wanting to know about that class with her friend and what she learned. Midoriya, it's a little new hobby I'm trying out, he said, blushing at the topic. Mrs. Uraraka, oh, maybe you can play something later, that would be amazing. What do you think, darling Mr. Uraraka? I agree, I'm fascinated by how it will sound, she said, smiling. Midoriya, thank you. The boy, as best he could, spent time with the Uraraka family trying to appear relaxed, but inside he knew that this was another family whose illusions of being a good boyfriend he would have to shatter. Furthermore, he still didn't know what had happened between Uraraka and Lita since that time. Chapter 14. Hours had passed and the green-haired boy was leaving the chest-natured girl's house accompanied by her as they went back to the train station. This time there was no need for a kiss or a lie to maintain the lie that they were dating. In a way the boy was grateful for that, finally a lie that didn't have to go down that road. Who was she trying to fool? So without a kiss she still felt like trash. The whole fake boyfriend-girlfriend thing was getting out of hand. Uraraka had said she would break up with Ida. Momo broke up with her friend Todoroki. Toro left Jiro because he cheated on her. Kyoka had kissed him twice. Mina also kissed him once more passionately than the other. The only one I hoped nothing would happen was Tsuyu, but they also asked her to play the role of a fake boyfriend with Takami, knowing I wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Uraraka, Deku-kun, are you alright? She asked, placing her hand on his shoulder. The boy turned his head and smiled. His problems didn't have to be known by the girl and ruined their friendship with such a disgusting secret. Midoriya, I'm fine, Uraraka-san. The brunette looked at him attentively. She knew when he had a smiling face hiding a worried one inside, and at that moment she could easily see it. Uraraka, is something wrong? Midoriya, and nothing really. I need to change the course of this. And what happened to Iota-san? The boy mentally slapped himself, endlessly cursing his head and his mouth for speaking without thinking. Uraraka sighs, nothing. All she does is spend the day in her room studying. She doesn't want to go out and she doesn't want any distractions. She says that, in the long run, that will negatively affect our relationship, both physically and financially, the girl said, raising and lowering her fingers as she finished speaking. Midoriya, oh, I'm sorry, Uraraka, okay. And don't worry, he doesn't know I have a better time with you. She said with a smile, leaning back slightly and giving the boy a light tap, hoping he'd laugh. But he was far from it. She didn't know exactly what it was, whether it was what he said or the way he said it. But she just felt her chest and stomach clench, causing her pain. Uraraka, Deku-kun, hey, is something wrong? She asked worriedly. Midoriya, Uraraka, and no offense, but haven't you tried to fix things between you and Ida? Uraraka looked at the boy worried with a gaze that only sought a way out. Uraraka, Deku-kun, she said worriedly, sighs, I'll talk to Tenakan to try and save us. I'm sorry for everything I put you through, but I appreciate your help. The girl wanted to approach the green-haired boy and give him a kiss on the cheek, but his worried look and clear sad air made her oppose the idea. I didn't know exactly how he felt, but I knew the broccoli and it was someone empathetic. Even to the point of being stupidly kind. It was something endearing in her eyes and a reason why she felt her heart beat strongly for him, but she knew he was also someone who cared. And she imagined that a person like that would feel bad about a lie of that kind. And she couldn't lie to herself. She hadn't spoken to Lita in a while since he didn't seem to be taking her into account when it came to the analyses for their future together. Besides, she had found something pleasant about each time he came to her house pretending to be her partner and the time they had spent together thanks to that lie. But she didn't like that the green-haired boy was worried about it, so she would do it. She would try to talk to the delegate she was dating. They were already heading to the dormitories where there seemed to be some commotion. Uraraka, what's happening now? Midoriya, I have no idea. Upon entering they could see Momo and Kyoka restraining Mina, who like a wild animal was trying to lunge and kill Kurashima. Mina, come here and let me melt your damn eyebrows. Kurashima, people's Mina-chan, calmed down, it was an accident. Midoriya, what's going on here? Quickly the redhead hid behind the broccoli that had just entered the bedroom. Uraraka, can you tell us what's going on? And as if by magic the pink-haired girl calmed down upon seeing the green-haired boy. And without saying anything she simply picked up a broken object from the floor, turned around and headed to her room. Momo, sighs. Kyoka, will she be alright? Momo, I don't. Midoriya, can you tell me what happened? Momo, I don't think it's my responsibility, she said, hesitating about whether or not to tell the green-haired boy. Kyoka, I'll take care of it. A little while ago, the pink-skinned girl was bored in the living room, accompanying her boyfriend and apparently her other boyfriend. Kurashima, Bakabra, what do you choose, the red pill or the blue pill? Bakugo, I choose a piece of shit fire here, he said, completely ignoring his partner. Kaminari, come on Bakugo, you have to choose something. I choose, red. Kurashima, and we have a nice Camaro. Good. Kaminari, hot if I had one, Kyoka would probably take me to meet my in-laws. Bakugo, PFF, good luck with that, cheap Pikachu, he said mockingly without taking his eyes off the magazine. Kurashima, you don't know them yet. Kaminari, no, but I hope it will be soon. Kurashima, how are you two doing? Kaminari, good, wonderful, and how are you two doing? He said, turning his gaze to Ishido, who had been waiting to join the conversation for about 10 minutes. Mina, well, Kurashima, wonderful as always, haha, Kaminari, ha ha ha, that's the spirit. The pink-skinned girl looked at the redhead in disappointment, being seen by Bakugo, who just took a pillow and threw it at the hardening boy's face. Kurashima turned around and noticed the vein on his friend's forehead and guessed something. Kurashima, oh, Jojo, pillow fight, and as if it were a chain reaction, the blonde guy threw one at his friend. Everything escalated quickly. Kurashima thought it was just a game tantrum. Kaminari felt the same way. Bakugo kept throwing pillows not as a game, but because his classmate couldn't be that stupid as to ignore his girlfriend and the other idiot wasn't helping. Mina was just using a pillow to cover herself, she wasn't in the mood to play. She watched her friend Hagakure's relationship fall apart and now Momo's too, she didn't want hers to be next. And her boyfriend wasn't helping. In a frenzy of excitement, the boy tried to grab a pillow, but instead he grabbed a picture frame and threw it. Meanwhile, the explosive boy annoyed was about to use his quirk to shield himself from the object the idiot had thrown at him. Mina, Kirishima no. And with an explosion that the ash-haired man could not stop, the object blew into dozens of pieces. The girl stepped into the middle of the pillow fight, looking at the remains of the object. It was revealed to be a photograph of Kurashima and her on their first date. The photograph was now torn to shreds and showed signs of burns in various places. The girl experienced a cocktail of emotions in just a few seconds. Sadness, disappointment, irritation, pain, annoyance, and anger. This caused the girl to start shedding tears, which became mixed with the acid that was coming off her hands. Kurashima, ouch, sorry Minak, and I got confused. But the girl didn't say anything, there was only a small movement from her which seemed to be crying, but well, it wasn't that far from the truth. Kurashima, hey, relax, it's just a photo, it's okay. He said with a smile, which was the least appropriate thing to do at that moment. The girl hated that he assumed everything was fine between them without even thinking about her or at least letting her talk, without going off with one of the boys. Kurashima, Mina-chin. The boy asked to touch her shoulder and immediately withdrew it, feeling a burning sensation in his hand. Kurashima, ouch, what? That was all I managed to say before I saw the girl secreting acid. Kaminari, that doesn't look good at all. Bakugo, you screwed up, spiky hair. And so the girl chased the boy all over the building. The commotion was such that some of the girls came out to see what was happening and they had to join together to stop the girl's attempted murder of her boyfriend. Now, Kyoka, and that's what happens. The boy was sitting on the sofa, his hands holding the bridge of his nose and covering part of his face while trying not to loudly insult his red-haired friend. Momo, I should talk to her. Midoriya, actually I'd like to try it myself if you'll allow me. Both girls nodded, putting aside the strange feelings they had had that morning related to the green-haired boy, because if their broccoli friend could help comfort the pink-haired girl, they wouldn't mind. In front of Mina Ishido's room. The boy stood in front of the pink-haired girl's room. He was nervous, but he had to try to talk to her, so taking a breath he approached and knocked lightly, waiting for a response. Mina, go away, Jiro sniff, I don't want to talk to you. That's what the green-haired boy managed to hear while his heart broke as he heard the pink-haired girl crying in her room. Taking another breath and speaking in a somewhat soft voice, the green-haired boy spoke. Midoriya, Mina-chin, I'm Midoriya. This time he waited a little longer, the door didn't open, the boy assumed she didn't want to hear from anyone, and when he was putting one foot out to leave he heard the door open. Turning his head he could see her, she was standing there with clear tears in her eyes, her lips barely able to remain still, her body trembling and a pink blanket covering her from her head to her waist. There were no words exchanged, the girl simply approached the green-haired boy to hug him and he reciprocated. The girl didn't want her friends or the rest of the class to worry about her, so with a slight tug she asked the boy to come into her room. He understood and closed the door behind her, and the hug continued. The poor girl was clinging to the boy's torso, not to play a joke on him as she normally would, not out of happiness, but because he was the only person she wanted to see at that moment and the only one she wanted to be there. Midoriya, is there anything I can do to make you feel better? And there it was, the ever-noble and considerate piece of broccoli that she knew. Mina gave a slight smile but spoke. Mina thanks Izuku, but I don't think there's anything you can do, she said, still maintaining that slight smile. Midoriya, well if there's anything at all, I want to help you, I just want you to be okay. Askedo thought for a few seconds before speaking. Mina, well we could sit down for a moment, WWE don't have to stand. Midoriya, oh yes, of course. The boy was taking a few steps back to sit on the pink alien's bed, when as he stood on the corner of the mattress and was about to look at the girl again, he felt a weight being placed on his legs. Surprised I looked ahead only to receive another hug. The surprise was immediate as it was rather abrupt, but I understood after all. The boy again wrapped one arm around the girl, while the other went over the girl's head, gently placing it on the back of her neck and slowly beginning to descend to where her hair ended, only to repeat the caressing action. It was relaxing for the girl, feeling the boy's hand move from her head down to the base of her neck. Being surrounded by the arms of the boy, who she knew would give his all, even the impossible to save someone and keep them safe, just to smile at her with that bright smile and say everything will be alright, gave her a genuine sense of security. Minutes passed, becoming somewhat uncomfortable for the boy not because of the prolonged hug, but because the girl's weight on his legs was cutting off his blood circulation. He only moved a little, trying to free some veins, but the girl noticed this. Mina, is something wrong, is you, Kukun? She asked with a calmer expression, though still with sadness. Midoriya no, I just wanted to move around a bit, he explained, scratching his head. The girl looked at her position at that moment, without saying anything, stood up, giving the boy freedom. Midoriya saw his sweet mobility, he thought as he felt his legs awaken. His satisfaction had to wait until later, when he saw the girl circle his bed until she lay down. Midoriya, too must have bothered her, he wondered as he looked at the screen, trying to think like the pink-haired girl. I should apologize just in case Mina-chan. The boy couldn't turn his head or speak when he felt someone pulling on the collar of his shirt. It was a slight tug, but it was asking him to come closer. Turning my head, I saw that it was Mina, who had a face similar to a slight pout and a slight blush that turned her face an adorable magenta color thanks to the pigmentation of her skin. He was just about to ask what was going on when the girl finally managed to grab the green-haired boy's arm and pull him down, causing him to lie beside her. Resisting was useless, because as soon as the girl saw him touch the sheets with his back, she wrapped her arms around the boy's chest in one of his arms while her legs clung to his. His face was steadily turning red, he didn't know what the girl's next move might be. Midoriya Mina-chan, he asked in a trembling, somewhat high-pitched voice. Mina like this, her nervousness quickly disappeared but her red face remained. She lowered her gaze slightly to see the pink-haired girl who was hiding in the green-haired boy's chest. She raised her head slightly, revealing her embarrassed face while still maintaining that voice. Mina, so do you feel better? Midoriya understood now she didn't want him to leave her side yet, and even if she didn't say it out loud, he would stay there with her for as long as it took. Midoriya, yes. And of his own volition, he moved one of his arms and hugged the girl. She barely felt the boy's slight warmth before snuggling up to him, but the boy noticed something. He no longer went crazy now that he was lying next to a girl, and that terrified him. He was used to that feeling and that wasn't good. Mina, is Yukiya-kun, the soft gentle voice of the sweet pink one beside him brought him out of his depressed state of mind only to turn his gaze towards her. Midoriya, what's wrong, Mina-chan? Mina, do you want to watch a movie? He smiled and nodded, causing the girl to smile a little. Mina-chan later, the girl with black scara and yellow irises was lying on her green-haired friend's chest watching television in his room. They had been like that for a while after he came in to comfort her after the heated argument she had with her boyfriend. It wasn't right, but she enjoyed being with the green-haired boy in that situation instead of with her own boyfriend. But she wasn't asking for much, she wasn't asking for money, she wasn't asking for looks, she wasn't even looking for the most beautiful face in the class or even in all of Japan. She just wanted what she had at that moment. Someone who cared for her, who enjoyed being with her, and who hugged her like the green-haired boy did, as if she were the most beautiful and fragile thing in the world, but without reducing her to that. Not someone who just assumed everything was fine and whose relationship was also based on spending all day with his friends. But she still had to keep her head on the ground because she was still Kurishima's girlfriend, right? That was what he thought, while ignoring that the green-haired boy on whose chest he was resting his head was beginning to nod off. Midoriya, I must hold on. That's what the boy thought as he tried not to close his eyes, which was difficult. Moreover, the room was dark with only a screen providing poor illumination besides moonlight. Midoriya, maybe nothing will happen if I close my eyes just a little. And the boy succumbed to exhaustion. Lately his tiredness was no longer just physical but mental, and sleep was his only solace. As the girl continued watching television, she somehow couldn't imagine that her life would be similar to one of those movies or series she had watched so often, having a school romance, doing fun things, and marrying her beloved. She knew they were just TV shows, but she couldn't help feeling that she had something close to that reality, though she never imagined it would be as painful as it seemed. Looking at the freckled boy below her, she couldn't help but part her lips slightly at the sight of him. Seeing how serene he was beside her, how his face seemed a combination of adorable and serious. How his chest rose and fell calmly with each breath. Curious about this last point, she lay back down on his chest and listened. She had never thought about or considered listening to a person's heart, but there was something relaxing about the experience that made her smile. Her body begged her not to move from where she was, and she wouldn't accept for one thing. She looked at the green-haired boy again and with a smile carefully approached him so as not to wake him from his sleep, and gave him a kiss on the lips, short, but one that felt like it showed him how much she loved him. And with a sigh she turned off the television, lay back down on the boy's chest, and fell asleep with him. Mina, thank you, Izuku-cons. Chapter 15. Friday. The green-haired boy was sleeping peacefully. It was strange, there was a faint smell of chocolate, or was it strawberries? Well, it really was strange, since he never remembered his room smelling like that. He was relaxed in that state between asleep and conscious when some knocks on the door made him reluctantly open his eyes. Toc. Momo, Ashidasan, can we talk? Midoriya, Ashi. That's what the green-haired boy wondered upon hearing the voice of his president and friend. It took a few seconds, but the green-haired boy had managed to remember. He wasn't in his room, he had gone to talk to Mina and fallen asleep. The position she was in was familiar to her, and hoping it wasn't what she thought, she slowly looked to her side, only to find the pink one asleep on her chest. He wanted to punch himself in the face or slap it, but that would wake the girl up. And he couldn't stay either. If Momo came in, she would see him in that compromising position, and it would cause trouble. So using a pillow and carefully lifting the girl's head, he exchanged places with the soft object. There were a few scares, like when the girl, feeling her friend's hand, held it tenderly while a smile appeared on her lips. He continued like this until he slowly laid her head on the pillow. Her reaction was unexpected. It seemed as if he'd left her sleeping on a rock, for a look of annoyance crossed her face as he put her down. Mina, Izuku-kun, the girl murmured in a barely audible tone. The boy glanced at her, noticing that she seemed uncomfortable without him, but he also realized something he never expected to think about. And it was as if under a hypnotic spell, if he gazed at the girl intently, he could lose himself in every curl of her hair like sweet cotton candy. In her lovely pink eyelashes, a shade slightly darker than her skin. In those bubblegum-flavored lips he'd had the pleasure of. Pleasure, had he really described it that way? The boy felt ashamed of himself for having thought that while remembering that embarrassing and shameful moment from days ago. Back on his feet and with his feet on the ground, the boy headed to the balcony, but there was a slight problem. The boy had planned to jump and land outside the building, but he'd forgotten that Mina's room was higher than his on the second floor. This made a fall from that height impossible and dangerous, and he was sure that if he used one for all to land, he'd attract his sensei's attention. So he only had one option. Inside Mina's room. Momo, Ashidasan, I'm going in. That's what the black-haired girl said to turn the knob and open her friend's bedroom door. Peeking into the room, she noticed that everything was already turned off and that her friend was hugging a pillow. Momo, I thought I could talk to her maybe tomorrow. The girl was about to leave, but she noticed that the balcony door was open. Momo, I should close it or Mina might get sick. She went to the balcony and was about to close the door, but the girl stopped and went out to look at the sky for a few seconds on that balcony. Unbeknownst to him, the green-haired boy was holding on to the corner of the railing all while sweating, and the icy wind that generated breezes was not helping. I didn't know exactly what that cold was from, whether it was from the night or from the fear of being discovered. Midoriya. Momo-san, I don't mean to be rude, but please leave. The boy felt that little by little his grip was slipping, threatening to fall. Momo-san. That was the last thing the green-haired boy heard, followed by the sound of the door closing. With all the strength he could muster, the boy returned to the safety of the balcony and took a breath. Midoriya, that was close. Grateful that the black-haired woman hadn't locked the door, he went back into the room and, looking at the door and seeing that the hallway lights were off, he sighed, somewhat relieved. It was a sign for her to leave at once. He was about to take a step when a feeling of sadness washed over him. Looking back, he was once again mesmerized by the sweet pink-haired girl who was asleep in his bed. He hesitated a little, but after thinking about it for a bit, he went back and sat on the bed, standing in front of her. I could see how some of her curls were comically getting in the way of her face. So carefully I arranged them, but my hand did not move away from her face. With a slow and kind touch, close to affectionate, I caressed her cheek. This caused a slight look of comfort to appear on the pink one's face, and she was unaware that a smile was forming on her own until she finally stopped her caress and whispered in a warm voice, "Midoriya, sweet dreams, Mina-chin." And give her a quick kiss on the forehead just to rub it and leave her room. The boy sighed in front of the girl's room and was putting one foot over the other to return to his room. "You took your time." The boy wanted to scream in fright, but that would alert the entire girls' dorm wing. Well, in front of him was his sense. "Midoriya's, now I'm really dead." His sensei's gaze was a mystery, for he could no longer differentiate between his tired and annoyed expression. Watching him take a drink from a juice box, the man spoke. "Aizawa, I heard about Ashido. How is she, Midoriya? Well. Aizawa, I imagine you waited until I fell asleep." The boy's words were snatched from his mouth, for part of them was true. "Aizawa, I'll let it go just this once, now go and rest." Midoriya, yes, in Midoriya's room. The green-haired boy was arriving at his room. On the way to his bed, he was taking off his clothes until he was left in shorts and letting himself fall onto his mattress. His mind was reproaching him for the accumulated stress of the past few days. Now all he wanted was to sleep. "Midoriya, I'll set my alarm if I keep staying up thinking about it," the boy said before listening to his phone and seeing a message on his screen. "Midoriya is Tsuchin." The boy jumped up and looked at his blackboard, remembering something. "Midoriya, we were supposed to go out today. Well, yesterday." Opening her phone and going to her contacts, she read his message. "Tsuyu, Midoriya-kun will have to cancel our outing today. The girls and I will be with y'all. Momo, something came up and we thought we'd spend the day with her. I hope that's okay. Could we reschedule for Friday?" "I'll wait for your reply, Kiro." As soon as the boy read the beginning of the message, he fell back onto his bed, relieved. His secret would remain intact and he would not have broken a promise. Although a muffled groan began to sound from the pillow, it seemed that she would have her appointment later. "Midoriya, I'd better sleep. It'll be another long day." Later, the green-haired boy was walking down one of the hallways of the UA's main building, heading straight to his classroom. Although everyone seemed to look at him strangely, he didn't know the reason for this, but he didn't have the time or the head to pay attention to it. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed it was empty, giving me a slight sense of relief. "Midoriya sighs, looks like I arrived early." The boy reluctantly dropped his backpack and let his head fall against his table. "Last night I hadn't been able to sleep well, and for the first time I woke up thanks to my alarm clock." It was normal for the boy to get up minutes before his alarm went off, but now that wasn't the case. The boy, still feeling sleepy, decided to close his eyes before his companions arrived. That didn't last long, as the first crowd began to arrive, chatting happily, and a guy with grape-colored hair was approaching him. "Minta, good morning, Midoriya." Midoriya groaned. "Minta Hud, do you have something?" Midoriya groaned. "Kirishima, Mata bro, I didn't tell you yesterday, but thank you for saving me from Ashidasan," the redhead said, placing his hand on the boy's back. "Midoriya, let me die or be killed, but someone do something." Groan. The grape-haired boy was still curious about his friend's lack of expression, so holding him as best he could, he lifted his head and let go, startled. "Minta chi. Sada, what happened?" "Sirat dude, why did you yell?" The boy pointed at his green-haired friend, and his surprised classmates raised their heads only to see something that was usually funny but now was scary. "Aizawa, all right, now that we're all here, open your..." The man couldn't finish giving instructions when he saw the green-haired man with a face that was similar to his own. His own. "Aizawa, do you find Midoriya funny?" The bewildered boy spoke. "Midoriya, what, Sensei Aizawa, isn't he playing around?" "Nothing, go to the bathroom and wash your face, you look bad." The boy didn't ask and just left the classroom. Luckily for him, some were engaged in their own activities and didn't pay any attention to him. When she got to the restrooms, she turned on the water tap at one of the sinks and looked. at herself in the mirror, and then she understood. She had noticeable dark circles under her eyes, her face looked pale and her hair looked even more disheveled. Quickly he splashed water on his face and scrubbed it, trying to wake up and banish sleep from his head. Looking in the mirror, she looked better, fixed her hair a little and returned to the classroom. Aizawa, you look more presentable now, come in. Midoriya, yes. The boy entered and heading to his desk noticed something, and he had the eyes of all the girls. Some looked at him worriedly, others with a smile, but he had all their attention. This only made his stomach churn. Later, the green-haired man was in the heroic aid and support department while he appeared to be talking to someone. Midoriya, and I don't know what to do. I mean, I want to quit but I don't want to. Groan, what do you think I should do, Hatsum? I ask as I let my head fall back. Hatsum, what do you think? Long range or spread shooters? Midoriya sighs, wide range. Hatsum, ha. You're right, both of them. The boy sighed. He had found a way to vent without being reprimanded, and that was to tell his engineer friend. He knew Hatsum only had a head for her inventions babies, so he could talk about murdering someone. And she'd only ask him about things that mattered to her. Besides, he was acting as her guinea pig. Midoriya, you know it's strange. These past few days I've been sleeping in the girl's bed and I'm losing my fear. DD. Don't get me wrong, it's nice hanging out with them but I'm afraid I'm getting used to it and that I'll accidentally ruin everything. Hatsum, okay, try those babies. The boy looked at his hand and noticed a different version of his glove, and when he pointed it at a target it exploded. Hatsum, looks like I'll have to redesign the whole concept, whatever. Come back in a few days, I want to see what else I can improve. Midoriya, of course, thank you for listening Hatsum. Hatsum, whenever you're ready, and thanks for being such a great test subject, she said while pointing a key at him. Midoriya, thanks. The boy left the workshop and headed to the dormitories to meet his classmates and go out for his date today. In the bedrooms. Takjami, so we're going out today for it. Tsuyu Sakiro, the couple chatted while they waited for news from the green-haired boy. Midoriya, hey guys. Takjami, hola Midoriya. Tsuyu, hi Midoriya-kun, ready energy. Midoriya, more or less just let me change my clothes. The boy said as he headed to his room, leaving the couple behind. Takjami, well, I think it's fine. Tsuyu mind to kept insisting that something was wrong with him. I think it's just his imagination. Dark shadow, I think all that content in his head finally got to him. Minutes later. The green-haired boy went down to the common room where he saw the couple looking at their phones waiting for him. Midoriya, calm down Izuku, everything will be alright. The boy tried to stop torturing himself in his head. He approached him with a fake cough, got their attention. Midoriya, and do you have a plan? Takjami, I see you're ready. Tsuyu, you're welcome Midoriya Kiro. The boy had learned to control himself because of the compliments in recent weeks, but now his head reproached him for every compliment. Midoriya, thanks a suicide. Tsuyu diem Tsuyu-chan Kiro. Midoriya ss gracias Tsuyu-chan. Takjami, we were thinking of going to the city. We'll use some places where we had our dates so you can have an alibi. Midoriya Yuke. Tsuyu, come on Kiro. The two green-haired boys and the raven-haired boy left the dormitories and headed to the train station. Honestly, the boy was beginning to hate that station, whether it was because that's where his worries started or because of the looks from many who recognized him. Takjami, Midoriya ate Tsuyu, we asked you what your favorite ice cream was Kiro. Midoriya, well, I like chocolate mints. Takjami, might imagine something like vanilla or lemon. Tsuyu, chocolate mint is my favorite too Kiro. Takjami, you two are weird, said the crow boy with a slight smile. The trip was relatively calm, even pleasant. He shouldn't think it was a lie like the others, he should just consider it as an ordinary outing with friends. A very, very strange outing with friends. Takjami, this is, he said, stopping with both green-haired men outside an ice cream shop which was quite colorful, the complete opposite of what he would think of his friend the Lord of the Night. Tsuyu, this is where we had our first date Kiro. Midoriya, it's quite striking really. Takjami, yeah, I had my doubts about this place but in the end it wasn't so bad. Come on, let's go in. The green-haired boy was about to enter but he felt his hand being held by some fingers. Soft but somewhat long, and when he looked he saw that the little frog was holding his hand. Midoriya isto. Tsuyu, we need to start practicing Midoriya Kiro. Takjami, your father will notice any sign of doubt, you have to get used to it. Dark shadow, but not too much. Both the frog girl and the batchkin looked at the living shadow with an annoyed expression. As if they hadn't liked the joke. Dark shadow, WL, I'll shut up. Midoriya, it's okay if it's difficult for me to get used to it, it's just that I don't want to make it a habit. WL. The young people entered the store where they saw that there were more couples, some curious, and others more than strange at first glance. They went to a table in the back with the little frog still holding hands. Takjami, are you feeling uncomfortable? Midoriya? Midoriya, I can handle this. Tsuyu, how can you handle the other girls? Kiro, the boy, opened his eyes at those words and fearfully turned to look at the girl. Midoriya, what? Tsuyu, I said that if you want we could leave it at that and move on to something else. Kiro. The boy was still scared. How do you imagine that? It was difficult with the girl's expressionless face, and Takjami wasn't someone he could easily read, so he just decided to answer that question. Midoriya, ease please, and just like that the girl let go of his hand. Takjami, so what kind of ice cream do you want? Midoriya/Tsuyu, Chakamenta. Takjami, I should have known. Dark Shadow, I bet you can't guess what I want. Takjami, that's easy, you prefer vanilla. Midoriya, vanilla. Tsuyu, yes, I was hoping it would be something like coffee or dark chocolate. Kiro. Takjami, don't tell anyone or Dark Shadow won't stop talking about how great vanilla is. Dark Shadow, do you want to know? Takjami/Tsuyu, no. Midoriya, I am fine thanks. Later the young people ate their ice creams peacefully while there was a silence that the boy appreciated. Midoriya, finally peace. And then wag click. The boy opened his eyes and felt his world crumble as he watched the green-haired girl beside him return to her place and his friend with a crow's head stare at his cell phone. Takjami, do you think your father believes it? Tsuyu, she won't hesitate at all. Midoriya, what? Takjami, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. Midoriya, but it was during our first date that Tsuyu and Tsuyu, I took the initiative and kissed him. Kiro, so I did it again. I hope you don't mind. Midoriya, Aizawa and Ano, but Takjami, I'll go pay for the ice cream, then we'll go to the park. The crowboy left, leaving the green-haired pair at the table. Tsuyu, sorry if I take you by surprise. Midoriya. Kiro. Midoriya, UK, it's just I wasn't expecting that. Tsuyu, you didn't expect the girls to do all that either, or was it part of some plan? Midoriya looked at the girl again, but she was looking at him as if nothing was wrong. Tsuyu, are you okay? You look strange. If you want we can do this later and then go back to UA. Midoriya and Ano, but I just thought you were talking to me. Takjami, okay, we can go. The green-haired boy got up and followed his friends, but he wondered why did he seem to hear that. Was it stress? Was it because she didn't sleep well last night? Had her nurse returned? Whatever the answer was didn't matter, there was nothing I could do now in the park. The freckled boy walked alongside his companions while the two of them chatted. He didn't want to interrupt him more than anything because he was sure the question would be about that favor, but anyway they ended up including him in the conversation. Takjami, what have you been up to these past few days? Midoriya. Midoriya, WL, as I said, I've been continuing my training. The boy said this while remembering that sometimes he had done his exercise routine late into the night because going out with the other girls had consumed so much time that he could barely remember to do his routine. Takjami, have you spoken to Todoroki? Midoriya, no, why we? The boys' sad faces were clear as it seemed they knew something, and the mention of their friend with a double quirk was their clear answer. Tsuyu, Mama-chan, and Todoroki-kun broke up. Midoriya, oh that's unexpected, the boy said, being the first to find out both from Momo and his friend. Tsuyu, yes, I had to cancel on you yesterday because of that we spent the afternoon with Momo until she asked us to leave her alone for a while. Takjami, honestly, I thought they might even get married. Tsuyu, this must be a terrible blow, they spent so much time together. It seemed like a torture the boy deserved for everything he had gotten himself into. And he felt that this punishment was little compared to what he really deserved. Takjami, I think we're getting off topic. Tsuyu, that's right. Kiro. Midoriya, and what now? Tsuyu, well, we fed the birds here for a while as part of our first official date. The boy thought about it for a few moments. It could work to relax a little. After getting a bag of bird food each, they went to a bench and sat down. As they threw the food, more and more birds approached. Takjami, I'll go get another bag. Midoriya, have you run out already? But his slight surprise came when turning his head he saw the crowboy putting a small gram of the bird food into his mouth. Midoriya, Takjami esto. Without giving any explanation, the young man got up and ran away out of sight of the green-haired man. Midoriya, that's going straight into my notebook. Tsuyu, yes, it happened on our first date. Midoriya, really? Tsuyu, took me by surprise, but it's kind of cute. Midoriya, this is reassuring. Tsuyu, it's nice not to have any worries. The boy continued feeding the birds that had gathered to eat, and when he finished the Contents of the bag. He was about to stand up. Tsuyuya, we can share the bag. Midoriya, is there a problem? Tsuyuya just shook her head and shook the bag of food a little. He moved a little closer to the girl and they both resumed their small task. That's how things were until... Click. That sound of a camera again alerted him a little, only to see his friend Takjami come out from behind a bush looking at his phone. Takjami, I think if I hadn't decided to be a hero I would have been a good photographer. Both young green-haired men saw the camera and couldn't deny that it looked pretty good. Tsuyuya, you have great talent. Takjami, thank you. Midoriya, it looks good. He hesitated to express his opinion of the photo because he didn't want to sound rude but also not too excited. Takjami, these will be enough for today. Show them to your father and tell them when we could go. Tsuyuya, okay. Midoriya, when are you free? Midoriya, I don't have anything scheduled for next week. Tsuyuya, does Monday sound good to you? Midoriya didn't answer but his head shook in affirmation. Takjami, okay, thanks again my friend. If you don't mind we'd like to have another date. The green-haired boy understood and didn't find his friend's request rude. He just wanted to be with his girlfriend and he wanted to be as far away from there as possible and get rid of the guilt. The crowboy could only see the colored residue on his friend's shirt before feeling the girl hug him around him. Takjami pasa algo, Tsuyuya, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable by asking Midoriya this. And that my father wouldn't agree without even knowing you. Hiro. Takjami, don't worry, he said, placing his hand on the frog girl's head, and don't worry. It doesn't bother me. Tsuyu, oh okay Takjami, and where do you want to go? Tsuyuya, do you have any ideas in mind? Takjami, what do you think about walking and seeing what appears along the way? And so the couple strolled through the park until it was time to return to the UA. Meanwhile the boy just walked to the train station. Midoriya, I just hope this doesn't last much longer. Chapter 16. Saturday. The boy got out of bed. It was late and luckily he had no more infidelity planned for the day. So he indulged himself by sleeping in. Midoriya, let's see. Uraraka, I'll talk to Ayade-san. Kyoka, guitar practice. Momo, nothing. Toru, nothing. Mina, nothing. Tsuyu, I'm going out leaving on Monday. Nejire, nothing. For a reason he didn't want to admit he felt lighter. So much so that his only reaction upon realizing he had an apparent day off was to throw himself onto his bed and breathe. Midoriya, size piece. Nananok. Midoriya, I need to learn to keep my mouth shut. The boy, with the same eagerness as his sensei to teach, got out of bed and went to open the door. Upon opening the door he encountered a redhead who was clearly not of his social class. Midoriya, Kendo-san, Kendo H. Hello Midoriya, sorry if I bothered you. Midoriya and Ano, not at all. What are you doing here? What brings you here? Kendo, well I got a 2-fare deal at a movie theater and I was thinking of taking one of the girls but they're all busy so I came to ask if you were free today to I don't know see if you wanted to come with me. The girl said, a little nervous at the end and trying not to sound silly. Midoriya, oh right, I don't have anything to do today, just let me put on something more decent. Kendo, sure, I'll wait for you downstairs. The redhead waited until the boy closed the door and the moment he did she jumped up and down with excitement and emotion. She didn't understand why it made her act this way. Kendo, calm down, Izuku, calm down, just go downstairs and wait for me to come down. And don't trip for anything. The girl controlled herself and finally went downstairs to wait for the broccoli-headed guy. It was illogical. Her reaction to the freckled boy was worse than when he'd gone to ask her to come to the dojo. Was it because now it would just be the two of them? She'd only felt this way since. Midoriya ready, Kendo AEs with nothing else to do. The freckled boy just followed the girl who was a few steps ahead of him, at the train station. The boy waited with the redhead for the train that would take them to their destination. And to his surprise and luck this time the station was empty. Midoriya, sir, you do act in very strange ways but thank you. Kendo, and how has your week been? Midoriya, well? The boy tried to remember what he had done, trying not to mention the outings with the girls, which he actually summarized quite quickly. Midoriya, I've been practicing playing instruments and I went to an ice cream shop. Kendo, hey, playing instruments, that's awesome. Midoriya, thanks, and what have you been up to? And from Kendo? During the week with Kendo. Kendo, come on, just go and ask her if she'd like to go out with you. It's not exactly a date. Just a friendly outing, and it's not like you're going to act like in those silly romance movies and something happens arc. Wednesday. Setsuna, you go up to him, you whisper sweet nothings in his ear and in a dark place bam. Ibara, Tokagsan, please, what kind of language is that? Setsuna, oh Shiozaka-zen, I'm just trying to help Kendo. Kendo, I just asked how to talk to a boy. I don't think talking to him the way I talk to a Jiro is appropriate. Setsuna, you can use my advice or you can use that of our nun friend here. Ibara, I'm not a nun, I just don't think that's the way Kendo can get close to Midoriya. Today a few hours ago. Shinso, so you want me to? Kendo brainwash me and leave me in front of Midoriya's room, I'll count to 3 and you'll ask me a question but you say it when I count to 2 but don't tell me. Shinso, I think this is the stupidest thing I've ever done but you gave me money for a pizza so I'm not complaining. Kendo, exactly size okay, I'm ready want. Shinso, what is 1 plus 2? Kendo 3. The purple-haired young man waved his hand in front of the girl's face but she just remained motionless. Shinso, while it deals a deal, Kendo go to Midoriya's room and knock on his door. And stay there. The girl simply abbied and began to walk like a zombie. Upon knocking on the green-haired boy's door, he grabbed an eraser and threw it at the girl's head, snapping her out of her trance. Now. Kendo, not ing, you know the usual presidential paperwork and fixing my motorcycle. Midoriya Kendo-san, do you have a motorcycle? Kendo, I know it's not a very feminine thing. Midoriya not ing, that's fabulous, I don't really know much about them. Later, and after a long conversation where the girl from Class B explained to the freckled boy about brands, models, and components of a motorcycle, they both arrived at their destination station. Midoriya, I imagined a motorcycle was complex but I didn't imagine it would be this complex. The boy said, trying not to get confused by all the information the girl had told me about her trip. Kendo, it's simple once you understand it and practice. Anyway, would you like to buy some drinks? Midoriya, of course. They both went into a store but to the boy's misfortune, it was the same store where he had invited the purple-haired punk girl. Kendo, what drink would you like? Midoriya, anything will be fine, the boy said nervously, remembering how surprised the punk girl was that he was the one inviting her to choose something. Even more so when, upon paying, the store owner looked at him strangely, only to look at the red head and continue with his purchase. Kendo, here he said, extending his hand with the drink. Midoriya, thank you. Oh, Kendo, is something wrong? Midoriya, no, it's just that I've never bought this kind of drink before, he said while looking at the can. Kendo, oh, I'm so sorry. Midoriya, no, it's fine, it shouldn't taste bad. And with some hesitation, the boy opened the black can and took a sip. Midoriya, oh, she's actually good, he said, smiling. Kendo, to be honest, I imagined you took 1 or 2 of these things when you trained. Midoriya, is it because I train like crazy? Kendo, I wouldn't say crazy, but intensely. Midoriya, yeah, that's what I've been told. Kendo, so what movie are we going to see? Midoriya, oh, I actually thought you already had a plan. Kendo, now you're the one with the plans, right? Midoriya, that's right. Kendo, well, I guess we'll have to improvise. I'll ask you if I need help. Midoriya, yes, sir. The girl put her arms behind her back as she lifted her head, thinking about what they could do. Kendo, let's see, we'll go to the movies, see a film, and then we'll get something to eat. Midoriya, that sounds good. Kendo waits. The green-haired boy turned to look at the girl, who, coughing a little, raised her hand in the air to speak. Kendo, as president of Class B, I hereby appoint you for today, she said dramatically, then lowered her hand to touch one of the boy's shoulders, then directed it to the other. As if it were a military matter, my advisor, vice president, and date for this outing. Midoriya, what a great honor, the boy replied playfully, playing along with the redheads joke. They both saw the little situation and couldn't help but laugh, trying not to look ridiculous. In the middle of the road. At least when the girl's mind realized something. Kendo, wait, DDID, I say date. I mean, there's no need to get nervous, there are different terms for dates, business dates, family dates, dates where you go out alone to spend time and it has nothing to do with being friends. The girl thought this last part, only to give herself a few light pats on the cheeks to calm her blush. Midoriya, we can watch whatever you want, it's fine. He said, still chuckling a little. Kendo, okay. The girl resumed her walk to the shopping center and the movie theater, accompanied by the green-haired boy who was by her side. In a way she couldn't understand the shy introverted boy she'd seen react with fear. Whenever a girl approached him was now walking upright, completely straight without bending down, looking happy and calm. And now it was she who was nervous beside him. Somehow seeing him like that was fascinating. Brilliant and was attractive, the word. And that was another detail she couldn't help but associate the boy with those words. She had been thinking that she had linked the boy to those thoughts because she was feeling sensitive, but time had passed and she was still doing it. Midoriya, so. The boy's voice made her look at him only to see that they were in front of the movie theater. Midoriya, what would you like to see? Kendo, well. The options were varied: action, martial arts, comedy, romance and horror movies. It was a bit complicated. Midoriya just relaxed. Cough cough. Vice President and the boy playing along approached her. Midoriya, yes my president. Kendo, I want us to watch something but I don't know what helped me choose, she said humorously, adopting an air of a malevolent boss. The girl thought she looked funny, even silly, but the boy found it endearing, bordering on adorable to see her acting mean and bossy. Midoriya, let's see. After analyzing the entire movie listings and flipping a coin, the young people decided to go for something that instantly embarrassed them both. In the movie theater. Midoriya/Kendo, romance. That's right, a romance movie, because in both their opinion horror movies didn't fascinate them. Action didn't seem like the most appropriate thing for an outing, and what they thought would be more appropriate would be a comedy, but having taken a while to choose the theater, it filled up and they changed their tickets for a romance movie. Midoriya, calm down Izuku, it's just a movie and you had the bad luck of watching it with Kendo's, and although I wouldn't say bad luck, Kendo is a great friend and you get along well with her. At least she's not a stranger. But the young people, although embarrassed, did not ignore the screen watching the show. The movie was actually interesting, they couldn't deny it. Especially the sweet redhead who kept stealing glances from the boy watching the film. Kendo, he asked me if I could. And with some sadness but wanting to do what was on her mind, the girl slowly leaned down until she was resting on the boy's shoulder. At that moment she remembered how soft that boy was. She supposed that feeling him soft during practice at the dojo was due to the adrenaline rush from sparring, but now she could be sure that he was as soft as a pillow. Kendo, this feels good, really good. She had a habit of resting her head on someone else's shoulder, it calmed her down. She did it frequently when Setsuna used her for support and also when she was with a Jiro. But she wanted to forget him, but when she remembered how gentle the green-haired boy was, that impulse resurfaced. Midoriya, who had been paying attention to the movie, felt that weight that had already become familiar to him and turned his head in the direction where the girl was sitting. And felt that weight. And yes, I noticed the position the girl was in. And he was startled when he noticed it. Kendo asked, should I apologize? Maybe I misunderstood everything. Midoriya, are you comfortable? The question took the girl by surprise, since it wasn't a sarcastic or annoying voice but one with a touch of tenderness and joy. Kendo, I'm sorry, I just done. Midoriya, it doesn't bother me, not really. The girl, like a small kitten wary of someone, slowly began to rest her head against the boy's shoulder until she felt it again. This worsened when she felt a similar weight on her head. Kendo, sshi land on me. Midoriya, I hope she doesn't get angry. The red head was turning red as time went on while the boy could smell the girl's perfume. Better and better. Midoriya smells like oranges. The instant the boy thought it, he lifted his head from the girl's and shook it, trying to banish that thought from his mind. Midoriya, don't think about that. But his inner self said otherwise, wanting to smell the girl's pleasant scent again. After some time the movie ended and they both left the cinema somewhat embarrassed and not wanting to mention it. Kendo, so what do you think about having something to eat? She said with a lovely blush. Midoriya, Esther. After walking around the place for a while they both stopped at a cafe. Kendo, have you eaten here yet? Midoriya, not really. Kendo, well, it will be our first time. Midoriya, I think so. They both entered the restaurant and as soon as they did, the aroma of coffee and caramel reached their noses, convincing them both to try it. The two walked over to sit in a booth, noticing that most of the customers were couples. When did everyone have a partner? It seemed like the world was trying to annoy him and it was working. Finding a table at the back, the boys sat down and waited. Waitress, good evening. Ready to order? Kendo, yes, I want an order of pancakes, and what do you want? Midoriya, that'll be fine, thanks. Waitress, okay, 2 orders of pancakes for the lovely couple, I'll be right back. Neither of them could say anything at that word because the girl quickly walked away. And to be honest, neither of them could say that they disliked the idea. Kendo and Midoriya so. Kendo, are you going to be busy these days? Midoriya, well, to be honest, I'm not sure. Kendo. She didn't want to be pessimistic, but the thought that she might have made the boy uncomfortable, or that she had misinterpreted things, made her believe that the boy didn't want to go out with her again. Kendo, I understand. Midoriya had a slight problem. He didn't want to sound like he wanted something with Kendo. No, of course she was nice, pretty funny, and cared about those she loved, but he didn't want her to see him as someone who would take advantage of her recent heartbreak to intrude on her life and exploit her weakness. But he wanted to get his own life back on track, far from the lie that he was his friend's boyfriend, and hanging out with Kendo was one of the few things in those weeks that made him feel like everything was normal. Midoriya, I mean, we can go out any other day whenever it is, I need to check if I'm free. Having said this, the girl looked at the freckled boy who was looking away with a reddish face. Kendo, oh sure, that's fine. Waitress, here is your order. They were both returning to normal when, upon seeing their plates, they both blushed upon noticing that the pancakes had a heart-shaped decoration. Waitress, enjoy. The young people ate in complete silence. There was some music playing softly, but seeing the other couples laughing and chatting quietly made them feel a little embarrassed by the collective scene. Kendo, should I say something? Midoriya, is he getting bored? Midoriya/Kendo, how are your pancakes? The two stopped chewing and looked at each other after their double question. Kendo, I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Midoriya, and no, it's okay, I interrupted you. Kendo, well, they're good, they taste like cinnamon. Midoriya, really? Mine taste weird. Kendo, really? Can I try? Midoriya, of course. The girl reached out and took a piece which she put in her mouth just to give her verdict. Kendo, it seems they put them. Chef, come, and you put cumin on the pancakes. Rookie, what's the difference? Chef, cinnamon is a sweet and delicious powder, cumin is a spice from Arabia. The young boys just laughed at the surreal scene in the kitchen, which was completely audible from where they were. Kendo, haha, hey, if you want we can share mine. Midoriya, and a no need, Kendo said, returning to his characteristic stuttering tone and trying to control his laughter. Kendo, I insist. Midoriya, really? He could not continue speaking when he felt his palate being silenced as something sweet and fluffy was gently placed in his mouth. As I watched, I saw Kendo remove his fork from the boy's mouth. Kendo, and well, the boy was red-faced at the girl's actions, but he chewed, trying to respond. Midoriya, chewing, it tastes delicious. Kendo, then let's eat. They both decided to ignore the fact that they were eating from the same plate, trying to make the moment more pleasant between them. When they finished, they both got up and paid for their meal. Waitress, we hope you come back soon, we hardly ever have such lovely couples. Hearing how their day had been had left them blushing. Kendo, hey, it's getting late, we should go back to school. Midoriya, of course, let's go at the train station. Kendo, hey, thanks for joining me today. Midoriya, it's nothing, it was a good day. Kendo, next time you choose where we go. Midoriya, it's a deal. They both expected their trip to be uncomfortable, but it was quite the opposite. It was pleasant. Kendo, thank you for helping me. Midoriya, why? Kendo, because of what happened that day, because of what happened at the dojo. And because of what happened today. Midoriya, don't worry, I'm always happy to help. Midoriya felt his heart pound as he witnessed the boy's noble nature. This prompted him to make his next move. Kendo, I like that about you. And quickly she approached the boy and kissed his cheek. I didn't know if it was a curse or a blessing, but at that moment I cursed the way I was. Midoriya, why you me? Kendo, please don't say it. Midoriya, WL, but WY. Kendo, I wanted to thank you, come on, it's our station. Adel UA. The discomfort lingered for the rest of their walk, both for the girl who couldn't explain why she'd done it, or even where she'd gotten the nerve to kiss the boy, and for the green-haired boy who didn't have the nerve to ask if that would happen on their next outings. Midoriya, well, this is where we say goodbye. Kendo, yes, rest well, Midoriya, and see you later. This time with a surprising speed and momentum that even caught the boy off guard, she kissed him again, only this time on the other cheek. He couldn't react until he saw the girl quickly enter the residence and close the door. Midoriya thought about it for a bit, but there was nothing left to do, he could only curse his luck in building it. When the boy arrived at the dorms, he noticed that no one was there. This surprised him because he expected them to be having dinner, playing video games, or simply hanging out as usual. The boy walked a little way, then read a note. Kaminari, hey Galileo, there's chicken and soup in the microwave in case you're late tomorrow. The guys are going to the mall. Just reading his classmate's name made his stomach hurt, not knowing exactly if it was the common or remembering the stab wound the boy inflicted on his classmate with his girlfriend. He took the plate of food and put it in the refrigerator for tomorrow. Then he went to his room, Midoriya's room. Upon entering, as was his custom, he left his clothes scattered around the room until he collapsed onto his bed. Once lying down, he checked his phone, which he had left turned off during the afternoon, noticing a few messages in his inbox. Kyoka, hey Green, how about we continue our music session tomorrow? Let me know. Nejire, hey Midori, how about we hang out this week? Don't worry, it won't be a record deal or anything this time, just hanging around. Let me know if you're interested. By Toro. Izuku, would you like to watch movies next week? You no, just us and snacks. So you Midoriya-kun, you can postpone Monday's outing. Takama-kun got a stomachache from the bird seed. I'll let you know when he's feeling better and when we can continue our dates. Thanks in advance, Kiro. Mina, hey Midori, thanks for the other day. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know. Thanks again. Midoriya sighed as he slowly felt the stress that the following week would bring. Midoriya, I hope this ends soon. And finally he went to sleep without giving an answer. Chapter 17. Sunday. It was 2:00 a.m. and everyone in the building was sleeping peacefully well. Except for one person. This was difficult for Midoriya to handle, who couldn't understand why his head was now throbbing like crazy. Everyone was whispering and shouting in his head, trying to figure out how to deal with the upcoming departures. With no other option, she decided to leave her room and go straight to the balcony, hoping the cold would be a distraction. Midoriya, what am I going to do now? Can't you sleep? Surprised, I looked inside his room, but there was nothing there. Then I searched around until I saw my neighbor. Midoriya, Aoyama-kun. Aoyama, having trouble sleeping, Mr. Midoriya. Midoriya, what he on and oh I. Aoyama, come on, I have something for that. He said, waving his hand, asking the boy to accompany him to his room. The boy had doubts, but if his friend really had something for the pain and his sensei, and no one else would find out, he could accept it. When crossing the balcony, I went straight to the boy's side and saw him searching for something in a drawer. Aoyama, not this one either. Hand cream size. I insisted to Kaminari that it wasn't nice to leave your plate out, but no, he didn't listen. Midoriya, oh yes, that's what I thought. Aoyama, Toma. The boy approached to give the freckled boy a bottle. Aoyama, it will take away the pain for a while. It worked for me. Midoriya, thank you Aoyama-kun, I promise I'll pay you back tomorrow. Aoyama, keep them, sometimes the pain can continue. Midoriya, thank you Aoyama, if you'll excuse me, messy, I must resume my hours of beautifying sleep. The boy simply thanked his companion for his help and returned to his room. He simply approached his bed and took one of the pills to lie down and try to finally sleep. Sunday. The green-haired boy was waking up, the light coming through his window between the all-mic curtains hitting his face, forcing him to get up. Midoriya, yawn, after so many days I finally got to sleep well. The boy felt better, revived. The first thing she did was resume her exercise routine. When she finished, she went down to the common room only to find her friends there. Bakugo, as usual, had reluctantly made breakfast. Kirishima was beside him chewing on a pen while tapping a notebook. Lita and Shoji distributed the plates of food to the others while everyone had their respective groups. Midoriya, good morning everyone. Lita, good morning Midoriya-kun. Kaminari, hey Madabro, you woke up early today, will you join us today? Midoriya, thanks, but I'm going to be busy. I have things to do today. As the boy said this, he turned his head towards the room where some of his classmates were. He only wanted to see them, but he noticed the purple-haired punk girl who was smiling as she looked at him. Kaminari, okay. Tsuyu then will bring you something. Kiro, Bakugo, hey idea, OTS, the food's getting cold. Fire hair, hand over the plates, and you useless DK, you come here. Midoriya, Hawaii's Kaminari, we switch shifts bro. The red-haired boy said as he walked past the freckled boy. The green-haired boy heard the order from his old friend, childhood bully, and went to his side to help him serve dishes. Midoriya, would it be something more? Cake and Bakugo, of course not. The nerd. The boy was about to leave when the ash-haired boy spoke again. Bakugo, your threat still stands, did you hear me? He said, but without an angry expression that said he wanted to kill him, and for the first time in his life he felt that this hatred wasn't directed at him specifically. Fire-haired. You screwed up big time, and I won't let my team be surpassed by yours because of your damn fault. So whatever you're doing with raccoon eyes, you'll have to keep doing it. He knew that Mina was still sensitive about what had happened between them earlier, so much so that Kurashima was now looking for ways to apologize while Mina had stayed in her room without going down to breakfast. Midoriya, okay Cake and Bakugo, you better not screw this up. To now, here, take this to Raccoon. Midoriya, don't you think I should give it to Kurashima and let him take the opportunity to apologize properly? Bakugo, please nerd, do you think that idiot has the brain power to apologize now? The boy was going to debate that, but there was a tiny detail, and that was that there was nothing to debate. Midoriya right size, good, I'll go take him breakfast. Accepting the dish, the boy hurried so the girl's plate wouldn't get cold, and in record time it was already outside the alien girl's room. He took a breath and, murmuring his lines a little, the boy was about to knock on the door when it opened and he was pulled inside the room. He didn't hesitate to look down, only to see the pink-skinned girl hugging his torso. Midoriya G, good morning Ashidas, and he said, still processing the surprise. Mina, hello, Izuku-kun, she greeted her kindly and warmly, revealing a smile. Midoriya, how did you know I was? Mina, you murmur, remember? Midoriya, sorry, it's a bad habit, I haven't got it under control yet, he stammered, trying to swallow his embarrassment. Mina, hee okay, it's actually quite cute. Midoriya, no, wait, what? Mina, and what's that? She said, changing the subject and asking about the plate of food he was carrying. Midoriya, WL, I saw you hadn't come down yet and I thought I'd bring you a plate for lunch so you wouldn't go hungry. The boy explained. If the girl's young heart was beating strongly after she said out loud that the boy's murmuring was cute, the fact that he took her into account and worried about whether she had eaten made her want to have a heart attack. Mina T, thank you very much, Izuku-kun. She reached out to take the plate, and at that moment a small touch of her fingers with the boys made both of their embarrassment go from 75 to 100 in half a second. Midoriya, WL, I'll go to the kitchen to grr. The boy's stomach growled like a third voice, creating an awkward silence. He just wanted the earth to open up and swallow him whole. Meanwhile the girl just wanted to stifle her laughter. Mina, you seem a little hungry. Midoriya, why me? Mina thought about it for a while as she looked around her room, seemingly analyzing something. Mina, you know we can eat together if you want. Midoriya was stunned because it would mean sharing food together, and there wasn't another pair of chopsticks, which would mean they would eat from the same plate with the same chopsticks. In her room. Midoriya, thank you, but I'm fine. Grr Varers again, as if the universe couldn't be more against him. His stomach was too. Mina, come on, I wouldn't want you to die of hunger right here in the hallway. The boy was going to refuse once again, trying not to be brusque or angry, but any attempt was going to be in vain when he saw how she put her plate on a table and went to her bed, only to take out a small table and put it between them, only to return for the plate and kneel down to wait for him to accompany her. Midoriya, I guess I have no choice, thank you. Mina-chin. Looking more closely at the dish, the girl realized it was one of her favorite dishes in the entire universe. Mina, waffles and fried chicken. The girl had taken a piece of chicken and was about to put it in her mouth when the cordiality in her head made her correct herself. Mina, sorry, now open your mouth and say ah. Midoriya, you don't have to. The boy couldn't continue speaking as the warm fried taste of the piece of chicken in his mouth silenced him. Mina, enjoy your meal, she said with a smile on her lips, taking another piece of chicken to her mouth. Breakfast was quiet, with few topics of conversation, but pleasant. There was no awkwardness, no need to talk or do anything silly. Simply seeing each other ahead gave them a feeling of contentment. After finishing eating, the girl was leaning on the edge of her bed holding her stomach. Mina sighs, my congratulations to the chef, she said humorously. This went on until I heard the sound of the plate being handled, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the boy approaching the door. Mina, are you leaving already? She asked in a somewhat sad tone. Midoriya, well, I was going to wash this. Why? Mina seemed to hesitate when asked the question, and her reaction made that clear. Mina, well, it's just that I was wondering if we could do something together, you know. We could watch movies, play a board game, or I don't know, just the two of us. The boy felt his poor broccoli heart melt as he watched the girl's flushed cheeks grow even pinker, especially as she looked away. But she remembered her schedule, and she had guitar lessons with Kyoka that day, and she hadn't yet properly planned her next outings with Nejire or her visit with Toru. But she couldn't just say no to the girl. Midoriya, I think I can stay for a while. The sweet girl could only blush more and look at the boy only to smile. Mina, thank you, Izuku-kun. The boy could only focus on the girl's bright black eyes and her white smile, which were both the opposite and equally radiant in the common room. A gray-haired man was eating the last plate of the breakfast he had prepared for everyone. No one had noticed, but since he sat down he had only been looking in two directions: the stairs and his companion, whom he himself called Fire Hair. While at Bakugo, that idiot hasn't come back, so he stayed with her. He better not screw things up. Kirishima Bakubro, what do you think of this? I'll go and apologize to him, saying I didn't see it was a photograph. If he does we can go to the park, ride the Ferris wheel, buy ice cream and stuff like that. Bakugo, I'm in on it. Kaminari, dude, you're such a romantic. Besides, I'm sure she'll say yes. She can't stay mad at you forever. In Mina's room. Midoriya, and do you plan to forgive Kurishima's? Mina, no. The answer was clear and direct, along with a poisonous touch that the boy could swear was burning just by hearing it. They were both watching a series based on a movie based on a book. Mina, I hate remakes. Midoriya, why do you say that? Mina, I mean the killer is a man with a hook. All I've seen here is a sister who murdered her other sister. That's how it was until we saw a character in the movie beheaded along with his love interest. Mina, okay, that was pretty cool. Midoriya, yeah, regurgitates, I forgot I can't handle slashers well. Mina, hee, come on Izuku-kun, you have to hold on. I can only watch these things if you watch them with me. Teosid. The silence in the room was generated by the sound of the knocks, followed only by a voice. Hiroshima, oh Mina-chin, are you there? The voice of the manly young man on the other side of the door made the curly-haired boys jump to their feet in fright. Mina, damn it, you have to leave. Midoriya, low C. They weren't doing anything other than watching television, but if someone saw them with all the context behind the situation, they could misinterpret everything. The boy ran to the balcony, although at that moment something else was on his mind. Midoriya, nadag. The boy climbed back up the railing and hung on while the girl went to the door. Mina, what do you want? Kurishima, can we talk? The girl opened the door slightly, revealing the boy's face. Mina, be quick. The girl planned to talk to the redhead through the door, but the boy entered as if he were welcome. Kurishima, look, I made a mistake, I shouldn't have thrown the photo, but hey, it can't be the end of the world, right? If those were the boy's apologies, he didn't want to hear anything more, but the boy wasn't going to stay silent there. Kurishima, look, I want to apologize, how about we go with the other guys, get some ice cream and whatever else you want. Mina, the others, can't she do anything without the others being involved in some way? The freckled boy wasn't very happy with his friend either, because he had heard Keiken's apologies when he was forced to do it in middle school, and they were even better than that. 1. Mina, I think you should leave Kurishima. Kurishima, Piero. Mina, I'm not going to repeat it. The boy was approaching the door with a disappointed look on his face. Kurishima, so I see you. He couldn't continue speaking when a door slammed in his face. Mina, what did he expect from that? The girl was about to get annoyed, but the freckled boy's voice made her react. Midoriya, groan, and Mina-chin. The voice made the girl leave her room and run to the balcony just to help her friend. Mina, sorry, so. The girl said as she went to rescue her friend. Upon reaching the balcony, the girl grabbed the green-haired boy's hands and began to pull him. Mina, please don't fall, please don't fall. With a little more effort, the girl managed to pull the boy back to the safety of the floor. The collision caused both of them to close their eyes, and a pain in their head shook them. Mina, groaned, I'm so sorry about that. Midoriya, and nothing's wrong, are you okay? Mina, ease, and you are. The girl couldn't continue speaking when she opened her eyes and saw the situation she was in. Well, she was on top of the green-haired boy with her legs on either side of his waist, her hands still holding the freckled boy's wrists and their heads at the same height, so close to each other. The situation was embarrassing and somewhat heated, even more so when the green-haired boy opened his eyes and saw the same thing as the girl. He could feel her heart racing, and not just his own but the girl's too. He could feel the warm air escaping from her small nose as she tried to stay calm, those black and yellow eyes staring at him. And that cute silly way she moved her lip, trying to get something out to explain whatever it was. It was then that his eyes ceased to obey him and he fixed them on his gaze. They were bright and fleshy, and he wanted Mina, I have to move, but I don't want to, maybe it'll feel awkward, but it's so soft. And I just want to. The boy could clearly feel and see how the girl was coming down and closing the distance. More and more. He could almost taste the girl's lips once more and savor that forbidden desire. BRR. BRR. The vibration of the phone on the table stopped the moment as if a bubble had been burst. The girl walked away from the boy while the blush continued. Mina, I am sorry about that again. Midoriya, Yuke. Mina, I think you should see, it might be something important. Midoriya, e Cleclaro. The pink-haired girl approached his door and opened it, letting the boy out of his room. Mina, thank you for bringing me breakfast, really. Midoriya, it's. The boy was about to return her thanks, but the girl was quicker. Grabbing his shirt, she pulled him close and kissed him on the cheek, and then of course, she closed the door. Midoriya, it's becoming a habit for doors to slam in my face. Looking at his phone, I noticed it wasn't one message but two. Kyoka hey Green, are you going out today with the other guys? Momo hi Izuku-kun, I'm messaging you to see how you are and also to let you know that my parents are returning to Japan this week so I can visit them and show them the photos. But mainly to see how you are. I'd suggest we talk today, but I have to go out with the other guys. I have student council president duties. But we can talk tomorrow, okay B, but only if you want to. The boy had to admit it, with so many problems here and there he had forgotten about Momo and his date at his parents' house. Quickly he replied only to head to the rocker's room. Standing in front of the room, the boy was about to knock again, but he was surprised by the girl who opened the door and leaned against the frame. Midoriya hohola Kayakakin. Kyoka, just breathe to what you learned. The girl said nothing and only extended her hand to place it on the boy's shoulder, who, puzzled, looked at her searching for an answer. Kyoka, hey God, I must look ridiculous. And it couldn't be otherwise because she also felt that she was making a kind of seductive face, and to his utter surprise it seemed to be working. The green-haired boy was completely red-faced, looking away and of course stuttering Midoriya. Sisakanatunter. Kyoka, I mean yes, come on in. The boy entered, noticing how once again everything was clean and catching that pleasant and enchanting aroma. Kyoka, so applause, what do you want to learn today? She said with a sparkle in her eyes. Midoriya, I don't know, what does my teacher want to teach me today? The question sparked a sea of possibilities in Kyoka's mind, from teaching her to differentiate one note from another to teaching her why the triangle can also be an instrument in a song. Kyoka, snap, I know what I can teach you today. The girl pulled a black briefcase out from under her bed and began placing some devices inside that the boy didn't know what they were. Kyoka, let me introduce you to my own babies, she said, showing off her musical equipment. Midoriya, they're great, but what are they? Kyoka, I won't hit you because you don't know what it's like, but these babies are my sound composer. Midoriya, I think I have an idea. Kyoka, oh yeah. Let's see Green, tell me what you think it is, and if you answer correctly you'll get a gift at the end of the session. Midoriya, WL, you can record a sound and you can edit it, make it sound deeper, higher. Even add elements or cut it down right. The girl pretended to think about it for a few seconds just to torment the boy, but it didn't last long. Kyoka, correct Midoriya, and will we use it? Kyoka, yes, today I'm going to show you how it works, then you're going to produce something. Are you ready? Midoriya, yes. A little later, after teaching the green-haired punk the basics of how the music equipment worked, she showed him how to manipulate a few seconds of his voices and how to distort them and turn them into music. Although he had to be honest, and that Kyoka helped him with what he still had doubts about. Kyoka, okay, let's see how it sounds. She didn't know if it was because of her quirk or because of her advice on what to do with the piece, but it was a melody she could easily listen to every day. The only thing she didn't quite like was that the song was so short, but at the same time that made her want to listen to it again and again. Midoriya, well Kyoka, well from what I see and hear you'll soon be able to produce all your music. Midoriya, hee, that's because I have a great teacher, he said with a laugh. Kyoka, you learn fast, and look, it's still early, we're done for today. Midoriya, okay. The boy was walking towards the door when something around his neck stopped him. Kyoka, where are you going? I told you I'd give you something for answering correctly. The girl's rude behavior always embarrassed the freckled boy, while she always liked seeing his red face, but it was difficult. She could usually play with the boy when he was distracted, but having him so close with the connector around his neck and feeling his rapid heartbeat made it hard to do what she had planned. Kyoka, come on, you can do it. Midoriya, Kyoka, he was just about to pronounce her name when he felt the girl's soft, tender lips obstruct his own. He hadn't paid much attention to how the girl kissed him, he didn't want to get used to it, but now that the kiss lasted longer he could notice how she would occasionally resume the kiss after taking a breath, how she held his shirt with one hand while the other wandered here and there, how his connectors danced around his neck, or the shy look on her face. However it happened, the boy's hands stopped indelicately as if they weren't his own. They held the girl's back and carefully brought her closer and closer to him. Chapter 18. The punk girl was in a state of desire she had never imagined she would experience when kissing the boy. Her lips met and separated from the boy's again and again, her only excuse being to catch her breath. She felt an indescribable heat as she ran her treacherous hand over the boy's body while listening to his heart beating stronger and faster. Kyoka, please forgive me, the girl thought before she felt the freckled boy's hands go to her back and slowly pull her closer to him. Midoriya, Kyoka, see Midoriya, I. He tried to speak, attempting to resist the sensation of the girl's connector still around his neck moving like a sinful serpent begging him to succumb to her basest desires. She wanted him to give in and he resisted yielding to his dark desire. Although fate had other plans, the girl's bedroom door opened, startling the boys as the sound of the lock clicked. Kaminari, oh hey Kyoka, are you there? Open me up. Gee. And just as the heat in both of them rose in half a second, the cold frightened them. Kyoka, I'm coming. If it's one of his stupid stunts, I'll kill him. The girl threw the green-haired boy onto her bed in reaction, and he got up to take a sitting pose, looking at the musical notes he was carrying. Kyoka approached her door and unlocked it just so the blonde dinky could enter. Kaminari, why do you have insurance? He asked before looking at his friend. Oh hey Madabro. Midoriya Ohola Kaminarikans. Kaminari, hey old mans. Kyoka, hey, not that I mind, but what are you doing here? Kaminari, well, I was helping Kiriburo figure out what I could do to help him in a sheet of reconcile. Midoriya, that explains a lot. Kyoka, did that idiot really think I could help him? I see, and how did it go? Kaminari. Well, she said she was still angry anyway. I just came to ask if you wanted to hang out with the others, and by the way, what were you guys doing? Kyoka, I was cheating on you because I'm an idiot. I was teaching Midoriya how to play instruments, she said seriously. Kaminari, really? And why didn't you call me? I'm awesome, right Kyoka? The girl was barely going to speak until the boy walked over and took one of the guitars that were hanging on the girl's wall. Cutting off his ears would have been a favor given the boy's great lack of talent. Kaminari, rock and roll. The boy screamed, only to take off his guitar and drop it on the floor. Kyoka barely noticed this. She approached and looked at the state of her instrument, noting that some strings were now broken and the stand was damaged. Kaminari, thank you everyone, he said to the air while pretending that a large audience was applauding and cheering him. How was it? Great, huh? I asked his friend, who didn't pay attention as he watched the girl's connectors rise behind him. Kyoka, Kaminari Duki. Kaminari, what's wrong? Kyoka. He couldn't finish speaking when his connectors began to impact his body repeatedly, causing the boy a lot of pain as he tried to dodge them without much success. His only response to the attack was to flee the room. Kyoka, you owe me a new guitar, you idiot, she yelled from her bedroom door, only to slam it shut. The frustrated girl bent down and began picking up the pieces of her guitar, annoyed at the blonde boy's actions for breaking it. She continued like this until she saw a scarred hand pick up a broken piece of the guitar in front of her, and looking up she noticed it was the freckled green-haired boy who was crouching down to her level to help her clean it up. Kyoka, thank you. Midoriya, you don't have to thank me. Kyoka sighs, I'm sorry you had to listen to Kaminari playing, or rather trying to play. The boy chuckled a little at the joke, only to stand up and help the girl to her feet. Kyoka, damn it, now I have to buy another guitar. Midoriya, will it be something complicated? Kyoka, hate, not for the daughter of a former band guitarist, the only tricky part will be paying for it, she said, mostly to herself, remembering that her allowance wasn't enough for a new guitar. Midoriya, you know it's not much, but the girl paid attention to the boy only to see him extend his hand to her with a wad of bills. Kyoka, WWHAT, are you doing? Midoriya, take it. Kyoka, Izuku, you don't have to do that. Midoriya, no, but I want you to have it and buy your guitar. The girl knew that the boy was stubborn and wouldn't give up for anything, and that became clear when she looked at the boy's face and saw him with a tender smile on his lips and a look that gave confidence. Slowly he reached out and held the banknotes. Midoriya, please accept them. Kyoka couldn't stand it anymore and pushed her hand along with the green-haired boy's directly towards him. Kyoka, I can't accept it. The boy sighed, but his smile remained. Midoriya, well, I see you forced me into this. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about and she wanted an answer. Kyoka, what? Midoriya, I'll have to go with you to the music store and buy the guitar myself, he said happily. It was certain that boy was going to give her a sugar overdose one of these days. She could clearly feel and hear her heart racing from one moment to the next. Kyoka, NNO. Midoriya, it's not up for discussion. In a way he liked how the boy was passive-aggressive. Meanwhile the freckled boy hoped he wouldn't look ridiculous or stupid. Kyoka, thank you. Midoriya, hey, what did I tell you about thanking me? Kyoka, I think I'll have to stop doing that. Midoriya, he did not worry. The boy couldn't continue speaking as he was once again interrupted by the girl's lips. Only this time in a soft and quick kiss. The green-haired boy would never seem to understand, as every time he was kissed his head would fall into a strange yet pleasant daze. Kyoka, yes, I think that will work. Midoriya, I should go before someone else comes in, you know. He said it was more of an excuse. Kyoka, yes, I agree. The boy slowly left the punk's room while she seemed to be thinking about something, which she then shared with the boy. Kyoka, are you free on Friday? Midoriya see. Kyoka, so we could go get the guitar. Only if you really agree. The boy had found a certain pleasure in seeing the tough cold punk girl nervous and embarrassed. Just as it often happened to him. Midoriya, I made you a promise. The girl seemed to be thinking about something and after making up her mind she said it. Kyoka, hey, don't make promises to a girl. She said with her typical calm and relaxed expression. Midoriya, hey, he said with a hint of amusement, having grasped the joke the purple-haired girl had made. Kyoka, don't make fun of me, I feel sorry for you, she said with a pout, moving the boy's face in another direction with one of her connectors. The boy carefully took the connector that made him look away and spoke. Midoriya, to me you look adorable. The girl was losing that little battle of embarrassment against the boy. And making her last move, she moved closer to him and with the same object that had made him move his head took it and brought it to his lips only to bring it to hers and give him an indirect kiss. Kyoka, so it's a promise. Midoriya SSI. The girl knew the freckled boy well and she knew one thing for sure, he wouldn't break a promise for anything. Remembering this made me laugh a little before finally and with effort letting it go. Kyoka, see you tomorrow, Izuku. Midoriya, yai, see you tomorrow, Kayakasan. It was strange, but now the green-haired boy couldn't take his eyes off the girl until she closed her bedroom door and he could finally look ahead. Midoriya, what was that? Later the boy was in his room repeatedly clapping his hands in frustration at what had happened to him. Midoriya, why, why did they do that? Although he couldn't deny that the kiss was not only surprising but also pleasant and tender, he didn't have to. If the door hadn't been locked, Kaminari would have seen them and he was sure he'd be dead now, and even worse if Kaminari hadn't interrupted, he was afraid to imagine what would have happened. Her mind was beginning to fill with similar thoughts and the pain was returning. Glancing at the nightstand, she saw the pill bottle Ayama had given her and quickly took one. Little by little as the water in his glass dwindled, so did the pain. I feel better now, she sighed in relief. Tayoshi. A knocking sound on his door made him look in that direction. As she approached to open the door, her mind tried to guess who it would be next. Midoriya, I'm going to start hating Sundays. Upon opening the door, the first thing he saw was a brownish residue entering his room before heading to his bed and covering his face with one of his pillows only for him to realize who it was. Midoriya, Uriake suppressed scream. The young man had never imagined how red the girl could turn from stifling her own scream in a pillow, nor how she could distort the face of the peace symbol from the pressure she exerted on it. Midoriya, are you Iake? The girl frowned at the question while the boy instinctively went to shield himself from a blow but only heard a heavy sigh. As he lowered his arms, he saw Maki looking at him sadly and regretfully. Uriake Lola Mento Deku Kunios Aspera. Midoriya slowly approached his bed again, this time holding an All Might plushie in his hands to defend himself against any possible danger. Midoriya, did something happen? I thought you'd gone out. Uriake, I was thinking of doing it. Midoriya, all what happened? Uriake, Ayada-san, she said with a look that seemed to disgust her at the mere act of saying it. Midoriya, oh. Uriake, yes, can I talk to you for a while? Midoriya Esaguro. The green-haired man brought one of his chairs closer to the bed where the brunette took All Might's now injured pillow and lay down. Midoriya, tell me. Uriake, well, it just so happens that about a few hours ago, after breakfast, the brunette was glancing blankly at her phone when her gaze shifted to her blue-haired boyfriend. He was staring at a newspaper in one hand while bringing a spoonful of breakfast to his mouth with the other. Uriake, come on Achako, you can do it. Inhales and exhales. Tanayakan, can we? Lita, listen to this. The Hero Commission will raise taxes for agencies by approximately 10% next year. Uriake, well, that's. Lita, Yair Uriosan, lend me a pencil. I need to write this down now that I have time. The president had little or no awareness of his surroundings, ignoring that the brunette in front of him was waiting to get his attention. Uriake, Tanayakan, can you stop for a second? Lita, excuse me Achako, this is important, we can talk about it later. Uriake, what? Lita, yes, you know, when we get back from the mall or tomorrow after school. I'm a bit busy right now. The boy seemed to have eyes only for the newspaper leaning on the table as he completely ignored the twitch in the girl's eyebrow, who without saying anything simply got up from the table and prepared to go to the kitchen. Lita, Achako, if you leave, take your plate with you. It's rude to leave dirty dishes on the table. Now I couldn't believe it. I didn't have time to see her or even hear her, but I did have Time to reprimand her for leaving a plate on the table. The girl had to take a deep breath to avoid committing murder right there, having to get her plate and go to the kitchen. The girl had barely entered when she threw the plates on the bar, attracting the attention of the ashen-faced man. Back you go, hey round face, don't make a fuss here. The girl barely glanced at the ashen-haired boy, who raised an eyebrow. He had rarely if ever seen her angry, but in his words, if that silly round-faced girl who always wore a stupid smile was angry, don't say anything, don't do anything, and just walk away. Back you go to ask if you're going to make a scene, go after that damn Deku. He's probably in his room cleaning his All Might figures or some crap like that for the 10th time, he said, returning to his task of washing the dishes. Now the brunette was still lying down while eating a box of maki that the green-haired boy had taken out from under her bed for her, who was standing in front of the brunette, writing down data on the sheet for her and the class president. Uraraka, and that's it. Midoriya sighs, you're not helping me, Ledeson. Again, I'm sorry that Ledeson is like this. Uraraka, I'm trying to save what we have, but he's not making it easy at all. Midoriya, yeah, it sounds pretty difficult. Maki let out another sigh, only to sit up again, hunching her back and stretching. Midoriya, so are you going to the mall with them? Uraraka heavy sighed, don't think so. Between being ignored on an outing and being ignored in my room, I prefer my room. Midoriya, you know you don't have to be alone, I mean. WWE can hang out just if you know what I mean. The boy spoke, careful that nothing he said had any hidden meaning, while his face grew redder as the words left his mouth. Maki's eyes lit up at the suggestion. She knew the boy wouldn't try to do anything more, but she was still happy to spend time with him. Uraraka smiled and with a cheerful grin replied, Uraraka, I'd love to. Midoriya, are really? Uraraka, yes, I'll just go get some snacks. She didn't take long. The boy was relieved, even happy, but his brain reconnected and he noticed a detail so tiny that he had overlooked it. Midoriya, Uraraka san is going to hang out in my room. Well, quickly he realized that his bed was still unmade, some of his clothes were scattered on the floor and on his chair, and he still had cleaning fluid on the table along with some of his All Might figures. As quickly as he could, he made his bed, arranged his action figures, and put all his clothes in his closet. Midoriya, that should make it look more decent, he thought, only to look around his room, still looking as geeky as ever. Well, at least it's not messy. Toyosi, Toyosi, Toyosi. The doorbell rang again. As she approached, she opened the door to welcome her friend Midoriya. To-do list Yura. Taro hohola Izuku-kun. Midoriya, quick act normal. He I said normal. What? Taro had seen that way of greeting that the boy had copied from Kyoka, and on one hand she wanted to laugh, and on the other, seeing the boy leaning against the doorframe with an embarrassed look and his arms pressed together by his sleeves, made her blush and wonder. How could she be tenderly hashia? Taro was grateful that she was invisible, otherwise he would see her silly face. Taro, hat you too. Izuku-kun. Midoriya, I'm an idiot. How are you? Edo, you need anything? Taro, wl, it's nothing important, but I wanted to ask if you'd like to hang out. You know, watch a movie or just play something. Her voice was something the boy would always love to hear. It had a shy and cute tone that reminded him of that night he slept next to her and of her barely visible face. Midoriya, wl, I'd love to, but Uraraka listo. The chestnut-haired girl's voice chilled the boy, who hadn't expected her to return so soon. Uraraka, ohola haga kuresan. Taro h hello Yura Kizan, what are you doing here? I thought you'd go to the exit with the others. Uraraka, I was going to do it, but at that moment Maki realized she hadn't come up with an excuse to say she wouldn't go with the rest of the class. This made her nervous. Uraraka, wl, and I. Midoriya, WWE had already scheduled something, the boy said, saving the brunette. Taro. Just as he could remember the girl's serene and happy face from just that small reaction, he could imagine the look of disappointment she had at that moment. Uraraka, and what about you? Taro, wli, I was going to ask Midori if she wanted to hang out, but I see you're already busy. I am going to my room, see you later. The girl turned around and was about to go to her room, but a voice made her stop. Uraraka, you can hang out with us. The girl turned around and saw the brunette extend her hand while a smile formed on her face. The boy, to tell the truth, also wanted to tell her that, but his head could barely process that he would be with one of the girls he had been dating in his room, and the surprise that the brunette invited the invisible girl with whom he was also secretly dating made his sanity work twice as hard. Taro, I wouldn't want to be a father, he said, waving his gloves in the Uraraka, you won't be as, and look, she said while searching in her bag, I also brought sweets. The girl seemed to be seeking approval not only from the brunette but also from the boy, who noticing the slight movement of the girl's hat simply smiled tenderly. Internally she would have preferred to be alone with the green-haired boy, but she wouldn't deny that her friend's presence would be equally pleasant. Inside Izuku's room, the boy was embarrassed because it was rare for a girl to be in his room. Usually it was just a quick visit or a brief chat, but now they were planning to spend time with him. And frankly the thought of them looking at his entire collection more closely made him deeply ashamed. "Taro, I like this one," she said, pointing to one of the many figures of the boy. "Uraraka, I like the Funko better," I say, pointing to the small figure of the peace symbol. "Midoriya, so what do you want us to do?" "WWE can watch movies. I have board games. Roman 2 don't know," he said, having never hosted a meeting. Uraraka, "Well, I brought some movies we could watch." "Taro, me too." With a sigh the boy watched the girls arguing amidst the pile of movies they were carrying. "Midoriya, it's going to be a long day." Chapter 19. Sunday. The boy was sitting on the edge of his bed looking at the screen where a movie was playing. "Uraraka, Deku-kun, do you want more popcorn, Taro, or a candy?" The two girls who were lying face down on the boy's bed said this, looking at the screen while offering sweets to the freckled boy. "Midoriya, thank you," he said, accepting both options. The boy couldn't quite understand how the girls could be so calm in their room after everything that had happened. But all he saw when he turned to look at them was the girls eating as normally as any other day. The boy was not discreet, as his doubts made him keep his gaze fixed on both women who noticed this. Only then did the green-haired boy take his eyes off them and return to the screen, leaving them both thoughtful. "Uraraka, is Izuku-kun, was he looking at me?" No, don't jump to conclusions. He wouldn't have a reason to look at me, would he?" He could have been looking at Hagakure-izan, but what if he was looking at me? "Taro, was Izuku-kun turning to look at me?" "Well, it's not like he could really see me. But maybe he was looking at Achiko-chan. No, she's with the Izan. He knows that. What if he saw how I came dressed?" The girls had a tsunami of doubts about who the boy was seeing and why. "Uraraka, it'll get more popcorn," the brunette exclaimed as she felt the bottom of her bowl, relieved that if she lost her temper, her embarrassment wouldn't be seen by her invisible friend, or her adorable green-haired friend. Almost as soon as she stood up, the girl went to the door and left, leaving her friend and the boy alone. "Teruso. Midoriya, I don't know if this is a good thing or a very bad thing." Teru wanted to know the boy's opinion about her clothes, but the way she asked him was somewhat embarrassing without knowing why. "Teru, Izuku-kun, how do you think I look?" she asked in a shy and sensitive tone for the boy. Midoriya never expected to receive a question, much less in a situation like the one he was in. The girl had arrived dressed in what looked like a one-piece hooded pajama, all blue with purple spots, something childlike and adorable characteristic of her. "Midoriya. I think you look adorable," he said while his head tried not to take his eyes off where he imagined her eyes were, so as not to be rude. "Razwa, with that said," the girl stood up and grasped the zipper of her pajamas, only to unzip them and begin to remove her garment, revealing what she was wearing. The girl's heart beat strongly as her hand descended, a smile forming on her translucent face as she watched the boy, who was gradually turning redder without knowing why. The young woman didn't realize that the lower she lowered her zipper, the more visible it became, making the boy nervous until it finally fell to the floor, revealing her figure. The boy had seen related clothing worn by students walking around the school or by some civilians outside of it, but he never imagined seeing a friend as close as Teru wearing a shirt with that design, much less the way she was wearing it at that moment. "Teru, what are you saying now?" The sight he had of the girl was something he never expected to see. Of course he had seen her calm face reflected against the moonlight, but now her current gaze was something new. The girl could feel her heart beating so fast, as if she were in the middle of a marathon. Her face felt hot because the boy was looking at her with such surprise and intensity, which brought a smile of contentment to her face. She wanted to share more with him and linger longer, enjoying that smile because of him. Meanwhile the boy felt as if he were in the presence of Aphrodite herself, for he felt his eyes burning and he might go blind from witnessing something for which terms like wonderful, beautiful, or precious felt short. This caused him to keep his gaze fixed on the girl. He wasn't a pervert. He'd never even thought about a woman's body, much less that of a female classmate, even though two of his friends were complete perverts. So his gaze was focused only on the girl's face and he didn't know what to get lost in. Her messy iridescent hair that changed color as she moved naturally, her flushed cheeks, her multicolored eyes, or that smile that was clearly happy to see him at that moment. Toru, well, she asked, wanting to know the boy's opinion about her appearance. Midoriya, you look beautiful, he said without hesitating in his words. This made the girl's inner turmoil erupt like never before, turning her smile into one that combined excitement with embarrassment, and with a tender smile she spoke. Toru, thank you, Izuku-kun. She approached step by step to where the freckled boy was, who finally could only react by moving away as much as he could, little by little, at least until the hand that allowed him to move was held by the girl. Toru, let me thank you for being so kind and honest with me. The boy knew what was going to happen, but just like with the punk girl, he couldn't oppose it, even though inside his head there were cries for him to do something about it. Little by little the girl got closer and closer to the boy's face, and being just a few centimeters apart, the girl couldn't take her eyes off his lips, which had an initial reddish blush on his cheeks. Toru just laughed a little at this and spoke. Toru, you're so cute. And then the girl's other free hand gently cupped his cheek and finally kissed him. Her insides were bursting with happiness as a small tear escaped from her eyes and ran down her cheek. She'd never been able to have anything with anyone since everyone made fun of her quirk, and she thought Jiro had been the exception. He'd treated her like a person, even agreeing to go out with her only to cheat on her in the end. And worse, right in front of her. She felt like the universe was mocking her, or that it had something against her. Perhaps there wasn't a soulmate, a Prince Charming waiting for her. Perhaps she would never find anyone to spend time with, that there would be no one who cared about her, who laughed with her, who cried with her. That's what she kept telling herself that time her heart broke behind that tree. I believed all that until the green-haired boy arrived, as if it were a fairy tale. One of those I read and fantasized about so much. She didn't know if her kiss had been too rushed or if she was doing it right, because if there was one thing she was happy about, it was that it wasn't Jiro who received her first kiss, but that green-haired boy. And she was happy that it had been that way. She didn't know if the boy felt the same way about her, but she was sure her heart wouldn't be able to bear heartbreak again. But she could only jump in surprise when she felt the hand with which she was holding the boy's cheek being held in the same tender and gentle way, just to intertwine their fingers and continue with that kiss. The girl simply opened her eyes and moved back a few inches to see the boy's face. He was smiling at her, and as he smiled back he was moving closer again. Toru, I hope Achikachin takes a little longer. At the same time, the brunette was in the kitchen splashing water on her face, trying to calm her face, which was reddened with embarrassment because of her own thoughts. Uraraka sized better. Achikachin, it sounded in the kitchen, taking the brunette by surprise, who reacted by throwing a punch into the air, hitting something. Uraraka itetnikan. Lita, ouch, you hit like a brick, although good reaction. Uraraka, I'm so sorry, I thought you had left with the others. Here, take this. After treating the president's bleeding nose and after the girl apologized for the 10th time, the two were silent. Uraraka, were you going to tell me something? Lita, the truth is yes. Uraraka, well, what did you want to tell me? Lita, well, I know we haven't spoken these days and I'm not the greatest expert on relationships, but I know that it negatively affects a relationship. The girl listened attentively to the young man, not believing that he had finally realized. Uraraka. Lita, and I know you're worried about our agency's future, and you know the many problems that come with it. So make a decision. Now the girl was confused. What decision should she make? Lita, cough cough, Achaka, we need to give ourselves some time. The brunette was truly perplexed. The boy asked her to take a break. A break for what? Lita, I realized we've been distant these past few days, and that's affecting not only our relationship but also our personal and academic lives. I wouldn't want to force us to spend time together if we don't enjoy it, doing things we don't like, or worse, just being together out of obligation. But you're a great friend and a great person, and if you want us to give it another try in the future, maybe it could work. But first I wanted to leave on good terms with you. So the boy extended his hand within reach of the brunette, who was staring at him intently. Friends. The girl was confused. On the one hand, her relationship had officially ended according to her boyfriend, but on the other hand she wasn't surprised because she'd felt it was over for a while, having been ignored by him. The time made its president nervous, who was somewhat scared that the girl was just staring at his hand without any expression. Lita, I understand. But her hand was held by another pair, revealing the brunette with a smile. Uraraka, amigos Litican. The blue-haired boy smiled when he saw that the girl didn't hate him. And with a handshake he prepared to leave. Lita, oh, and by the way, don't eat sweets too late, it causes stomach aches. Uraraka, yes, we promise not to eat too much. She said, miming a military salute. He just smiled and set off to catch up with the rest of his group. Uraraka, I should tell. Dekuku Dkukuwen, Hajakuriasan. She shouted, remembering that she was wasting time with her friends. Quickly he refilled his popcorn container and headed back to the green-haired boy's room in Izuku's room. The boy was receiving several kisses from Toru, who seemed to be taking his time with how long the kisses he gave him lasted, and he didn't have the strength to move away or stop her, only able to let himself be loved by the girl with the threat that her friend could come in at any moment and see them. Midoriya, come on, you have to stop her. His inner voice screamed in a desperate attempt to regain control and return to normal. With difficulty his hand released the soft grip of the girl's hand, moving to her shoulder as he received a shower of tender and warm kisses. Once in position, with a slight, barely noticeable movement, she moved the girl and stopped her in her display of affection. Toru cut past the Algo Izuku-kun. Midoriya, it's us, stuttered a red-haired, green-haired boy who didn't know how to untangle his tongue and form a word. This amused the girl, who walked away, realizing that perhaps it was too much for the boy. Toru, come on, we have to clean up your kiss marks. Taking a wet towel, the girl cleaned the boy's face as a result of her kisses that had stained the boy with candy on some occasions. While being cleaned by the now visible young woman who occasionally played with his freckles, he unconsciously licked his lips, still catching the taste of one or two cherry candies on them. Toru, hee, and did you like it? The question was a surprise to the boy, who didn't want to admit that he had actually enjoyed it until that moment. Midoriya, it was fine actually. The girl took the other side of the boy's face, making him look her in the eyes and giving her his attention. Toru, I'm glad you were, and I'm glad you were the one who gave me my first kiss and that I was yours. The feeling was then a confusing one, because it made her happy and it hurt to have been the one to whom Toru gave his first kiss, but she would not have the same response because the boy had forgotten how many times he had been kissed. Toc. The sound of the door startled both young people, causing the girl to let out a small hiccup and visible again. She grabbed her pajamas and quickly closed the door again as she had done a while ago. Uraraka, Gysitsme, opened up. I brought the popcorn. Toru up, popping. It might take a long time, but the boy wouldn't understand how versatile the girl's personality was, going from a moment he could only categorize as romantic air to a state of normality. It was taking him a while, as his mind reproached him for wavering again regarding his actions in a situation like the previous one. Uraraka, I hope I haven't missed too much, she said happily. Midoriya, and not much actually. Without further ado, the brunette entered, and after getting comfortable again, they continued watching the movie while the invisible girl gave him the occasional glance which the boy, despite no longer seeing her, could feel her gaze fixed on him. Midoriya, this is getting complicated. Chapter 20. Sunday 10-0-0 p.m. The boy was putting everything in his backpack for the next day because there were some things to do, and he prayed that those things had to be academic. Midoriya, size, let's review. Uraraka, I'd talk to Ida. Momo, go to her parents' house. Kyoka, accompany her to the guitar shop. Mina, I kissed Toru, our recent kiss. Tsuyu, date postponed. Nejire, unscheduled outing. Kendo, nothing. The boy was analyzing his future outings, but there was a problem. If two of these outings happened to coincide, it could cause a problem. Midoriya, I guess I'll have to figure it out later. The boy turned his whiteboard over and headed to his bed. But the events of his day finally caught up with him, having kissed two of his friends so passionately and being unable to do anything about it in either situation. It was clear he was giving in, and he couldn't do that. It didn't matter if one of them no longer had a boyfriend, she was being just as unfaithful or even worse than a juror. The migraine in her head was returning, and as she had done the night before, she took the bottle of pills and took one. Midoriya, for today let's not think about that anymore, see maybe tomorrow. He thought to himself. Only able to curl up among the pillows and sleep. Monday. The boy had gotten up into his morning. Surprise, he noticed that his cell phone had messages. Upon opening the tray he read them. Nejire, good morning Izuku. Hey, I was thinking, would you like to go to an arcade with me? Don't worry, Mirio and Tamaki are coming too. They finally want to hang out with us. What do you say? I'll wait for your message. Momo, good morning Izuku-kun. I hope you woke up well. I was messaging you to let you know that my parents just arrived in Japan today and they've asked to see us. They want to know everything, and surprisingly my dad says he has important matters to discuss with you. You still have to tell me what you talked about last time. Anyway, I hope you're not busy. Thanks again. Good morning 3. Hyoka, hey green boy, listen, my dad keeps asking when I can pick you up again. He's impatient, he wants to start his family band and he keeps asking me questions like, when I can pick you up. Are you free this week? We could take advantage of the situation and buy that guitar. Let me know, okay, take care man. The boy had barely finished reading the first 2 messages when he was considering whether jumping out of his window would be high enough to prevent him from ever getting up again. Then a 4th message arrived on his phone. Midoriya saw what will happen now. Looking at her screen, she realized it was a message from her mother. In Kohai Izuku, how are you my little one? Kissing red, hey, when are you coming home? It's been a while since you visited your old mom. You know I can make your favorite dish katsuden. You know there's always a plate waiting for you on the table, and it doesn't matter if you bring visitors. I'm always happy to meet your friends, and maybe you'd like to introduce me to your girlfriend if you have one. Anyway son, take care and eat well. The tiredness and headache eased a little when he saw his mother's message. It was nice to see her contacting him. Although she still kept teasing him about whether he had a girlfriend yet and that now wasn't the best time for him. Whether it was waking up before his alarm or the migraine from that supposedly funny comment, the boy just typed a message on his phone to his mother. Or at least that's what he could see. Only to go back to sleep for a little while longer. Hours later. The boy was waking up to his alarm, and with a laziness worthy of his sensei, the boy dressed in his uniform and went to prepare breakfast. Once in the common room, the boy walked to the kitchen where he started cooking. To anyone else this would seem perfectly normal. But inside his head he was analyzing how he could resolve his exit that same day. On one hand, although Momo seemed to like her parents, they were still businessmen, so refusing to go that day could create a bad impression and set her back. But that progress had ended when Todoroki broke up with Momo, and Nejire had invited him to go with Mirio and Tamaki, knowing that they were always together like they were born to be. Besides, with Nejire's complaints he was sure she'd be ignored somehow. He was thinking too much about himself and hadn't noticed that his friends were already in the room. Uraraka, hello Deku-kun. But he didn't answer, he just kept staring into space and moving his lip as if he were murmuring. Uraraka, Deku-kun, and again he received no response. Uraraka inhales and mighty or YKUN. Finally the boy came out of his trance and looked around, trying to see who was occupying him. Midoriya, huh, what yais Uraraka, well I've been calling you for a while now, your pancakes got burnt. The boy looked at the frying pan only to see what was once breakfast now turned into charcoal. Midoriya, oh I'm sorry Uraraka, is Yukuin, are you okay? Midoriya, oh yais great, don't worry Uraraka, of course. The brunette left the kitchen, leaving the green-haired boy disposing of the burnt food, and she returned to the table with the other members of the class eating in the living room. Maki kept staring in the direction of the boy, which was noticed by the other girls around her who didn't quite understand why it bothered them. Momo, why is he staring at him so much? Do I always stare at him like this? Hyoka, does she have something on her face today, or is it because she has everyone's attention? Lemona Akakaken. I tried to get you to be with him all through the first year but you chose Iodation and yes I chose Kirashima but let me be the one to have Izuku-kun. Tsuyu, it seems she still has feelings for Midoriya-kun. Hiro. Toru, let's get back to reality. And Akakake-kun, how are things going between you and Ida? The invisible girl asked, wanting to look away from the brunette and the green-haired boy. Uraraka. Oh well, Iodation broke up with me. The revelation came as a surprise to everyone present because knowing Lita they expected him to be more attentive and thoughtful in a relationship, given his strict and rule-bound nature, but the fact that he was the one who ended things with her friend was a complete shock. Mina, what? Gracia plate broke and when they turned their heads they noticed that it was the green-haired boy who was standing in the doorway to the kitchen and that he had dropped his plate with his breakfast on the floor. Momo, hey Midoriya-kun, are you okay? Did something happen? She asked, worried that he might have hurt himself in that accident. Midoriya. And no, I don't know why I dissociated for a few seconds. He answered quickly, picking up the pieces of the plate from the floor while thinking to himself, no, if Uraraka broke up with Ida it means I couldn't keep the promise I made to Uraraka that everything would be alright. Damn it. But his gaze was caught when he saw another pair of feet approaching him and helping him clean it, being the jet black one. Momo, let me help you. Midoriya, and no need. Momo, no, but I want to help you. Just uttering those words and the fact that they were directed at the green-haired boy made the girl's heart flutter in her chest, even more so when she saw him blush. Midoriya, thank you Yayarazzu. Upon returning to the table the girl only received glances that were ignored by the girl who was only focused on her tea. Meanwhile the boy was heading outside to throw away the broken items when he saw the bicolored-haired boy. Shoto, good day. Midoriya, oh gee, good day Todoroki. The silence was overwhelming and frightening, but with a little encouragement the boy was able to speak. Midoriya, how Todoroki, how is Yayarazzu? Midoriya. Oh, she's fine. He expected an annoyed look, an envious one, or maybe something more, but all he got was to see her nod her head a little and go back inside the building. Todoroki, keep it up. Midoriya. Everything was wrong. He didn't want this burden. He never asked to be part of any of the broken relationships. He never asked Ida to break up with Uraraka. He never wanted Todoroki to entrust Momo to him. He didn't want Kirashima or Kaminari to be idiots who ignored their girlfriends and assumed they were in amazing relationships, and he would never forgive a Jiro for being unfaithful. But he was being unfaithful too, perhaps even worse than his friend, and he didn't have to explain why. But he couldn't just walk away and leave as if nothing mattered. She had chosen to do a favor that wasn't appropriate, and now she would have to endure it until she had finished fulfilling all her obligations. Taking out his phone, he sent messages to two of the girls. Midoriya, Yayarazzu, what time should we meet outside UA to go see your parents? Midoriya, hi Nejire-senpai, I'm sorry but I already had plans with someone else to leave UA today. I hope you don't mind. The boy put his phone away and went into the building to finish getting ready for his school day. Later the freckled boy was walking down one of the hallways heading straight to his class. With midnight he still hadn't received any messages from Momo, which was understandable. She was with the other girls and he couldn't let anyone find out what he was planning. This was until he bumped into someone who happened to be his sensei Midoriya. Sorry Aizawa-sensei, the boy bowed after accidentally hitting his sleepy tutor. Aizawa, anyway, how are you doing? Problem kid, he asked, taking a sip from his juice box, remembering the last time he saw him since he was an exact reflection of himself. Midoriya, am fine. Why do you ask? Aizawa, you look better than last time. Sip, but I can tell when someone's looking haggard. The boy wondered if his sensei suspected something. No, it was clear he knew something was going on. Aizawa, but for some reason Toshinori has been threatening to tell Nizu about my sleeping hiding places. He'd never blackmail me if he didn't want something, and the only thing he cares about besides making bad jokes is covering for you, so I'd better not ask you anything now. Come on, go into class. The boy let out a long sigh before entering. At least he still had his teacher's help for whatever he needed after class. In Momo's rooms the black-haired girl had to hide her smile throughout the school day, knowing that she would be going with her parents again. She knew he would accept, but she felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing it from the boy himself. Momo quickly got ready to return home, but one question lingered in her mind. Momo, would Izuku be wearing the same suit? Well, whether it was because of her role as a rich girl or perhaps interest in seeing how the boy would be dressed, she decided to make a new suit for the boy. He went straight to the green-haired boy's room, and when he reached the door he knocked but received no answer. As he got closer he noticed that some music seemed to be playing in the room. Momo, maybe he can't hear me. Should I go in Izuku's room? The green-haired boy was finishing washing his hair while listening to some of the music Kyoka had recommended to him and Todoroki back in their first year. At that moment he felt like his life was that very song, so much so that he spent the entire shower singing it on repeat. Midoriya break me owns. After turning off the water he came out with his towel drying his hair and simply walked to his bed to get dressed. He had barely put on his boxers when a stifled scream made him look towards his door, only to see Yayarazzu, who with her hand covering her mouth had a surprised look and a flushed face. Midoriya and Momo Isayan. She simply left the room and closed the door, trying to control her panic. At that moment I didn't know whether to be grateful or curse having a photographic memory, because every time I closed my eyes I could still see that image of the boy. His wet hair seemed to turn a darker green, his rosy face with its freckles and hair resembled an adorable strawberry. His toned body was worthy of ancient Roman or Greek figures, but it was nothing more than the result of the boy's determination and discipline. However, it turned out she wasn't really sorry for what she saw emerging from the depths of her mind. The girl finally spoke. Momo, sorry Izuku, I should have knocked first, she said, still blushing. Midoriya Momo too shouldn't have turned the music up too loud anyway. What did you need? Momo, well, I came to ask you for something, said the girl, who considering the circumstances had to do it anyway. Midoriya, alright, just let me get dressed. Momo, no, she told the boy on the other side of the door. Telling the boy not to change was embarrassing, but she tried to convince herself it was to make a new suit for him. Midoriya, Momo, well, I was thinking of making you another set of clothes so you wouldn't have to wear the same ones, but for that I need to you. No, the boy hesitated. Why would the girl want him to go commando if it wasn't necessary the first time? And the other question was, when did she approach the door? And when I regained consciousness. He had opened the door and let the girl in. Momo, with your permission Izuku-kun, she said, blushing. Midoriya eyes. The girl turned her head towards where the boy was, noticing how he looked away, while she still kept her eyes on him. Whether it was the smoothness of his skin despite his muscular build, it just made him look more, whatever the word, attractive. Shaking her head so as not to get lost in the boy's physique any further, she simply spoke. Momo, very well, just stay still and I'll take your measurements. Midoriya eyes. Actually, there was no need for her to take his measurements again, because as she'd said before, she had a photographic memory and could therefore remember things that others took for granted. Even she didn't understand why she'd asked the boy not to get dressed. Was it a natural impulse to want to see her classmate's toned body? Perhaps it was teenage hormones. The moment she stood before him she could see the boy was clearly red-faced, and understandably so she'd stripped him of his clothes. It was kind of adorable to see him like that, though also tempting in a way. Momo, I'll start with your shoulders, is that okay? I knew the boy would be nervous, and that was confirmed when I saw him just looking above his head. She positioned her gaze on the boy's collarbone and shoulders, placing the tape from one end to the other. He touched his well-built and strong shoulders from time to time, inspecting, or rather he was toying with him, taking advantage of the opportunity. Following this he raised his arms, which the boy had to lift at the request of the girl, who now wanted to inspect them. It seemed that she had become obsessed with the boy's arms, because she was inspecting not only his hands but his arms completely, seeing how some of the scars he had on his hands were part of a larger pattern almost reaching his back. The boy would say they could be disgusting, but for the girl they were nothing short of fascinating, not only because of their determination and sacrifice but because it was a true mark of heroism, something typical of the freckled boy who fascinated her so much. Momo, okay, now the torso. As he said this the green-haired boy became even more nervous, because the girl would have to get even closer to him to measure him. The girl bent down slightly, placing the beginning of the tape on one of the boy's pectoral muscles up to the beginning of his waist. He wasn't paying any attention to the tape at all, but rather to the boy's greatest personal achievement, his six-pack abs. All might have taken it upon himself to transform the skinny boy he found into a real Adonis. The raven-haired girl had to admit she felt curious and longed to run her fingers along the boy's toned abdomen. Perhaps she could trace a path from his shoulders across his chest and down to his stomach, but it was obvious that would be too much for him. What on earth was wrong with her? Those thoughts were not things fitting for a young woman who had been raised with good manners and values, and that's what he was doing. He was taking advantage of the situation for his depraved pleasure. Now he looked like mine to us. The mere thought of comparing himself to the smallest and most perverted member of the class disgusted him, realizing that enough was enough. Momo too already have it Midoriya too don't want to rush you but could you as soon as the boy was about to look at the black-haired girl she already had a new outfit a black color that I could say was from a rather expensive clothing store Momo Dunchi said handing him the suit blushing and not looking at his face. After his previous action Midoriya's thank you the boy took it and looked at it for a few seconds. Before letting out a small laugh at the thought Midoriya it's the same color as your hair the girl's eyes widened slightly at this statement Momo, are you serious Midoriya yes I like it he said while trying to stay calm and not faint from being in minimal clothing for so long the girl just stared at him while taking a lock of her hair and analyzing it whether he'd chosen the color or not she liked the fact that the green-haired boy was wearing it she practically had nothing left to do there but watching him put on his clothes was what kept her there her attention was drawn back when she saw him struggling with his tie again unable to figure out how to straighten it smiling slightly she walked around him just like the first time putting her arms around his neck to help him. It might have been habit but seeing the girl's face so close to his made the boy blush Momo ready. She said stepping back a little to look at him Midoriya and how do I look Momo well you look very nice she said smiling at the cute green-haired boy and his jet black suit Midoriya thank you. Mama-san he said then looked at her noticing that she was wearing a cream-colored sweater that fit her figure perfectly and a black skirt that went below her knees you look really pretty too. The embarrassment was obvious between the two of them and one of them had to get out of there clearly. Momo being the one who said it Momo it'll wait for you downstairs Midoriya yes I won't be long. He said while searching the entire room for his shoes meanwhile Aizawa decided to go to the common room and wait for her fake boyfriend she hadn't given much thought to what she would do about her parents' situation the plan was for Midoriya to introduce himself to them while he sorted things out with Todoroki but now that he'd broken up with her the boy had been forced to maintain that lie. And she couldn't do that to him she already owed him a huge favor for getting him into this mess. Without even asking him first and yet he was there the whole time he could have told her to go to hell at any moment asked her for a disgusting favor or even something unbecoming of someone like him but he did none of that moreover his father adored him the mere fact that he left home with both eyes intact was already a great surprise it was something she had to talk to the boy about. Sooner or later although deep down she wished it would be later rather than sooner finally I heard footsteps coming down the stairs and there he was the green-haired guy was coming down the stairs. Holding his phone in one hand while the other was in his pocket he looked like a company executive. Or even a little teacher he was kind of attractive and endearing to look at Momo are you ready Midoriya? Haha they were both leaving the dormitory building hurrying so that no one would see them upon arriving. At the gates of the UA there was the car that had previously taken them to the girl's house driver. Good day young Yayarazzu young man the man greeted while lowering his hat Momo good day Midoriya h. Hello and of course the family's bodyguard greeted them with a serious face as his job demanded. They both got into the vehicle when for the first time the boy heard him speak bodyguard your father asked me to tell you that he's excited to see you both the smile was clear on the face of the black-haired girl who always knew that her father was happy to see his greatest treasure whenever she went home but now she was pleased that he wanted to see not only her but also the freckled boy. Momo hey Izuku-kun could you tell me what you and my dad talked about that time Midoriya well. Bodyguard about that Mr. Yayarazzu told me that if you said a word about it he himself would break your legs and throw you out of a helicopter Midoriya remained frozen in the face of that death threat. Meanwhile the raven-haired girl simply sighed Momo saw that's my dad I need to tell him to stop imitating threats he sees on TV the driver didn't say anything during the trip but in a way it was pleasant to see them coexisting in that situation he too had seen the family patriarch make threats. He'd seen in movies and TV shows offers you can't refuse ignorance is not a sign of innocence. Since those were his favorites from the long list of plagiarized material that his boss had compiled driver it'll be a good start to the week. One trip later the young people were entering the young woman's family residence arriving at her beautiful and enormous mansion bodyguard. Your father is waiting for you in the living room Momo thank you Midoriya thank you they both entered and walked down the long hallway until they saw the family man who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper and had a pipe in his mouth not smoking Momo hello dad the man stood up happily. Noticing his only daughter and the green-haired man Mr. Yayarazzu how is my princess he said asthmatically Momo so glad to see you how was your trip to Rome Mr. Yayarazzu size numbers and numbers. All old people who love money let's not talk about my job I want to see everything Momo sure. Just let me see mom where is she Mr. Yayarazzu you must be in the kitchen with the other maids. Momo I'll go see her hey you look like Sherlock Holmes she said referring to the pipe he was carrying. The man only laughed to watch his daughter walk away mid-aria. Oh sure knock, the man just chuckled a little when he saw that the boy recognized the pipe he was carrying. Mr. Yayarazzu, did you notice her from the English hero of 30 years ago? Mid-aria, they said that every time he exhaled the smoke from his pipe he could freeze anyone who touched him. An exceptional gift, Mr. Yayarazzu, and there hasn't been a record of a quirk like that since legend says he died fighting 2 criminal gangs in Rome at the same time, and that all they found when they arrived at the scene was a pile of criminals on the floor and him leaning against a wall smoking this very pipe. They both remained silent, admiring the object before beginning to laugh at the shared information about the deceased hero. Mr. Yayarazzu, it's good to see you again, boy. Chapter 21. As Abash was in the kitchen with her mother looking at what would be served for lunch all while chatting with her Mrs. Yayarazzu, I wish you could have seen it all, daughter. I had no idea they could recreate the same stone from the Roman Colosseum and restore it. Momo, that must have been fascinating, mother, said the black-haired girl with a smile at her mother's anecdote. Mrs. Yayarazzu, and how are you two? She asked with a smile, wanting to hear from her daughter. Momo pondered the question, recalling what had happened on the day of her departure. In addition to what she had done earlier that day, an adorable blush crept across her face. Momo, WL, everything has been wonderful. Mrs. Yayarazzu giggles. Momo, haha, what, Mrs. Yayarazzu, you have that face? Momo, what are you talking about? Mrs. Yayarazzu, you know that face, the one you've made since you were 5 years old. Whenever you loved something your gaze seems lost in the memory, and you have that pink blush on your cheeks that's hard to get rid of easily. The girl just listened to this, surprised that the mere memory of her time with the green-haired boy made her react like this. Mrs. Yayarazzu, about that, where is he? I haven't seen him, and your father hasn't come with us. Momo sighed. Dad must be giving Izuku another lecture in his office, the girl said, lowering her head slightly. In the office of Mr. Yayarazzu, the family patriarch sat on a black leather futon, while the freckled boy sat beside him, both holding controllers and viewing a screen TV. Rai, son of Gilliman, upon hearing the sound emanating from the surround sound speakers in the room, they could only smile and feel a shiver without knowing exactly why. Midoriya, you were right, sir. The original language is better, Mr. Yayarazzu. I told you, kid, the man said, still watching the screen and taking a sip of soda. And don't call me sir, just call me dad. The boy went blank upon hearing the man giving him his approval to refer to him in a more intimate and personal way, calling him dad. He had feelings inside him. On one hand, he felt joy that his relationship with Asabash's father was good, no better than good. It was great. He thought he was a superhero geek like himself. But he was more than that. He called him 2 moments ago. The freckled man was entering the office again, holding the pipe carefully in his hands as if it were a crystal object. Mr. Yayarazzu, can you feel it? The powerful smoke emanating from the pipe permeating the entire cover. Midoriya, oh sorry, he said admiringly, still looking at the article about the man pressed a button beneath his desk, revealing hidden walls, some adorned with plaques of heroes and their artifacts, some empty pedestals but bearing inscriptions. One of these was that pipe. Midoriya, all of this is admirable, sir. Mr. Yayarazzu, yes, let's just say I'm a hunter of heroic relics. Midoriya, this is an amazing hobby. Mr. Yayarazzu laughs. Actually, before all this, before my company and my wife, I wanted to be a full-time item hunter. But I needed funding, so I started a small business at 22, focused on making the business big, and now I'm here. Although to be honest, the trip to Rome was more of an excuse to get the pipe than to see the company in Italy. Midoriya, that's more believable. The man looked at the boy with a smile, and a light bulb went off inside his head. Mr. Yayarazzu, actually there's something more. The black man pressed another button, and from the floor came a couple of futons that at first glance were very comfortable and disgustingly expensive. Mr. Yayarazzu, do you like video games? Midoriya, like any teenager, I'd say yes. Mr. Yayarazzu, then you'll like this. The man pulled out a box, revealing it to be a new console that quickly caught the boy's eye. Mr. Yayarazzu, no, not yet. This puzzled the boy until he saw that the entire console box cover and controllers were completely customized. Mr. Yayarazzu, cute, right? Midoriya, too, it's Mr. Yayarazzu special edition. There are only 3 consoles with this design worldwide, the ultimate in exclusivity. Midoriya couldn't erase the impressed smile from his face, only able to speak without reasoning. Midoriya, I think I'm going to faint. Mr. Yayarazzu, don't even think about it. If you faint, who am I going to use this on? The surprise could not have been greater, added to the boy's doubts, which were silenced by the adult Mr. Yayarazzu. Boy, I'm a busy man. I live with 2 women and one of them is in school with you, and you know I travel a lot. When will I ever be able to enjoy a good game and a cold drink like in the old days, if not now with someone who speaks my dialect? At that moment the boy's head could only say one thing, and that was to obey the man. He sat down on a futon while the black-haired boy brought him a bottle of soda. which the boy, not finding a bottle opener nearby, placed the nozzle of the bottle in the middle of his arm and exerting force between his forearm and his bicep, the cap fell, and then he took a sip from the bottle. Mr. Yayarazzu, who would have thought you were so vain, the man said, laughing and joking. I prefer something more simple, he remarked, just as he used the edge of his desk to uncork the bottle. In one swift motion the man sat down next to the boy, and after taking a swig from his bottle he spoke. Mr. Yayarazzu, let's play now. The man had a strange helmet just like the one in the game, while the green-haired man had a similar seal on his shoulder. Mr. Yayarazzu, how long have we been playing this? Midoriya, I think 2 or maybe 3 hours, they both said without taking their eyes off the television. Knock knock knock. Momo, dad, are you there? Upon hearing the voice of the youngest Yayarazzu, both the family man and the green-haired youth jumped up and stood, hiding the refreshments and putting away all of the man's hero and hobby items. Mr. Yayarazzu, quick act normal. Midoriya, double what? Mr. Yayarazzu, yes, just like that. The man took a deep breath and went to the door to open it, wearing a serious expression on his face. Mr. Yayarazzu, is something wrong, little one? Momo, well, it's just that you've been with Izuku in there for about 3 hours and he's still alive, right? The girl asked worriedly. Mr. Yayarazzu laughs, of course, she was just telling me what they did on their outing and how happy she was. Look, the man moved, revealing the green-haired man, who was trembling, giving the black-haired woman the idea that he was nervous about what the man would think. Momo sighs, what a re. Mr. Yayarazzu, is something wrong? Momo, I just wanted to know if I was okay, and Mom says to come downstairs. The table is already set. Mr. Yayarazzu, we're coming. The black-haired girl was leaving the man's office when she looked over her shoulder again at the boy, who was looking at her with a smile. Midoriya, it seems she was worried. With a smile she looked at the boy and went downstairs. Hearing from her father that the boy was happy to have gone out with her again was news that warmed her heart. Mr. Yayarazzu, I think we should go now. Midoriya, yes, Mr. Yayarazzu will have plenty of time to keep killing filthy Zenith. The boy smiled as he watched the man take his jacket and head towards his door. He wasn't a geek like him, he was the geek, which is somewhat admirable for the green-haired boy. Both men left the office and headed to the dining room. Even without entering they could recognize the delicious aroma of the food, surpassed only by its appearance. Yayarazzu, well, who finally showed up? Both the adult and the young green-haired man pointed to themselves, not knowing exactly who the comment was directed at. The woman, who had previously looked serious as if searching for an explanation, could only hold back her laughter before bursting into laughter at what she saw. Mrs. Yayarazzu, their identical laughs. Okay, sit down. The man went to his chair, while the freckled one sat down next to the black-haired girl. Momo, are you okay? Midoriya, yes. Seeing the boy's smile was just as radiant as if I were seeing it for the first time. It was fascinating how it seemed to illuminate its surroundings. All it took was placing its hand on top of the green-haired boy's. A light touch, a brush, was all it took to make her heart beat happily. Neither of them said anything about the touch, but neither wanted to take their hands away. Mrs. Yayarazzu, I hope you like the food. Mr. Yayarazzu, everything looks exquisite. Enjoy. Everyone was enjoying the delicious banquet, while the boy inwardly wondered how the third-year girl was doing. Midoriya, I hope Nejire's empire is okay, he thought, remembering that he hadn't received a message from her yet. Elsewhere at the same time, the light blue-haired girl was looking at the message the green-haired boy had sent her a few hours earlier on her phone, wishing he could be with her instead of Mario Najarson. The girl turned to look at the blonde man who was walking with a yellowish teddy bear next to her socially paranoid boyfriend. Mario, what do you think? That's what I want on the punching machine. Pretty cool, right? Nejire only had to imagine her own side before putting on a smile and speaking. Nejire, yes, it's very cute. Mario, right? She could only watch as her boyfriend gently tugged at his friend's shirt, who was pointing at the rest of the arcade and seemed to be whispering something. Mario, come on, there are still many games to try. Nejire, but none alone with my boyfriend. Yes, I'm coming. Nejire just looked at her phone and the boy's message one more time before letting her head fall and thinking, Nejire, I wish you were here with me. At the Yayarazzu mansion, everyone was finishing dinner while the patriarch looked at the photographs of the young people's date. Mr. Yayarazzu, well, any doubts I may have had in the past are now put to rest. I'm happy for you both. Momo, thank you, Dad, she said happily. Everything was joyful when an alarm started to sound. Watashi Gakita. The green-haired man recognized his alarm and desperately tried to take it out of his pocket to turn it off without noticing that the black-haired man also seemed to be pressing something on his screen. Equally agitated Midoriya, sorry. Mrs. Yayarazzu laughs, don't worry Mr. Yayarazzu, although it's a bit late you should return to UA. Momo, that's right Mr. Yayarazzu, get in the car, I'll take you. This pleased the girl, who like a Little girl left the table just to hug her mother and say goodbye. Midoriya, it was a pleasure seeing you, Mrs. Yayarazzu. Mrs. Yayarazzu, the pleasure was all mine. Young man, goodbye. The boy left accompanied by his father, who was taking the keys to one of his cars. The return trip was no less enjoyable. With funny anecdotes and some ice cream they bought along the way. Upon arriving at the UA, it was time to say goodbye. Momo, take good care of yourself on your trips. Dad, Mr. Yayarazzu, of course I will. Otherwise when and where else could I bring you nice gifts? This brought a smile to her face before she gave her father a goodbye kiss and got out of the car. Midoriya, goodbye sir. Mr. Yayarazzu, boy. What are we talking about? The boy stopped at least until he remembered Midoriya. Oh yes, it was a pleasure. Dad, he said with difficulty. Victory had never felt so strange. It was incredible how far she had come in terms of a good relationship with the Aizawa family, but it hurt to imagine what she would have to do when everything was resolved. The man just smiled as he watched the boy in the rear view mirror. Mr. Yayarazzu, you'll find something great when you get to your apartment. Let's just say it's a gift. He was surprised but intrigued to know what it was. Mr. Yayarazzu, it's late, you should go. Midoriya, oh yes, and thank you. The boy finally got downstairs and was about to walk away when the man called him again. Mr. Yayarazzu's son Vulcan. Midoriya, huh? Mr. Yayarazzu, it's my gamer tag, you'll know an A. Well, without another word the man sped off, leaving the boy surprised. He was pulled from his thoughts when he felt his hand being grasped, and when he turned his head he saw the hand of the black girl, gently taking it with a tender smile. Momo, shall we go? Midoriya, yes. They walked side by side without saying a word, without any topic on their lips, without anything, but both with a pleasant feeling. There was no need to mention the sky when they both got lost in it. How could something as simple and easy as looking at the sky be so pleasant and relaxing? Next to the other they couldn't find an answer, and frankly they couldn't care less. Momo, I'll never be able to thank you enough for this. Is you cookin'? He turned his head down a little until he could see the girl, who had a pink blush on her cheeks and a smile. Momo, you didn't have to help me with my favor, especially since I forced you, she whispered sadly, but you could still have left me, and when what happened with Shoto you were there too. You met my family, you learned about my past, and yet here you are. The boy listened intently to everything, standing there, his gaze fixed on the girl against a night sky that only accentuated her beauty. He noticed how the raven-haired girl tenderly cupped his cheeks in her delicate hands, her thumbs playing with some of his freckles, and smiled warmly. Momo, thank you so much. Is you cookin'? Then, as if time had stopped, the black-haired girl kissed the boy's lips as if it were a reward she had long desired, as if it were the sweetest taste she had ever experienced. The girl could not tear herself away from his lips from the day she kissed his tender forehead the first time she met his parents. From that time when deep in her dreams she felt the boy's tender kiss when he stayed and comforted her, she only wanted one thing: to kiss each and every one of the boy's freckles until she was satisfied. The boy for his part didn't object. It was difficult to refuse the girl who was kissing him so tenderly. At one point she stopped and looked at him with the same tenderness with which she had begun. Momo, he was just about to speak when someone's voice interrupted them. Cementos, young people, you can't be outside at this hour. Do you have any idea what time it is? The romantic atmosphere burst like a balloon when they looked at the time. The boys realized there were only 2 minutes left until curfew. With this warning, the black-haired girl was just about to start a race alongside the green-haired boy, but the latter got ahead and in a quick movement lifted the girl up as if she were a princess and started running, using one for all to propel himself. The boy was so focused on not bumping into anything while carrying his president in his arms, ignoring the fact that she was blushing so much she could compete with him. She felt like she was in one of those fairy tales she'd read where a princess is rescued by a handsome prince, or in one of those cliché scenes where the damsel falls and hurts her leg, forcing the knight to carry her to her aid. The reason she was in that position might not have been the most romantic in the world, but she didn't care, because now she had fulfilled a fantasy. The boy had lifted her up so easily that it had taken her completely by surprise. She was so focused on his face, trying to figure out why she didn't find him attractive, that she hadn't noticed the lights were on in the common room and figures were moving about. The green-haired man had seen this from afar, and seeing the black-haired woman he spoke. Midoriya, Momo, I'm going to do something, but please don't be scared and hold on tight. It was then that the girl stopped imagining cute filters for the boy and obeyed, putting her arms around the boy's neck and covering part of her face on the boy's shoulder. At one point the boy jumped high, causing the girl to close her eyes in surprise and shock before they remained motionless. When she opened her eyes she saw that she was on a balcony, more precisely on the boy's balcony. Midoriya, excuse me, but I had to leave it here. There are people in the common room, and honestly I don't think I can be fast enough to get in together without them noticing or raising suspicion. Momo, oh sure I understand Izuku-kun, that's fine. Now the discomfort had arrived. They couldn't leave the boys' room because someone would inevitably ask where they had been all day. And they couldn't say they were in the boys' room because that would be much worse, so all they could do was pray that the rest of the world would go to sleep, and then they could take advantage of the situation and have the brunette go to her room. Momo, so this is your room, she said, looking around to see all the #1 hero decorations covering the green-haired boy's room. Midoriya, yes, I'm sorry if it's awkward, he said, aware of the popular opinion about the decor of his room. Momo, you don't have to give explanations, everyone has something to admire and show their preference for an object. Midoriya, he thanks, but I think mine is more intense. The girl looked at the freckled boy for a few seconds before addressing him with a question. Momo, you know I've never asked you this. Or well, I don't know if anyone's ever asked you this before, but why do you idolize All Might so much? We know he's your favorite hero, but why? This made the boy look at the ceiling and then give a small smile on his face before answering. Midoriya, well, when I was a kid I always saw All Might as someone amazing. He could lift buildings on his shoulders and still smile like nothing was wrong. It was later that I paid closer attention and I saw it wasn't just when he lifted heavy things, or when he fought, or when he laughed. He always smiled, and when he did, everyone around him smiled too, including me. I wanted to do that, to face things with a smile even when everything looked bad, and for others to feel that same confidence. That's why I want to be like All Might, and in a way having all this merchandise around might be considered fanaticism, but I like to think that when I see one of them it tells me you can do it. Unlike other times when the boy spoke of what he loved breathless and with great emotion, this time he spoke with nostalgia and peace. His gaze was calm, yet still filled with passion. This only intrigued the girl, who finally understood all her fanaticism. Looking once more around the room, understanding its decoration, seeing that everywhere she looked that thought would inevitably resonate, you can do it. But then the classic Izuku returned with surprise in his eyes and a trembling voice. Midoriya, sorry if it sounds ridiculous, mama. She simply approached him and lowered her head to kiss his forehead again, calming and silencing him. Momo, it's inspiring. Izuku-kun, with that said, the girl was approaching the boy's face again, illuminated by the little light that came in through the bottom of the door, which was turned off, indicating that everyone was going to their rooms. This was a relief but also a disappointment for what the girl wanted, as it indicated that she had to leave. Momo, I guess I should go. Midori, I would say that. Momo went ahead and carefully opened the boy's door, looked both ways, noticing that it was clear, and walked out slowly. Momo, good night, Izuku-kun, she said, leaning closer to him once more to kiss his cheek, and with a sweet smile she walked away. The boy just stood there watching the black-haired girl leave, and with a sigh went inside. He didn't know how to feel about his current state, good, bad, happy, embarrassed. All I could do now was sleep and wait to see what I would have to do tomorrow. Maybe talk to the blue-haired girl. Approaching her bed once more, she took a pill and a large gulp of water before lying down, happy to have had a good day. Chapter 22, Mars, new day, new appointments. The boy opened his eyes in pain from the brightness of the sun entering his room without permission. Looking around his room, he noticed something he had overlooked last night, whether because of his time with the black girl or the darkness of the room. But on his table there was a box that was none other than another console identical to the one Mr. Yayarazzu Special Edition. There are only 3 consoles with this design worldwide, the most exclusive of the exclusive. That's what the boy was thinking as he got out of bed. Somewhat reluctantly, he'd received a wonderful gift from Momo's father, but he wouldn't be able to use it now. He had to make it up to someone. Midoriya, I hope Nejire's N-pipe isn't upset, he thought, only to glance at his phone and see that she still hadn't replied. Nervously he went downstairs and served himself breakfast, a nice bowl of cereal. While she was eating she heard footsteps coming down the stairs, imagining it was Aizawa wanting to talk about what would happen next between them, but she was surprised to see the best cook in the class. Sato, good day. Midoriya, oh hola Sato-kun. Sato, I see you're already having breakfast. Would you mind if you could help me cook for the others? Midoriya, oh sure, I'll help you, just let me finish this, the boy said, hurrying with his cereal. He knew that cooking for 19 people in total was a difficult task, and it was the least he could do after having been fed on several other occasions thanks to his friend Sato. You know, friend, I'd like to do something special for Ashida-san or Jiro-san. Their birthdays are almost here. Midoriya opened his eyes a little because he almost forgot he wasn't good with birthday dates, because apart from himself and his mother he hardly had anyone to celebrate birthdays with. Midoriya, it would be nice to do something for them, he said with a smile, remembering some good times he spent with the two of them. Sato, I agree. Do you think the boys have any ideas? As soon as the boy said this, the green-haired boy began to remember Kurashima's silly apology and Kaminari's foolish action, which made him Sigh Midoriya, I don't think so. Sato sigh, what a disappointment after cooking for a while longer. The smell emanating from the kitchen woke up more than one person in the dormitories who quickly joined the table to start eating and be active at the start of their day. At that moment his gaze met that of more than one of the girls who upon seeing him could not hide their smiles, but the boy knew that this could be risky as it would raise suspicions by attracting the attention of all the girls, so she went back to the kitchen, and going back was more like running. He would hide there for the rest of breakfast, staying away from the table and therefore from the women. Meanwhile, at his table, Uraraka, Yayarazzu, where did you go yesterday? Kyoka, yes, I went to look for you in your room but I couldn't find you. Momo, I'm sorry girls, I forgot to tell you, I was going out yesterday. The girl explained apologetically. Mina, and where did you go? Momo, I just went to see my parents. They just got back from their trip to Ro and I wanted to see them. Girls, that sounds expensive. Uraraka, and do you know where Deku-kun went yesterday? The question sent a chill down the girl's spine, making her imagine they suspected something. Momo, and annoy Uraraka, well, I went to look for him in his room yesterday but nobody was there and Yuta-san didn't know where he had gone. I was hoping he would have told you. Momo, and annoy don't know where she went yesterday, I'll ask her later. Thanks for letting me know. Uraraka Zuzan. The question caught everyone's attention but they quickly lost interest due to the lack of information. Everyone finished their breakfast and went to class. Later classes were in full swing, giving the young people a break who had an hour to do whatever they liked. During that time the green-haired boy had to see someone. The freckled boy was heading straight to the room to meet with All Might and talk about his handling of One for All, but about the latter. Well, All Might, what do you mean you haven't trained yet? The man shouted as a large amount of blood spurted from his mouth. The freckled boy was behind the sofa covering himself in fear at his mentor's reaction, but understanding his actions. Mid-area, I haven't had time. All Might, everything has gotten really complicated. All Might psyched, I understand you want to help but you can't solve everyone's problems. Mid-area, I know, but everything's worse now than before. Akakachin broke up with Ida. Momo's not with Todoroki anymore. Torai-chin broke up with Ajiro too. Hyoka and Mina have been having trouble with Kaminari-kun and Karushima-kun, and as Sui-san asked me to go out with her too, and Takayama-kun knows about it. Plus I've gone out with Kendo-san from Class B a few times and I've met some of their parents. I can't back out. All Might, kid, have you tried talking to all of them you know about what you've been up to? Mid-area sighs, I've thought about it more than once, but what am I supposed to say to them? Hey girls, we need to talk. I've been sneaking out with the rest of you for the same reason and I've realized that some of you have kissed me and confessed your feelings. We need to talk about it. All Might, okay, you have a point, kids. The man was thinking about what to do but he saw his apprentice take out a bottle of pills and take one along with a sip of tea. All Might, are you alright, kid? Mid-area, yes, I've had some headaches for the past few days and nothing. All Might, okay, the man said, still looking at his disciple. To be honest, I don't know how I can help you with that either, and from what you told me, it seems you've gained the trust of two of the young women's families and you've already started calling them by their names. The freckled boy raised his head, noticing that detail, which made him blush. All Might, I can only tell you to try to take it easy, and when you have the opportunity and the right words, talk to them. I don't know when, but do it. The boy thought about it, got up from his chair, bowed and left to go back to his next class. On his way he tried to figure out a way to talk to all of them when along the way he bumped into the blue-haired third-year girl. She had a depressed and bored expression. No one would ever imagine seeing such a look on a girl as extroverted and fun loving as herself, which was a surprise, but this changed completely when she looked in the direction of the green-haired boy, and as if he were a source of joy and happiness, her expression transformed. Using her quirk, the young third-year student approached the freckled boy. In a tiny fraction of a second she was already in front of him, and like friends who hadn't seen each other in years, she hugged him and lifted him up, adding the use of her float. Nejire Ola Isu Tsutsu, and the boy was frozen in place when he saw the blue-haired girl. He didn't know how she would react, and seeing her approach him so quickly only made him more nervous, but the last thing he could see was the blue-haired girl hugging him and pulling him into her chest to rise into the air with him and press him against her. Midoriya, and a thighs, and you have no idea how much I missed you yesterday. Hearing his senpai's words was comforting, but he couldn't deny that it was a surprise to be back among the girls' mountains and that it wouldn't affect her in the slightest. Once again the girl stayed with the boy for a while, then slowly began to descend back to the floor. Without letting go of the green-haired boy, the girl only moved away from his hug to get a look at the boy, who was practically smoking from his ears. Nejire, how was your day yesterday? Midoriya, if was G good? He did it again. What? This only made the girl let out a small laugh, and then she walked away, leaving the boy to catch his breath. Midoriya, so how was your day? Quickly the girl's cheerful Expression faded, making it clear that it wasn't as good as it seemed. Midoriya, I'm sorry NN. Nejire, no it's okay, it's just size, it was really boring. Midoriya, oh I see. Nejire, yes, it's just I don't want to talk about it. Midoriya, I understand. The girl understood that. The freckled young man was nervous, whether it was because of his tender attitude. She put on a smile and spoke. Nejire, come on, let's go for a walk. Midoriya, well actually I should get back to class. Nejire, what is it? Midoriya, well Cementos is going to talk to us about heroic tactics. Nejire, how about we hang out tomorrow or after class? Midoriya, of course I owe you one after all. Nejire, hey calm down. You don't owe me anything. Midoriya, I feel like I should make it up to you. Nejire looked at the boy, whose face showed he was serious. This brought a smile to her face. Nejire, you're really cute when you're determined. Hearing his senpai call him that was something he would never get used to. All he could do was blush. Midoriya, thank you. Had Al senpai looking at the girl again. She had a pout that made her look even more childish than she was, but she was still just as adorable. Midoriya, is something wrong? Nejire, you got me. How do I told you that you could call me Nejire? Midoriya pardon. But the girl continued with her slightly annoyed expression. Midoriya need Nejire senpai, and instantly the girl had an abrupt change of emotions that would surprise more than one person, and slowly holding the boy by the cheek, she made him look at her with a tender smile and a sweet gaze. Nejire definite of him an airs lindo Izuku-kun, and after caressing his cheeks she finally let go and walked to her next class. Nejire haster mañana Izuku-kun. This took the boy by surprise. He hadn't expected that curious movement, and he could only remain motionless where he was only to react to late. Midoriya, what just happened? After classes Isoku's room, the green-haired boy was looking at his whiteboard with information about the girls and their dates while he was writing. Uraraka just broke up with Yutas and Momo. Her parents are happy. Kyoka going to the guitar shop. Toru he kissed me. Mina, nothing recently. Tsuyu going out on Thursday. Kendo, nothing recently. Nejire going out tomorrow. Upon rereading his whiteboard he noticed he had an undated appointment with Kyoka, and seeing that it was still early he decided to do something. Midoriya, I should go to her already. He opened his door and headed to the common room, only to walk past the girls' dormitories. But as soon as he turned the corner into the common room he saw her. Midoriya, ohola. He had barely finished greeting her when Kyoka's hand blocked the green-haired boy's mouth, and an adjuster of silence asked him to wait, and connecting one of her earlobes to the wall the girl seemed to be looking for where everyone was, and when everything seemed safe she stopped obstructing the boy's mouth and hugged him. Kyoka, hello Izuku-kun, where were you going? Midoriya, oh well I was going to your room to look for you. Kyoka, ha, what a coincidence, I was going to your room. Midoriya, it seems we think alike, he said with a touch of humor. Kyoka, so why were you looking for me? She asked curiously, still staring at the bowl. Midoriya, I thought we could go get your guitar since it's still early. The look of grace and tenderness with which she watched the boy get nervous changed to one of surprise and excitement when she heard his motivation, so much so that with a unique and special emotion in her she approached the boy and held his hands. Kyoka, Jiro. Midoriya, only if you Dave time, he stammered, surprised and somewhat anxious about his actions. Kyoka, sure, just let me get dressed, I'll be right down, the girl said, going back upstairs to her room. Midoriya SSI. The green-haired boy waited in the living room for the punk girl, who in reality didn't take long to reunite with him. Kyoka lista. Midoriya, okay. Looking at the girl he was impressed. He'd always heard Manta and Kaminari say that Kyoka wasn't very feminine compared to the other girls, at least that was the case until Kaminari became her boyfriend and the comments stopped. I didn't want to be nosy, or perhaps I hadn't had the courage to say it out loud, but I'd never quite understood those comments, and even less so now seeing her like this. Kyoka, sorry for the delay. Midoriya, don't worry, you didn't take any time at all. Actually, the boy didn't want to be obvious, but he couldn't. It wasn't easy to stop looking at the girl and her clothes, wearing her classic shiny black boots, bright yellow stockings that highlighted her long slender legs, short sand colored shorts, and a violet sweatshirt that reached up to cover her hands. She didn't need to wear pastel colors like Mina usually did. She was unique in her way of being and was nothing short of fascinating and attractive. Kyoka noticed his fixed gaze and spoke with some embarrassment. Kyoka, I don't know how to coordinate my clothes, she said, thinking she knew what the boy was thinking. Midoriya, no, that's not it. The girl looked at the freckled boy, trying to understand what was going on while he was looking around searching for the right words. Midoriya, it's just that you look really cute with her quirk. The girl clearly heard the green-haired boy calling her, and she couldn't have been happier the way he looked away, clearly embarrassed at being caught. His cheeks were red and his heart was racing. He couldn't be more adorable. Kyoka bueno, and with his connectors he held the boy's neck and made him bend down a little just to kiss his cheek and let him go. Kyoka, I'll only believe it if you're the one saying it. Once again the boy was speechless. Giving the girl a laugh at his typical behavior. Kyoka, come on, it's going to be a long day. And taking him by the hand I guided him and her out of the UA at the train station. The girl was still holding the boy's hand. She had come out of that paralyzed state some time ago, but she still wouldn't let go. And to be honest, she didn't want to. Looking at the purple-haired girl, she had a smile that could only bring her joy and some satisfaction. Midoriya, and which store will we go to? Kyoka, hi, what happened? Izuku EXC is working now, she said mockingly. Midoriya p. Pardon Kyoka, Green was just kidding. I know a good instrument shop near the center. We shouldn't be long. Midoriya, okay. The train soon arrived and the journey was not boring because during the trip the girl told him about some new songs from some bands or about an interesting fact about these artists. A little while passed. And finally they were at their destination stop, where they both walked for a while until they reached a nice-looking store where there were even quite a few people inside. Kyoka sighs. You hear that good music and its diverse rhythms? This is where all your wishes come true, the girl said with a smile, while her connectors floated happily. Midoriya, do you like coming here a lot? Kyoka, yes, my parents used to bring me here when they needed musical equipment, so this is like a second home for me. Midoriya just smiled at the cute feeling and attachment the girl had for the place, and leaning a little against the girl he spoke. Midoriya, so do you want to buy your guitar or not? And with the same humor the girl responded in the same way. Kyoka, hee idiot. They both entered the place and the boy got the surprise of the week: several albums of bands organized by artist, date and genre. There were even albums by bands dedicated to heroes and a few personalized instruments reminding him of the guitars the girl had hanging in her room. Salesperson, good morning, what do you need? The manager's dark metal-inspired style intimidated the boy, making him sound even more foolish than he thought, and his question was no exception. Midoriya, excuse me, do you have any guitars? It went without saying that more than one customer looked at the young man with a raised eyebrow at the question. Some even turned down the music to see if what they'd heard was true. Meanwhile the boy's face gradually turned red with embarrassment at his stupidity, and Kyoka didn't miss the opportunity, leaning forward slightly to be in the boy's view, and finished him off with a joke. Kyoka, a guitar here in the world of guitars? Hey, I don't know. At that moment the green-haired boy just wanted the earth to split in two and eat him alive. Midoriya, you're not going to stop bothering me about that anytime soon, are you? He said dejectedly, regretting his comment. Kyoka, now, the girl said mockingly, hugging the boy from behind to embarrass him even more. Salesperson, cough cough, assuming that I think I have some new products. Come with me. They saw the guitars, shiny, luxurious, extravagant, and some a little more retro, but the girl had her eye on the right one. Kyoka, that one's the right one, the girl said, seeing that it was the exact same guitar that Kaminari had damaged. Midoriya, what's the cost of that guitar? Seller, its cost is 44,879. Yet upon hearing the figure both the punk and the green-haired boy froze, because they knew it was expensive, but they didn't imagine it would be this expensive. Kyoka, I can't let Green spend so much money. I hope I have more than I think, the girl thought as she searched her pockets and wallet for more money. When the green-haired boy's voice spoke first, Midoriya toned the last thing the girl saw was the boy handing the money to the seller while the man appeared to be packing up the guitar. Kyoka, I know vendor, here you go, he said, handing the girl a case. The young punk could only hold the case in her hands and be speechless with bewilderment, unable to protest the boy's actions and only able to accompany him as he headed towards the exit. With a smile they walked a little while before the girl was finally able to speak. Kyoka, hey, why did you do that? Midoriya, well, I made you a promise, he said. Kyoka, and I mean thank you again, but I could have paid even if it was just a contribution. I had some money to you. Midoriya, hey, the boy said softly, catching her attention and Kyoka walking until he was standing in front of her. I told you I made you a promise. And when I make a promise, seeing his smiling face and hearing his kind words was like caressing her heart in such a tender and warm way that it only made her think of everything she wanted to do to him, to hold him so tight he never wanted to let go, to cover his beautiful face with kisses until he was tired or could no longer feel your lips, to caress his cheeks so much that he could recognize every part of his face with just your touch. She knew the boy was waiting for an answer from her words that had hung in the air, and with a smile that was beginning to appear and her heart beating joyfully, she replied, Kyoka, you fulf. Midoriya, for his part, could only watch as the girl gradually blushed while still staring at him. Midoriya, I guess it's my turn this time, and taking one of the girl's hands he began to walk, now guiding her. Caress no longer knew exactly what she loved more, his cute comments and kind intentions, or that he was the one who took the initiative in something. However it turned out, I adored him. It took me a little longer. The green-haired boy had returned to the dorms with the girl, and they both decided to spend time in her room, making sure once again To close the door in case anyone else was going to enter, they both took a seat facing each other. Kyoka, well, since you're here I should teach you something else to learn how to play Midoriya. Yes. Are you sure that Kaminari won't come here like last time? Kyoka, now he's probably playing with Bakugo and the others now. Midoriya, okay. Kyoka, well, claps now that this beauty is here you could try to touch her. Midoriya, do you think I should? Kyoka, of course, what you learned in your first lesson should help a little, besides you bought it, so it's only fair that you're the first person to try it. The boy, somewhat excited to play an electric guitar, adjusted it comfortably and stood before the girl who was sitting on the edge of her bed. Reaching into his pocket, he took out the guitar, picked the Jiro family heirloom entrusted to him by the man, being a gift of trust and affection from the family. Once again I take a deep breath and begin. The boy started slowly trying to remember which strings to play and which not to, but after a while his mastery of the instrument was somewhat more decent. All while Kyoka played the rest of the song on her stereo, and she slowly moved her head from side to side. There were still minor flaws, but they were just one more reason to spend time together in each other's company. A little later, the green-haired boy and the purple-haired girl had finished their practice session and were now just on the floor of the room resting and listening to some relaxing music. They both ended up lying down on the floor while remaining close to each other, but there was no discomfort, quite the opposite, a feeling of satisfaction and happiness. They didn't have to start a conversation to feel comfortable, but there was still a topic to talk about, and it was the punk girl who brought it up. Kyoka, hey Green, when do you think we should go see my parents? She asked, staring at a spot on her ceiling while playing with her connectors. The boy thought about it, remembering that part of that week he would be busy going out with Nejire and the next day with Tsuyu. Midoriya, would you be okay with seeing them this weekend? Kyoka, will you be busy? Midoriya, just a little, he said, still staring at the ceiling and dismay, thinking about his teacher's words, what it meant for the girl's family to give him that small but significant tool, and how he could fix things. The punk girl shifted her gaze to the boy, noticing that same look, but assuming it was about some insecurity with his family or simply overthinking the boy as she had seen him in the past. So leaning a little on the floor and getting closer to the boy, he laid down on top of him just to hug him by the torso and caress the cheek at the other end of his face with one of his connectors. Kyoka, relax, take your time. The boy had been using his pillow, but seeing the girl giving him physical affection and emotional support made him stop what he was doing, only to wrap one of his arms around the girl and envelop her in a hug. Midoriya, thank you Kyoka-chan, he said happily. Kyoka had been listening to the boy's heartbeat, which was familiar to a faint drumming sound with a rhythm so special, warm, pleasant and sweet to listen to that it seemed like a lullaby to her. A smile appeared on her lips as she closed her eyes and spoke in a sweet voice. Kyoka, tea is Yuka-kun, and so they spent a little more time together, embraced in the room without being interrupted this time. Chapter 23. Wednesday, the green-haired boy was training in his room doing his morning exercises as usual. Meanwhile his mind tormented him, recalling the sweet tender looks of the girls he'd been dating. This filled him with guilt and mortification, a reason why he deserved to suffer as he struggled to lift the 75-kilogram dumbbell in his triceps. Said he felt he deserved punishment for his stupidity, and this was but the mildest example of many others he had in mind. But a series of knocks on the door made him stop his self-inflicted punishment as he put down his scale and walked to the door. He could see that it was his tall black-haired friend Zero. Hello, Madabro. Midoriya, oh hello Saro-kun, good morning. Zero, hey friend, are you coming for breakfast? Sato has already set the table. Midoriya, ah of course, I'll be right down. Zero, alright. Hey buddy, by the way, where have you been disappearing to these past few days? We've looked for you after class, but you're never around, the young man asked, raising an eyebrow and scratching his head. Midoriya, well, if you've been going out to train, and you know, he said, slowly trying to sound normal and not stutter. Zero, sigh, already figured as much, typical of Uha and the guys who thought you were seeing Kendo. This comment left the boy speechless, looking confused at the dark-haired man. Midoriya, what? Zero, yes, they keep insisting that you see her after classes. They started that after the time she came to pick you up, and then that time might have saw her outside your room talking to you. The boy remembered these events while at the same time he remembered the happiness with which the girl spoke to him, and not forming in his chest, imagining the pain he might feel upon discovering her dirty secret, hoping he never finds out. Zero, anyway, we'll wait for you downstairs, bro. Midoriya, yes, I'll be right there after a good cold shower. The boy went downstairs and had breakfast, hoping his day wasn't going to be so bad later. The boy was getting his clothes ready, a little nervous about going out with the light blue-haired girl, more than anything hoping to remember what happened this time with one last look in the mirror. The boy opened his door and was about to leave the dormitories when, as he was in the common Room. On his way out, a voice behind him called him Uraraka Deku-kun. He jumped slightly in surprise, accompanied by a quick shiver which made him turn his head and see the girl, who had a bright smile. Before looking more closely at his friend and how well dressed he was, Midoriya, "Oh hello Uraraka-san." Uraraka, "Hey, are you going anywhere?" she asked curiously, tilting her head. Midoriya, "Yes, I had some plans in mind." "Is something wrong?" Uraraka, "Oh, and no, I just wanted to say hello." Midoriya, "Hello." There was a tense silence between them for a few seconds, only for them to look at each other again after a while and say goodbye with a couple of somewhat nervous and embarrassed smiles, only for the boy to speak hesitantly. Midoriya, "Well, I have to go." Uraraka, "Yeah, I see you later." The girl only saw the green-haired boy leave the building and soon lose sight of him, losing all hope of spending the rest of the day with him elsewhere. The light blue-haired girl was looking at her message inbox while she waited for the green-haired boy she was going out with to arrive. She was feeling a bit nostalgic since the last time she had spoken to her boyfriend had been almost a month and a half ago. Not even a good morning message or anything like that. Frowning at that bitter memory, she switched contacts to view the chat with the green-haired boy typing. "Nejire, hello, Izuku-kun, where are you?" I had barely pressed send when I heard a ringing behind me. Just enough to turn my head and see the green-haired boy curiously pulling out his phone. "Nejire, hello," she said tenderly, approaching him and hugging him. Midoriya, "Hello Nejire-san, it's good to see you again," he said with his classic stutter. The girl seemed not to hear anything, concentrating only on the rapid yet gentle and constant beating of the boy's warm heart, who was getting redder and redder. It took a little longer for the girl to finally let go of him and look him in the eyes while holding his hands. "Nejire, ready for our departure," she said with a happy expression. Midoriya, "As something like that, where are we going?" The girl smiled slightly as she saw the boy's shy and defenseless side, again letting out a flirty laugh. "Nejire, hee, it's a secret, but I promise you'll love it." And while they were still holding hands, the girl led the freckled boy on his date. A little later they walked for a while, so long that the green-haired boy didn't recognize his surroundings, but he trusted the girl who was guiding him. "Midoriya, where are we?" he questioned, looking around. "Nejire, well, seeing how our last outing turned out, I decided to bring us somewhere quieter for both of us." And the girl finally let go of the boy's grip and, taking a few steps forward, stood in front of a door and, extending her hand, spoke with a big smile on her lips. "Nejire, afternoon at the hot springs." The boy analyzed it once, twice, three times, still unable to believe what he had just heard. He felt his head getting hotter and hotter, so hot it was practically smoking. From one ear to the other, he was at risk of fainting right there in the middle of the street. Only if the light blue-haired girl hadn't taken his hand again would he have let him into the establishment. Inside, the boy looked around, admiring how beautifully decorated the place was, trying to calm his inner thoughts while the light blue-haired girl seemed to be talking to the owner. He hadn't expected to go out to a place like that. It wasn't ugly or noisy like a disco or a concert, but it was still embarrassing. "Nejire, here," she said, handing the boy a towel. "Midoriya, thank you." Accepting the garment, they both went to the designated area to remove their clothes, which did not make the boy any calmer. "Midoriya, come on." Izuku breathed, calm down, inhales and exhales. The boy left the locker room to take a shower, feeling the warm water run through his hair and down his back, calming him down a little. "Midoriya, much better." The little peace of mind the boy felt at that moment was overwhelmingly surpassed by a voice behind him. "Nejire, I see you've already left." The boy opened his eyes and little by little he brought his gaze to where the girl was, until he saw that she was only wearing a towel which covered her from her bust to her thighs. Still holding a smile as if nothing was happening. "Nejire, can I help you with your backs?" she asked, still with that innocent smile that so many knew her for. The boy felt like he had lost his tongue at that moment, so much so that he couldn't deny anything, only able to watch as the girl sat behind him and began to clean him with a wet cloth. "Nejire, are you feeling all right?" The boy said nothing, trying to keep his mind calm and not fall into madness, since he knew that when he turned to look at the girl he would have a unique view. So much so that his friend Manta would envy him with all his soul, only being able to resign himself to feeling the girl's delicate hands go up and down his back while she washed him. It was a strange feeling, though it was also somewhat pleasant, at least until the girl made a request the boy hadn't expected. "Nejire, is this your first time cleaning yourself with a girl?" she asked, always smiling. "Midoriya, IWL's." Nejire interrupted him, letting out a few small giggles as she thought about how cute the boy looked. "Nejire, don't worry, I promise nothing strange will happen." This calmed him down a little, trying not to exaggerate the problem. "Nejire, unless you want it to happen." Midoriya, "Nejire, okay, now could you help me?" The green-haired boy opened his eyes wide and with a leap he stood up, barely holding the towel that covered his waist, and turned to look at her. Midoriya W. What did you say? But he received no response. He only saw the girl change places with him and turn her back on him. Nejire, I would appreciate it if you helped me clean my back as you cook-on, she said with the same calmness as before while gathering her hair forward leaving her back visible. The boy hesitated. On the one hand she had helped him, but on the other hand he was about to touch a naked girl in a hot spring bath. She was about to refuse, but as if her body did what it wanted. He sat on the bench behind her and taking the sponge began to clean the girl with a delicate touch. Midoriya, I'll definitely have to burn my hands for the sin I'm committing. Are you alright? Nejire, wonderful sighs. You're doing well. The boy tried not to pay much attention to the girl's sighs or to that answer, but his damned gaze which kept staring at the girl's long freshly wet blue hair that ran over her shoulders or how shiny and soft her white skin looked was not helpful. Swallowing hard, I tried to finish it while reviewing the morning's lessons while the girl was in a state of satisfaction, focusing on the boy's hands running down her back, gentle yet strong, kind yet direct, just like the boy. It was a pleasant massage, but she could barely avoid making soft sounds, as the stress of her problem with Tamaki had weighed heavily on her back and the boy was hitting all the right spots when Nejire, what sounded like a clear moan came from the girl, leaving the boy stunned, scared and confused. The moment he heard it his hand moved away from the girl, frightened by that action. The silence remained in the shower for a while that seemed like hours until the green-haired man decided to speak. Midoriya, I'm sorry Nejire-senpai, I didn't mean to. I don't know what happened. To just the boy spoke at a rate of 20 words per second, but everything he said fell on deaf ears. For the girl still had her hand covering her mouth. She still couldn't believe what had just happened. Nejire, is your cook-on? He made me moan while I was awake. The girl remembered the outings with the green-haired boy, recalling how he had made her feel the same way before, but this time the boy was in his right mind. With a blush on her face and a flirty smile, the girl stood up and walked over to the boy who was kneeling with his head pressed to the floor as he continued talking. Midoriya, if you want you can cut off my head right here. Sorry again, the boy said, accepting whatever his punishment might be. Nejire squatted down in front of him and gently taking his chin made me look at her face. Nejire, it's okay, I'm not upset. See, the boy hesitated a little, but when he was standing the girl's smile gave him some confidence. Nejire, shall we go in the water? The boy swallowed hard and once again he was led by the hand by the girl, who maintained a smile and a look that made the boy at least a little calmer. Upon leaving the showers they both walked only a few steps to go outside and see in front of them the large sauna decorated with some rocks around it and next to it a jacuzzi that gave off steam. The boy was considering that maybe it wasn't such a bad thing, at least until he remembered that he was with a girl who went ahead and entered the water. Nejire sighs. This is nice, she said to the she opened her eyes only to see the nervous green-haired boy staring at her, who upon being discovered turned away. Nejire, come on, come in with me. Before he could even say anything the boy was being pulled into the water by the girl. Finally, once inside the warm water, the light blue-haired girl hoped the boy would relax a little, but as if the liquid environment did not affect him in the slightest. He was like a stone, motionless, cold, clearly nervous about his proximity to the girl, being practically shoulder to shoulder. Nejire, how are you feeling? Midoriya WLEMF, find the water is nice. Nejire sighs. I know you're not entirely comfortable, the girl said with a sad tone in her gaze and voice. Midoriya, and oh no, it's not that I enjoy spending time with you, the boy said, almost shouting. It's just that I've never been to a place like this before, and even less so with a girl. The light blue-haired girl looked at the boy, seeing how he stared blankly at the wooden sandals, searching for something to organize his thoughts and form his words. Thinking about it for a bit, the girl imagined that her proposal might give the boy more confidence, and perhaps they could ease his nerves. Nejire, Izuku-kun, can you turn around? The boy obeyed, but as he did so he felt a pair of hands run down his back, giving him light massages. The action had been a surprise, but the course of it was pleasant. Midoriya, why? The boy asked, wanting to know the reason for the light blue girl's decision. Nejire, I just want to do it, she said calmly. Perhaps she shouldn't overthink everything. Perhaps she should just enjoy the moment and put her logic aside for once. And this was for the best. They had television, vending machines, soft drinks. Boredom was not part of either of their plans for the rest of their outing. They made some jokes, enjoyed the jacuzzi, and ate Light Kings. Definitely something different from the discos where I didn't remember anything. The girl could have taken advantage of the opportunity to do the same as on previous outings, but the memory of the boy vulnerable to her actions haunted her, and if he found out she would never be able to look him in the face again. She wanted that if she was going to do that with the boy, it be in her right mind and of her own free will. Nejire Tamaki could spend all his time with Mirio playing video games if he wanted. He has all my attention, the girl thought while leaning on The green-haired boy's arm feeling comfortable and relaxed with him as they watched television. Still in the water, he felt like a kitten in the arms of the strong yet affectionate green-haired man. He could live there forever and she could let him live inside hers. Nejire, I hope to spend more time with you. Is you cookin'? What she thought was more of a whisper which was easily audible to the boy, but he couldn't help but smile at how sweet the girl was, tightening his hug a little more and staying with her a little longer. Chapter 24. Thursday. The green-haired boy was getting out of bed, grateful that he hadn't had a headache that night like he used to get recently. Looking at his whiteboard, he remembered something. Midoriya-san hasn't mentioned anything to me about her next step. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to the amphibious girl just to find out how his friend was doing. Midoriya, good date Suchin. I'm just sending this message to say hello and find out how Takami is doing. The message had barely been sent when he saw that his contact had started typing. Tsuyu, good morning Midoriya-kun. He's better, he just still has that stomach ache. Dark Shadow ate some seeds and Takami-kun got sick again, but he'll get better. We can continue with the rest. Kiro, the boy was about to start typing when a stupid thought lingered in his mind for a few moments. Midoriya, did he really write Kiro? It must be his signature, I guess, the boy thought. Sighing slightly, he decided to accept the proposal. Well, once again he set about finding appropriate clothes to go and meet the girl. Midoriya, I'll have to go shopping these days, he said to himself, searching through his wardrobe for the few items that had nothing to do with All Might. Later, after classes, the green-haired boy headed to his room, accidentally ignoring his classmates in the common room who noticed the strange behavior. Kurashima, does anyone know where Midabro is going? Kaminari, no idea, he said as his attention focused on his phone, looking at the profiles of one or two girls. Mind to I say he's going to meet up with Kendo? I'm telling you, he's already come looking for him twice, and both times they left together, whispered the gray-haired boy, while an accusing gaze was fixed on the path the green-haired boy had taken. Zero, and there you go again, said the dark-haired man with a mocking smile at his friend's insistence and his theory. Mind to you want to see that I'm right, Zero? What do you suggest? Mind to I say, the boy said, looking around and whispering, that we follow him back. You go? No way. Are they going to do that? The ash-haired boy shouted at the top of his lungs, startling everyone in the room and gaining everyone's attention. Mind to, where did you come from? Back you go. You don't care, and you better forget about that stupid plan of yours. They're not going out and following that. Zero, back up, bro. And why not? Back you go, grumbled, and with a vein throbbing in his forehead, spoke through gritted teeth. Back you go, Tusk. I don't want that idiot to think I sent the menagerie of animals that you are to follow him and come bother me. More than one person felt a drop of sweat fall when they heard the explosive boy refer to his friends, but they knew that if he could hit the green-haired boy for mere pleasure, if they disobeyed him they would experience a free shower of explosions. Kurashima, okay bro, we won't. The ash-and-haired man looked at them for a few moments, casting a death stare upon them all, only to stomp up the stairs in a clearly audible thud and head into a room. Izuku's room. The green-haired boy was buttoning his shirt, noticing that since he started dating girls his style of clothing had changed, and to be honest it was for the better. If anything came out of all this, at least she knew how to look presentable on a date. The pride in his head vanished when he heard knocking at the door, but unlike any other kind of knocking he'd heard in recent weeks, this sounded more like paw prints, and he knew exactly who might knock on a door like that. I was just about to put my hand on the doorknob when I heard whoever made those knocks from the other side of the door. Back you go, don't open it, nerd. I just came to tell you to be more discreet. Damn it, I didn't know what he was talking about, but his questions were answered instantly. Back you go, that pervert and the other idiots were planning to follow you this afternoon. They know you go out often and think it's with the nerdy president of Class B. I already took care of your mess. I'm just warning you that this is the first and only time I'll cover for you, you useless idiot. And with one more blow the ashen-haired man left, leaving the boy in his room thinking, Midoriya, I need to be more discreet. With this in mind, he decided to go out onto his bedroom balcony and head to where he would meet Tsuyu. He didn't want to increase the boys' doubts and in turn fuel their interest in his mysterious escapades at the subway station. The green-haired boy looked around for any sign of his amphibious companion while his mind tried to figure out what he could do to lose the attention of his classmates. He knew that if one of the girls was discovered with him, sooner or later the rest would come to light. She had no problem with facing consequences. She would accept them wholeheartedly, but she couldn't imagine what would happen to the other girls if the rumor spread around the school, or even worse, if their parents found out. His thoughts had to stop when a touch on his cheek pulled him out of his abyss of nerves and thoughts. Turning to look at the owner of that finger, he noticed that it was the amphibian, who tilted her head and commented, Tsuyu, are you okay? Midorichan. Kuro, Midoriya, I'm fine, sorry, I didn't see you arrive. A suicide. Tsuyu, do I look pretty? Midoriya, what? Tsuyu, today's test is the compliments. It's something my parents will notice when I introduce you to them, and it has to be natural so they don't suspect anything. Hero, she said with her typical expressionless face. Midoriya understood this. The compliments were going to be part of his deception and had to be natural. Looking at how the girl was dressed, he could see that she was wearing a loose white shirt, a thin necklace around her neck, and a pink skirt that reached below her knees. Midoriya, well, you look adorable. Despite what the girl might have thought, her green-haired companion and friend had managed to finish the sentence on the first try. Contrary to what she believed, that he wouldn't even be able to say half of the sentence. Tsuyukiro was all she could manage, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Thank you, and you did well, Midorichan. And in the same way, the green-haired girl looked at how her friend was dressed with a mint-colored dress shirt, jeans, and his classic reds, which, although it was somewhat predictable, was still a distinctive feature of the boy. Tsuyu, you look, I must say, handsome. Kiro, she replied, looking at the green-haired boy directly. For a moment I imagined you'd come wearing an all-might shirt. Kiro, if the boy had managed to maintain her confidence by giving that compliment, now he wanted to disappear as quickly as possible from there, given the little frog's belief about how he thought he would be dressed, but he had a commitment to her and he had to keep it. Midoriya, well, I'm glad I didn't choose an outfit like that. And where are we going? The boy asked, changing the subject. Tsuyu will go for a walk just to have a little more comfort. Kiro, Midoriya, it's okay. Asuatsu, the boy just watched as the green-haired girl approached him and held his hand, intertwining their fingers once again as before. Tsuyu, I told you, you can call me Tsuyu. Kiro, she said, smiling. Perhaps he would never know how, but seeing Tsuyu's tender smile filled his heart with joy, and embarrassment generated a feeling of trust and kindness that softened his heart, and as if it were contagious, he smiled back. And they both walked for a while. A little later, the pair of green-haired people were at the entrance of a movie theater looking at the poster of new releases. Tsuyu, what do you think about watching something? Kiro, Midoriya, sounds good. Tsuyu rivets. They both looked at what was on the movie listings for a while, hoping there was something good. Tsuyu, nope, I don't think so. I don't like horror. Midoriya, All Might's origins. Now that one's definitely fake. Both the freckled green-haired boy and the amphibious green-haired girl were scanning the billboard, one hand holding their chins, looking for something interesting, when finally something seemed to catch the girl's attention. Tsuyu, how about that one? She said, pointing at the poster catching the boy's eye. Midoriya, Interstellar Travel, wasn't it made before the origin of Quirk? Tsuyu, she says it's her 100th anniversary. Midoriya, interesting. Do you want to see her? He said with a smile, looking at the girl. The little frog just smiled, and they both went to the bar to order the tickets and snacks. Inside the room, the green-haired duo entered, and to their surprise the room was almost full. Tsuyu, while it seems many were looking forward to this re-release. Kiro, Midoriya, yes, let's go, we need to find our seats, the green-haired boy said, tilting his head towards the girl with some confusion due to the wide variety of chairs, and after the green-haired boy almost tripped and rolled down because of a step, they both managed to reach their places. Although the silence gradually became more obvious between the two, they had to be honest. They hadn't spent much time together. In fact, they still remembered their first time interacting. And by interacting they meant trying to survive and attack at UA, but aside from that and a few rare occasions, they hadn't spoken for very long. Yes, they considered themselves friends, but they hadn't spent much time together. Given this, there was a lack of topics to talk about. Midoriya coughed. So everything's okay between you and Takami? Izuku, that was by far the worst question you could have asked a girl, the boy thought to himself, regretting his great opening line, hoping the universe would get its revenge by making him choke on a piece of popcorn. Tsuyu, Kiro, yes, how are things going with Kendo-san? Midoriya, huh, what do you mean? Tsuyu, oh, I thought you two, were secretly dating. Kiro, Midoriya, and an oh, none of that. Tsuyu, well, I overheard mine to saying something like that with Zero during class, and I guess they were secretly dating. Midoriya, and an oh, I don't think I'd be a good boyfriend to anyone, the boy said in adult tone. The girl, who was watching the boy attentively, tilted her head, curious as to why the boy would say something like that. They may not have talked much, but if there was one thing she knew for sure, and she'd seen it from the day they were attacked at Usjit, it was that the boy was willing to do anything to protect what he valued. And she knew she had to let him know that. Tsuyu, that's a lie. Kiro, Midoriya, believe me, it isn't. Tsuyu, Izuku, stop it already. The girl said, you can't say that about yourself. You're kind, considerate, thoughtful, and modest. You help everyone even when they don't ask for help. And you don't ask for anything in return, not even a thank you. You're smart and noble, and that's charming. Any girl would want you with her, and that would be a gift. The boy, listening attentively, was confused about how to feel about it. On one hand, it was nice that the girl was trying to cheer him up, but he also felt that she was betraying her own ideals by Trying to fulfill her ideal of helping everyone Tsuyu, and it doesn't matter if you don't have a great body, which you do Kiro, but something better than a great body, the girl said, pointing one of her fingers at the boy's chest, is having a great heart, and you have that too, Izuku-kun. The boy felt his heart clench at the girl's sweet words while he could see a tear run down his cheek at the last words that were dedicated to him. The fact that the girl believed that about him and praised his advantages in that way, it was something he had never heard from anyone except his mother. Midoriya, thank you so much, Tsuyu-chin, he said, wiping his tears with his shirt sleeve. And then he felt a hand positioned on his cheek and gently helping to wipe away his tears. Tsuyu, you're welcome, Izuku-kun. Kiro. Finally the cinema lights dimmed and the cinema screen lit up, leaving everyone speechless. During the movies, the drama was present in the room, taking everyone's attention because of what they saw on that big screen, including two green-haired people who were attentive to the scene in question. Part of the audience began to shed tears upon learning of everything the protagonist had missed while in space, believing that nothing could get any worse. When MRF, hi dad, you're a son of a bitch, I never recorded one of these when you were still answering. Because I was furious that you left, and when you shut up I had to live with my decision, and I did. But today is my birthday, and this one is special because you told me that once you came back we'd be the same age, and today I'm the age you were when you left. In sobs, it would be a good time for you to come back. The green-haired girl with amphibian features could only hear part of the room bursting into tears at how heartbreaking the scene was, but she had to turn her head when she heard her friend trying to hold back his tears. Although unlike everyone else in that room, who seemed sad, her friend seemed to have his heart and soul broken. He hadn't considered it, but his friend had never mentioned his father to anyone. He'd heard him talk about how his mother had cared for him his whole life. He'd seen his photograph on the nightstand when they had the best room contest in freshman year, but not a single mention of his father. But now he knew it was a sensitive subject. As a way of comforting him, the girl approached him and carefully, after holding him by the shoulders, wrapped him in her arms, pulling the boy towards her and her shoulder. She knew the boy could be nervous around girls, and his reaction to his date was evidence of that, but she was sure that in a moment of sensitivity like that, a compassionate hug was the best thing she could offer, along with a place to cry. Tsuyu, it's okay, Izuku-kun, you can cry now, she said softly with a sad look as she saw her smiling friend in that situation. After saying that, I could hear and feel the boy shed some tears, managing to hear a few sobs that were still trying to remain silent. The boy tried to hold back his tears. He didn't want to ruin the outing, much less upset the girl, but the subject of his father was always a hard blow to him. He never had even a single memory of his father except for the countless times his mother told him that he was at the office working on some business trip, or that he came home at night and had to leave in the morning, which was why he never saw him. At least that's how it was until he turned 15, when his mother, heartbroken, could no longer keep up that lie and confessed that his father had left them when the boy was only 4 years old, leaving the house with that excuse and never coming back. Remembering this, the boy exerted a little more force in his hug while receiving small pats and comforting caresses from the girl, who felt her heart shrink at the sight of her friend like this. A while later, the boy was able to control himself and finally hold back his tears. Midoriya sniffed. I'm sorry, Tsuyu, it's okay, Izuku-kun, you don't have to apologize for anything, okay, she said, holding the boy's hand in a supportive gesture. I'm here, Kiro. The girl continued to hold the boy's hand for the rest of the performance, with one more moment where the boy felt like he wanted to cry again. Cooper, I was your ghost, Murph. I knew it. I knew you'd come back. Cooper, what, Murph? Because my dad promised me. Having heard that touching dialogue, the little frog could feel the boy gently squeezing her hand, trying not to cry again. But he felt the girl hold his hand with both of hers, letting him know that everything was all right. Upon leaving the performance, the sun was setting while the green-haired duo walked through the mall, with the girl wondering if she should talk about the subject with the boy next to her. Midoriya, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable, the boy said with a sad look. Tsuyu, Kiro. Midoriya, I didn't mean to do it alone. Tsuyu, hey, I'm not uncomfortable, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it. Midoriya, I understand. They both remained silent for a few moments, unsure how to proceed. Tsuyu, do you want to go somewhere where there aren't any other people? Midoriya, that sounds good. Walking side by side, the young people were heading towards a park, seeing in the distance a single bench to sit and talk on. They both took a seat, and after a few seconds the green-haired one let go Midoriya. Tsuyu, so they both looked at each other for a few seconds, confused by their double response, before a small laugh escaped them both, along with a small smile. Little by little the humor dissipated. Tsuyu, are you okay? Midoriya, if it's just size, the movie made me sentimental. Tsuyu, because of your father, isn't that right? The boy's silence was a clear affirmation in response to the amphibian's Questioned Midoriya. I would have liked to at least have a picture of what he looked like to know what. His voice sounded like maybe to go to the park with him as a family. The girl listened attentively to everything the boy said. During that time they were there, the girl felt a deep sadness for her friend. I had never thought about it, but I was lucky to have a family and a childhood like the one I had. Unlike the boy who, without a father figure to teach him to respect himself, suffered many abuses. Midoriya. Tsuyu. Yes Midoriya, we have to go. Before he knew it, as he looked around, night had fallen and he could see some stars and the lights that partially illuminated the park. Midoriya, thank you so much for listening. Tsuyu. The green-haired boy stood up with a smile. He hadn't really imagined that talking about a problem with someone could be so pleasant and rewarding. He felt his hand meet the girl's. She too stood beside him and, slowly cupping his other cheek and closing the space between them, gave him a soft kiss. Tsuyu, thank you for letting me listen. Kiro. With one last smile, the pair of green-head boys smiled and, holding hands, returned to UA. Standing just steps from the entrance, the green-haired boy decided to enter through his balcony. An idea he shared with the girl to avoid questioning, but not before saying goodbye to each other. Tsuyu. Izuku-kun. Midoriya. Tsuyu. And as their day ended, everyone went to their room in silence. Tsuyu's room. Tsuyu, maybe we couldn't go to the same places where I had my second date with Takayama-kun, but it wasn't a bad thing. I'm glad I was able to talk to Izuku and listen to him. This must be difficult for him too, the girl thought to herself as she changed into pajamas and slipped under her sheets. Izuku's room. Midoriya, I haven't cried like this since All Might told me I could be a hero, and I didn't expect him to tell Tsuyu about my dad. Sighs. Although it wasn't all bad, we had a good time together. I should sleep now. I'll update the dating board tomorrow, he thought to himself, looking at the board. His disgusting and vile secret. Finally, after changing his clothes and getting into bed, the boy let out a long sigh, only to close his eyes and take a well-deserved rest of approximately 5 seconds before a hand covered his mouth, preventing him from letting out a scream of fright. Dark shadow. The shadow said. Midoriya, it's me. I need to talk to you about something important, said the entity of his friend. The boy calmed down after a few seconds, only for the shadow to withdraw its hand from him. Midoriya. Dark shadow, what's going on? What are you doing in my room? How are you in my room? Dark shadow. Well, the living shadow said, to show that he was carrying the crow boy, allowing him to move. But this doesn't matter. I have to warn you about something. Midoriya felt a chill at this, as it seemed to be bad news. Midoriya, what's wrong? Dark shadow. Well, don't tell anyone, not even a Sui or Takagami, that I told you, but he's been looking into it. Midoriya, could you be more specific? Dark shadow. Remember when Kaminari and mine talked about NTR? Well, Takagami didn't just accept that answer, and at night when no one is awake and he thinks I'm asleep too, he investigates and discovers this. It's happened several nights now, and nothing more has happened than him seeing a few things online, but I'm afraid he might develop a taste for it now. The green-haired boy was surprised. Of all the people in his class, he didn't expect the boy with the crow's head to fall victim to the disgusting tastes of his classmates Manta and Kaminari, and worse, that he would seek it out of his own free will. Midoriya, I see. Dark shadow, I don't want to ruin his relationship with a Sui, but I don't know how to tell him. I make bad jokes and practically live with him, but I don't know how to talk to him about these things anyway. On behalf of Takagami, I ask you to take care of a Sui. It's important to both of you. Calmly saying this, the shadow went out onto the balcony, heading towards the crow boy's room. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy stared sadly out the window, and as on previous nights, he took a pill from the bottle and swallowed it. Midoriya. Damn it. Chapter 25. Friday. The green-haired boy was in the training area performing his heroic activities like the rest of the world, iconic moves, physical training, and increasing his quirk usage as usual at UA. Finally, the time bell rang, bringing the session to an end. Aizawa, everyone go to the showers and recess. Will continue this in the next class, the black-haired man said in his typical subdued tone of voice. The green-haired boy was leaving the training room when he felt his sleeve being tugged behind his back. Looking behind him, he saw it was the alien girl who was staring at him. Midoriya. Oh, Ola Ashidasan. Mina. Hi Midori, the girl greeted with clear embarrassment on her face. Midoriya, is something wrong? Mina. And no, I just wanted to ask if you're free today, the pink skin girl said with some nervousness in her voice. Midoriya. Well, actually, I don't have any plans for today, the boy said, standing in front of the girl. Did you want to do something? Mina. It just so happens that there were a couple of things I wanted to do, but I need some help. Besides, I didn't want to be alone, but if you don't want to. Midoriya. No, it's okay, I'd be happy to keep you company. With a sweet and somewhat small smile, the girl looked around to see if anyone was nearby, after which she approached the boy to thank him. Mina. Thank you so much. As you Kukan, she said, standing on her tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. I'll be waiting for you this afternoon. In my room. The boy only saw the pink-skinned girl skipping towards the exit, seemingly happy. Although the kiss he gave her was pleasant and even warm, he couldn't stop reminding himself that she didn't deserve it. Midoriya sighs. I'd better go take a shower in the showers. The green-haired boy was taking a quick cold shower, trying to relax physically and organize his thoughts. But a conversation among his friends ruined any idea he had about relaxing. Kaminari, hey, we should go on a group outing. Kurashima, that's not a bad idea. We can go with our partners. What do you say? It asked Lita. I can invite your Uraraka, but I don't know if she want to come with us, said the delegate, trying to see his friends without his glasses. Kurashima, haha, your Uraraka, what happened? Did she get mad at you too or something? Lita, oh no, nothing like that, we just took a break. Kaminari / Kurashima, what? Takayami, lamento por eso. Lita, there's nothing to apologize for. We both decided to remain friends. We parted on good terms, so there's nothing to regret. Manta, how can you be so calm? Shuji, that's a mature decision. Kaminari, well, it looks like it'll just be Kuriburo. Takayami and our girls, the boy said confidently. Back you go, PFF, good luck with that. Pikachu, the boy said, mocking the blonde. Quickly the green-haired boy finished his shower as fast as he could, not wanting to be in the same room as the boyfriend of one of the girls. He was going to be alone within his room. In the girls' showers, a pink-skinned girl was taking a warm shower, excited to spend time with the green-haired boy, but her excitement was overwhelmed when the voice of one of her friends called her to her side. Toru, hey Mina-chan, do you have any plans for today? How about a movie marathon? The invisible girl beside her said. Mina, oh, actually I already have the afternoon set aside to chin. Toru, oh, what are you going to do? She asked curiously. Mina, I was planning to spend time with Icos with Midori, she said, trying to fix her sentence. The invisible girl's excitement quickly faded upon hearing that her best friend was going to be with the green-haired boy, going from feeling excitement and optimism to feeling some discontent, insecurity and desire because the green-haired boy would be with his friend Mina. Okay, see you later, girls, and they all said goodbye to her, unaware that those closest to her had heard the girl sharing the same thoughts as the invisible girl. Some time later, all the students were already in the dormitory building, with some ready to carry out their usual activities such as going for a walk, preparing a snack, or simply lounging around. In Mina's room, the girl was finishing getting dressed, just waiting for her friend to hang out with him when a couple of knocks on the door made her smile. Mina, she's here. Cheerful, she ran to the door and opened it, but the smile she had was gone in the blink of an eye when, instead of seeing that pile of soft green curls, she only saw spiky reddied hair held together by conditioner. Mina, it's you, Kurashima, she said coldly. Although the boy, far from paying attention to this reaction, continued talking. Kurashima, haha, of course it's me, who else? Mina sighs. What do you want? Kurashima, well, I came to ask if you wanted to go out for a moment. The girl raised her eyebrow, believing that the redhead had finally noticed his mistake and had planned a date to make it up to her, but any glimmer of hope she had for the boy was shattered when he continued talking. Kurashima, we have a triple date planned with Takami and Kaminari, and there it was again. The boys had the stupid hope that the boy would change or reason out the fact that a relationship was supported by two people, not just one. Her patience had reached its limit, and before the boy could overflow it, she slammed the door shut, startling the boy and leaving him speechless. Kurashima, what have I done now? He asked himself. He was considering banging on the door again, but he didn't want to get acid thrown in his face. Without further ado, the redhead turned around and continued on his way. Kurashima, I guess I'll go alone with the guys then. He was turning the corner when he came across a certain green-haired boy who, upon seeing him, gave a small jump in fright. Midoriya, damn it. The toothy boy smiled and greeted him. Kurashima, hey Midabra, what's up? Midoriya, quickly, a CT casual. WWL, yimp, fine, okay, I'm totally fried. Kurashima, haha, glad, the relaxed boy said before asking with a hint of doubt, hey, actually what are you doing on the girls' dorm side? He asked, surprised that his friend was on that side of the building. Midoriya, Stanley Toriamus, and say here I come. WL, I was just exploring. The answer was strange to the redhead, who was looking for some answer to that. Midoriya, I was just checking out the place, how many lamps it has, light sockets, windows, in case of an emergency. The boy had to be honest, not even someone as stupid as him would believe such a bad excuse, but now he knew what his friend's IQ was when he spoke. Kurashima, oh, I see, that's very sensible of you. Midabra, Midoriya, did he really believe that? Kurashima, well, I'm going out with the guys, I'd invite you to come with us, but well, you don't have, somehow the green-haired boy felt indignant that his friend would try to tell him delicately that he didn't have a girlfriend. But on the other hand, he was glad he wasn't going with them. Kurashima, well, I'll leave you With your analysis, see you later bro, the redhead said, and after patting the boy on the shoulder he went down the stairs, leaving the boy alone in the hallway. Midoriya inhales. God give me patience. Because otherwise I'll kill him, the boy whispered, his hands covering his face at his friend's stupidity. Once alone he went to the room where he had been summoned, the pink-skinned woman's room. Taking a breath and checking that everything was all right, he tapped a few times and took a step back, waiting for a response. Quickly I hear footsteps fast and heavy heading towards the door, only to find myself face to face with the pink-skinned girl who had a clearly annoyed expression. Mina, get out of here, Jiro, she yelled, and the boy's face's clear anger vanished when his sight made him realize who he had yelled at, the green-haired boy covering his face and part of his stomach with his hands, taking a defensive position and clearly frightened. Midoriya, I'm not Kurashima. Be but if you want I'll leave, the boy shouted, stuttering and scared by the alien's reaction. He was just about to run when he was grabbed by the girl who, embarrassed, barely stopped her escape. Mina, I'm sorry, Izuku Kwan too didn't see that, I thought too shouldn't have yelled at you, the girl said as best she could, trying to apologize to the green-haired boy whom she hugged tightly in apology. She looked like a little girl trying to be forgiven, wrapping the boy in her arms almost in tears. Midoriya ista bibibian enanapasa nada Mina chin. Mina, sorry, the girl continued after apologizing for another half hour. Both young people entered the room. The boy once again admired the girl's room. Midoriya, so what did you want us to do? Mina, WL, it was a small favor really, the girl said, tapping her fingers together, a blush of embarrassment beginning to rise. The green-haired boy paid attention to the alien girl as she headed towards a small drawer to look for something. It seemed to be something small, as he couldn't make it out well. And when I handed it to him he finally understood. Midoriya, do you want? Mina, could you help me paint my nails? The request was a relief with everything that had happened. It seemed that she could finally have something more normal. Midoriya, oh yes, although I don't know if I can do it well. He am not someone who has experienced painting nails, the boy said sincerely. Mina, you don't have to worry about that. The girl took a small mattress that she had folded under her bed and placing it on the floor, both curly-haired people sat down facing each other. Midoriya, okay, I hope I do this right, he said to himself as he opened the small acrylic container. Mina, don't worry, you'll do fine. Smiling at the girl's trust in him, the freckled boy opened the small paint container and, gently taking the girl's hand, began to perform the favor his friend had asked of him. Although there was something Mina hadn't told the boy, and the thing is she didn't need his help. She could easily paint her nails herself, but she wanted to spend some time alone with her green-haired boyfriend. It was captivating how the boy looked so focused while painting, and how he smiled as he admired his work. Midoriya, this hand is ready, but what do you think? The boy asked, letting go of the girl's hand. Mina, I love you. Midoriya, what? Mina, I say I love it. It turned out so beautiful, she said, composing what she had just let out inside. Midoriya, oh very well, then I'll go with your other hand, could you? Mina, at your service, she said in a humorous tone. There were a couple of things in Ishido's life that she wanted to change: a bad grade on a test, a bad idea at a party, not tripping over a bench in public, Kurashima's attitude. But just as there were things I wanted to change, there were things I didn't want to change at all, like the taste of a good bowl of nada with akra, a cup of good coffee, or the gentleness with which the boy held her hand while sticking out his tongue as he concentrated. Simple things, but they made his day happier. He thought this as he felt his heartbeat warm and joyful, smiling at the green-haired boy in front of him. Midoriya, and that's it, the boy announced. The girl admired his hands and the work of the green-haired boy for a moment. It wasn't what an expert manicurist would deliver, but it was more than compensated for by the fact that the boy had done it himself. Mina, good job, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, well, I think I could have done better. The boy scratched his hair sheepishly, his usual habit when receiving compliments, when he felt a familiar gesture, and how could it be otherwise since the girl had given him a kiss? Mina, it's enough that you did it yourself, she said tenderly, not caring that the boy saw her blushing face. Midoriya, Lee, I don't know what to say. Mina, my turn now, take off your shirt, she said, quickly changing the subject. Midoriya, excuse me, he asked, bewildered by the abrupt request. Mina, you heard me, she said to the girl, quickly grabbing the boy's shirt and trying forcefully to pull it off him. Come on, argue out, she said with effort and force. Midoriya, ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, I'll take it off, but please let Gio, the broccoli-headed boy yelled, wincing at the pain of the shirt pulling at his head. Finally, the boy was sitting on the edge of the girl's bed with his torso bare. Mina, it's my turn to paint you. Midoriya, but why do I have to be like this? Mina, well, I can't paint your nails, honestly, I don't think it's your style. So I thought about a tattoo, but it might get you in trouble with Aizawa say, so I thought of this, she said, showing the boy a small bottle. Midoriya, body paintings, and Mina simply nodded, smiling as she couldn't be. Mina, come on, Izuku-kun, say yes, she pleaded like a little girl wanting candy. After a moment of hesitation the boy simply let out a soft sigh and smiled. Midoriya, okay. No sooner had the confirmation been given than the girl rushed forward to hug the freckled boy. Mina, you'll look spectacular now, let the teacher take care of everything. The boy felt strange about what would happen, but he trusted the pink-skinned girl. He had to experience new things after all. He was still young and had at least a little curiosity about what would happen. A while later the alien made a few brushstrokes on the boy's body, whose static tried not to interfere with the girl's actions. It was embarrassing when the girl sat on his lap to start drawing lines on his chest or torso, leaving him only able to look away. Meanwhile the pink-haired girl enjoyed the view, but finally, after a few more minutes, the girl walked away appreciating how her work was turning out. Midoriya, how do I look? Mina didn't have to observe for long, because even when she was just about to paint the first line she already had a word in mind. Mina, beautiful. Midoriya was embarrassed by that answer. So curiously he looked in the mirror to see how his beauty session had turned out. The boy looked at himself and was surprised because the pink-haired girl handled the paint well, and he had to admit it looked like she was doing cosplay. Mina, and what do you think? She said excitedly. Midoriya, it's incredible. Mina, do you really think so? Midoriya, sure. Hey, what are these symbols for? He asked, observing the variety of shapes on his torso. Mina, don't you recognize him? You're Sukuna, she said matter-of actually. Midoriya, no, I don't know him, he replied after trying to remember or visualize the person in question. Mind Midoriya, is something wrong? And as if the girl were stronger than the green-haired boy, for a few moments she took him to her bed and laid him down, leaving the boy in a state of surprise. She simply watched as he seemed to be looking for something on his television, and when he found it he quickly played the series, and in a flash he got to his bed and stood next to the boy, whom he hugged, clinging to him as tightly as he could. Mina, you'll love this series, you'll see. Midoriya, a Roman too. Mina said nothing more, squeezing the boy's body a little, resting her cheek on his chest to ask him not to refuse, and it was difficult, almost impossible, to give in to the girl's cuteness. And letting out a sigh, the boy agreed to stay like that with the girl. Mina, Izuku. Midoriya, yeah. Mina, could you hug me? After reviewing the request for a few seconds the boy slowly began to move one of his hands to the girl's waist, and pulling a little he made sure that the girl was not going to move away from him. The girl smiled at the green-haired boy's action, and looking into his eyes she spoke, Mina, thank you. And once again the girl used the boy's chest as a soft warm pillow. Watching that series, Midoriya, enjoy it now. Izuku, tomorrow you'll go with Kyoka to see her parents. Hours later, minutes passed, turning into hours, until night began, signaling to everyone that it was time to go to their rooms. While two curly-haired people seemed tired. Mina, so yawn, what did you think of today? She said, rubbing her eyes. Midoriya, well, I didn't know the day would come when I would do another cosplay that wasn't all night. Mina, hee well, there's always time for change. They both looked at each other with sweet smiles when step by step the girl approached the green-haired boy, who still in his place watched the girl approach him. Her gaze underwent a slow change from a sweet look to one that seemed to be thinking about something, only to end in a face of determination, albeit with fear. Their glances were treacherous, both unsure whether to look into each other's eyes or observe each other's lips. Mina could lose herself in the boy's emerald green eyes, those tender eyes that seemed like jewels, or his lips, those lips from which she stole a wild kiss, a kiss she desperately wanted to repeat. And Izuku watched as that deep gleaming black gazed at him with a kind of desire, terrifying yet somehow alluring, and those lips visibly full and with that lingering taste of bubblegum were a desire as cursed as it was forbidden, which only intensified his own longing. Both of them longing to taste it once more, and perhaps, just perhaps, this was the opportunity. There was no turning back, there was no going back on what he was about to do. Standing before the boy, the alien was finally able to look him in the eyes, and opening her heart she spoke a few words. Mina, is Yuka-kun Midoriya Minakans. Now they both looked into each other's eyes while their hearts beat strongly. Mina, can I try something? Perhaps it was the heat of the moment, the stress of the weeks, and an opportunity for release, or simply his morale faltering, but his answer would later surprise him internally. Midoriya, only if you let me try something too. Little by little they both drew closer until their lips touched, feeling the warmth of each other's breath, and without interruption sealing the space with a kiss. Perhaps it wasn't as brazen as on that occasion, but it was still a glorious result for both young people. It was a little slower, but just as charming. The girl walked away to look at the green-haired boy, and with a smile shared what her heart urged her to say, wanting the boy to know. Mina T. Amo is Yuka-kun's Chapter 26. Seder day. The green-haired boy was walking down the street, heading straight for the train station and on his way to Kyoka's parents' house this time, and to his mental relief he was alone, because in the girl's words, sorry Leah. Kyoka, hey Green, I'll see you this afternoon, I'm going to my parents' house first. They want everything to be clean when you get there. Midoriya, sure, I'll run some errands and then head straight there. Kyoka, okay, by the way, what's your favorite dish? Midoriya, katsudon pork. Now, thinking about what he would do that day did not erase the memories of what had happened yesterday, where once again he gave in to Pili Rasada's actions and kissed her only for her to apparently confess to him yesterday. Mina te amo is Yukakun's. The boy's heart pounded as he heard those words, but his stomach clenched just as hard, not knowing how to react. He could only see how the pink-haired girl looked at his lips with desire while his breathing quickened, and the desire to feel that kiss again overwhelmed him. It seemed that the girl was in a state of unbridled desire. Impulsively throwing the following question at the boy, Mina, do you love me? She asked as her hands roamed over the boy's torso, barely reaching his waist. Midoriya, I sigh, and like a Hail Mary knocks on the door, surprised both young people only to hear a voice. Momo, Mina-chin, are you there? Mina, damn it. Thais, yes, I'm here. Yamo, the girl shouted, looking nervously at the green-haired boy. Momo, I see. Is Midoriya-kun with you? Upon hearing that question, the girl felt she had made a mistake by telling the other girls that she would be with the green-haired boy in her room. Mina, w Momo, I'm going in. Having said that, both curly-haired ones saw and heard the knob trying to turn were it not for the pink one who had locked it. Momo, Ashidasan, can you open the door? Mina, Yui's, I'm coming. The boy quickly searched for his shirt, trying to make the situation look as normal as possible. Momo, forget it, I had the keys here. Mina felt a chill and quickly she threw herself onto her bed to simulate the situation. With the opening of the door, the class president glanced around. Everything seemed normal. Mina Asido lying on her bed and a green-haired boy sitting on the edge, clearly nervous. Mina, hey Yamo, Mo, what do you need? Momo, nothing really, I just came to see if Midoriya was here with you. Midoriya, is something wrong? The president looked at the boy who was red-faced, imagining it was because of the discomfort of being with a girl. Initially she came out of curiosity about what the two curly-haired people were doing alone, but seeing the screen and the distance between them gave her answer. Momo, I know, I don't think so. Mina, do you want to stay for a while? She said, trying to act as if nothing was wrong. Momo, thank you for the invitation, Ashidasan, but I still have president duties to attend to. Mina, okay dokie. Momo looked at the green-haired boy for a few seconds before giving him a small smile and saying goodbye. Momo, see you later. I see you, Kuka. And the girl said as she closed the door and left. It took a few seconds for the young people to let out a long sigh of relief. Mina, that was close. Midoriya SSI silence remained in the place, and the sudden heat they had experienced faded, leaving a strange feeling between them. Midoriya, cough cough. Well, I should go to my room. Mina, oh sure, I'll order here. Midoriya, Yuke, see you later. Mina-chin. Mina, yay, see you later. And the boy left the pink room, heading to the showers to wash off the body paints. Now that she was going over everything, she had a strange feeling. She felt that she could have said that she loved her too, that she wanted to kiss her forever, but she was still Kurashima's girlfriend, and even if she wasn't, she couldn't ignore what he was doing with the rest of them. If she accepts, it would mean that what happened with Torichin, Kendo-san, and Kayakakin was what? Just an accident, a favor without any ulterior motives. What will happen to Momo and Kyoka's families? Thinking about it made his head throb again, regretting not having brought his pills that time. There were only a few left in the bottle and he'd probably need more. Maybe you should stop by the infirmary on Munch. Shaking his head, the boy focused on what was essential to hear, and now he nervously checked his phone again because the girl hadn't replied to his last message for almost 2 hours, but he was already close to home. Midoriya, well, I'm here now. The green-haired man reached into his pocket for his guitar pick, remembering the trust the blonde man had placed in him. He straightened his shirt as best he could and after taking a deep breath took a few steps toward the house and knocked lightly on the door before stepping back. It wasn't long before Kyoka's mother opened the door with a smile that only widened when she noticed him standing there. Micah, hello, you finally arrived. Midoriya H, hello Mrs. Juke. Micah, oh please just call me Micah, I'm not that old. Midoriya, Yuki ma'ams, I mean Miss Micah. Micah giggles, thank you very much Kyoka. Mom, stop it, you're going to break it, a girl shouted from behind her, causing her mother to let the boy pass, only to find the rocker girl smiling at the sight of the freckled boy. They both stared at each other for a few moments with smiles when the woman's voice brought them to their senses. Micah, and well, aren't you going to greet your boyfriend properly? Kyokakin, blushing at her mother's intrusion, she feigned an annoyed frown to answer. Kyoka, of course, what kind of girlfriend would I be? She said in an offended tone. After putting down the tray with the glasses of water, the girl approached the green-haired boy and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Click. Both young people turned to look at the source of the sound, and it was Micah again who had taken a photograph of the heartwarming moment. Micah, this one's going in the album too, she said while looking at the photograph, holding back tears of happiness. Kyoka mom. After hearing a series of footsteps, the green-haired man recognized the patriarch of the purple-haired woman's family, who greeted him with a friendly smile. Kayakataku, there's the prodigal son. Have you been taking care of my little one? Midoriya Yayarazzu, the boy said, adopting a soldier's stance. Kayakataku, a respect I like that, the man said happily. I'm glad to see you again, boy, he said, extending his hand until he was in front of the green-haired man to greet him properly. Midoriya, I agree, he replied, shaking the man's hand. Kayakataku, tell me the truth, my rock star. If I teach you how to play an instrument, Micah, you can ask that later. Come on, let's eat. Everything's ready, the woman said calmly, trying to calm her husband's excitement. Kayakataku, well, let's eat first and then you can tell me everything. With smiles, the young people watch the adults go ahead to the kitchen. Kyoka turned to look at the green-haired boy, who once again was looking around, admiring the house. While she focused her attention on how the boy was dressed, she commented mockingly, Kyoka, I see you're not wearing one of those shirts that is shirt written on it. Midoriya Lee didn't think coming dressed like that would be the most appropriate thing to do. Kyoka, and are you comfortable with that? I could lend you one of the old man's shirts. Midoriya fine, really. Seeing how committed the boy was to looking his best in front of his parents made a smile form on her face. Kyoka, to be honest, it's kind of funny when you wear those silly shirts. Midoriya, who really? Kyoka, yes, it's typical of you, like always wearing red shoes. The boy felt sad, but at the same time he felt happy that the girl spoke about him that way. Midoriya, well, Roman too don't know what to say. Thanks, Kayakachan. The purple-haired girl smiled, only to feel her face soon turned pink with embarrassment at having complimented the boy. Kyoka, come on, let's go eat. I imagine you'll like it, she said in a relaxed tone, hiding her embarrassment. After taking his hand, the girl led him to the kitchen. There was no need to go inside when a familiar aroma enveloped him, awakening his appetite in seconds, and his assumptions were correct. Midoriya is Kyoka Katsuden, that's right, the girl affirmed with a smile. Midoriya, Kayakachan too. Kyoka, well, I got some help, she said, tapping the tips of her connectors together. Not wanting to sound boastful, Micah, I just brought her what she needed. She did everything with the help of the internet. Kyoka mom, she said sadly. Micah, what? It's the truth. Kayakataku sobbing, I never thought I'd see my little one cooking for her boyfriend. Sobbing, Kyoka, dude, don't exaggerate. After calming her father down, the girl served a plate of katsuden to the boy, who was at the table at the girl's request. Kyoka, it's the first time I've prepared something more complex. I hope it's okay. Midoriya, I'm sure he will be. Once everyone was seated at the table, the boy was the first to take a bite of the piece of beef, and he had always loved the katsuden his mother made for him, whether it was for a special occasion or a birthday. But it was a surprise that the katsuden he was tasting had the same seasoning as the one his mother made, so much so that she felt like she was at home. She let out a small tear as she closed her eyes, wanting to savor the taste of the dish. Midoriya, it's delicious, he said, with a tear escaping and running down his face. Kyoka, why are you crying? She said aloud, seeing the boy shed a tear though still maintaining a smile. He quickly saw his father enjoying his food with a clear grimace that denoted the trip he was experiencing, followed only by his mother, who smiled happily as she ate. Kyoka, is it really good? Taking a bite from his plate, he brought it to his mouth, and the instant he tasted it, he felt his palate melt with the pleasure he was savoring. Kyoka, it's delicious. How come I've never cooked before? I had never tried cooking before, assuming it would be boring and difficult, or that I could just go to a convenience store for something like instant soup. But the fact that her friend, or rather fake boyfriend, was going back to his parents' house, being welcomed and even expected by them, had made her want to do something special for him. When her gaze focused on the green-haired boy and how he continued happily eating his meal, it made the punk girl smile, proud of her work as a girlfriend. After eating, leaving the plates empty and the stomach full, the father of the family prepared to talk to the green-haired man. Kayakataku, how has school been? Kayaka, okay, you know, the usual quirk, training classes, math. Kayakataku, ha ha ha, I'll guess fractions, and the girl simply nodded. Kayakataku, ha ha ha, I knew it. Micah, it's not that complicated. Kayaka, what is the most elegant formula in mathematics? The purple-haired girl asked, wanting both her mother and the green-haired boy to answer that difficult question. Micah/Midoriya, equals a pi 1 equals 0. Both the blonde man and his daughter looked at their partner in response to that quick and probably correct answer. Kayakataku, he, it seems you have a little brainiac too, the man said affectionately as he approached and hugged his wife. Kayaka, it seems so, she replied, resting her head on the green-haired boy. Kayakataku, all right, it's time for the truth, come on. That's what the man said, then excitedly stood up and headed towards the music room, asking them to follow him. Once again, the green-haired boy contemplated the variety of musical instruments that the Jiro family possessed, watching as the man took a classical guitar from his shelf and Handed it to the boy. Kayakataku, I want to hear what you know. Kayaka, dad, don't force him. The girl pleaded, embarrassed by her father's excitement. Midoriya, Yuke, I think I can't. Kayakataku, that's the spirit. I'll go get some chairs. Mika, I'll bring some iced tea. Both adults went to get what they needed to hear the green-haired boy play and demonstrate what his daughter had taught him. This left the young people with a brief moment together. Midoriya, are you all right? Kyokasan. Kayaka, ease, it's just that I know I taught you to play a few instruments for this occasion, but the girl continued talking but felt the green-haired boy's hand gently hold hers, asking her to calm down. Midoriya, Kayakachan, calm down, everything will be all right, okay? You know why I know that? Kayaka observed him closely, gazing into those bright green eyes that exuded confidence, reinforced by what he said in a sweet and calm voice. Midoriya, I know because you taught me. Kayaka lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassed expression from the boy. She could only manage to crack jokes to maintain her composure. Kayaka, hey, it's not like I've taught you absolutely everything. You still have things to learn. Midoriya, I know, he said nonchalantly, that's why I have an excellent teacher. Finally, with tender words and his typical modesty, he had overcome the girl's barrier, who yielded to the boy's actions. She could only cross her arms and look away, avoiding looking at the boy and his adorable smile. Kayaka, idiota. Midoriya, hee, that's why I love you so much, he said playfully. It was charming how nice the boy was to her, but it was still embarrassing, and her only response was to give the boy little taps like a little girl. Kayaka stopped doing that. Midoriya, hahaha. Mika, they are so cute. Kayakataku, this will also be on the album. Alright, we're ready whenever you want to start. There's no pressure. The boy just sighed to stay calm, but a quick touch on his cheek made him open his eyes, noticing that he had received a kiss from the punk, who, embarrassed, only whispered, Kayaka, just do your best, she said softly, but it was clearly audible to her mother, and she didn't need a quirk like the girl's or his wife's for the man to understand what she had just said. He watched with a smile as his daughter sat down beside him. Kayataku, start when you feel ready. The boy put his hand in his pocket and took out the relic that the world of man entrusted to him. He looked at the pick for a few moments before taking a deep breath, and after another sigh he began to play the guitar he held in his hands. The boy hoped the adults wouldn't recognize the song, but it seemed that at least for the punk girl her answer was obvious, because she had been present when Kaminari Kurashima and he played the third installment of a video game during a free afternoon, and that was when that sad melody that the boy liked was played. So much so that the redhead had cried for almost an hour, but fortunately, as far as the girls' parents were concerned, it seemed to be just an ordinary song. It still needed some polishing, like the wobbling of some strings when played. The time intervals, which were not much, being only slight seconds, but overall it was good. The girl didn't take her eyes off the green-haired boy for a second, appreciating how he put into practice everything he had learned in their classes together. It was simply amazing and beautiful. After finishing playing the guitar, the purple-haired girl watched as her father stood up and walked towards the green-haired boy, who upon opening his eyes was met with a smiling gaze and a thumbs up. Kyotoku, well done, kid. The words, short but genuine, stirred emotion in the boy, for he had overcome yet another challenge. The father approached his bookshelf and took another guitar, this one being an electric one, and also appeared to connect a sound system and look for something on his music player. Kyotoku, sometimes I use this when I'm looking for inspiration, I explained to the boy. Let's see, aha, this one will be fine. Now boy, take a seat and let me show you what you can do with more experience. The boy obeyed, and as he went to sit down he saw the man place a pick on the guitar strings and begin to play, after striking a pose somewhat exaggerated for his daughter, amusing for his wife, and epic for the boy. The man stood up. Kyotoku, and that's how a Jiro plays a guitar. Kyoka, does that mean I have to do that silly pose every time I finish an event? Kyotoku, boy, Mika. Kyoka, don't say it like that. Kyotoku, thank you, he said sincerely. Mika, more like extravagance. Kyotoku, you too, he said, hunched over and disappointed sighs. This audience is difficult, he replied humorously. The laughter was immediate, and after a while both the punk and her mother joined in singing, with the young punk being the lead vocalist. The boy had never imagined that playing an instrument would be so much fun, especially with people like Kyoka's parents, who in addition to experience had a love for all these things and didn't hesitate to share them with the boy. Midoriya, Mr. Jiro, I wanted to ask, how did you get the red special? Shouldn't it be in a museum or something? I mean, it's a musical relic, the boy asked, holding a soda as he looked at the display case where the precious guitar rested. The man looked at the boy only to turn his gaze to the instrument bathed in a gleaming bright red, only to chuckle softly, recalling an event. Kyotoku, I see you noticed. It's a curious story, you know. It involves a high-speed chase through the streets, betrayals, and an Interpol manhunt. Kyoka, come on, old man, tell her the truth. You want her in a poker Bet Kyotoku, why do they never let me have any fun? Midoriya, to be honest, I'd still like to hear the story even if it's false. Kyotoku, thank you kid for being a good son-in-law, he said, smiling at the green-haired man's interest in his fabricated anecdote, and the boy had just realized something. The man had just referred to him as son-in-law, one more sign that the punk family held him in high esteem. Sometime later the young people had just left the Rocker's house and were now in the train car heading back to the UA before curfew. Unlike other times, the boy felt that the punk was quieter and more distant than usual, even though everything had gone wonderfully well. Somewhat bewildered, the boy cleared his throat and began to speak. Midoriya, Kyoka, is everything all right? Kyoka, see, there it was that coldness that so characterized the girl, and that let the boy know that clearly something was not right. Midoriya, did I do something wrong? Kyoka looked at the green-haired boy for a few moments, and letting out a slight sigh, she walked towards him. Kyoka, no. Everything turned out fine, it's nothing, just something stupid that annoyed me. Midoriya, well, it can't be anything if it bothered you. Kyoka, I'm serious, it's nothing. Midoriya, you can tell me. With a frown the girl adjusted herself so that she could see the green-haired boy and with some irritation raised her connectors and pointed them in the boy's direction. Kyoka, okay, what were you doing in Askito's room yesterday? Right now the green-haired boy wished he hadn't wanted to know about the girl's actions, but now he had to get out of this predicament. Midoriya, what are you saying? Kyoka, what you heard. Askito said yesterday that she would be with you. Why? Midoriya, damn it, what do I do now? Wait a second, because what the boy, previously scared and thinking of thousands of ways to escape, changed his expression to look at the girl with a bewildered face. Midoriya, and you asked? The girl's question was far surpassed by the green-haired boy's. Why would she be upset in the first place that her friend went into her friend's room? Why was there so much upset about that action, and why did she want to know? Kyoka hesitated for a few seconds, and ceasing to threaten the boy with her headphones, she crossed her arms and looked at another area of the carriage, ignoring the question. Midoriya, was that what was bothering you? However, Midoriya, well, she just asked me to help her paint her nails, and we watched a show. That's all, he said, skipping over extra details like that confession. Kyoka Saspira. Midoriya, why do I bother you so much? Kyoka was silent for a few moments, then in a low, barely audible voice she began to murmur, Kyoka, unintelligible. Midoriya, what? Kyoka, unintelligible tasks. Midoriya, see, could you repeat that? He asked as a drop of sweat trickled down his neck, knowing he was getting yelled at for his persistence. Kyoka, I think I like you. Okay, that's it, I already said it, she yelled at the green-haired boy, her cheeks turning completely red as the blush spread across the rest of her face. In seconds the boy didn't know how to react to the new confession he was receiving. He couldn't utter a single word, not even a sound. Kyoka's I know how that sounds, she said, bored him in her voice. I know it's not right for me to feel this way. I still have a boyfriend, I know that, but with everything that's happened between you and me, when I'm with you I felt my heart start beating so fast and hard, like there's a concert going on in my chest, she explained, placing her hand on her chest without daring to look at the green-haired boy as a smile slowly appeared. My parents like you, they think you're funny, kind and sweet, and honestly so do I. The punk finally looked at the freckled boy, who didn't know exactly what to feel or say at that moment. Kyoka sighs, it's your fault. Midoriya, who was speechless, was simply bewildered by the unexpected accusation. Midoriya, excuse me, what? Moving from her seat, the purple-haired girl slowly leaned closer to the boy. Kyoka, because only you can be so gentle, adorable, tender and charming to me, the girl replied, unable to even feign her previous anger with the green-haired boy. The earlier annoyance on her face gradually faded, replaced by what appeared to be a forced smile. I think it was all of that made me feel this way about you, she spoke in a gentler voice, slowly approaching the boy's face, carefully observing his lips as she slowly moved closer to him to give him another kiss capable of conveying all her love and desire for him, and with the help of her connectors she made sure not to separate from him, wrapping them around his neck. The freckled boy knew this was wrong, but whether it was because of the adorable face the girl made when she kissed him, the way she closed her eyes enjoying the moment, the soft and tender lips joined to his, or because of the previous confession, he did nothing to stop it. On the contrary, when he felt the girl's connectors on his neck, he brought his hand to the girl's cheek to make light caresses, and just as she did, ensure that kiss with the punk would last a little longer, not moving away from him even though this was not completely necessary. Kyoka barely moved away from him to catch her breath before returning to her new favorite activity, covering the boy's face with kisses. Kyoka, you don't mind, do you? She asked in a somewhat flirtatious yet playful tone. Midoriya, well, a dilemma arose in the boy because over those weeks he had developed a taste for kisses from girls. She couldn't say no to such a sweet and pleasant feeling of receiving affection from them, but she still knew she couldn't accept it so easily, especially since it wasn't to cover up the Lie from her parents, but thanks to the train's punctuality the moment had to be frozen. Kyoka. Looks like we've arrived. Sighs. It's a shame. Midoriya Aussie. Kyoka stood up and taking the boy's hand spoke. Kyoka, come on Green, we can finish this another time. What had begun as a sweet and to some extent charming confession had turned into a rather suggestive proposition, at least to the boy's ears. He wanted to convince himself that he was wrong, but a deep part of him was eager to hear the girl's voice and was frightened by the idea of taking advantage of the situation to satisfy some dark desire he was unaware of, but he could no longer ignore what the girl had just revealed to him. It was difficult to reciprocate Mina's feelings now. He also had to figure out what to do about Punk's feelings. Their only consolation was that they still had boyfriends, so the answer didn't have to be immediate. In front of building, the purple-haired girl had just let go of the boy's hand a few meters from the front door and was turning to look at him. Kyoka, thanks again for today. Green. Midoriya, and nothing. It was nice to see your parents again, and thanks for the food. Kyoka, don't thank me, and you know I could cook something for us any day, breakfast or dinner, just if you want. The girl confessed shyly. This only made his heart start beating strongly at the girl's invitation. Kyoka could hear his heartbeat, smiling at the sight before her, and quickly approached him to kiss his cheek and say goodbye to the boy. Kyoka, rest well Green, see you tomorrow. That was all I managed to hear just before I saw the punk girl go into the bedrooms. Are finally reacting to the message. The boy took out his phone and saw a message. Uraraka, Izuku-kun, hi. Hey, my parents called and said they want to see us. Would it be possible for you to come over tomorrow? I'd really appreciate it. Thanks. Get some rest. After finishing reading the text, the boy sat down on the steps of the residence and after stretching his face and letting out a sigh, he blurted out to himself, Mid-Oriya, what am I going to do? Tired, a little irritated, and with a weight on his head, the boy went inside the building with the sole objective now of sleeping. Chapter 27. Sunday. The green-haired boy was entering the kitchen ready to prepare breakfast before all his other classmates came downstairs because he needed to be energized that day, but this time to his surprise he found the best pastry chef he knew in all of UA. Mid-Oriya, young. Good morning. Sadakan Sato. Good morning. Mid-Oriya, did you wake up late? I thought you'd gone for a run. Mid-Oriya, th not today, I was a little busy yesterday and woke up late. Xiaoji, that's a surprise, you're usually not lax about your exercise routine, the boy with extra limbs commented as he came out of the food storage room. Sato, well, let's hope it's just a slip-up. If you keep this up you'll miss your birthday breakfast next week. Mid-Oriya, breakfast of the boy murmured, searching for some answer when he could only open his eyes in surprise and turned his gaze to the calendar, noticing that it was true. Xiaoji, Asido and Jiro's birthdays are next week. I've already thought about what I can get them, the boy confirmed. Sato, me too. I hope a couple of breakfasts are a good option. Xiaoji, I hope my idea works. I was thinking of giving them something like a couple of brand name t-shirts. I've never celebrated a birthday before. The two young people were discussing whether their gifts would be enough to give to their friends, while one boy was thinking about what would be good for his birthday. Mid-Oriya, there are 20 of us and each of us will receive 19 gifts from the class, which considerably reduces the variety and originality of a gift. I'd like to give you both something special, but what could it be? The boy was thinking to himself when a touch on his shoulder made him turn his head, noticing that Lita was behind him. Lita, Mid-Oriya, it's time to eat, the class representative said happily, waving his hand and pointing at the table. Mid-Oriya, oh, yes, thank you. Listen. The boy went to the table and sat down next to his friend the delegate, and next to him the brunette Uraraka. Good morning Deku-kun, she greets warmly. Mid-Oriya, gee, good morning Uraraka. Lita, Mid-Oriya, how about we team up today, said his delegate. Mid-Oriya, yes, that's right, I'd forgotten. And yes, no problem Lita. Great, the delegate said, smiling and giving a thumbs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the kitchen, the other girls watched Lita, Uraraka and a certain green-haired boy chatting calmly. Momo, I'm surprised at how well Lita behaved after breaking up with Uraraka. Kyoka, too. Be honest, it was somewhat expected if he didn't put much effort into his relationship with Uraraka. It shouldn't be difficult to go back to being just friends. Those present could only nod at this idea, but afterwards they all watched with suspicion as Maki gave the boy a slight push with her shoulder. Frowning at this, some like Momo and Hagakure took advantage of not being directly visible and tightly gripped the glasses they were holding, even cracking them. Meanwhile, Kyoka and Mina could only clench one fist and resign themselves to watching from afar. After a few moments in a series of breathing exercises, one of the girls in the group made a comment, trying to tear her eyes away from the enviable view. Momo saw Ashida's and Jiro-san and both turned to look at their friend the president. Momo, do you already know what you want for next week? The girl said, smiling, wanting to give the best to her two friends. Both smiled, one more openly than the other, grateful for the kind Gesture of the black-haired girl Toru. That's right, she said happily, remembering the important date. Kyoka, I don't mind, whatever they give me will be fine, besides it's not that big of a deal. Toru, of course it's important, birthdays only happen once a year. Both the purple-haired girl and the black-haired girl looked at their friend with a puzzled expression after she pointed out the obvious, but the pink-haired girl played along with the other girl. Mina, exactly, let's see, she said, repeatedly touching her chin, trying to decide whether to give me a gift. Momo, come on Kyoka-chan, think about what you'd like to have. I want to give you something you really want, the rich girl commented happily. Kyoka, okay, but that doesn't mean I'm materialistic, okay, she joked with her connectors in the air. After hearing a soft laugh from Aizawa, the punk started thinking about what she might want as a gift. Joining her friend, the punk rested her hand on her chin, imagining what might be nice for her birthday, but both the pink-skinned girl and the young rocker had already decided. They already had the same birthday wish in mind, and it was something that not even all the fortune of their class president could get them, because it wasn't anything material, and that was being alone with the green-haired boy, spending the day with him, strolling through the city, going out to eat together, watching movies, lying down and cuddling, and maybe something more. Both blushed as they imagined the last thing that had crossed their minds, quickly shaking their heads toward them off. Toru, well, both girls were jolted out of their fantasies and had to answer. Kyoka, I am not sure. Mina, I still haven't decided. Momo, well, I guess I'll have to ask daddy for 2 gold ingots, and you guys can buy whatever you like. More than one girl present felt that her wallet had just died because of the words of Aizawa and her easy response. Later, the green-haired man was dressed elegantly, wearing a mint-colored long-sleeved shirt befitting an office worker and polishing a pair of dress shoes which he had reserved for important events, such as the first time he met the parents of the raven-haired girl, and now he was going to an event for the parents of the brunette girl. She shook her head, trying not to connect one with the other, even though these two were lies that got out of control, but he had to hurry because of the girl's message. This time he would see her parents at an event. He didn't know what it was, but etiquette was important. After looking at herself in the mirror, she left her room and went to the common room to leave, but there was a small oversight on her way. Toru, hello, Izuku-kun, greeted the invisible girl. Midoriya, wah, he screamed from the fright he had received. Toru, haha, don't worry, it's me. Where are you going dressed up like that? You look very handsome. Midoriya, wlu, Uraraka, it so happens that she invited me to an event at her parents' house, and the invitation said I should dress formally, the boy said, telling a half-truth. Toru, I see, so Uraraka invited him, then let me make sure of something. Midoriya, okay. The boy stood motionless, watching as the outfit in front of him approached, catching a whiff of the rose perfume the girl was wearing. A guilty pleasure of his, she couldn't help but bring her face close to the boy's chest, inhaling a soft mint scent that mingled with his cologne, creating a pleasant aroma. Carefully she smoothed his hair and clothing, gently taking his hand to help him straighten his sleeves, which had been wrinkled before. For the boy it was something relaxing to feel the invisible girl's hands in contact with his again. Even though he couldn't see her, he knew she was giving him a sweet and relaxing look. Toru, can you crouch down a little? Midoriya, usurer. He obeyed, and after a few brief moments he felt something touch his lips, fleeting but intoxicating, a kiss. Toru couldn't let it go, especially with his mind playing tricks on him with different scenarios, like getting him ready for a day of work at the office or getting ready to go out on a date. Furthermore, the news that she would be going with her friend was something that didn't sit well with her, no matter how close the two of them were. It simply fueled her distrust. Toru, take care, okay? The girl asked sweetly, gently holding one of the boy's cheeks and making him look at her. Obviously the boy couldn't see her, but the girl's sweet and charming behavior made him want to do the same, to treat her with the same tenderness with which she treated him, and so he held the girl's face with the same delicacy and gave her a kiss on the forehead, also short, but one that filled the girl with energy. She was grateful she was invisible, otherwise the boy wouldn't stop telling her how beautiful her face looked, although in truth she wouldn't mind at all. Toru, is you cookin'? The girl whispers, looking up at him. Uraraka ready. Upon hearing the brunette's voice, the green-haired boy felt a chill run down his spine, while this filled the invisible girl with annoyance, who didn't have to hide her displeasure. By feigning a cheerful face, they both turned their gaze to the stairs, seeing a brunette who was wearing a dress that reached halfway down her thighs, fitted to her figure and hidden by a pretty pink jacket. The boy didn't know how to take his eyes off her, and the girl just felt scared seeing how well dressed her friend was to go out with her friend. Uraraka, hello Hagakura-san, she greeted, trying to hide the confusion on her face about why she was downstairs in the common room with the boy. Ready to go to cookin'? She asked casually. Midoriya, yes, I'm ready Uraraka, then let's go. See you later Hagakure. Toru could only watch as the brown-haired girl took the boy's arm and they hurriedly Left the building Toru. See you later, the girl said, even though there was no one else in the room. With her that envy, nervousness and distrust that she had felt yesterday with what Mina said had been reborn now that she had just seen that the green-haired boy she loved was going with someone else. As well, she always considered herself gentle and kind, perhaps a little absent-minded and immature. She thought that was part of her charm, but what she never imagined was that she would be a jealous person. She shook her head as soon as she thought that, trying to keep her head in place and organize her thoughts. Toru, don't think about it, Toru, they're just two friends going out together, they're just friends going out, just going out, she thought with less and less enthusiasm. Elsewhere, the green-haired boy was walking down the street next to the brunette, who was beaming from ear to ear. He had to admit he had doubts about why the girl's parents wanted to see him. Don't get me wrong, it was nice that the parents wanted to see him again, but he was curious about what Midoriya Uraraka. Son, do you know why your father wants to see us? Uraraka, who was excited, looked at the boy and tried to remember him. Uraraka, to tell you the truth, I don't know, she just gave me the location, saying it was a surprise for both of us. Midoriya, a location? I thought we were going to your house. He said, surprised. Uraraka, to be honest, me too, but my dad only sent me the location today. Is that okay? Midoriya, no, I mean no, there's no problem, I'm just surprised. Uraraka smiled and, standing on her tiptoes, she kissed the boy on the cheek. Uraraka, let's go then, I'm curious about the surprise, she said with a blush growing on her cheeks. Midoriya is holding hands. The brunette and the green-haired boy set off again on the path to where they had been summoned. Everyone who saw them would say they were a lovely couple. The happiness that radiated from the brunette's smile at the simple act of walking alongside the green-haired boy was undeniable, or the affectionate smile he gave her whenever she noticed something that caught his eye. A perfect couple in the eyes of anyone who saw them at first glance. A little later, the two young men had been walking around the city for a while, getting a little lost along the way, but arriving at the place on time. Everywhere they looked, they could see that the premises and buildings were extremely expensive, so much so that they could both hear their wallets crying. But what the girl found most strange was, why would her father asked them to go to that area of the city? His doubts must have remained in his mind when the boy spoke. Midoriya, Achako, we're here. The chest-attired woman looked around, observing how they were at the opening of a new building in the area, clearly surrounded by people. Midoriya, do you have about Uraraka? Nope, not really, Mr. Uraraka. Achako, boy, this way. Both of them turned to the source from which they were being called, seeing the chestnut's father, who was wearing a safety helmet and carrying a couple of rolled-up planes. The man went to them and received them as only a father could. Uraraka, hi, Dad, the girl said happily as she went to hug her father. Mr. Uraraka, hello, little one, you look beautiful. The man stopped looking at his daughter and turned his gaze to the green-haired man. Midoriya, Akalo, sir. Mr. Uraraka, hello, young man, it's good to see you again, she said as she extended her hand. Midoriya, I agree, I replied while returning the gesture. Uraraka, Dad, what are we doing here? The brunette finally asked. Mrs. Uraraka, didn't you tell them? A woman asked, approaching the group and receiving their glances. Hi guys, the mother warmly. Mr. Uraraka, as I said, it's a surprise. Oh, look over there, the man said, fueling the young people's curiosity. They didn't understand why they were there in a clearly expensive building and at what appeared to be a private event, so it had to be explained by him. Mr. Uraraka, months ago, the owner of this building told me that he wanted to build a hotel here. I gave him a quote and he gladly accepted it. The green-haired boy heard this and was genuinely happy that the chest Nader boy's father's construction company was still going strong. Smiling at the news, Mr. Uraraka, he's a friend of a friend. He liked the look of it so much and thanked me for the price that he asked me to do him one more favor, choose a name for the cafe. He said that part of the cafe's profits would go to our company, a small business partnership. Uraraka, really, Mr. Uraraka? Really, Mr. Uraraka, that's right, and I thought what name would be good, but I already knew. Both young men looked at the sign with the name, seeing it clearly, Mr. Uraraka, Acha Midori. It seemed that the chestnut-haired man's father had been inspired by his daughter's first name and the green-haired man's last name to name that establishment Green Tea, and going off on a tangent he gave the young people an idea of how the girl's name would sound next to the green-haired boy's surname. Midoriya, Achako. Midoriya, he thought as he turned red. Mr. Uraraka, I'm sorry if I jumped the gun, but I thought it would be nice, the man said, scratching his head. Mrs. Uraraka, it looks beautiful, the woman commented, and he was right. The decor consisted of cream-colored walls with some green and pink decorations that matched. Midoriya, what do you think? He asked the brunette beside him. Uraraka, the girl turned once more to the cafeteria, appreciating the cute details in green and pink, the love messages written on the chalkboard, and the name of the place. I never imagined there would be something about them in such an explicit way, but it's still cute. Uraraka, I like it a lot. The boy smiled, took the girl's hand and spoke. Midoriya, do you think? We go, admiring for a few seconds that freckled face that she so wanted to cover with kisses. Until she was exhausted, she smiled tenderly and squeezing his hand a little gave him a small kiss. Uraraka, I'd love to. A few minutes later the chestnut-haired woman was at the table waiting for the green-haired man who was returning with 2 more cups of that tea. I thought the name was just a way to attract customers, but the tea they had was definitely good, so much so that they had already had at least 3 cups in a row. Midoriya, here it is, he said, bringing the teacup closer to the brunette. Uraraka, thank you, Izutsuzu, and they both took a small sip, savoring that hot drink once more. Midoriya, I never imagined that tea could taste so good. Uraraka, me neither. The 2 young men simply smiled at each other. There was no need to speak, no need to make jokes. Their mere presence in each other's presence was enough to have a good time. Mr. Uraraka, do you mind if we sit with you? Uraraka, oh, that's not good, is it? Izutsuzu and Midoriya, of course, the boy said, moving closer to Maki and allowing her parents to sit down. Anyone would assume that the presence of parents would naturally kill the affection between 2 young people, but that was not the case. They were extremely kind to him. In fact, they nurtured the affection between them with the occasional game or a funny anecdote from the girl. Mrs. Uraraka, that reminds me of the time I was cleaning the kitchen and a Kikichan was about to come. I told her not to touch the floor. It was still wet, and the first thing she did was activate her quirk and crawl across the ceiling. The woman said nostalgically. Uraraka, Mom was 5 years old. Mr. Uraraka, in your pajamas. You looked like a little strawberry. Maki, Uraraka, Dad, the girl said, embarrassed. The boy could only stop himself from laughing loudly, noticing how the girl's blush intensified. Mr. Uraraka, and you, boy, how are your hero notebooks coming along? The boy fell silent for an instant at the man's question. Midoriya, how Mrs. Uraraka, well, a Kikichan told us that you used to write things about heroes, and we actually thought you had a good idea if you're going to be a professional hero. Mr. Uraraka, it was one of the many things he told us, like how you had a love for cat. Sudden Midoriya was surprised. He thought that perhaps the things he'd mentioned to his parents earlier were about Ida or something like that, but had he actually talked about him? I was confused, but happy. When he turned to look at Uraraka, he could only smile at the visit. The girl, completely red-faced, slumped in place while hiding her flushed face with her hands. Uraraka, I want to die. After calming the girl down with a serving of Maki, happiness returned to the table. However, the girl's parents soon had to leave once again, leaving the young couple alone. Mr. Uraraka, we have to go. I need to fill out some paperwork confirming that the construction is finished. Mrs. Uraraka, it was good to see you again, my baby. Uraraka, I agree. Mrs. Uraraka, and you too, boy, take good care of yourselves. Midoriya, I agree. Once alone again, the young people finished their snacks and left happy with the afternoon, well, not without a box of Makis. Midoriya, you have a love for Maki, don't you? Uraraka, why do you say that? The green-haired boy turned his head to look at the girl, and it was exactly what he expected. The girl with a questioning look was casually taking a bite of her favorite dish. Midoriya, you're welcome. Uraraka, it's not my fault. Here, try one, the girl said, handing me the Maki she was carrying. So the boy could try it. He accepted, and after trying it for a few seconds he responded. Midoriya, okay, I understand your point. Uraraka, see, oh wait, you have a little, she said as she brought her hand to the boy's face and wiped away the remains of the Maki. Taking her cheek, she cleaned it carefully, but in her task she got distracted. She could definitely say that this could be the best day of her life, and it wasn't over yet because they still had time, as she had done before. Standing on her tiptoes, she stole a kiss from the boy, who was the only one who saw this. Uraraka, you taste like Maki, she said humorously. The girl had awakened a taste in the boy, first for Maki and now for her tender lips to taste of that same sweet without control of his body. The boy placed his hand on the girl's cheek, who, feeling it, opened her eyes and could only see how the boy leaned in to return the kiss. The surprise was almost as great as the gratifying feeling of receiving the boy's kiss. She felt her heart beating like it had when she slept beside him that day, or when he gave her that collector's watch. It was like a party inside her when she didn't want to end. She became sad when she felt the boy walk away from her, but she only forgave him when he was on express. Midoriya, looks like you too. Perhaps it was the kiss or the words the boy said, but she felt like her happiness was unique when she was with him. Uraraka, I suppose that's fair enough, she said without taking her eyes off the boy's lips. It seemed like they were going to resume that kiss, but what does she got? Kita, once again the boy's phone seemed to save him. Embarrassed, he tried to take it out of his pocket and turn it off, being somewhat clumsy. The girl just watched him, but it was funny how he turned redder the longer he took to turn off the alarm. Uraraka, Midoriya, sorry, that's Uraraka, don't worry, it's something adorable. About you Midoriya are really, and the girl just nodded her head. The smile was hard to hide. The girl saying it was cute how embarrassed she was. I didn't know if it was better or worse, but I preferred to see it on the bright side. Midoriya waits. The girl looked at him curiously, trying to figure out why he was taking out his phone again. Midoriya, oh Uraraka, is something wrong? Midoriya, we must run. She was going to ask why they had to do it, but if the boy had the alarm it was for a reason. Neither of them had measured time so much so that when they looked around they could see the orange sky. Realizing something, Uraraka, it's late. At this cry the couple started a race to the train station, trying to arrive on time because being Sunday the school usually closed its doors earlier. A few minutes later the green-haired boy was leaning forward catching his breath, while Maki tried to hold back her nausea, all while a cement hero watched them. Cementos young people must remember the schedule. They could receive a penalty if they arrive late or even chores as punishment. Midoriya, Yayarazzu will keep that in mind. Cementos could now go to your residence. I wouldn't want a racer coming with me looking for an explanation as to why you are not in your dormitories. Midoriya, yai sir. After being mildly reprimanded, the brunette and the green-haired boy were on their way to their building. It seemed that running a spontaneous marathon after an outing with a girl's parents killed any atmosphere. The minutes of walking passed in silence when the girl finally spoke. Uraraka, and do you have this week off? Midoriya, yes. Why Uraraka? No, it's nothing. I was just curious about if you'd like to go to the park or get ice cream or just walk around. Midoriya, well, Roman too don't have any plans right now, so Uraraka, how about this Wednesday? Midoriya, perfect. As soon as they finished talking they were both at the door of the dormitories where the light inside allowed them to see that there were still people there. Uraraka, well, I'll go in through my balcony. Midoriya, I guess I'll go in through the dorm. Uraraka, in any case, the girl said, moving closer to the boy's face and giving him one last kiss on the lips before pulling away and smiling at him. Sleep well, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, Yayarazzu too, and with that he could only watch as Maki activated her quirk and in a leap reached her balcony. Midoriya, Saiwa today after entering the building and avoiding the boys' questions. The green-haired boy reached his room to finally sleep and forget about everything. For at least 6 or 7 hours after taking off all his clothes the boy sat down beside his bed and taking the bottle of pills was about to swallow one. But Midoriya, there's only one curse. His small supply of sleeping pills had run out. Now he had to do something to get more. That's something I'd have to sort out tomorrow. Right now I just wanted to get some rest. Chapter 28. Sunday. The green-haired boy was walking down one of the UA corridors on his way to the infirmary to request a bottle of recovery girl pills since he had used up his last dose last night after what happened with the brunette's parents. But there was a problem, he couldn't ask for medicine like those pills as if they were mere Halloween candy, and he couldn't tell the truth since the little woman might go to her sensei seeking an explanation, and he couldn't drag Ayama into the mess he was in. Furthermore, by continuing to investigate they could uncover that web of lies. After pacing back and forth in the hallway for a while I finally had an idea that I hoped might work. Tayase. The knocking was heard in the infirmary and was clearly audible to a small old woman who, looking at the door, responded, RG pass. As soon as he saw a bunch of green hair enter he knew who it was, the boy who cashed his work checks for him. RG Sai kid, what happened to you now? He asked the green-haired boy calmly, sounding a little tired. He for his part stood in the doorway, his mouth agape at the little doctor's quick guess. The woman saw the boy who to her total surprise this time had healthy bones. RG, well, it's about time I got the chance to see you with all your bones back in place, and I imagine you didn't come here to have me fix a fracture, he said humorously. Midoriya, no, this time it's not about that. Actually, I wanted a note for some medicine. Recovery girl looked at the boy. She had never seen a sick boy in her first year. And you didn't need a diploma or to be an expert to see that he was completely healthy. RG, what kind of medication? Midoriya, well, the boy put his hand in his pocket and took out the small bottle which he handed to the woman, who upon seeing it had a slight look of surprise. RG, this medication is strong. Why do you need it? Midoriya, well, I never said it was for me. The curious woman raised an eyebrow. RG, so it's for one of your friends. The boy's plan was simple, just like giving testimony to a police officer. If he didn't explicitly say it was him he shouldn't have any problems. Therefore the woman couldn't tell Aizawa that he was taking medication unless he said so himself, and therefore perhaps she could succeed, but it would still be a risky gamble. He couldn't ask Ayama for those pills. He'd already done him a favor by giving them to him in the first place, so why would he go and demand more? Besides, if Aizawa-sensei found out, he might ask where he got them, and if it wasn't from the infirmary he'd investigate until he found out and tracked down his friend. Midoriya, yes, it's for a friend, and recovery girl wasn't going to stand idly by or look the other way so easily. He had taken the Hippocratic Oath and was prepared to honor it. RG, so this friend of yours, the woman said, not stupid but taking a seat, does he know that it's a prescription medication? Midoriya is she's conscious, he said nervously. RG, may I ask why do you need it? Midoriya, well, my friend has been having dreams where he's out with my classmates. RG, you're going out with your classmates, she said in a slightly louder tone than the boy had said. Midoriya, my friend. In his dreams, he said, poorly, trying to hide his secret and not lose his mind. The woman knew that the boy was someone with a noble heart, although too careless about his well-being but terrible at lying, although he placed his trust in those he believed in. So she decided to play along a little and find out his reasons. RG, so your friend has been having these dreams, and how does he feel about it? What symptoms has he noticed? Midoriya, well, he's had severe headaches, also like everything around him was spinning over and over, plus panic attacks. The woman knew the boy was obviously talking about himself, so without interrupting much she listened, but she would still try to persuade him to take the medication. RG, and have you tried to tell them the truth? Midoriya, on more than one occasion, but what can I say? He's already been introduced to 3 of his friends' families, and they all hold him in high esteem. It would have been easy if they had rejected him or if he'd had more opportunities to give it all up, but they not only like him, they even love him, and the girls seem to love him too. Recovery looked at the boy. He had a look of regret and nervousness on his face. Clearly he hadn't been doing entirely well, and listening to his situation, there was no way it was going to be easy. I could clearly see him desperately moving his foot under the table, or even seeming to think right there about what to do, knowing that he was almost an exact copy of Toshinori. She knew that it would be useless to try to make him back down from his decision to take the pills, and honestly she preferred to give him a prescription and tell him how often to take them, rather than have him get them outside of school and cause an overdose accident, letting out a soft. The little doctor took out a medical notepad, writing the prescription for the medication. RG, I don't entirely agree, but if your friend needs the pills, I can only offer some advice in a schedule. He shouldn't take them daily, take one every 48 hours only if there's sharp pain. Okay, the boy took the note and the medicine, but not before the old woman finished speaking. RG, although you should still see a male therapist and try talking to the girls. I don't know how, but find a way. Midoriya sighs, believe me, if there was a way to do it without hurting them, I would have done it without hesitation. The boy bowed in thanks and left the infirmary. RG, say Toshinori, I hope your boy knows what he's doing, the woman said, worried about the boy's fate. The boy was walking through the hallways on his way back to the classroom to finish the day's classes when, as he arrived, he found his friends wearing their sports uniforms. As they came out of the locker rooms and finding his sensei behind him, he informed him. Aizawa, Midoriya, put on your gym clothes, we're going to practice physics today, he said, bored. Midoriya SSI. Without further delay the boy entered and quickly changed his uniform just to join the rest of his class in the courtyard. Aizawa, all right, today we're going to conduct a risk simulation. Your partner will be a civilian and the other will be a hero. You'll have to perform search and rescue as well as safeguard the civilian and bring them to a safe area. The time limit will be set. It's up to you how long you take. This exercise is quirkless, so it's time to train your bodies as much as you train your quirks. Is everything clear? Because I won't repeat myself. Class Ahai. Aizawa, okay, you have 5 minutes to form your teams. All the boys were organizing their teams with their friends, as was the custom or their preference, but the girls only had one person in mind for the exercise, but it was only one girl who made the quickest move. Momo, Midoriya, would you like to team up this time? The president asked with a smile. Midoriya, oh sure, why not? He answered the raven-haired girl's question. Some girls just watched this with annoyance given the quick action of their class president friend. Kyoka, damn it, Uraraka, I should have stayed closer to him. Toru, I wanted to team up with Aizawa and Mina. Please, who am I going to team up with now? She said, seeing that her boyfriend had teamed up again with the ashen-haired boy who looked frustrated. After a few more minutes everyone was ready and only the signal from their sensei was missing. Aizawa, that's enough now, everyone take your positions, and we'll begin in a moment. Everyone began to disperse to take their places, the civilians hiding in the controlled rocky area, and the heroes in the exit area. While this was happening, the black-haired girl could only smile at having managed to participate alongside the green-haired boy. Momo, see you soon, Aizawa. She whispered the green-haired boy's name while affectionately taking his hand. Midoriya OSSI. As everyone went to their places, the boy was waiting in the area with the rest of his friends. Come on, Ari dude, I hate these exercises. If Kyoka were the one looking for me, it would be easy. I'm not good at searching. Manta, it's easy for you to complain none of the girls want to team up with me. Come on, Ari, hey, don't feel bad, everyone can get a golden opportunity someday, he said, crouching down To his friend's level look at Midoriya, he got paired with Momo Manta, so much meat on his plate and he's not hungry, the little student said, envious hearing his friends talk about him and the black-haired girl like that made the boy do something he never imagined he'd do, and that was think badly of his blonde friend Midoriya. It doesn't surprise me that Kyoka cheated on you with me. The boy took a while, but after analyzing what he was thinking he shook his head, banishing any similar thoughts. After hearing the starting siren, the young student Thuro set off in search of their civilians. Midoriya, the exercise is quirkless. That means Momo couldn't have hidden in a high-risk area, but it also couldn't be somewhere so obvious. Besides, it has to be nearby so I can identify her and she can ask me for help. So she should be. The boy was running through a devastated street with debris here and there, when as he passed a store he heard a cough coming from inside. As he approached he encountered Aizawa, who had traces of dust, trying to adjust to the situation. Momo, help, please help me, the girl, looking as though she were about to burst into tears of despair. And if Aizawa hadn't chosen the profession of heroine, the boy was sure she would have made it as a television actress. Her feelings seemed almost genuine. Trying not to break the set, the boy approached and tried to calm her down. Midoriya, don't worry miss, I'm here now. Momo, my leg, I can't feel it, I explain. Midoriya noticed this, seeing that indeed the girl's leg was under some rubble, perfectly simulating an accident. Midoriya, okay, I heard everything will be alright, I'm going to clear the rubble and as soon as I do you need to move. Can you do that? Black Beauty seemed to swallow hard while feigning genuine fear, holding the piles of rubble that had the girl trapped. The boy made an effort and freed the dark-haired girl, and she certainly went to great lengths to simulate an injury. Midoriya, let's see Momo, it hurts, sobbing. It hurts so much, she said through tears. Now the boy was genuinely worried about the girl. He knew it was all just theatrics, but it hurt him to see her crying. Midoriya, hey, listen to me, everything will be alright, do you believe me? The boy asked, unable to resist touching the face of the raven-haired girl, who looking at him received that worried look from the boy. She looked at him for a few moments, only to bring her own hand to the wrist of the boy, who was still caressing her face. After a few seconds the girl nodded, and after this the green-haired boy made an improvised tourniquet around the girl's leg. Midoriya, can you hold on to my neck? I'm going to lift you up to take you to first aid. The girl didn't dislike the idea, but she had never been carried like that before. She wondered if she would be too heavy for the boy. However it happened, all she could see was the young man with green hair carrying her in his arms with no apparent effort on his face. Midoriya, everything will be alright, I'll get you to safety. She didn't know how, but to the girl's eyes the green-haired man carrying her in his arms had all the characteristics of one of those fictional princes she had read so many times in the variety of books she had memorized. Strong, brave, compassionate, kind and modest. She didn't have a Prince Charming like many other girls had fantasized about. The one standing in front of her, who was carrying her in his arms with great care and making her feel like a real damsel in distress, was a Prince Green. It couldn't be more perfect. Being in strong, firm yet soft and warm arms generated a feeling of genuine happiness and fascination. She could no longer endure her state of fear and feigned anguish as a smile and a slight blush took its place. Never in his life had he doubted himself so much as at that moment. But filling himself with courage and bravery, he placed his hands on the boy's neck and after lifting himself up a little, carefully removed the steel mask that covered the boy's jaw, causing him to stare for a few moments. Midoriya, a suicidal, that was all the boy could say as he watched the black-haired girl silence him with a kiss on the lips. Once again he received a kiss he didn't feel he deserved. He couldn't enjoy the sweet sensation of the girl's lips, their cherry flavor, or the softness of her hands clinging to him, wishing the kiss would last longer. Momo, my hero, she whispered with a sweet look. After hearing the girl's honest and sincere words, a pain arose within the boy. But it wasn't in his head as it had been in recent weeks. This time it was in his heart. He didn't know how he could talk to the girls about his lie. He could do it, but he knew that talking to all of them would most likely break their hearts, and then he would feel terrible. Uraraka, the beloved Maki lover, was holding Jiro by his shoulder to help him walk when turning her gaze to the green-haired boy running beside her. She clearly noticed how the raven-haired girl was holding the boy so tenderly while he was completely red-faced. He couldn't notice it, his face was expressionless, but he was unaware that he was forcefully pressing the forearm of the poor ribbon-wearing boy who was only trying to break free from the violent force he was receiving. Jiro, Uraraka, please my arm, he screamed for mercy at the girl, who only pressed harder with Mina. The sarcastic girl was entering a building trying to find her teammate, but hearing footsteps behind her she turned her head. Initially she was going to smile when she noticed the green-haired boy, but her smile turned into a cold stare when she saw that he was carrying her friend in his arms. When he lost sight of them he was about to return to his own activity, trying to ignore what he had just seen seconds before, but when he tried to grab the doorknob he realized that it had melted and now there were only remains on the floor. Kyoka, the girl was being carried, or rather she was trying to be carried by the electric blonde who didn't know exactly how to perform the action. Kyoka, you know I can only walk, right, she said with a serious look. Kaminari, no way, if Madabro could grow an MSO can I, he said with obvious effort. Kyoka, huh, what are you talking about now? Kaminari finally couldn't hold back and in a moment of weakness let go of the girl, causing her to fall to the ground as he crashed into a piece of furniture. Kyoka, I'll be more careful. Kaminari sighs, sorry but sighs, you're heavy, I don't know how Midoriya makes it look so easy, he said, more tired than he should be. Kyoka, did he call me fat? Are you going to tell me what the hell you're talking about? Kaminari inhales, the thing is on my way here. I saw Madabro carrying Yayarazzu in his arms, it looks so cool that I wanted to try it. Bad idea. Kyoka remained static, visualizing what the blonde was talking about, only able to clench her knuckles. Kaminari, come on, I need to get my back checked, the boy said, starting to walk out of the building. Kyoka, damn idiot, the girl muttered, standing up and dusting her uniform. Kendo, the girl sat on a bench in the ruined street, killing time since she had to look for her partner. If anyone else tried to find her it would take a long time, perhaps everyone would even give up. Well, everyone except the green-haired boy. I felt that the boy wouldn't give up until he found her. And that made him even more endearing. Right now he had to find his partner, who to his unfortunate soul had just had a nightmare come true, having to work alongside Ajiro. To be honest, she was just wasting her time. She wasn't interested in finding her ex-partner in the slightest, even though Aizawa said that would change in a life or death situation. When I glanced to the side of the street, another nightmare unfolded. I saw the green-haired boy carrying the girl he teamed up with in his arms. There it was again, that jealousy that gnaws at her so much, rearing its ugly head. All she could do was watch the young people head to the rescue area to be among the first to finish the activity. She felt like she wanted to tell the boy how much she loved him, but now after seeing that she didn't have the right words, she wanted to show him in a genuine and unique way what she felt for him. But how can Tsuyu, the amphibian, was walking back to the rescue area accompanied by her boyfriend, with whom she was also chatting. Takami, how was your outing that day? Tsuyu, it was good. Kiro, Takami, and have you already organized the next outing? Tsuyu, the truth is no, she said thoughtfully. Takami, what do you think about going out tomorrow and going to the water park? I heard they have special offers tomorrow. Tsuyu, do you think you'll accept? Kiro, dark shadow, I don't think that's the best thing to do. Tsuyu, are you saying that because it's going to be a sunny day? Shadow. Kiro, dark shadow, Ayaz, I wish that were the reason. Takami, you'll be fine. Shadow, we can bring an umbrella. Dark shadow, I suppose. At that moment the three young people saw the green-haired boy in the black-haired girl pass by, somewhat surprised by how unnatural that was. Takami, I think Midoriya is overcoming his social anxiety. Tsuyu, well, that's clearly progress. Dark shadow, yes, that's good. Can Midoriya, the boy, had finally reached the safe zone while he looked at the black-haired girl who had not stopped watching him with those eyes. Midoriya, Yayarazzu, you have to get down, he said, starting to crouch down to put the girl on the ground. Momo, just let me stay like this just a little longer, please. The girl was about to kiss the boy again, but Aizawa, Midoriya and Yayarazzu finished in 8 minutes, the man said, looking at the statistics chart he was carrying. As soon as they both heard their sensei, the boy let go of the raven-haired girl and she reacted with fear to her sensei's surprise. Getting back up little by little, his other companions arrived except for one. Aizawa, Hagakure, you still haven't found a Jiro? May I ask why? More than one person wanted to side with their friend, but they knew that any explanation, no matter how logical, would fall on deaf ears with their sin. Hagakure just crossed her arms, and although no one could see her, they knew she was looking away. Toru, he had very well, he told a lie. Obviously neither his sensei nor his classmates believed that excuse, and he was about to give him another lecture when a green-haired boy raised his hand. Midoriya, I'll go after him. Aizawa, Seifain, but we'll talk about this later, he clarified, turning his attention to the pair of floating gloves. The rest of you go change, that's all for today. They were all walking towards changing their uniforms and finishing their school day, leaving the green-haired boy and the invisible girl alone. Midoriya, you know where he is, right? Even though she was invisible, it was easy to discover when the girl wavered in her truths and lies. Toru, I just don't want anything to do with him, she said in a depressed voice. The boy understood her reasons, and approaching her he gently took one of her hands, causing her to raise her head towards him. Midoriya, I understand, just tell me where it is and I'll take care of it. Does that sound good? Slowly forming a smile, the girl put her other free arm around the boy's torso and affectionately hugged him. Toru, you really are the best. Izuku-kun, and slowly he kisses his cheek before walking away. He's inside a building about 3 blocks away. Midoriya, okay, I'll see you later. Torsi in building after going to pick up his partner on an uncomfortably silent journey. The green-haired man locked himself in his room and was preparing to do his exercise session. He was barely lifting a dumbbell when his phone rang. Midoriya's size now what upon closer inspection he realized. It was an unfamiliar number. Puzzled, he wanted to ask who it was when the subsequent message answered his question. Hi Midoriya, it's me Kendo-san, sorry to bother you but I wanted to know if you'd like to hang out the day after tomorrow if you're not busy. Of course, a smile appeared on his face. Happy to hear from the redhead again. He saved her contact information and responded quickly. Midoriya. Hello Kendo-san, sure I like the idea, I'll come get you after class. Kendo, no need, I'll come for you. I insist. Satin that it was the girl who came for him. He simply accepted the proposal. Midoriya. Okay. Now to get back to my Torsi. Once again the boy was interrupted before he even started warming up. With some frustration he went to the door and opened it, finding the frog crow couple inside. Midoriya. Hohola Takamikan Suchin. Dark shadow ha, now you remembered me. Takami. Midoriya. Patamos passer Tsuyu please. Kiro. Midoriya. A claro. Stepping aside, the green-haired boy let them in, but as soon as he closed the door he realized something he had left the blackboard in front. Moving quickly the couple barely noticed that he was already on the other side of the room with a look of fright on their faces. Midoriya. And what do you need? he asked, trying to sound normal. Takami, can you go out with us tomorrow? Midoriya. Aware to Tsuyu to a water park. Kiro. The answer made the boy both nervous and embarrassed since he'd never been to one before. Sure, he'd been to the UA pool, but that was only for heroic school events. He never expected to go to a beach where he'd see other people, and much less to pretend to be the girl's boyfriend. Midoriya. Are you sure this is a good idea? Takami. Yes, it was where we decided to have our third date. It was Tsuyu's idea. Tsuyu. It was a lovely day. Kiro. So do you accept? Midoriya. So I guess we'll need more evidence if you want your father to believe it. Takami. Then it's decided. See you tomorrow. Midoriya. Thanks again. Midoriya. See, the boy turned his back as he heard his bedroom door open when a voice behind him called him Tsuyu. Midoriya. Can. The boy turned his head only to receive a hug from the green-haired girl who wrapped her arms around him. Tsuyu, thank you for doing this for me. Midoriya. Oof, course, and nothing's wrong, he said, patting her back lightly. It didn't last long, but finally the girl walked away from him and headed towards the exit of the room. Tsuyu, see you tomorrow then. Kiro. And after closing the door the boy was alone once again. Just minutes ago he longed for the solitude of his room, but now being there it seemed more like an accusing silence approaching his desk. The boy opened his drawer and looked at the new bottle of pills. Midoriya. I know it's early to take it, but after a few seconds the boy opened the jar and consumed one and then immediately began his strength exercises. Chapter 29. Tuesday. After a good day of classes the green-haired boy was preparing a small backpack for his outing with his partner, currently looking for a pair of shorts that had nothing to do with the number one hero. Midoriya. Nope, not these either. Okay. Sunscreen, umbrella, towel. He wasn't afraid of going to a public swimming pool. What he was worried about was what he would do that day with the green-haired girl to deceive her father. Midoriya. Size fine. Looking at his phone I noticed it was time to leave. Taking his suitcase the boy left UA and met his friends at the main gate. Talk Gammy. Ready? Midoriya. As something like that. Tsuyu. Come on. Kiro. During his journey the green-haired boy chatted about various things, one of them being Midoriya. So what should we do today? Talking army. The usual, just a few photos and we can enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Tsuyu. Maybe we could go on some of the rides. Kiro. She said, her voice filled with excitement. Midoriya. He. It seems you really like swimming pools. Suchin. Tsuyu. Yes, it's refreshing. I don't know if it's related to my quirk or just a matter of taste. Kiro. At the public swimming pool, having went to the changing rooms to put on their swimming clothes, the first to be ready was the young master of the night, who was wearing long shorts and a black shirt. Midoriya. No. The boy turned his head when he heard his friend speaking from the other side of the dressing room. Talk Gammy. Is something wrong? Midoriya. It's my shirt. I thought I'd packed it in my suitcase. But it's not there. Talk Gammy. I could lend you one of mine, but I don't know if it will fit you. The boy pulled one of his t-shirts over his chest and waited. Crrrshhh. Midoriya. Atakiamekan. I think I owe you a shirt. Takayami. Did you break it? The boy was surprised. Because the boy was 8 centimeters taller than him, he didn't think something like that would happen. Midoriya. Size. I guess I'll have to go out without one. Takayami. Okay, anyway, I don't think it's that big of a deal. The boy was speechless. He believed that the only thing that differentiated him from the green-haired boy was that difference in height. But the most accurate comparison would be that of an Adonis with a boy. Midoriya. Do you think people can go unnoticed by me? He said worriedly. Takayami. Yes, surely. They both left the locker room, but their journey to where the three of them were going to meet was not what the green-haired boy expected. He thought he would be more discreet. But he could clearly see how everyone who saw him kept their eyes on him in addition to some whispers. Midoriya, you said no one would notice me talking while I was wronged. Midoriya, I hope this ends, the boy said, hiding his face. Tsuyu Kiro, upon opening his eyes to the familiar sound, the boy was surprised because before him stood the green-haired amphibian in a swimsuit staring intently at him. Tsuyu, hello, Izuku-kun. Midoriya, hohola, daggering Suchin. Tsuyu, and your shirt. Midoriya too forgot about her, he admitted sheepishly. Tsuyu, you should have lent him one. Takamikan Kiro, she said, looking at her boyfriend. Takame, he tore it when he tried to put it on. She knew her friend was a strong guy, and while his hero suit hid all the muscle he had, but she never imagined he had progressed so much since the first time she saw him when his suit was tearing. Tsuyu, well, you look good anyway. Midoriya, WL, thanks Suchin. Takame, with a small tap on the shoulder, caught the attention of his friend who watched him. Midoriya, did I say something wrong, he thought at first, but it was quite the opposite when seeing his friend move his head. He seemed to be saying something to him. Takame, you say something, and as if he had read his mind, he understood. Midoriya, DDO, you really expect me to? You look pretty too. She didn't know what had just happened. Her reasoning, she had understood one thing, but something inside her said exactly the opposite. The little frog looked at the green-haired boy silently for a few seconds, where he thought she was upset or something, but her reaction was something he did not expect. Tsuyu, think you Isa cooker. Tsuyu, come on, I put things this way. Midoriya, ayes. He turned his head only to see his friend with his eyes closed as he tried to hide what looked like a thumbs up. Midoriya, no, why are you doing that? The boy offered no explanation or even a feigned complaint. He simply began to walk, while dark shadow formed behind him. He, on the other hand, showed a worried look and moved his hands, looking for an explanation for the boy's reaction. He didn't know what to say since he had no idea what had happened, but even so he couldn't say anything, so just taking a deep breath he walked alongside his friend to where the amphibian had arranged everything. It was something simple and modest. Borrowing one of the tables in the place, the girl put a tablecloth on it and placed a small basket with sandwiches on top. Tsuyu, I don't know if you liked a specific type of sandwich, so I prepared several types: ham, tuna, chicken, cheese, jam, peanut butter. Kiro, Takame, I'll take one, he said, approaching and taking one from the basket. Midoriya, I think so too. The boy was about to take one, but the green-haired girl's words sounded after a few seconds. Tsuyu, does that mean they won't be coming to the pool? Kiro, the question stopped the green-haired boy who was just about to bite into his sandwich. Midoriya, well, the water really does look good. I think I'll go in the water for a while. Tsuyu, okay, let's go. Takame-kun, Takame, you go ahead, he said between chews. I don't want to leave my sandwich half-eaten, and I don't think they'll let me in if I just ate. Tsuyu, well, I guess it'll just be you and me. Izuku-kun. Kiro, having done this, the green-haired ones went their way while the crow boy watched this from a beach chair, serenely enjoying his sandwich. This had either been Takame's plan, or the universe was once again not in favor of the green-haired boy. Something the shadow wondered about. Dark Shadow, are you okay with this, he asked. Takame didn't open his eyes, simply enjoying the shade provided by the umbrella, and answered without much trouble. Takame, no, he said, simply taking another bite of his sandwich. Dark Shadow, I definitely don't like this at all. The green-haired boy was going to the pool with Tsuyu. Perhaps he would feel more at ease if he walked on his own, but the fact that the girl was once again holding his hand as they walked straight to the water fountain meant that he attracted everyone's attention in practically no time. It was already strange to see a girl wearing a bikini like the one she was wearing instead of a one-piece swimsuit in a public pool, but now that she was accompanied by a young man of her build and holding hands, it made everyone's eyes focus directly on the two of them. Tsuyu seemed to ignore all of this and was the first to enter the water, managing to generate a calm smile that only she could have, accompanied by a soft and adorable frog sound. Tsuyu, this is reassuring. She opened her eyes, seeing that the boy seemed hesitant to enter. Tsuyu, is something wrong, Midoriya, she asked, tilting her head. Midoriya, no, it's nothing, it's just, is it okay if I come in with you? Tsuyu, of course, let's go, the girl said with a smile as she offered her hand to the boy, indicating that he should accompany her. Hesitating a little, the boy took the girl's hand and she moved away slightly, leaving some space beside her. Tsuyu, well, Midoriya, it feels relaxing, the boy said as he sank down until half his face was underwater, being imitated by the girl opening his eyes slightly and seeing the green-haired girl. The boy was met with that sight, finding it amusing. Tsuyu, we look like a pair of little frogs. Kiro, this caused the boy to start laughing at the funny comparison. Accompanied by the girl, they were both laughing and passing the time playing at splashing water on each other when Tsuyu-san, a voice outside the pool, called to the green-haired girl, who, even though everyone knew her as expressionless and somewhat direct, could not help but turn her face into one of fear and surprise. Tsuyu, no, turning her head Toward the source of the sound she wished she hadn't even suggested going out that day. There before her stood though she hadn't expected to see that day much less there. The green-haired boy turned his head in the same way upon seeing the girl's expression only to react in the same manner. Tsuyu stood up and approaching the shore spoke. Tsuyu h hello dad hello mom hello. Samadare and Satsuki Kiro. Had he committed a crime in his past life? Was he also related to All for One? Or why was this happening to the boy? Because there in front of him was the whole frog family watching. As they both were in the water. Mr. Azui Suchin, what a surprise to find you here, my little frog. The man replied cheerfully. Tsuyu, I'm glad to see you, but what are you doing here? She asked nervously. Mesa is Azui. Well, your little siblings didn't have classes, and we decided to go out and have some fun. We sent you a message but you didn't reply. Tsuyu, oh, I see. Satsuki Tsuyu-san, who is he? Asked the youngest member of the family pointing at the broccoli that seemed to be boiling in the water. Samadare, is he your boyfriend? The original plan was simple, go to the places she'd been with Takami, get a feel for the atmosphere and then introduce him to her parents to maintain her lie, but now she had to throw that out the window and move everything forward right then and there. Mr. Azui, it really is you. How about you stand up, young man? The man asked, wanting to get a good look at the boys. The little frog stood up to help the green-haired boy, and he with his heart and his mouth got back up. Despite the difference in build and the initial impression, the boy felt like he was at the bottom of a hole when he was standing in front of the girl's father. Mr. Azui coughs. Azui Gamba, Tsuyu's father. From the photos he showed me, you must be her boyfriend. Midoriya Ayas. Midoriya Izuku, he said in his typical static pose. The man looked at him for a few moments. He didn't seem stupid, perhaps a little naive or distracted, and he wasn't scrawny either, but he wasn't too big to be able to touch his own back. His visual analysis had to stop a few seconds later when his wife approached the boy and took his hands. Mrs. Azui, I'm Tsuyu Chin's mom. Buru, don't worry about my husband. He seems tough, but deep down he's a softie, especially when it comes to his beloved little frog. All the toughness the man seemed to project burst like a balloon at the woman's words. Meanwhile the man looked away. Mr. Azui, well, you don't look bad, kid. That was all the man replied, trying to appear serious. This caused her to let out a nervous but sincere laugh. Looking down he bumped into the green-haired girl's younger brother, who seemed to be staring at him intently. Midoriya, is something wrong? Samadare didn't say anything at first, but after looking at his sister for a few seconds he looked back at the boy only to say, Samadare, sure you can carry my sister, she said casually. The green-haired girl next to him heard this, only turning red next to the green-haired boy to whom the question was directed. Midoriya WW, well, two can do it relatively easily. WW, in fact I can do it easily, but he added nervously. Satsuki, the little girl gasped, fascinated. Can you do it? Can you? The younger sister pleaded. Tsuyu Satsuki-kun. Dead at force isu Tsutsuan, if you don't. Midoriya WW, only if there are no problems for Tsuyu. Perhaps it was the fear of the family's surprise, or perhaps a part of him that forced him to do the complete opposite of what he wanted that made him comment about it, causing the green-haired ones to remain silent for a few seconds. Mrs. Azui, there's definitely something very adorable between you two. Mr. Azui, I suppose. Mrs. Azui, I have an idea, we should spend the day together. Don't you think? The cheerful woman said. Tsuyu, but mom, I don't know if it's a good idea. We came with a friend and it would be rude to tell him he'll be alone. Mrs. Azui, oh, no problem. You can tell her to come with us. Moments later the crowboy was lying in a hammock apparently, while his green-haired friends seemed to be crossing a minefield where the bombs were family questions and stepping on one by mistake would mean death. Mr. Azui, so how long have you been dating Tsuyu? A few months. Kira. Mrs. Azui, what other places have you gone out to? Midoriya WW, we went to an ice cream shop, Otto, the movies, and recently we decided to go back to the pool, he answered somewhat nervously. Satsuki, why do you stutter so much? The curious little girl asked. Midoriya WW's Mrs. Azui, children, I don't think those questions are appropriate. Samadare, how much weight can you lift? Midoriya Satsuki, do you like puppies or are you more of a kitten person? Midoriya WW8 Samadare, do you like video games? Satsuki, have you played Mortal Kombat? Were you able to fight Sub-Zero? Midoriya, and I know the boy could barely speak, wanting to avoid being rude and answer but overwhelmed by the young people's questions. Mr. Azui, enough. Everyone fell silent before the man's authoritarian voice as he crossed his arms and continued speaking. Mr. Azui, those questions, especially that last one, are rather silly. The children lowered their heads waiting for the rest of the scolding. Mr. Azui, they know that no one beats Sub-Zero. The children stared at the man for a few seconds, who after ceasing to feign an angry face let out a small laugh, leaving the embarrassed youngster silent, hiding a smile. Mr. Azui, I know you're intrigued and want to know About the boy, but first Dad needs to ask him a few questions. Okay, he said with a fatherly smile. And both children nodded more cheerfully. Mrs. Azui, come on boys, we can take you on the water rides. The children quickly said goodbye for the time being to their sister and the green-haired boy, leaving the father and the two of them talking. Mr. Azui, well, today is a special day and I don't want us to get overwhelmed with questions, so I'm going to ask you one more thing. The boy swallowed hard and as best he could nodded his head, feeling his chest jump with fear. Mr. Azui, what are your feelings for Tsuyu? The man's gaze, I didn't know if it was because of his frog-like appearance or because of the question he asked, but his face was serene and sought an explanation without anger, annoyance or disagreement. Mid-area, what can I say? Should I improvise? Well, she makes me feel calm. I feel like when I'm with her I can tell her things I'd never tell anyone else. She's a support to me. I feel like when I hold her hand my heart starts jumping with joy and I can't stop smiling, and when she smiles I just want to protect that smile because I feel like she's a beacon for me, and if I feel lost I can always go straight to her. The boy, with every word that came out of his mouth, felt utter disgust because some things were true. He felt that he could tell the girl some things and wanted to protect her from the day Shigaraki tried to kill her, but he also had to exaggerate, like saying that his heart jumped for joy when this was more like fear and panic. Adding things spontaneously, the atmosphere among them all became silent, ignoring the commotion all around them. With a little frog not knowing exactly how to react, I never imagined Takami would speak about her like that. I knew he was a man of few words, and I imagined his friend would be the same, that it would be difficult for him to say something like that out loud, but there he was in front of his father saying all that. The father carefully analyzing the boy's words and a living shadow feeling betrayed while his practically brother was sleeping, ignoring the whole spectacle. Mr. Azui, I see, the man said, then slowly approached the boy and extended his hand. Mr. Azui, if you feel all that for my girl, young man, I only ask one thing of you. If the day ever comes, and I pray to God that it never does, where for some reason there is between you two and you can no longer love each other, I beg you don't break her heart and just give me back my princess. Slowly raising his gaze, the green-haired boy felt devastated to see the man seemingly holding back tears. It was clear the woman's words had been true. He was a tender soul, a father who cared only for his daughter. Mr. Azui, you are definitely the most honest boy I have ever met, and it comforts me to know that you are my little girl's boyfriend. The boy felt once again trapped in a limbo of guilt, adrift amidst yet another expression of gratitude in a sea overflowing with them. He was trapped under the weight of all these expressions of thanks, drowning in them, yet for some reason he didn't try to escape, swimming desperately in the opposite direction without realizing it and letting his body act for him. He took the man's hand, completing the handshake. Mr. Azui, well, I'll go with my boys. See you later. That was the last thing the man said before walking away step by step, leaving the two green-haired people alone. Tsuyu coughs. Well, it seems that everything turned out all right. Midoriya, yes, he answered without any emotion in his voice. Sway, okay, let's go. They both walked to the table where the young crow-headed man was asleep, and in a somewhat awkward silence they both took a seat. The boy once again felt terrible about the lie he had just told, while the amphibian was unsure how to feel. Her plan, though ahead of schedule, had worked out well, but she didn't know what to do about the boy's words. Could it be that something he had said was true? Had he improvised? I had heard the boy speak from the heart several times, his feelings being genuine. Were these also genuine? However it happened, I didn't know what to say. Among her thoughts something appeared in front of her, and upon paying attention to it she realized it was a small dessert on a plate. Tsuyukiro, Midoriya, do you want to? The boy asked, not wanting to feel awkward, but he couldn't stay silent all afternoon either, so trying to change the subject he decided to talk about something else. I know you like jelly. I've seen, well, I know you like lemon jelly, and I didn't know if Tsuyu. Thank you, Izuku Kiro, she said, accepting the plate of gelatin. The minutes passed like this, with the happiness and camaraderie that had been noticeable minutes before not returning, and the fact that the crow boy did not wake up from his sleep only made the variety of topics noticeable. Midoriya, your dad, he's nice. Well, your whole family is. Tsuyu, oh, thank you. The silence was falling again. The boy didn't know how to start the conversation without bringing up what he'd said before. But Tsuyu, what you said to my father, the girl said, attracting the boy's attention, was a clever move. Kiro, Midoriya, well, I don't really know why I said that. Tsuyu, why do you say that? Midoriya, well, the boy felt embarrassed to admit that some things were lies, turning slightly red while the girl who was watching him was just getting an idea, but a mistaken one. Tsuyu, Izuku is that the real one? Thoughts about the boy's actions formed in her head, causing a slight blush to appear on her own face. Midoriya, don't misunderstand me. You're a cute girl and I do anything, but I without further ado, he couldn't say anything because something heavy landed on his back, and when he turned his head he found himself face to face with Tsuyu's little sister Satsuki. "Let's go to the slides," the little girl exclaimed, grabbing the boy's arm as best she could and pulling him along. Midoriya W8 This was seen by the little frog, who was also being pushed by her brother to where they wanted. "Tsuyu, Samadare, calm down, Samadare, come on. I want to get to the slide before Satsuki." Tsuyu wanted to talk to the green-haired boy and find out if her thoughts were correct or simply a mistake, but every time she seemed to have the opportunity, her little brothers would take them to explore the pool games, or miraculously, Takami would interrupt them. A little later the green-haired boy was at the top of a slide. At Satsuki's request she wanted to go on that ride. Midoriya extended his hand to help the infant, but she seemed even more frightened. "Midoriya, is something wrong?" "Satsuki, will I?" Midoriya quickly understood, and with an understanding smile he spoke. "Midoriya, are you scared of this slide?" The little girl didn't say anything but just nodded her head. Tsuyu, who was behind her little sister, spoke. "Tsuyu, okay, Satsu. Kitchen, we can go somewhere quieter. Samadare, you can come up if you want." "Kiro, Samadare, actually I'd also like to go to a quieter one," added the brother. Midoriya, "Well, I'll go with you." The boy was about to stand up, but the operator's voice stopped him. "Operator, sorry son, once you're in the seat you have to get off with someone." Midoriya, "Tsuyu, well, if you want we can go down together." "Izuku-kun." Kiro, having said that, the girl walked over to the small log-shaped wagon and taking a seat, received the instructions. "Operator, keep your hands on the bar and your head inside the vehicle at all times." Little by little the wagon climbed a mountain of tracks to the highest point. "Midoriya, it would be strange if after everything we've been through this is still going to be scary." Then the train car stopped momentarily at the top. "Tsuyu, Kiro, I wouldn't blame you," and quickly the train car descended at top speed, taking the young people by surprise who didn't know whether to scream with excitement or fear. Below, two young boys were walking along the edge of a swimming pool, apparently talking about something. "Satsuki, how much money did he give us?" "Samadare, I think 300 yen. "Satsuki, I didn't know that Tsuyusan's friend wanted her and her boyfriend to spend more time together." "Samadare, I'm considering calling him Uncle Takikami." "Satsuki, me too. Hey, shall we get some ice cream?" "Samadare, let's go." With Tsuyu and Izuku, both green-haired boys, were getting off the train car, both with open eyes and white pupils, without noticing that the young Takikami was walking in front of them. "Takikami, are you all right?" Midoriya murmurs. "Takikami 8 Tsuyu, is everything okay?" "Tsuyu, it was like riding on the back of a tiger through the eye of a hurricane," the girl said, her gaze distant. "Takikami, well, there must be a reason they call him the demonizer. Come on, I think that was enough swimming for today. I've already cleaned everything up, don't worry." The boy Kami looked at his friend and his girlfriend when with a slight glance he noticed something that once again did not bother him at all, and it was like both green-haired boys were still holding hands. Lost in thought, Takikami, well, let's go later. After almost an hour after finally saying goodbye to the girls' parents and changing, the young people were heading back to UA. Takami, well, everything turned out great. Midoriya, I think it could have been better. Tsuyu, yes, I agree. Takami, well, you can arrange that for Saturday. Midoriya and Tsuyu opened their eyes at what was said, searching with their gaze for an explanation. "Takikami, didn't you hear that your father was expecting you at your house on Saturday for dinner?" Tsuyu opened her eyes, not knowing what she was talking about. "Tsuyu, I and an O then." Takikami, yes. "Midoriya will go to your house." Silence reigned for a few seconds before the little frog spoke. "Tsuyu, Midoriya-kun, if it's not too much trouble, could you?" "Midoriya, of course, I guess I'll have to find some clothes to wear." "Tsuyu, thank you," she said softly. That night in the dormitories, the green-haired boy was trying to sleep, but the stress flooding his mind wouldn't allow it. He considered taking a pill, but he had to follow recovery girl's medical order at least. Standing up, he tried to do some exercise to tire himself out and finally get some sleep. But as he sat up he noticed the same shadow that had visited him the night before. "Dark shadow, Midoriya. Midoriya, dark shadow." He couldn't say more when the shadow grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him forcefully towards it. He was surprised and could only listen attentively. "Dark shadow, what the hell happened?" "Midoriya W, what are you talking about?" "Dark shadow, when I told you to look after Tsuyu, it wasn't so you could flirt with her, it was so you wouldn't let her find out what Takikami is doing." "Midoriya, Shashido, forgive me, I promise I don't know what happened. What I said, it just came out of my mouth, I don't know what came over me." The boy spoke as best he could, but the last thing he saw was him being punched in the face, and then he got out of bed again. Tuesday, he was in his bed and suddenly jumping up he went to his mirror to see if what he had seen was real or not, but there was no scratch, bruise or any sign that indicated he had received a blow to the face. Midoriya was at a nightmare. Looking around his darkened room, I noticed nothing out of the ordinary or anything that would indicate that something was simply not real. That nightmare seemed so real. I Felt like I was losing my mind, but it wasn't over yet. It was far from over. Midoriya raised his head, trying to calm himself down a little and remembering his list for that day. Midoriya, I'm going out with Kendo-san, the boy reminded himself with a hint of regret in his voice. Still aware of the medical order, the boy disobeyed once again and took one to go back to sleep. Midoriya, damn it. Chapter 30. Wednesday, the green-haired boy's day. It hadn't gone as well as he had hoped. Waking up really early because of that nightmare while his academic day was going relatively well. Of course, if he ignored the constant sweet looks that were fixed directly on him or the fact that he almost fell asleep during midnight's philosophy class, but finally his school day was over and now the other side of the coin was beginning. If you ask the boy, he would deny it at first, but the truth was he missed spending his days in his room exercising, watching stories about heroes, or reviewing his notes. He longed for the peace of days gone by. He was adjusting his outfit, wearing one of his classic shirts with the shirt print as he was getting ready to go out. She was finishing getting ready when she heard a horn outside the building sound. Looking out from the balcony towards the building's entrance, she saw the figure of a person on a motorcycle. It was strange. I had never seen anyone go to the building riding a motorcycle, but to his surprise, when he removed the helmet, he was able to recognize the owner of the motorized two-wheeler. Kendo. Hello, Midoriya, the girl greeted the green-haired boy from the window with a warm and bright smile. Midoriya H. Hello, it's Tsukasa. I'll be right down. The girl only let out a small laugh when she noticed how clearly nervous the boy looked, because in his haste he had crashed face first into her sliding door, which she could only find funny and adorable. The boy soon arrived at the main door of the building wearing a jacket over that silly shirt to look appropriate for the occasion, walking straight towards her with his head down after his brief accident and at the same time feeling his heart beat strongly with each step that brought him closer to her. Midoriya, I'm sorry for the delay. Kendo. It's okay, here, put this on and get in, the girl said, handing the green-haired boy a helmet. Midoriya took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then let out a small laugh. Kendo, is something wrong? Midoriya, and nothing. It's just I don't mean to sound conceited, but I find it funny how it has my colors. The girl only felt a little embarrassed because she hadn't expected the boy to discover what she had done. Kendo, well, I thought it would be kind of fun to put your colors on it, and you can't deny it would be great if you had a motorcycle when you turn pro. The girl excused herself, blushing slightly at the suggestion. Midoriya, hot, actually it doesn't seem like a bad idea, the boy thought, bringing his hand to his chin and raising his hand, although I have no experience with motorcycles. Kendo, well, I can teach you, the girl said, putting on her own helmet. Are you ready? The boy nodded just enough to put the helmet on his head and get into the vehicle. Kendo, hold on tight. Midoriya, yes, but where from? He couldn't say anything as the girl started moving, and instinctively the green-haired boy brought his hands forward and held on, placing his arms around the girl's stomach, clinging to her carefully, not squeezing too tightly. It was a strange feeling, although in a way it was pleasant for the girl, and it was the same for the green-haired boy, who didn't know exactly how to react. Midoriya, are you bothered by Kendo? And I know it's okay. To anyone else it would have seemed normal, a couple going for a ride on a motorcycle, but it was curious how the one in front was the red head with the green-haired one being the clear, fearful Midoriya. So this is your motorcycle? The boy said, wanting to chat and not just be quiet during his ride. Kendo, that's right, my dad got it when he was 6 years old. Midoriya, really? It looks new. Kendo, what can I say? I truly love this motorcycle. I dream that when I become a professional hero I can create my own motorcycle company. Midoriya, seriously? Kendo, hate, yeah, I know it's kind of ridiculous or weird, but Midoriya, none of that, the boy shouted, causing the girl to get a little scared. Midoriya, I think it's fascinating and above all amazing. It's a dream come true. Taking advantage of a red light, the orange-haired girl turned to look at the boy, managing to see that even though she had her visor down she could see his eyes shining at what he was saying. Kendo, do you really believe that? And the green-haired boy nodded happily. Turning her gaze forward, the girl couldn't help but smile and feel his face warm. Kendo, thanks. Hey, when I achieve it I'm going to have a motorcycle made for you to use when you're a hero. Midoriya, only if you teach me how to use it first. They both laughed before continuing their journey. Along the way the girl took advantage of the opportunity, using vehicles to explain things about mechanics to the boy. After a while she stopped in what appeared to be a parking lot. They both got off the motorcycle, revealing to the boy that they were at a small fair. Kendo, hey, I didn't ask if you like fairs. If you don't like them we can go somewhere else, the girl said, starting to put her helmet back on. Midoriya, I love them, he said, smiling. She didn't know how, but seeing the boy smile gave her an indescribable feeling of satisfaction and joy. That smile was contagious, causing everyone who saw it to smile back. Kendo, I'm glad. After securing their motorcycle they both walked through the small fair. There were doll suites and a few other interactive activities everywhere you looked. Kendo, I don't know how many times I've come to this fair and I don't know how many times it will continue to fascinate me, he said while observing his surroundings. The green-haired boy felt tenderness for the way the girl looked at everything. Wanting to do something, he looked around the nearby stall, seeing one that caught his attention, and without hesitation he approached it. Kendo and Midoriya, while looking around trying to spot the green-haired boy, it wasn't long before she saw the boy approaching her carrying things in his hands. Midoriya, here, I bought you one, he said, handing the girl a glass. Kendo took it in her hands, feeling a sensation of warmth, and upon taking the first sip a familiar taste invaded her. Kendo, is it coffee? Midoriya, ease, have noticed you have a love for coffee, and well, I thought maybe. Kendo didn't wait and approached the boy to hug his arm and looked at him with a beautiful smile. Kendo, thank you very much. Midoriya, just seeing the girl smiling made his heart leap with joy. Midoriya, it's nothing. Enjoying their coffee, they strolled through the rest of the festival together, playing at some stalls, buying souvenirs, sampling a few food stalls, or simply observing their surroundings, when something at a nearby stall caught the girl's eye. The boy, noticing this, curiously approached to ask about it. Midoriya, did you see something? Kendo, oh, and nothing, I was just looking at that metal. Midoriya, what is it? Kendo, it's from a motorcycle manufacturer's brain. Midoriya, do they make models like yours? Kendo, I wish my motorcycle is a mix of different models and brands. That metal is from Harley Davidson, one of the best motorcycle manufacturers. Midoriya, wait a minute, you created your own motorcycle? Kendo, yes, I still have things to improve, but I think that metal would look great added to the side, she said with enthusiasm in her voice. The girl approached the establishment and, ringing a small bell, spoke. Kendo, excuse me, what is the price of the medallion? Vendor, the skull medallion, it costs 14,540 yen. The girl's cheerful and enthusiastic expression quickly vanished, not believing it was worth so much. Kendo, I see, well, thanks. Sighs, damn, the boy noticed this, and perhaps it was her change from going out with the girls these past few weeks, or it was simply his typical way of acting, but he stopped her by grabbing her wrist. Kendo, what's happening? That was all he could ask before seeing the boy take out his wallet and from it a wad of bills. Midoriya, he wants the medallion. Salesman, whatever you say, boss. The girl couldn't believe it. She didn't know whether to be embarrassed or thrilled by what the boy had just done, even less so when upon receiving it the boy approached her, stood in front of her, took her hand and placed the medallion in her palm, carefully closing it. Taking a few steps back, the boy admired the redhead's reaction and just smiled. Midoriya, Kendo, I this is Midoriya, don't you like it? Kendo, I love it, but with a gentle grip on the boy, placing his hands on her shoulders. I caught her eye, still observing that cheerful look. Midoriya, then that's what matters now. The girl felt like her heart might explode because of that damn cute green-haired disinterested boy. Little by little, she felt her face burning more and more as the seconds passed. Midoriya laughs, come on, there's still a lot to see. Kendo lowered her gaze to admire the medallion in the palm of her hand. She had never mentioned the medallion to the boy before, nor had she ever directly told him that she loved him, and yet he didn't hesitate for a second to buy it and give it to her. The fact that he put her happiness above all else was a beautiful thing and typical of someone like him. She knew she should take better care of that medallion now that the green-haired boy had given it to her, and carefully she put it in her pocket. The boy was about to start walking when he felt the girl grab his arm again. Kendo, thanks again. Midoriya, it's nothing. Kendo-san. They wandered around the fair for a while longer until the crowds and lack of space forced them to look for a more relaxing place. This turned out to be the nearby beach. Midoriya, so you and your dad built your motorcycle? Kendo, yes, he told me he used to go to a beach, or rather a garbage dump by the sea. He used to find parts like old tires and spare parts, until one day he found a motorcycle frame. Little by little we started putting my little bike together until it became what it is today. Midoriya, while he said, fascinated. Kendo, it wasn't all good. On more than one occasion I used to damage engines and flood my house with engine grease. They both walked along the seashore until they found a bench nearby with a view of the ocean. They both took their seats, and letting out a slight sigh, both young men remained silent. It wasn't an awkward silence, a lack of communication or boredom. It was a comfortable silence where they enjoyed each other's company without having to speak, a welcoming silence. Midoriya, I find your passion for motorcycles fascinating, the boy said casually, not knowing when he said it. It just came out of his mouth. Kendo, oh well, thanks. Midoriya, this took the girl by surprise as she hadn't expected such words out of nowhere. Midoriya, please just call me Izuku, he said, smiling. Kendo, thank you Izuku, it means a lot to me. She rarely called anyone by their name except for her closest friends or the occasional friend from class, but this boy, it was a different feeling she felt. He was something special, unlike the others. Midoriya, I'm really glad. Kendo-san, and likewise, she wanted it to be something special for the boy. Kendo fiddled with her fingers trying to keep her voice from sounding strange, and taking a breath she added, Kendo, if you want you can just call me Itsuka. It doesn't bother me at all, or you can keep calling me Kendo, it's no problem at all, I mean. She was quickly becoming nervous, but she stopped speaking when she felt the green-haired boy's hand gently placed on hers. When she turned to look at the boy, he was just looking at her with that smile that seemed to drive her crazy. Midoriya, okay, Itsuka-san. Hearing the boy say her name, seeing him look at her with that smile filled her with a feeling of fullness that made her face flush. She just looked away, trying not to embarrass herself any further in front of the boy, but she couldn't hide her smile. Kendo, so beep. The girl looked at her phone, noticing that there were only a few hours left before UA closed its doors. Midoriya, I think we should head back, make the most of our time. The trip is rather long, the boy said, approaching the orange-haired girl and noticing the alarm. Kendo, yes, I think so. The girl stood up and was about to walk away, but the boy stopped her. Midoriya, Itsuka-san, wait. She was staring at the boy, watching as he looked at her tenderly and somewhat protectively. He smiled, turned his gaze to his pocket and pulled out his phone. Midoriya, could I take your picture if it's not too much trouble? Of course. The girl adored the sight before her, the boy's flushed cheeks, his green hair blending with the orange of the sunset, and the small, slow, gentle movement of his hand as he held hers. Kendo, of course, I replied with a smile. After moving a little further away until they were at the water's edge, she tidied herself up as best she could while the boy prepared his phone. Kendo, is this okay? Midoriya, yes. Kendo, I hope I don't look ugly. Midoriya, that's impossible. The boy admired the photograph for a while. He didn't know how so much beauty could exist in a single picture, but there it was, the proof. Kendo, well, Midoriya, you're beautiful. It was easy for the boy to smile, but receiving a compliment from him made it much easier. After walking back to the parking lot, both young men were calmly putting on their helmets. Midoriya, so back to you. Kendo, that's right, well, go up. This surprised the boy, because the girl was still standing. Midoriya, shouldn't you, Kendo, get on first? He note, because I'm going to teach you how to ride a motorcycle, he said with a smile. Midoriya, what could drive a motorcycle? Drive your motorcycle, Itsuka-san. It have never driven before. I wouldn't want to damage your motorcycle because of me. Kendo, nah, don't worry, I can fix it any day now. Besides, I told you I teach you how to use it, and I'm confident you'll do fine. Midoriya thought about it for a few seconds, and after a few seconds he accepted. Midoriya, he mounted in front of the vehicle and, taking his position, awaited instructions. Midoriya, so now the boy stopped when he felt the girl cling to his torso, and approaching him she instructed him, Kendo, now place your hand on the key and pump to start the engine. The boy did as asked, starting the engine, which roared, surprising the boy and causing him to become alert. Midoriya, that's good. Kendo, congratulations, you started your first motorcycle. Midoriya, thank you. And what now? He asked, his voice filled with excitement. Kendo, now speed up. No sooner had he said it than the boy moved the accelerator, and instantly the motorcycle moved forward. The boy's driving was, to be honest, rather clumsy, with Kendo having to help him brake or maneuver to avoid colliding with anyone. Was it risky? A little, yes. Terrifying? A little bit too. Was it fun? There were bound to be a few laughs. Fascinating. Special? It definitely was, taking advantage of the time they had, and having also visited UA, the redhead used her trip to instruct the boy on how to drive the vehicle. Kendo, okay, let's do this one more time. Midoriya, yes. The boy once again followed the steps the girl had told him, and in a calmer and more relaxed manner resumed his return journey. Its handling was noticeably smoother and calmer, less frantic or clumsy, so much so that the girl could finally let her guard down and leave behind the feeling that they were going to crash. Adjusting her hands around the boy's torso again, the redhead felt calm as she looked up. She could see the stars becoming more visible, floating in the middle of the sea that was that black sky. I glanced at the boy through the rear view mirrors, even with the obstruction of the visor, and I was able to see a smile on the boy's face which made me feel fulfilled. Slowly she began to lower her head until it fell onto the boy's back, and with a little more force she squeezed the boy in a hug. He swore that even with his helmet on, or the noise around him generated by his engine, he could still hear the boy's heartbeat on his back. It was something relaxing and comforting, like white noise singing in her head, that made her want to be closer to the boy in front of her. Her breathing slowed like a gentle little lullaby. Minutes later the green-haired boy had arrived at UA with the orange-haired girl, where after arriving at the parking lot to leave the motorcycle, the boy was still being held by the orange-haired girl. Midoriya, Itsuka-san, but he received no response. Looking back, he noticed the girl wasn't reacting. After waving his arms slightly, he finally realized what was happening. Kendo is asleep, clinging to him. He knew he should wake her up to take her to her bedroom, but she looked so calm and so sweet at that moment that he didn't have the courage to do it. So carefully he removed his helmet and carrying her in his arms walked with her until he reached her bedrooms. It wasn't difficult because when he lifted her up she wrapped her arms around the boy's neck on her own, hiding her face against his chest. I had never imagined it, but she looked so beautiful asleep, extremely relaxed. Usually she had that face that reflected authority and security. But in a way she was always alert with her guard up. It wasn't until that moment that he was able to see it's a Kendo completely and genuinely calm at peace. I'll finally reach the door to the Class B dormitories. The boy rang the bell as best he could. It wasn't long before someone came to answer. Satsuna. Oh hi Midoriya, what do you need? She asked upon seeing the boy stopping her greeting when she saw her president in his arms. Oh I see, give her to me, I can handle her. The boy approached the green-haired girl to hand over his friend, but when she felt the boy taking her away from her she let out a small moan and clung to him like an infant. Satsuna. Oh, it seems he doesn't want to. Midoriya, what should I do? Satsuna. Well, you could take her to her room and leave her there. Midoriya. Madame. Satsuna. Yes, no problem, come in. The boy reluctantly obeyed, going upstairs and being guided by the green-haired girl to her room. Opening the door, the green-haired boy carefully entered, trying not to invade her room any further. Reaching the side of her bed he began to lower the president little by little until she felt the soft mattress. The boy had started to let go of her, but once again the redhead took his hand and with a small effort seemed to be asking him not to move away from her. Midoriya. Damn Satsuna, leave it to me, the girl whispered, taking a stuffed animal. The girl detached her hand holding the plush object and after deceiving the redhead she let go of the boy clinging to the doll. Satsuna. Tada Midoriya's thank you. They were both heading towards the exit of the room, but a clear groan was audible to both of them as they saw how the president had an annoyed face while she was still asleep. Satsuna. I don't think that will be enough. Midoriya. I don't want to leave her like this, the boy said. Satsuna. Well, it seems the prince has to give the princess a good night kiss. The girl said mockingly. She pushed him back a little into the room and the boy slowly began to walk towards the redhead standing in front of her. I couldn't tell if her calm face was more adorable or when she seemed to have a pout. However, she was beautiful either way, gathering all his confidence. At that moment the boy leaned down and kissed the girl's forehead, and in a few seconds her annoyance just dissipated and finally she was calm. Leaving the room quickly the boy closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. Satsuna. That's definitely the cutest thing I've seen all day, and I've been watching videos of kittens wearing hats. Midoriya's. Please forgive me for having to roam in too, didn't mean to leave it. Suka. Satsuna. Oh, and you called her by her name. That girl has definitely hit the jackpot. Midoriya's. I think I'll go. Satsuna. He relaxed friend, I'm just bothering you. Come on, I'll walk you home. The girl did as she was told. She went and relaxed and they went down the stairs to the common room. Satsuna. I'll tell Kendo that you brought her back. Don't worry Midoriya. Thank you. The boy once again headed to his bedroom eager to end his day. It had been wonderful and rewarding to go out without having to pretend to have any reasons in building. The boy was finishing taking off his shirt and simply let himself be thrown onto his bed, letting out a sigh. Midoriya. Tomorrow will be better, he thought to himself, trying to console himself. Chapter 31. Thursday. Young Midoriya was getting out of bed, clearly feeling sleepy. He put on some clothes and left for the kitchen in the common room for a glass of water before the start of classes. I had barely entered the room when happy birthday, the green-haired boy jumped slightly in fright, almost about to fire an air gun when his brain finished processing what had been said and who had said it. Lita. Oh, false alarm, it's Midoriya. Gun, the president said to the group, waving his hands and cutting through the air in his typical manner. Quickly he grabbed his friend by the shoulder and led him into the kitchen while the boy just stared in amazement. Lita, you scared us. Midoriya. We thought you were Ashido. Midoriya. And no, don't tell me that, the boy stammered, wanting it to remain part of his dream. Lita, yesterday is Thursday, July 30th. It's Ashido-san's birthday. Did you forget? Midoriya too. The boy had messed up. He had completely forgotten that it was his birthday and had spent all his money on yesterday's Kendo medallion. She wanted to be honest, but quickly footsteps were heard again coming down the stairs. When this happened everyone fell silent and turned off the lights. Ira was the one who made sure Midoriya also hid in the doorway. A silhouette could be seen clearly, female, and she seemed still sleepy. She had barely stepped into the kitchen when class surprise confetti streamers and a large birthday banner quickly caught the girl's attention as well as that of most of her classmates. All of this instantly banished her sleepiness. Mina, did everyone remember? The girl shouted excitedly, surprised to see what they had organized. Zero, of course, the boy said with a strangely nervous tone in his voice. The girls quickly approached their friend and her classmates also congratulated her with pats and hugs, the most notable being the hug for the green-haired boy whom the girl did not leave alone. Ashido didn't let it go, and after a quick mental roll call the girl realized something Mina Karashima, the red-haired boy, was not present as his friends had not managed to get him out of bed. Mina, okay, so how do we start this? With that said, everyone started singing for the girl who was extremely happy to celebrate her birthday with her friends, especially when she asked the green-haired boy to stay close to her. In a way, she was glad that it was the freckled one who was accompanying her instead of the reddish one. After that, the eagerly awaited distribution of gifts began. The boy was embarrassed because he had nothing in his hands: clothes, accessories, shoes, makeup, or even money from his delegates, but the boy had empty hands. Lita, very well, only you are missing Midoriya. I'm sorry, but I couldn't get anything, the boy admitted, embarrassed, and began to bow his head in apology. Mina, don't worry, she said as she approached the green-haired boy and hugged him again. The fact that you were here is enough. Hey, a listless voice sounded, approaching the kitchen loud enough for everyone to hear it. As soon as she heard the boy's voice, all the enthusiasm the pink-skinned girl had seemed to die instantly. Turning my head to look at the redhead, he was wearing a shirt, apparently pajama slippers, and his hair was disheveled without its usual spiky look. Karashima yawned. Hey, what's with all the noise? It's 5 a.m. and you can hear it all the way upstairs. It's not time for school yet, the redhead said, scratching his face without opening his eyes for a moment. More than one person knew it was a terrible presentation for a birthday. Even Bakugo, who was the least likely person to be seen at a party, looked more decent than the boy. Obsessed with manly things. Zero up, bro, I think you should open your eyes, the boy said, trying to save his friend from the embarrassing moment. He opened only one of his eyes while carving the other, and upon seeing everything he seemed to take his time to analyze it. There were a few moments of silence until he erupted in shouts. Karashima, happy birthday to Mina. We're past that part, she said coldly, finally pulling away from the green-haired boy and crossing her arms. Observing her boyfriend's actions, the boy stopped his belated singing while his arms were wide open. Karashima, well, in that case let me hug you. He was going to hug her, but a judgmental look was enough to tell her it was a bad idea. Karashima, WL, how about we go out today? I couldn't get a present because I didn't have enough time, the boy lied, trying poorly to save his skin. I promise it will be a wonderful day. Mina didn't need to be a fortune teller or have a mind-reading quirk to know that the boy had completely forgotten his birthday. He felt as if his insides were like a glass of water into which a drop was falling, and when it joined with all the rest of the water it finally began to overflow outwardly. The girl just took a deep breath and smiled. She approached the redhead. Mina, hey Kiri, do you know what I want for my birthday? She said, smiling. Karashima saw this, believing that his lie might work and save him from a beating. Karashima, oh, and I know, but tell me. I'm sure I can do what he said, showing his teeth happily and clenching his fist. Mina approached step by step until she was on her tiptoes and at the level of the boy's ear to whisper to him, Mina, I want to break up with you, the girl said in a dry voice, just enough to smile at the boy and walk back to where her group of friends were to continue celebrating her birthday. In all his life since obtaining his quirk, he had never received a blow as strong as that one. His friend, his girlfriend, had just asked him to break up with her. Meanwhile, a green-haired boy could already guess what the girl had just asked the redhead, judging by his stunned expression. At the same time, an ash-blonde boy was trying to stifle his laughter at the sight of the fiery red hair, his gaze unfocused once again. The green-haired boy felt like he was falling from a skyscraper upon learning that the pink-haired girl had just broken up with her boyfriend. At least he was grateful it wasn't public. Karashima, what the hell? And now I felt like I wanted to vomit right there. Everyone turned to look at the redhead. After that surprising reaction, Ida, Karashima, please lower your voice, we're trying to celebrate Ashido-san's birthday. Your girlfriend, please offer some respect if you're late. Karashima, Mina, look, I don't want to do this in front of everyone. Can we talk in private? Some of them must have been sincere about the boy's words. They became curious, especially given the tone in which he expressed himself. Mina, talk about what I'm sure of what I'm saying. Karashima, can we just think this through carefully? WWE, don't have to rush. Mina, do you really want me to repeat that size? Fine, I'm done with you. Some choked on the cake, others dropped their drinks, and a green-haired boy felt like he wanted to run away. Well, finally the girl seemed to have made a decision. Karashima B, but why? Mina approached the redhead and after giving him a few light pats on the cheeks, she spoke. Mina, think about it all, and you'll know why. Karashima, she knew that Ashido rarely became serious, and that was when she spoke most seriously, making her look terrifying. The boy couldn't say anything as his friends quickly approached him to try to console him. He did what his girlfriend, or rather his ex, told him to do right now, and in his opinion he had been a great boyfriend, believing that it was one of those typical woman dramas that he didn't understand. On the other hand, the girl felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, even feeling that she could breathe more easily. But even so, She went to where the green-haired boy was and stood beside him. Mina, do you want to do anything today? She asked, smiling. The boy became nervous, believing that something like this would be too obvious in front of everyone, but no one seemed to have noticed this as they continued to murmur about what had just happened in front of their eyes. Some of the boys left the small celebration with the redhead trying to support him after his painful breakup. Later classes continued as usual, with the occasional visit from a member of another class to celebrate the girl's birthday. Nothing out of the ordinary except for the large crowd of boys gathered around the redhead upon learning of the surprising breakup. Midoriya, it seems like you're taking it well, the boy said, taking a sip from his carton of milk. Mina, actually, I'm doing wonderfully, the girl clarified while happily eating her dessert. Midoriya, I still regret not giving you anything. Mina, hee, I told you no need. The boy's concern was adorable and sweet in her opinion, but right now it gave her a small idea. Something pays off to show him how much I loved him and how much he meant to me. Mina, but maybe there's something you can do, like my birthday present, if you don't mind. Of course Midoriya, it'll do whatever it takes. Mina, well, I just wish you were with me in my room today and just hang out. Midoriya, of course. The girl smiled just as she brought another spoonful of dessert to her mouth. In the distance they were seen by several of the girls who watched the scene with some jealousy, although they had to accept it for a simple reason. Kyoka, is she using her birthday power, or is it just because she just broke up with Kurashima? Either way, it's a big coincidence. Momo, I can't interrupt now with the fact that she broke up with Kurashima and it's his birthday. I'll seem insensitive later. Time passed until classes finally ended. Everyone went about their personal activities, while a pair of curly-haired people were walking strangely closer than usual. Upon entering the dormitories, the pink-skinned girl planned to go straight upstairs with the green-haired boy who was with her, but a tug on the boy's neck made her stop as soon as she stepped onto the first step. Midoriya, hey Kaka-chan, back you go. You and I nerd need to talk, he said in his typical unfriendly and angry tone. Midoriya Ishido noticed this and decided to let them talk, taking advantage of the fact that she was tidying her room in record time. After agreeing with a glance, the pink-skinned girl left the green-haired boy with his old friend, and being dragged to the kitchen he pushed him to stay in the room. Midoriya, Kaka-chan, I've never told anyone about this, I swear, the boy said, trying to save his life from whatever was about to happen. Oh, that's what it sounded like. The boy thought he had finally lost his mind, not only hearing it but seeing how the ashen-haired man had laughed slightly. But he had Bakugo, I can't believe you actually stole fire-haired nerd's girlfriend. I don't know whether to feel sorry for Raccoon or for you stealing that other idiot's girlfriend, he said mockingly. Midoriya, it wasn't my intention for that to happen. Bakugo, if Fires found out you've been dating her, she definitely would have had an amazing morning. Although it was great to see Raccoon tell him to buck off, it was so cool. Midoriya, Kaka-chan, why am I here exactly? The boy asked, wanting to know the reason for being summoned. Dragged by his old friend. Bakugo took a breath and finally in his typical serious tone spoke. Bakugo, because you didn't even bring Raccoon a damn fly this morning, and if you're going to spend the whole afternoon with her, at least make her something and don't be such a useless jerk, the boy said, throwing an apron and hitting the other boy hard on the shoulder as he removed the apron from his face. The green-haired man could see the ashen-haired man leave as if nothing had happened. Midoriya, I guess that's fair enough. Let's see Nato with Akira, the boy muttered, trying to mentally recall the recipe. The pink-skinned girl was tidying her room, finishing folding her clothes, arranging her gifts, and cleaning as much as possible. In a way, she was grateful that the leader of her back asked what had borrowed her date at that moment, giving her time to organize. Minutes passed and finally all the mess in his room had vanished. Mina, done, she said, wiping the dust from her hands. Now we just need Izuku to her. Knock knock. The knocking on the door made her go immediately, and when she opened it she found the green-haired boy who had his hands full. Mina, Izuku, tats. Midoriya, I know you like Nato, and I thought since it was your birthday I could make it. I'm not saying I only did it because it was your birthday, I could make it for you any day. But once again the boy knew how to steal her heart. This time he prepared her favorite dish in the universe. He even claimed he could cook it for her any day. Smiling sweetly, the girl took him by the tie and pulled him into her room, careful not to make him trip, and then closed the door behind him. The boy handed a plate of food to the girl who had brought out that table once again, and standing in front of it she thanked him for the plate, and they began to eat together once again. As they both ate, the green-haired boy could see how with each bite the girl tasted. She smiled as she savored it with pleasure. This caused the boy's heart to overflow with joy at the girl's sweet expressions. After finishing eating, the girl approached her bed and, as on previous occasions, patted the space next to her, indicating to the boy that he should join her. He obeyed, and after standing beside her the girl gently pulled him down and As he did she hugged him Midoriya. So what do you want to see, Mina? Anything would be fine, I just want you to hug me too. The girl was looking for something entertaining while little by little the boy was hugging the pink-haired birthday girl, who feeling his hug was settling into his chest while continuing to watch television. Later the green-haired boy had been watching movies with the pink-haired girl for a long time, where the sun had even set a long time ago, but the girl seemed more interested in not letting go of that hug than in anything else around her, and the boy seemed to love this, gently caressing her face, who smiled with every little action he took. But surprisingly the girl stood up. Mina, will you come with me? This puzzled the boy. Midoriya, where to? Mina, I just want to go out on the balcony for a few minutes. He found no reason to refuse, and being taken by the girl's hand they both headed outside the room. While they were there the girl leaned on the railing to look up at the starfilled sky, and the boy imitated the girl's action, gazing at the sky. The moment of silence was pleasant. They didn't have to talk about anything to be comfortable, and that was fine. It was just the two of them, the night sky and the soft sound of crickets accompanied by a gentle breeze. Mina, thank you for staying by my side as you cook on. Midoriya turned his head to look at the girl, who was giving him a kind smile. Midoriya, I couldn't break the birthday girl's wish. Mina, no, I don't just mean today, but these past few weeks. Thank you for all of that, the girl explained, and little by little she moved closer and closer to the green-haired boy's face, who once again did nothing to stop the obvious. If you don't mind, I'd like to end my birthday with something else. The boy seemed to be hypnotized every time he stared into the girl's eyes, feeling his heart beat rapidly and a kind of warmth emanating from within him. Midoriya, of course, he whispered as the girl was just inches away from him, gently taking the boy's face in her hands. The pink-skinned girl began to stand on her tiptoes to join her lips with his once more. Every time she kissed him she felt a small electric shock in her head, which tempted her to do it again and again without stopping. Kissing the boy had become an addiction for her, and the boy, once again he was struggling internally with what was right in that situation, but it seemed that once again something inside her found a way to break down her walls of morality. She doesn't have a boyfriend anymore. Then what's the problem? Well, and as if the switch of conscience inside his head had been switched off once again, the boy gave in to his desires, taking the girl's hands that were covering her face. The boy slowly removed them, now holding her by the shoulders and making a bold move. He kissed her and then began to explore her mouth with his tongue. The girl had never expected this. She hadn't anticipated the green-haired boy doing something like this, but she knew she liked it. Her heart felt even faster. The idea of him being so bold, she loved it so much that she wanted to try it too. A small tongue fight was taking place between the two of them, where the exchange of saliva was inevitable, and the heat between them made them go even harder, but the lack of air from the efforts they were making to dominate the other made them stop for a few moments, observing each other's faces. No one interrupted him that time, since it was already late, and the only evidence of what the two of them were doing at that moment was that thread of saliva they shared. Mina, do you want us to go inside? The girl whispered between soft sighs. Midoriya, yes, the boy replied in the same way. The girl had barely opened the door to her room when the boy reacted and kissed her again, as she though found no other answer than to place her arms behind her neck and cling to the boy's grip. At one point the boy fell backward onto the pink-haired girl's bed, who couldn't find a better way to take control now. Mina, you're a treasure, did you know that? That's all she said with a pouty face I'd never seen on her before, moving to his neck and starting to kiss and give him hickeys. Perhaps it was an involuntary reaction, but the boy began to place his hands on the girl's slender waist, and in a moment of opportunity he switched places with the alien. Now being the one on top of her, Mina had a magnificent view of the boy towering over her, wishing with all her heart that it was real and not just a dream. Mina, you know, I didn't say this before, but taking the boy's shirt and giving it a little tug, you're not invited. If he listened, if he did what the girl asked, he would be crossing a line from which he might not be able to return afterwards. I wish I had done that. The boy just smiled, and without wasting any time the boy removed his shirt, letting the girl see his well-built body once again. He was about to lean in and kiss her again, but a touch on his lips from the girl's finger stopped him. Mina, calm down, tiger, I'm still missing. The boy moved away a little, letting the girl stand up and get comfortable. He couldn't tear his eyes away as the girl slowly unbuttoned her shirt, giving the boy the occasional mischievous glance. After a wait that seemed to have been eternal, the girl removed her shirt in front of the boy's eyes, revealing her top piece of underwear. Mina just watched as the green-haired boy's face turned red while he continued to look at her with that same look of desire. Mina, do you like it? I like black. I don't know why, she commented, stalling and playing hard to get for the boy. Are you waiting for an invitation? She finally said, coquettishly beckoning him closer with her index finger. The boy then began to approach, and just as she had done, he began attacking her neck, kissing her and leaving some hickey marks And the girl could only cling to the boy's back, unconsciously beginning to scratch him but hoping that he wouldn't stop for anything. Mina, you're definitely the best gift I could have received today, she said before kissing him again and continuing what they were doing at that moment. Hours later, the green-haired boy was leaving the girl's room after a long session of kisses and caresses. She had finished exhausted, and after settling her in for sleep he left, but not before giving her one last goodnight kiss. And now the boy felt that every time he walked he wasn't himself. He was more like a spectator. He wasn't the one controlling his damned and wretched body at that moment. It wasn't until he got to his room and closed the door that he threw himself to the floor against the wall. Midoriya, what have I done? The boy asked himself over and over, trying to figure out why he did what he did, but a sharp pain began to pierce his head at that moment. And he could only imagine that he was undergoing a lobotomy. Small memories of what he'd done with Mina played in his mind, but it didn't feel new. He felt like he'd done something like this before. Caressing a girl's neck, kissing her, exploring her. Then memories surfaced in her mind as if they had been blocked long ago and were only now becoming visible. She began to remember something. Small fragments that now made sense. What he did, what he had just done, he had done it with Nejire. Now everything made sense. Why he couldn't remember anything, why he had made that gesture. He thought he'd misunderstood how he had acted so naturally when they went to the hot springs. His body felt cold, and the only thing he could do at that moment was go to the bathroom in his room and lock himself inside for a while. She took off her clothes and turned on the cold water, and there in the solitude of the room, with the water cascading over her body, she began to shed small tears of despair. He didn't believe something like that had happened to him, despite not wearing any clothes, and even though the water hit his back, and no matter how much he scrubbed he felt dirty. He felt like an idiot and a coward for not having figured this out. He just wanted to help. He didn't want any of that. He didn't want the girls to fall in love with him. He didn't want the families to get attached to him. He didn't want to have been abused. Chapter 32. Friday. Hours had passed and the boy was still in the shower in his room. He had spent so much time crying that no more tears could come out of his eyes, but still a small tremor lived in him. It wasn't because of the cold water, but because of everything she had been remembering that had happened just a few hours before. About a few hours ago, the green-haired boy was lying on top of the pink-haired girl, who was at that moment having a kiss as passionate as when they started at hours before. She didn't know if it was the long wait she'd had the desire to have something like this with that boy, the fact that he was the one who started it all, or if it was a birthday present she would never forget. However it happened, it made the spark that burned in her heart for the boy burn even brighter. When it was her turn to be on top of him and position herself on his abdomen, she took the small task of savoring his body until she was satisfied, starting from his neck and ending at the very last of his abdominal muscles. She would remember that moment for the rest of her life. The boy's somewhat lustful gaze mixed with clear emotion and nervousness made his action more than satisfactory. The way her nails lightly brushed against the boy's muscles, and how he let out the occasional soft sound as he did so, the electric shock in her brain when the boy regained control over her and touched her breasts for the first time, and at the same time kissed her neck, hunting for her lips. These were emotions he could never forget in his life, and which he would never want to forget. At one point, amidst the caresses and kisses, a brush of the girl's hand against the boy's pants caught her attention. When she looked down, she noticed a bulge in the boy's pants, giving a mocking look. She glanced at the green-haired boy's face, who seemed to have noticed this. Mina looks like someone else wants to play too, she said, leaning close to the boys. The boy felt an unusual warmth with every movement the girl made to remove the last piece of his uniform, and now the lustful kisses he had shared with Mina, the heated caresses they had exchanged, what they had done to reach ecstasy. Every time he remembered that, memories seemed to blend together, where he had apparently done something similar with Nejire, who offered her body to the boy's desires, and he did the same. I had always believed that these things happened when two people loved each other, not only physically but emotionally, sharing various experiences, tastes, moments of happiness and sadness, knowing that they would never abandon each other, or so he imagined. Now it felt like it was just an outlet for his carnal desires, like what he felt meant nothing. Damn it, he couldn't even maintain his own morality, but he couldn't talk to anyone about it because he felt everyone would make fun of him like they had during his time in high school. No one had ever cared about him except his mother, but now, after everything that had happened to him, of all the people in the world, he couldn't tell her something like that. What would they say about him? What are you, gay? Well, it's your amends, you should be happy, you should be grateful, they did that for you. It was these and similar phrases that the boy made in his head that caused him to feel like a void was being created in his chest. Midoriya, no, I can't tell anyone this. He finally left the bathroom, and the first thing he noticed was the whiteboard, that damned whiteboard, which not only reminded him of his secret but also of his failure to keep his promises to the girls he approached, and with a trembling hand he presented his list. Uraraka, everything's fine. Momo, everything's fine. Kyoko, birthday. Mina, I had hex with her. Toru, everything's fine. Tsuyu, I have to go have dinner with her family. Kendo, everything's fine. Nejire, I need to talk to her. The green-haired boy looked at this with a huge disappointment inside himself. Approaching his table, he took the bottle of pills and swallowed one before going to lie down. While there were still things to do later, the school day was stranger than usual, with a cold air in the air from Karashima, who was no longer happily chatting with his friends and hadn't made any manly comments all day. However, the pink-skinned one had woken up in an even better mood, jumping here and there with a smile always on her face, being easily noticed by her friends at lunch. Toru, hey Ashido, are you okay? Mina, of course, she said with a huge smile as she went back to eat. Momo, it seems Karashima-kun isn't quite right. Mina, how he feels is of no interest to me at all. He knows why I left him, she said coldly. At the boys' table, Kaminari, bah, she's missing out. She'll regret leaving you later, man. All successful men lost their partners and later achieved success. Zero, dude, the guy from the Wall Street movie was a con artist and years later he was arrested. Shoto, didn't you see the whole movie? Kaminari, really, the point is it was probably for the best for you, right back you go. Everyone turned to look at the ashen-haired man, who paid little or no attention to what the electric blonde man was saying. Kaminari, that's the spirit, the silent treatment of Ashido Hosato. And what do you think about going for a walk in the city to lighten the mood? The baker suggested to the group, not wanting to continue sharing the hatred towards his friend sown by the duo. Everyone nodded in agreement except for a green-haired boy who had barely touched his food. Later, Uraraka, he was hardly surprised by his vice president's warning. Midoriya, is something wrong? Ead Ashen, Leda, I was going to ask you that you barely touched your lunch, she said, pointing to her plate of food. Midoriya, oh, it's just I'm not very hungry. Leda, are you sure? I don't remember you having breakfast in the dorms. Midoriya, yes, I'm fine. Having said that, the boy turned his gaze back to where it had been, seeing the blue-haired girl who had been on his mind for the past few hours, but not for a good reason. Shaji. Midoriya, once again he turned his head to see his multi-armed friend who was calling him. Midoriya, is something wrong? Shaji, well, you didn't answer whether you'd come with us on the way out this afternoon. Kaminari, it'll be a guy's night out, only men are invited, right bro? Karashima, that's right. Midoriya, thanks, but Takami. Midoriya, and I had already made plans for today. The boy with the crow's head said, catching the green-haired boy's attention and reminding him of their date that day. Kaminari, ah, that's a shame. Well, we'll bring them something then. Karashima, exactly. At the far table, the black-haired girl hadn't been able to stop staring at her pink-skinned friend during lunch, puzzled as to why the girl looked so happy, unlike usual. Momo, why is she so happy? I imagine they just watched movies or played one of those games Mina loved so much during sleepovers, but I've never seen her this happy, the girl thought with some frustration and envy. For her part, she wasn't the only one wanting to know the reason for the girl's overflowing happiness. Toru, and all the time I've known as Shido, I've never seen her this happy. Tsuyu, it seems that despite breaking up with Karashima-kun, she knew how to enjoy the rest of her birthday. I think that's all that matters. Kuro, Uraraka, what could Ika-kun have done yesterday to make Mina-chan so happy that she's so happy today? Kyoko, we'll see if he's still this happy when me tomorrow. Yesterday he had his birthday treat, now tomorrow will be mine. The purple-haired girl thought as she took a sip from her juice box. Later in the dormitories, the green-haired boy once again was preparing for his departure before he looked at himself in the mirror with shame, but now he felt disgusted. Midori could only stare at himself with a heavy, emotionless gaze filled with bitterness at his broken promises and poor choices, but now he couldn't simply back down. Especially not today. And going to his door, and after turning off the light in the room, he closed his door and went to the common room. Once there, the boy waited a few minutes until the sound of footsteps on the stairs could be heard. He still had the task of making a good impression. He had already met a sweet parents, but even so he had to maintain his lie. Taking a deep breath with the aim of keeping his emotions and problems to himself, the boy let out a sigh that he hoped would help him for the rest of the day. Looking behind him, the boy saw his green-haired friend Tsuyu. She was noticeably well-dressed. Tsuyu, hello. Midori Kankiro. Midori, hello. Tsuyu-kun. Tsuyu, are you ready to go? Midoriya, yes. The girl didn't have to be a mind reader to see that the boy seemed depressed. He wasn't nervous like she had usually seen him in the last few days. He wasn't turning red with embarrassment or anything like that. He looked more dead. Tsuyu, Midoriya-kun, are you feeling okay? Kairo. Midoriya, if I'm here it's no big deal, he said, putting on a smile as genuine as he could. Manage. Tsuyu didn't want to pressure her friend. If he really felt bad, she hoped the boy would share it with her when he was ready instead of pressuring him and forcing him to open up to her. Tsuyu, okay, let's go then. Kiro. Only then did they both leave the dormitories on their way to the train station bound for the home of the little frog. The trip was rather awkward both for the boy, who didn't know or feel he had anything to say, and for the little frog who had no idea how to ask the boy what had been troubling her for days. Tsuyu, maybe I can get him to talk if I play a game. The green-haired boy looked at the amphibian as she spoke aloud, attentive to what she would say. Tsuyu, I spy with my eye something red. She finished speaking while touching her chin. The boy opened his eyes, slightly puzzled by this strange but amusing way of talking. She couldn't, but perhaps she could just have some fun with her friend during her journey. And she was grateful that her friend wanted to cheer her up a little, and with a slight smile he played along. Midoriya, is this a warning sign? Perhaps. Tsuyu, nope. Kiro, I was actually looking at your shoes. Kiro, Midoriya, oh haha, I guess it was actually kind of obvious, wasn't it? Tsuyu giggles. It's your turn. The boy glanced around briefly, trying to choose the colored object that the girl would have to guess when he quickly made his choice. Midoriya, okay, I see with my eye something of color green. The answer was somewhat expected, but even so the girl smiled. Tsuyu, I figured you'd say something like that. Midoriya, now guess what I was looking at, he said humorously. Tsuyu looked around the train car. There were few things except for some advertising media, but other than that nothing else. Tsuyu, is that the sign? Midoriya, nope. Tsuyu, your hair. Midoriya, it would be very obvious of me. Tsuyu, is that my hair? Midoriya, mean either. The girl's options were running out, and the boy just kept denying her answers, so she had no choice but to give up. Tsuyu, okay, I give up. Kiro, what was the answer? Midoriya just smiled, then chuckled slightly and replied, Midoriya, they were your eyes. Upon hearing the green-haired boy's response, the girl felt her cheeks heat up, her heart pumping blood faster than usual, and words remained in her mouth, unsure of what to say. Midoriya, I don't know if anyone has noticed, but I've noticed that your eyes aren't completely black but rather a kind of dark forest green that can only be seen in the light, and they're very beautiful. There were few people in Tsuyu's life who had noticed that detail. Not even her teachers or classmates had noticed it. In fact, she wasn't sure if Takagami had noticed it, but that green-haired boy had, and once again the questions about what she said made her think about that day. Tsuyu didn't have the courage to ask the boy that and could only lower her head, hiding her embarrassment. Later the green-haired ones had gone off the train and were walking straight to the little frog's house. After a little while the green-haired couple were standing in front of the house. Midoriya, you live here? Tsuyu, yes, this is my home. Kiro, Midoriya, your house is very pretty. Tsuyu chin. Tsuyu, Kiro, thank you, come on, we have to go inside. Just as they were about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened, revealing two children who pounced on the little frog. Satsuki / Sui was saying. She greeted her little siblings happily before they noticed the green-haired boy and approached to greet him in the same way. Mrs. Azui, children, please don't disturb them, come in. It's good to see you again. Tsuyu, hi mom. Midoriya, hello again. Mrs. Azui, hello young man, please sit down, the food will be ready in a moment. Tsuyu, do you need help? Misuzui, that's not necessary. The woman could no longer deny it when she heard some noise in the kitchen, and upon entering she saw the green-haired boy taking care of the stove. Midoriya, do you have an apron I can use? Mrs. Tsuyu, the woman was about to refuse, but the little frog quickly handed her one while taking care of the rest of the food. Mrs. Azui, children, really it's not necessary. Tsuyu, mom, believe me, nothing will change Izuku-kun's mind. Kiro, Mrs. Azui, then I guess I'll have to help them. Help me. So the two young people and their mother settled down to prepare the meal, listening to the occasional bad joke from the younger siblings or helping them with their homework. Suddenly the front door opened. Mr. Azui, family, I'm home, the man announced as he hung a hat on the coat rack. Samadir / Satsuki, daddy, they shouted as they ran to hug him. Mr. Azui, I'm glad to see you, and I see our visitors have arrived. I apologize for the delay. Mrs. Azui, don't worry darling, we just finished making dinner. Mr. Azui, are we done? I didn't know we had more chefs in this house. Tsuyu, we only helped a little, mom had already started before we arrived. Kiro, Mr. Azui, then we shouldn't turn our noses up at freshly prepared food. Let's all go to the table. Once everyone was seated at the table with their plates ready, they began to eat, enjoying a pleasant moment filled with compliments and praise. Mr. Azui sighed, the food was delicious. My respects to the cooks, the man said with a smile. Samadir, dad, can we play for a while? The boy asked excitedly. Mr. Azui, have you finished your homework yet? Samadir, yes, Tsuyu-sin and her boyfriend helped us. The boy was mortified by that title, while the girls and herself evoked a strange feeling. Mr. Azui laughs, okay, but only for a little. While the young people quickly left the kitchen and went straight to the patio, leaving their parents and the two green-haired kids in the kitchen. Mr. Azui, it's good To know that my little girl's boyfriend has a talent for cooking Midori at th thank you very much sir Mr. Azui please just call me Gamba Midori eyes s Mr. Gamba Tsuyu how has work been Mr. Azui my dear we have a visit from your boyfriend today let's put work aside how about we watch a movie. Tsuyu looked at the green-haired boy wanting to know what he thought of his father's idea. Midoriya and an oh that doesn't sound bad after saying this and after washing the dishes the family gathered in the living room while the little ones discussed which movie they wanted to watch. Samadare I want to see the Muppets Satsuki no let's see the Princess and the Frog is more fun. The two brothers looked at each other with discordant eyes each with only one idea of who could solve their movie dilemma Satsuki/Samadare is Yukuzan what movie should we watch? Both siblings asked at the same time surprising him Midoriya I don't think I can choose the movie. Satsuki come on princesses are pretty Samadare he can't say that he's dating our sister besides. The Muppets are funnier than a children's movie the brothers seem to be getting the idea of fighting. Until the father intervened with a smile on his face Mr. Azui Satsuki let your little sister put on her movie he asked placing his hand on his son's shoulder Samadarwa but dad Mr. Azui believe me. Son I'm doing you a favor never contradict a woman if you want to live whether it was his father's final decision or the look of terror on his face a product of bad memories the boy gave in and with a pout looked away in annoyance Samadare well Satsuki yay and after taking their seats on the large sofa everyone watched the movie later the green-haired boy had to admit it the movie was good even though it was for young children but he enjoyed the songs and the animation during the course of the movie the boy noticed how the green-haired girl began to nod off until she fell asleep as did her younger siblings beside her Mr. Azui he I guess some things never change. Yan it's getting late he said looking at his watch Midoriya I think it's time for us to retire. Mrs. Azui yes let me take you Midoriya don't worry it's not necessary I can order a ride to take us Mr. Azui no I'll take them it'll help me take my mind off things a bit the man had gone out to get his car when he saw the boy carrying his daughter in his arms who had apparently clung to the boy as she had done since she was little every time she fell asleep and was carried to bed it was a feeling of nostalgia combined with some joy and sadness his little girl no longer needed him. For some things she would truly miss like taking her to school tying her shoelaces or trying to answer the thousands of questions she had about the world and her favorite task carrying her to bed was now being done by that boy he was proud of the woman his little girl had become and how she was beginning to build her life he felt a surge of happiness and wondered what the future held for her Midoriya Mr. Gamba are you all right the man looked at the boy who was in the passenger seat next to the driver seemingly worried Mr. Azui oh yes I'm fine why do you ask Midoriya wl it's just that I started crying are you sure everything is all right he wiped his face and indeed there was evidence of a few tears on the sides of his face Mr. Azui if it was just trash it's nothing he said excusely while wiping his face a little later the man had put some relaxing music on the car stereo so as not to wake his daughter while he chatted with the green-haired man about funny anecdotes Mr. Azui once when my wife wasn't home I ate a whole kilo of potato chips do you think that's not strain I had covered them all in ketchup and only when I finished the bag and my wife arrived did I realize that the chips were supposed to be fried Midoriya haha that was better than me. Once I sneezed and answered bless you the people around me looked at me strangely and I just walked away quickly both men laughed at each other's jokes happy to pass the time Mr. Azui I'm glad you have a good friend who cares about your relationship the man said his voice trailing off instantly the green-haired boy's laughter subsided puzzled by the comment Midoriya what are you talking about? Mr. Azui you know that friend of yours and my daughter's the crow-headed one I admit I don't entirely like him but at least he cares about you too in fact it was his idea for you to come over for dinner tonight I may not be completely convinced but I don't deny his good intentions. The boy was now staring into space Takami had he done that finally the man stopped in front of the UA announcing that the journey had ended the boy as before was carrying the green-haired girl in his arms while saying goodbye to the man Mr. Azui I hope you return home soon you're welcome here when you're a boy at your home too the man said happily as he left Midoriya Yais thank you goodbye and thanks for the ride the man just watched the boy walk away reminded of that movie he'd seen thanks to his daughter except his little frog had found her own prince a bit corny but it was the consequence of his youngest daughter and once again the boy was heading to the dormitories with a different sleeping girl in his arms the doubts about why his friend was sinking him deeper and deeper than he already was were sometimes overshadowed when the green-haired girl in his arms made small adorable sounds he had to admit standing in front of the dormitory door the green-haired boy was About to enter when the door opened, revealing the boy whom the green-haired boy now considered a kind of Judas Takami. Midoriya, it's a good thing you're here, I thought you weren't coming until tomorrow, he said in a neutral voice. Midoriya, is that what you thought or what you expected? The boy with the crow's head opened his eyes slightly at that question and was about to ask about his actions, but the boy answered first, or rather I order Midoriya come with me to take Tsuyu to her room. The dark-haired man said nothing and simply obeyed. Once in the girl's room, the green-haired man carefully placed her on her bed and covered her up, then without another word he left the room, leaving only the green-haired man and the young master of the night in the hallway. Takami, okay, see you tomorrow. Midoriya, did you do it? The boy froze at his friend's voice, turning his head to see him only from behind. Takami, I don't know, what are you? I hadn't even finished speaking when the green-haired boy quickly turned around, grabbed the boy by the neck and spoke to him in a low voice, clearly in pain. Midoriya, don't lie to me. Fumikage, did you do it? He could no longer lie to his friend, and in a subdued voice and with a hint of shame confessed Takami yes. He was immediately released by the boy, who simply turned around and after a few seconds of standing, finally went to his room. In Izuku's room, the boy felt betrayed. He knew Takami wanted this done to him. Dark Shadow himself had warned him and he hadn't refused. He'd even confessed to Tsuyu, but what was he going to do? Let her break up with him and once again take on the role of boyfriend? But why had admitting the betrayal plunged him into even more despair than when he'd already known? To hell with it, he would take another pill one more time. He just wanted to be done with that day. Every day was the same for him now, and as on previous nights he ingested a dose of medication, which this time caused him some trouble for a few minutes before finally falling asleep. Unlike other nights. Chapter 33 Seder Day. The green-haired boy was in the kitchen having breakfast. Apparently everyone else was still asleep when he stood up, but then some approaching footsteps made him look up from his bowl of cereal. Uraraka, good morning. Deku-kun, the sweet brunette, greeted cheerfully. Midoriya, jigu morning Uraraka-san, and as if they were officially a couple, the girl approached the green-haired boy and kissed his cheek affectionately and carefully. He froze when he felt that show of affection, but it was worse when a voice called them. Kyoko, what just happened? The green-haired boy turned his head, noticing the punk girl standing in the doorway watching what had happened. Midoriya, Kyoko-kun, Kyoka, so what I told you that day, what I none of it mattered to you in the end. Uraraka, Deku-kun, what are you talking about? Midoriya, Kyoka-san, I have to tell you something. But more and more footsteps seemed to be getting closer until in the same way they met at the door frame. Momo, what's going on? Why is there so much commotion? Mayana, yes, what's all the commotion about? Kyoka, nothing, I just found Isu. Midoriya, kissing Uraraka, far from what the girl expected. Icy stares were placed on the girls' faces. Mina, for her part, seemed to be experiencing fear, nervousness and what appeared to be a broken heart, and as abashed seemed to have lost her breath, as if she had lost everything in a second. Mina, Isu. Kyoka-san, is that true? She asked with a trembling voice. Midoriya, please let me explain. Momo, I have all the people in the world you were capable of doing something like that, the girl blurted out with a disappointed and hurt tone. Midoriya, no, it's not what you think. If you'll allow me to explain. Toru suppressed sob after I confessed my feelings for you after what a Jiro did to me. Did you too? Midoriya, please, I just want Kendo. You're the same. No, you're worse than him. The boy then stood motionless for a few seconds. He knew that this was a truth and one that would follow him to the end of his days because of what he did, but then a stupid question made him stop. What is Kendo doing here? And as if he had been pushed, he jumped up and found himself back in his bed. He felt his heart beating rapidly and his forehead was slightly sweaty, as was the rest of his body. He looked around once again. A nightmare was haunting him even in his dreams. Suddenly a feeling in his stomach forced him to get up and run straight to the bathroom. He stayed inside for a few minutes until his stomach finally emptied, and the feeling of vomiting dissipated until he was left alone. Step by step he began to return to his bed, only to sit for a while as he calmed his thoughts about his dream. To see. Sato, Midoriya, are you there? Come on, wake up, man, we have to get Jiro-san's party ready. Kyoka's party, another birthday that had passed for some reason and for which once again I had nothing to give the girl. Midoriya sighed. Down. The green-haired boy got up and prepared himself. He didn't have a gift, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to attend the celebration. When I went down to the kitchen and the common room, I noticed that everyone except the purple-haired girl was already there, putting up streamers, balloons, and other things related to her. Lita, a little more to the left, the delegate said, positioning the birthday sign. Momo, is that okay? Lita, perfecta. Uraraka, good morning. Deku-kun, the brunette greeted Midoriya. Ola, Uraraka-san. The girl's smile gradually faded as she noticed the boy becoming more depressed. She even began to question his behavior. Uraraka, Deku-kun, are you feeling Unwell Midoriya, and I know I'm fine, nothing's wrong, the boy replied, subtly moving away from the girl. She could not question him again as the blonde man's presence caught everyone's attention. Kaminari, here it comes once again. Everyone quickly hid and turned off the lights. The purple-haired girl for her part had heard all the commotion and whispers from her friends about her surprise party, which for her wasn't a complete surprise anymore since she knew they were planning it. But it was nice to see how they were all looking out for each other, giving them the benefit of the doubt. The girl pretended not to notice and went along with it. Entering the kitchen, the lights came on and she was greeted by the boys singing the typical happy birthday song, gifts from her friends, and the presence of one boy in particular, but it seemed that one of them took the celebration a little too far, standing in front of the beautifully decorated birthday cake. He felt someone grab his head and quickly saw the cake flying towards his face. The voices singing happy birthday stopped while a few others didn't know whether to continue singing or remain silent in the face of what had happened. Meanwhile, the blonde boy began to laugh slowly as the purple-haired girl wiped the cake off her face. Kaminari, sorry, it's just that it looked like the cake wanted to give you a happy birthday kiss. The boy was going to help the girl remove the cake from her face, but she didn't hesitate to react by pushing him away from her. Kaminari, come on, Kayakachin, it was just a joke, the boy said, excusing his actions. Kyaka, yes of course, like everything you do. Kaminari, okay, are you going to tell me what's wrong? Kyaka, what the hell are you talking about? Lita, guys, would you like us to leave you two alone? The class representative said, hoping to get a response and not allow the whole class to be in the middle of an awkward lovers' quarrel. Kaminari, come on, don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. It seems like you've been avoiding me these past few weeks. I've been waiting for you to tell me what's going on, but you just seem to be hiding it even more. I've asked you out and you've refused. I've asked you to go and meet your parents and you always say they're outside. Kyaka, do you really want to know that much? Midoriya, no, God, please no. Kyaka, I haven't introduced you to my parents because they expect me to be with someone who knows their priorities, who's smart and who's polite, and guess what, Kaminari? You're not even close to any of those things. You're irresponsible, you don't take things seriously, and you can't even keep a promise. Kaminari, of course I can do it. Kyaka, please, she said mockingly. Don't try to make a fool of me. I know you and that pervert mind to still meet in secret to share that content you both love so much, and you know what, you can keep doing it because what's between you and me is over. Nobody knew how to react. The situation was extremely awkward. They went from a moment of celebration to one where they didn't know who to take the side of in that situation. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy felt he should have stayed in bed. He no longer knew what was worse, whether it was that nightmare from which he had just woken up moments before or the fight and breakup of a couple that they were witnessing. Kaminari remained motionless for a few seconds, when all he could do was start walking silently towards his room. He had already made a fool of himself. He would usually try to insist, but he knew Kyaka and most likely she wouldn't change her mind. The only thing he could do now was leave in silence with what little dignity he still had, if any, at that moment. Kyaka, say, I'm sorry, everyone saw that and I'm sorry I ruined the party. Everyone said she was fine and tried to continue with the rest of the party, but the girl knew the opposite was true. Later, unfortunately, Natsu had the brilliant idea of adding surprise classes that day, much to the dismay of the students who would lose their free morning, but there was nothing to be done but reluctantly obey. As usual, classes had gone as normal and lunchtime had finally arrived, and to avoid awkward moments the girls talked about anything other than that topic. Momo, what do you think about us all going to a restaurant? It's for Kayakachin's birthday. Mina, I'm just warning you that I'm going to order the most expensive dish you have on the menu. Uraraka, that sounds like a good idea. Tsuyu, sounds good. Kiro, Toru, I'll order a super sandwich. Kyaka, thanks for the thought, girls, but I have to go home this afternoon. My parents asked me to. Momo, hey Kyaka, are you going to tell your parents that? Will you just? Kyaka, no, they didn't even know Kaminari and they never have to, the girl said dryly as the image of a green-haired boy slowly appeared in her mind. The desire to see him overwhelmed her, and looking in all directions she tried to find him with her eyes, but she found nothing. Kyaka, where could he be? So the green-haired boy had decided to leave the main building and distance himself from his class. That time he didn't want to witness his classmates' discomfort regarding the recent breakups and wanted to think more thoroughly about what he could do. How could he tell the girls the truth without them hating him, or well, without them detesting him for the rest of their lives? A few thoughts were forming in his broccoli-headed mind when the sound of someone standing beside him startled him, making him turn around to see who it was. He found himself face to face with the birthday girl. Kyaka, I figured you'd be here, she said calmly. Midoriya, Kokomo. Kyaka sighs, well, I asked you to go meet my parents instead of Kaminari. You wanted to help me, and with what happened this morning I figured you'd shut yourself away, or Isolate yourself from everyone Midoriya and you how are you feeling Kyaka it's strange but I feel relieved maybe I went too far telling Kaminari everything to his face especially in front of the whole class Midoriya while you were upset and Kaminari was pressuring you Kyaka see they both fell silent when finally the boy's babbling made sense Midoriya I'm sorry I couldn't give you anything Kayaka-can Kyaka now don't even mention it last time you gave me a guitar. That should cover at least 2 birthdays she said with a smile Midoriya even so I would have liked to give you something the punk girl looked at the boy who was staring at the floor. Then she remembered something Kyaka hey are you free today Midoriya a yes why Kyaka well I remembered that my parents wanted to celebrate my birthday at home and they asked me if I could take you along so we could all go for a walk and be together Midoriya go out to your house. Do you think that would be weird for the others I mean you broke up with Kaminari and today well let's go for a walk Kyaka who I go out with is nobody's business and it's my birthday I can pretty much do whatever I want so what do you say green but she asked tilting her head to look at the boy Midoriya well I guess if it's your wish Kyaka thank you and approaching the boy she gave him a kiss on the cheek before standing up Kyaka well grown I have to get back to the girls otherwise I'm sure Mina will yell at me over present Mike's loudspeakers all over the school see you later. Then and so the green-haired boy could only watch the girl walk away until she was out of sight. The kiss unlike other occasions where deep down she used to like that feeling now could only give her a kind of fear combined with discomfort well I didn't want what happened with Mina to happen again or what happened with Nejire later the boy was walking once again to the train station next to Kyaka who was happy to be going with the boy once again to where his parents were she still remembered the discomfort when she first wore it back then she wasn't sure if it had been a good idea but now she was certain it was she approached the boy and had barely touched his hand to hold it. But the boy jumped in fright before looking at her with scared eyes Kyaka hey man is something wrong are you okay she asked worriedly Midoriya yai sorry I was just surprised that's all the boy replied paranoidly the girl once again knew how to detect lies because the boy's voice and heart screamed the complete opposite Kyaka are you sure if this makes you uncomfortable I can tell. Then that I don't know you're feeling unwell or something Midoriya and no it sounds tempting but I don't want anyone to worry about me including Kyaka's parents I was just thinking about homework. And you surprised me that's all the purple-haired girl once again was looking for signs of lies and listening attentively to his heart hoped to find out taking deep controlled breaths the boy slowed his heart rate enough to convince the girl Kyaka okay but if you really feel bad she said while carefully taking the boy's hand just tell me you don't have to stay silent if only I could if only I were able to tell her everything that's happening but I had to keep going shortly after. The young couple was leaving the train station and heading to the birthday girl's house on his way. To the girl's house the boy noticed a slight tremor in the girl's body so he decided to question her Midoriya is something happening Kyakabara it's nothing I'm just a little cold I remembered I forgot my jacket at school she explained while warming her hands as soon as the boy heard the word cold come out of the girl's mouth like a gentleman or like the idiot he was being he removed his garment and wrapped the girl in it when Kyaka opened her eyes she found her shoulders and back covered by the boy's clothes Midoriya I hope this helps it wouldn't be good if you caught a cold on your birthday Kyaka oh thank you she said as she zipped up her jacket taking advantage of the fact that the boy looked away the girl gave the garment a quick sniff noticing that it still carried his scent Kyaka come here she said as she pulled the boy's hand he obeyed and let the rocker lead him to the beach she had once cleaned the scent of the sea and damp sand caught the boy's attention giving him a certain sense of relaxation Midoriya and is something wrong? Kyaka no I just wanted to be here with you she said as she walked towards the seashore. The sun would soon set giving the young people a beautiful view of the horizon. The rocker looked at the boy beside her who was still standing and patted his side lightly. Asking him to join her the boy understood and did it while they were together the rocker rested her head on the boy's shoulder and he accepted this Kyaka isn't it a lovely view? Midoriya yes it is Kyaka after a while the purple-haired girl and the green-haired boy got back up and were about to resume their walk to the girl's house then she noticed something curious about the green-haired boy Kyaka he are you okay Midoriya trembling eyes perfectly. Kyaka couldn't help but laugh at how funny the boy looked moving like a block of stone. And tried to cover her mouth so as not to make fun of him too much Kyaka inhales sorry it's just laughs you look kind of funny the boy simply closed his eyes at the girl's laughter in their situation only to feel something surrounding him moments later lessening his when he opened his eyes he realized he was being surrounded by the girl who had him wrapped in a hug Kyaka is this better the girl asked while looking at the green-haired boy he had been taken by surprise once Again, and now he was wrapped in the arms of the girl who was keeping him warm. Midoriya WL I don't feel cold anymore Kyaka, I'm glad, although I still think I'll keep your jacket. Midoriya Kyaka. Sorry man, it's too comfortable and it smells like you. Hearing this embarrassed the boy, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable about what had recently been happening to him. Kyaka, do you mind if I keep it? Midoriya WL. The boy was actually going to refuse the request. He wasn't going to do it like a jerk, but he didn't feel comfortable with someone using his clothes because he didn't want them to make fun of him for wearing such a hem. But as if under a spell, the purple-haired girl began to rub her face against the boy's chest, looking like an adorable kitten clinging to a warm pillow. Midoriya sighs. I think a jacket is fine, he conceded while scratching his head. Upon hearing this, the punk smiled victoriously and, standing on her tiptoes, managed to kiss his lips. A short, quick but precise kiss. Click. The couple looked toward the source of the sound only to see the matriarch of the Jiro family shaking a photograph which was popping out of an old camera. Micah, this will go straight on the album, she said tenderly. Kyaku, I told you they would be here. Micah, well, I didn't imagine they'd come to see the sunset. Kyaku, hey, every man should appreciate a good sunset at least once in his life. The women present simply rolled their eyes at that statement while the boy internally agreed. Although that kiss had bothered him a little, he had to admit that it was nice to be sitting next to the girl in that view. Micah, let's all go, there's ice cream cake waiting to be eaten at Jiro's house. Similarly, at the family's home, they celebrated the girl's birthday with a cake and gifts as well as a table full of food. Even though there were only 3 of them, everyone was at the table taking pictures of the cake decorations and how beautiful the party decorations and dishes looked. Kyaku, hey, you don't have to do all this. Micah, we know Kyaku, but you're our only princess, so we have to do it. Kyaku smiled at her parents' actions only to turn her gaze to the boy and address him. Kyaku, what do you think of everything? Midoriya, well, I like listening to your father and mother's stories. Kyaku, I hope you don't get bored, commented humorously Midoriya. You're welcome. The girl watched the boy, who was smiling as he ate the cake, while a doubt began to sprout inside her. Kyaku, maybe later. The hours passed and passed, filled with beautiful moments, family photographs where he was included on several occasions, but finally the time came to return to school. Micah, be very careful. If you feel someone is following you, call the police. Or Kyaku, yes mom, we know. Don't worry. Kyaku, well, they should be careful. The green-haired boy once again was holding hands with the purple-haired girl, who was enjoying the short and relaxing moment alone. Midoriya, and how did you feel about this birthday? Kyaku, well, so far it's been good. The day isn't over yet after all. Midoriya, see Kyaku, when we get to UA, do you want to watch movies or play some music? Midoriya, no, you have to reject off course. Once again his body betrayed him, doing what seemed best in his own opinion, and the purple-haired girl wasn't going in a very different direction. Wondering how the boy would react in his room? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. A and D, have a fantastic day. Bye.